Lord of the Mysteries chapter 1391 to chapter 1445. In fact, under normal circumstances, this novel should be written for another 30 to 40 chapters. It could be written like this: Little Ku eliminates the interference, resists the destruction, and controls the fates of the marionettes in Utopia until the ritual is ready and he advances smoothly. During this process, he would unfold the stories of the others to make the overall story more complete. That was what I originally considered, but later on, I felt that such a development was an insult to the intelligence of the villains. It was impossible for Zeradal to sit there and wait for death. It was also impossible for Adam and Amon to wait for Klein to advance, or to interfere with him with low-intensity probes. It was as though they were playing a game. The necessary choice for them was to create an opportunity to unleash all their strength or deal with Klein directly, or get Verdú to hold a ritual to release Mr. Door when Klein was powerless to stop it. Once this opportunity appeared, it would definitely be a stormy development. There wouldn't be any relief, and the conflict would completely erupt. Everyone would use all their strength to achieve their goals, pushing the tide to a new height. This was also the reason why the pace of the final parts of the 7th installment had suddenly sped up. This was a development that was inevitable after Adam joined the matter. This was a choice that the other party would make as long as they had any intelligence. It was impossible for them to allow Klein to prepare in an orderly and leisurely manner. This was very reasonable. Back to the name of this novel, The Hanging Man. Its main meaning came from the interpretation of tarot cards. I gave it the two most obvious meanings. First, take the initiative to sacrifice yourself or pay the price. Second, when in a predicament, don't struggle in vain. Instead, look at the problem from a different angle, calmly examine yourself, think about the future, and patiently wait for something to happen. As for the first point, ever since the 7th installment, the ones who made sacrifices were Roselle, Mr. Door, and the ancient sun god in the story's background. The ones who decided to give up important things and pay the price were Alger, as well as Little Ku, the true creator, and Adam. Little Ku had finally inherited the celestial worthy's legacy in a certain sense. Not only did he use the separation characteristic of the curtain to make up for himself, but he also made a deal with the genie. If the true creator and Adam wanted to fuse, one or even both of them would have to give up some of themselves, especially if Amon hadn't handed over the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the crucifix and the hanging man in the last scene were hinting at this. No matter how disdainful, cold, or heartless Adam was in other aspects, he wouldn't run away from this matter. Since he couldn't obtain an absolute advantage, he would rather make some sacrifices. This point also corresponded to the words at the beginning of the scroll. All living things have divinity. Divinity not only overlooks all living things, but also surpasses human nature. There are good and bad in both. As for the second meaning of the hanging man, it was hidden in the various matters in the 7th installment. The most obvious one was Little Ku's reaction when he was ambushed and in a desperate situation. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the content of me, from a different perspective, living as me and looking at problems and thinking about the future. Little Ku's godhood would rise, but his human nature would remain the same. Apart from these 2 points, there was also Alger's predicament and decision, as well as the game between Audrey and psychological alchemy, etc. Yes, previously, I had actually considered sacrificing Alger in this volume and adding in Furs. It would revolve around Mr. Door, but later, I realized that I had added a Western continent line too. Alger. What's going on? Therefore, I could only settle for the next best thing, getting him to completely give up on the past and his status. As for Furs, she's just too salty, so salty that I don't even know how to push her to take the risk. As for the other summaries of the 7th installment, I wrote them a few days ago in the March summary, so I won't go into detail. All I can say is that I'm very satisfied with the slow pace at the beginning, the different perspectives, and the different narrative techniques. As for the intense ending at the end, it's a result of the conflict between the characters. They have their own thoughts, their own choices, and their own fates. As an author, I can't say that this is the best, but I have to respect it. When a story develops to this stage, when the fates of the characters are intertwined and converge into a torrent, it means that the end has arrived. As for the other 2 points, the first is Mr. Door. Mr. Doer's sacrifice had been set up for a long time, so in the end, it was only presented with a few simple actions and a sentence. There wasn't any additional sensational or unnecessary description. I think that's pretty good. 1,000 words are in that choice. The second is Zeradol. To be honest, I originally hoped for a huge battle. Curly Tail has to have a huge battle, but after Little Ku used Genie to complete his advancement, his strength and status have been reversed. Furthermore, there's also Roselle's backstab. I really can't think of how Zeradol can turn the tables. If it's said that in Utopia, Zeradol could still create a miracle when faced with such a situation, then after escaping in a hurry for the first time and losing his marionette and the initiative, I don't think there's a need to worry about writing new words. Of course, I don't like to add memories to the villains before they die. This results in Zeradol, who has always been secretive and mysterious, not having enough stories. His character's image isn't fully developed, and this can be said to be a pity. And this is also a problem I've always wanted to resolve. Bosses are habitually set to be too strong, resulting in him not having many chances to appear. As a result, when he appears at the end, there's a lack of consistency and a lack of accumulation of emotions. It's difficult to create the impact and explosive feeling that I want. I hope that Amon can bring me an opportunity to resolve this. Alright, that's all for the 7th book. It can be said that this book has the highest number of subscriptions. The last few copies are at around 65,000. Usually, it's maintained at around 59,000, with the lowest being less than 57,000. Ever since Mysteries began, it's not surprising that the average number of subscriptions has been increasing. It's very rare for the subscriptions of every book to increase. To me, this is the first time it's happening. Yes, the name of the 8th book is easy to guess. The Fool. It starts with the clown and ends with the fool. Going by the usual schedule, I will rest for 3.5 days. Today is half a day plus Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I will update on Thursday, which is the 9th of April at 12:30 p.m. I have already thought of the ending scene before I opened the book. However, I still have to think about how I should develop it. Also, I have to think about the battle of wits and courage with Amon. Lastly, since I have opened a single chapter, I might as well ask for a monthly ticket also. I will be promoting a book, My Cell Prison. It's also about occultism and Cthulhu. Just by looking at the author's name, Afe in yellow reincarnated into a cell, carrying the power of the Book of Prison and arriving at the parallel world where the Ancient Ones have awakened. Steam Civilization, Horror Dimension, Old Xianxia King, Hybrid Demons outside the city. The Gate of Destiny has been opened. Crusaders, Library, Control, Machinery and Occultism will become a brand new growth system for humanity. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. The courageous knights, galloping under the world ruled by the ancient kings, reclaiming the freedom that belongs to humanity. Late at night, the sound of doors and windows opening woke Wendell up from his deep sleep. He got out of bed warily and surveyed his surroundings. What exactly happened? Did Utopia encounter a huge storm? Wendell, who hadn't slept well for the past few days, finally fell into a deep sleep, but he had no choice but to wake up. His thoughts were still a little frozen, and he appeared rather confused. He then realized that there was no wind blowing in through the wide-open window, nor was there any rain. It was as if he had opened it in his sleep to take in a breath of fresh air. Wendell suddenly thought of the Beyonder incidents he had experienced and learned about through the dossier. He thought of the fear of the unknown that had once ruled his heart. He didn't know what would happen next, nor could he guess what he would encounter. He felt a chill run down his spine as he trembled. At this moment, he heard a commotion outside the door. All kinds of sounds entered his ears. There were the sounds of running, the sounds of certain actions being judged, the sounds of the current order being modified, and undisguised shouts. There's an abnormality with the underground seal. Raise your guard. The underground seal? What's sealed beneath the Irises Hotel? Wendell was surprised and confused when he heard that. He couldn't help but walk to the door and look around. He then saw his MI9 colleagues whom he barely knew, as well as Colonel Zio Cha, who was on duty tonight. MI9 found Utopia through me? They're going to deal with the abnormality here? Just as this thought flashed through Wendell's mind, he subconsciously frowned. He realized that the layout of the corridor outside was completely different from the Iris's hotel. Not only were there gas wall lamps on both sides, but there were also classical lampstands. The floor was maintained to be very bright, and the floors were more than 3 meters tall. This isn't the Iris's hotel. Wendell suddenly turned around and sized up the room he was in. He quickly recognized that this was his bedroom at MI9 headquarters. His luggage was placed quietly in the corner without any signs of being moved. Wendell remembered very clearly that he had gone to Utopia through the bathroom in his room. He wasn't too confident, so he didn't bring any luggage with him. He only took the document from Utopia's police court. Tap, tap. Tap. He quickly ran to the window and looked outside. What he saw was the garden and the lawn that belonged to MI9 headquarters. I'm back in Bakeland? Or did I not return to Utopia at all? I was just too tired to sleep and had a dream? Wendell walked back to the bed in a daze and sat down. After 10 seconds, he suddenly jumped up and picked up his jacket from the ground. Then, he saw the Utopia court document lying quietly in the inside pocket of his coat, which should have been in the drawer. Wendell fell silent, as if he had turned into a statue. Travel columnist Monica also woke to the sound of the window and the door banging against the wall. She sat up and pulled the blanket up to cover her chest. Her sleepy first thought was that a robber had broken into the hotel, so she prepared to scream and call the police. But in the next 10 to 20 seconds, Monica didn't hear any footsteps entering her room. She only felt more and more people gathering in the corridor. What happened? It doesn't look like a storm. Is someone playing a prank? Damn clown. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kick his ass. The sounds of discussion rose and fell, mixed with all kinds of curses. Monica didn't think much of it when she first heard it. Instead, she followed the words of the crowd outside and seriously thought about the reason for this strange incident. She wanted to write it down in her travelogue. However, as she listened, she gradually realized that something was amiss. How could the Iris's hotel in Utopia have so many guests? She remembered very clearly that on this floor, there were at most 5 rooms with occupants, and that included her room. At that moment, Monica thought of the ghost stories she had read and heard. She immediately felt that there were vengeful spirits and shadows outside the door. She had originally extended her feet to the side of the bed, preparing to go out and participate in the discussion. She wanted to grasp more details and accumulate material for her future writing. At that moment, she retracted her feet and curled up into a ball, trembling. A few seconds later, she heard a man say, I asked the hotel owner, and he said he didn't know what happened. Maybe there was a short storm just now. Go back to your rooms and rest. Lock the doors and windows. Jan, I have to wake up early tomorrow to go to the Royal Museum. The Royal Museum. Monica was stunned. As a travel writer and a traveler who had spent a long time in Utopia, she naturally knew that there wasn't a royal museum here. In the Kingdom of Rouen, a museum with such a name had to be in Bakeland. And it would take many hours to take the steam locomotive from Utopia to Bakeland. Even if she woke up early and arrived there, she wouldn't be able to reach the Royal Museum before it closed. Monica slowly lifted the blanket in puzzlement. She heard the sound of doors and windows closing. She carefully got out of bed and walked to the door. During this process, she gradually saw the room illuminated by the moonlight. Hiss! Monica nearly screamed. This wasn't the guest room she had slept in previously, be it the layout or the decorations, they were completely different. The ghost stories that she had just thought of surged into her mind again, causing her legs to go limp. She almost couldn't support her body. Just as Monica's teeth chattered, she saw a hotel business card on the table. It was prepared for the guests. If they brought it with them when they went out, they wouldn't be unable to find their way back. Even if they couldn't read, they could use it to ask for directions. Monica subconsciously approached it and used the moonlight to read the words on the business card. Carlpensa Hotel, West Bakeland, 19, Morning Street. West Bakeland. Bakeland. Monica's eyes widened as she felt as though time and space were in disarray. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. Furs heard the door and window open, but she didn't immediately wake up. This was because she had fallen into a strange nightmare that she couldn't escape. She dreamed that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had been affected by the family's sealed artifact and had died a bloody death in front of her. She dreamed that she had lost control and mutated, turning into starlight worms that curved into the shape of a door. She dreamed that the end of the world had arrived, and the surging tide of blood had drowned the entire world. Zio, German Sparrow, and company weren't spared. Finally, Furs escaped the dream and sat up, panting heavily. As a demigod who had once been an astrologer, she knew what such a dream meant. She hurriedly restrained her emotions and looked up. At some point in time, the glass on the oriel window in the bedroom had completely cracked open. Something must have happened. Furthermore, it has something to do with the apocalypse, the House of Abraham, and the apprentice pathway. Furs silently muttered to herself. She immediately got up, put on her cloak, and prepared to teleport to her teacher's place to confirm his safety. This change added a sense of urgency to her advancement to Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2. After learning about the apocalypse from Mr. Fool and German Sparrow of the world, Furs had actually been working hard, but the secret sorcerer potion wasn't something that could be digested in a short period of time. Furthermore, without making any contributions, she was too embarrassed to ask her teacher for the formula and ingredients of Wanderer. Of course, if she wanted to, she could have obtained it from Mr. Door, but how could she be bewitched after being warned beforehand? With a flash, Furs disappeared from the room. A few seconds later, she appeared at Dorian Gray Abraham's residence. She saw her teacher sitting there, pressing his heart, looking frightened. "Do you need potions?" Furs asked cautiously. She had bought some medicine from Mr. Moon for the diseases of old age. Dorian took a deep breath and shook her head. "No need." Furs immediately relaxed a little. "Teacher, I dreamed that you encountered the negative effects of the sealed artifact. The doors and windows around me also underwent unnecessary changes, so I came to take a look." Dorian looked up at the open window and said with a solemn expression, "Your dream wasn't wrong. I almost died just now, but at the most crucial moment, the seal took effect again." At this point, he suddenly stood up and said to Furs, "Quick. Take me somewhere else. I'm worried that something might happen to the other family members." Furs did not hesitate. She immediately grabbed her teacher's arm and asked for the exact location. Their figures quickly faded and became transparent, disappearing without a trace. After traveling through the misty, colorful spirit world for a few seconds, Furs and Dorian suddenly left their current environment and landed in what looked like a study. There were a few people standing here. They were all members of the House of Abraham who wielded different sealed artifacts and could travel. "Viros? Why are you here?" Dorian blurted out. Viros and company shook their heads in unison, feeling confused and alarmed. In the next second, countless resplendent starlight appeared in the void. The starlight quickly gathered together, turning into items that landed on the ground. There was a miniature starlight gate, a crystal ball made of insects, a translucent key with a strange design, and a resplendent fire seed that was quietly burning inside. For some reason, terms appeared in the minds of Dorian, Viros, and company. Sequence 3 Wanderer Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beyonder Characteristic. Sequence 2 Planeswalker Beyonder Characteristic. Furthermore, this wasn't a single one. There were even 2 Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beyonder characteristics. In addition, there were 3 Planeswalker Beyonder characteristics, and there were even more. The key members of the House of Abraham and Furs opened their mouths bit by bit, unable to close them for a long time. After the Beyonder characteristics dropped, nothing abnormal happened around them. It was silent. After nearly 10 seconds of almost frozen silence, Viros and the other members of the House of Abraham turned their eyes to Furs. After feeling the mixed emotions of vigilance, wariness, and fear, Furs took the initiative to take a few steps to the side and reminded, "Be careful of the negative effects." Even if the Beyonder characteristic hadn't fused with the surrounding objects to form a sealed artifact, it still had certain negative effects. However, most of the time, it had to be directly touched to produce any effects. Of course, the Beyonder characteristics here were all high-sequence Beyonders. No one could be sure if they would take the initiative to expand the range of interference. Seeing that Furs didn't show any obvious greed, Dorian nodded. After you digest the secret sorcerer potion, you can consider advancing to sequence 3 Wanderer. I'll give you the potion formula and prepare the corresponding ingredients for you. Of course, at this level, the higher one's sequence was, the greater the danger they faced. This was an objective situation. That didn't depend on a person's will or arrangements. When the time comes, it's up to you whether or not you want to advance. On the one hand, he said those words to protect his student, and on the other hand, it was to calm her down. He told her that what the House of Abraham had was equivalent to hers. No one would treat her as an outsider and deliberately make things difficult for her during the advancement of her sequence. This could effectively eliminate some of the hot-headedness brought about by greed. And after obtaining so many high sequence beyonder characteristics, Viros and the other members of the House of Abraham weren't too reluctant to part with a Wanderer beyonder characteristic. They even believed that using it to exchange for peace was definitely worth it. After all, there was only one demigod here, Furs. In a situation where the members of the House of Abraham didn't have the time to use their Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and because the seal was on the verge of losing its effectiveness, they didn't dare take out most of their Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Furs was completely capable of finishing all of them. In the face of her teacher's promise, Furs hummed an acknowledgement. Has the door to the hidden space been opened? She believed that the high sequence beyonder characteristics in front of her came from the House of Abraham's treasury, but they had been thrown back into the real world due to the anomaly from before. However, she also felt that there were clearly too many. No. Dorian shook her head slowly, looking confused. The rest of the members of the House of Abraham remained silent, equally at a loss. No one would believe that a treasure would fall from the sky if it didn't happen right in front of their eyes. Do you want to pray to Mr. Fool? Furs gave her suggestion. Dorian, who had a vague guess, immediately looked at Viros and the other family members. She saw that those who had converted to Mr. Fool were nodding in agreement, while those who hadn't were clearly hesitant and wanted to object. After some consideration, Dorian calmed herself down and said, collect the AoE negative effects in the right way and prevent them from combining with the surrounding objects. I'll pray to Mr. Fool. Okay. Several members of the House of Abraham hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing. Then, they seized the time to distinguish the characteristics and tried to collect them. After this group of members had a certain harvest, Dorian retreated to her student Furz's side and lowered his head to pray to Mr. Fool. Soon, a grayish-white fog and an ancient palace in the depths of the fog appeared in front of his eyes. A lofty and solemn voice echoed in his ears. These are Mr. Door's relics. The curse on your bloodline has been completely removed. Mr. Door's relic. Relic. Dorian ruminated over the word, opened his eyes, and cast his gaze at the high sequence beyonder characteristics again. He watched in silence as his vision gradually turned blurry. East Chester County, in the Hall family's manor. Alfred and company, who had just figured out the source of the explosion and the cry of enemy attack, saw the door and window open at the same time, slamming into the wall. During this process, several pieces of glass shattered. There's indeed something abnormal. Alfred raised his hand with a solemn expression and said to his adjutant, Squire, and his father's guards and personal bodyguards, retreat to the main house first. Let's return to the main house first to prevent any possible accidents from happening. At the same time, send a telegram to the Archbishop of the East Chester Diocese to request for assistance. He believed that the most important thing wasn't to investigate the cause of the abnormality, but to protect his father, mother, and sister. There was plenty of time to do the former after daybreak, but if something went wrong with the latter, there was no way to make up for it. After returning to the manor's main house and arranging for strict patrols, Alfred walked into the living room and said to Earl of Hall, there was indeed an abnormality, but the guard was unable to describe what he saw. There was indeed something unusual, but the guard couldn't describe what he saw. He only said that he felt great fear at that moment. Earl of Hall nodded calmly. We'll do further investigations after daybreak. Sit down and rest first. Beside him, Audrey held her mother's arm and quietly listened to her father and 2 brothers' conversation. Of course, this was only on the surface. She had already split out her virtual persona in an attempt to find the reason for the strange opening of the door and window from the memories of the witness. After a few minutes, she ended the investigation in disappointment. She temporarily attributed this abnormality to the influence left behind by the mind dragon, Arihog, and Mr. Raff. At this moment, she realized that the golden retriever, Susie, had a strange look in her eyes. She hurriedly split out a virtual persona and entered her mind island to engage in a hidden conversation. "What did you discover?" Audrey asked directly. On Susie's mind island, a voice echoed. "I smelled a strong scent of blood at the edge of the manor, some time before the door and window opened." "Yes, about 10 seconds after the explosion." After hearing that, Audrey pursed her lips and fell silent for a few seconds. "Let's go take a look." Susie immediately stopped squatting and tiptoed out of the living room. She left the manor's main house through the side door in the corridor on the first floor. During this process, people would look at her from time to time, but they didn't mind or try to stop her. After all, she was just a dog that had mastered psychological invisibility. After walking down the path to the row of buildings furthest from the manor's main house, Susie twitched her nose, chose an open window, and jumped in. Then she saw on the bed a ghastly body, bloody and stripped of its skin. And what she saw was equivalent to the virtual persona that Audrey resided in her mind island. In the manor's main house, in the living room, Audrey, who was holding her mother's arm, lowered her head. Then, she raised her head and let her gaze slowly and deeply sweep across the faces of her father, Earl Hall, her mother, Lady Caitlin, and her brother, Hibbert, and Alfred. She maintained her silence and became even more silent. Byam, inside the Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who was wearing a robe embroidered with the symbol of a storm, walked up from underground. The mandated punishers, priests, and bishops on both sides nodded. "The seal has returned to normal in time. You can put back the items that you are in charge of." "Yes, Your Excellency Wilson." The mandated punishers, priests, and bishops heaved a sigh of relief as they clenched their right fists and punched their left chests. Alger didn't say anything else and only responded with the same courtesy. After returning to his room, he slowly looked around, took a light breath, and found a seat to sit down. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Alger silently prayed to Mr. Fool, expressing his intention to leave the Church of the Storm. The claim that the seal had returned to normal in time could only be trusted by lower-ranking members of the church. It couldn't be hidden from any cardinal or high-ranking deacon, much less the Pope and the Lord of Storms. And without Mr. Fool's consent and protection, Alger wouldn't dare to leave the Church of the Storm. That would definitely incur divine retribution. After a few seconds, he saw the familiar boundless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. "Yes. To the Church of the Sea God." "Phew." Alger relaxed, stood up, and took off his storm robe. After changing into a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and wide-legged pants, Alger looked at the cardinal robe that had been discarded on the table and fell silent for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and folded the robe neatly. After carefully scrutinizing it for a few seconds, Alger retracted his gaze, rode the strong winds, and flew out of the cathedral through the open window. He first flew to the bell tower, landed at the top, and looked down at the surrounding streets and all of Byam. During this process, Alger stepped on the edge of the top and slowly circled around. Finally, he closed his eyes. A hurricane suddenly blew, sweeping Alger towards the Church of the Sea God. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein quietly sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. His figure would turn incorporeal at times, as though he was wearing a mysterious classical black robe and a hood that concealed his face. At other times, he would return to normal, but he was shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white fog. Such changes alternated, and the frequency gradually slowed down. And every time Klein transformed into a black-robed hooded figure, slippery tentacles with strange patterns would extend out from under his clothes. These nearly transparent tentacles flailed and flapped, completely occupying the entire palace. After a while, Klein's figure finally stabilized. He habitually raised his right hand, rubbed his temples, and muttered silently to himself, "The awakening of the celestial worthies will is faster and more intense than I expected. If I hadn't devoured Zeradal's Beyonder characteristic and used his remnant mental mark as a balance to stall for enough time, I wouldn't have been able to adjust in time to prevent him from awakening." However, this also made Klein's mental state rather unstable. And the reason why he didn't directly lose control was because the miracle invoker potion had been completely digested. And the first attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic he had just swallowed had mostly been digested in a short period of time after he consumed the potion. The identity of world was the blessed of the owner of Sapphira Castle, directly equivalent to an attendant of mysteries. Therefore, Klein had been acting as an attendant of mysteries for a long time in advance and had been rather successful. As for the second attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, it still needed to be digested. After stabilizing the fragile balance between the anchor, the celestial worthy's will, and his consciousness, Klein leaned back in his chair and examined the various powers brought about by the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. Among them, there were three main types. They were all grasped by Klein with the help of Sapphira Castle and the curtain, but he didn't know the exact names. The first was regeneration. If an item's material once had a spirit body, then an attendant of mysteries could use the regeneration ability to summon the corresponding spirit body threads, making the item become its marionette. It would also make the living beings that had established a deep connection with the item naturally turn into marionettes. To put it simply, an attendant of mysteries couldn't make items that didn't originally have spirit body threads produce spirit body threads, but it could allow certain items to have spirit body threads that had long disappeared to regenerate. The former represented steel products, gold coins, and gold pounds. The latter mainly consisted of food like beef and fish. Once humans ate them and became marionettes' food, they would also turn into marionettes. It was as if they had suffered a strong corruption. The second was reorganization, also known as tampering. This could reassemble many physical objects or abstract concepts to achieve an unimaginable effect. It was like tampering with definitions, logic, directions, or rules. The third was realm of mysteries. This was an ability used to create the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. It could bring about a certain concealment effect. Reorganization manifests the authority of the transformation domain. Realm of mysteries focuses on the concealment domain. The two elements of the fool's symbol are already present. However, reorganization and tampering don't sound nice, and the meaning isn't clear enough. It's still better for me to use graft. It's clear at a glance. Klein mumbled inwardly before casting his gaze around. Now, he had further control over Sapphira Castle. He could directly borrow the powers of the seer pathway that were close to sequence 0. He could also use most of the beyonder powers of the marauder pathway and apprentice pathway below sequence 0. It was similar to Dark Angel Sasher back then. Of course, Dark Angel Sasher could only use the first blasphemy slate to indirectly use the powers of Chaos C. As for Klein, he was the owner of Sapphira Castle, but he had yet to completely grasp the Sapphira. Therefore, his level was higher than Dark Angel Sasher's. As for his strength, in theory, he should be stronger, but his strength was affected by too many factors. Klein, who had only stepped onto the path of extraordinary for a few years, could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God. In short, he could already be considered a king of angels among kings of angels. He was very close to the level of a true god. After gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, there's almost no difference between me here and the outside world. There won't be a situation where I'm a king of angels in the outside world, but I'll be a true god when I return to Sapphira Castle. The greatest advantage of this place is that it provides a defensive barrier that even a true god can't break. Yes, it's still impossible to determine if the outer deities can do it. Klein slowly exhaled and turned his attention to the current situation. There were two things he was most worried about. First, the primordial moon, which was also the mother goddess of depravity. Although she couldn't use Mr. Door's return to completely descend into the real world, she still had some power to invade. Furthermore, she had maintained her power for several seconds under the attacks of Evernight, Steam, and the other true gods. It remained to be seen if this would affect the surrounding environment, the corresponding pathways, and certain items. Second, the Angel of Time, Amon, had already stolen Mr. Door's ritual and become the Marauder Pathway's Sequence 0 error. He would be Klein's most direct and powerful enemy. I wonder if Amon has accommodated Mr. Door's uniqueness and a Sequence 1 key of stars beyond her characteristic. If he has already completed this step, he will be the most powerful true god in the real world. Yes, I wonder how he compares to the Evernight goddess. No one knows to what extent the goddess has accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway and the god of combat pathway. Normally speaking, Amon shouldn't be able to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway in time. Although Mr. Door's return is equivalent to the ritual itself, the most important thing for Amon to do at that time was to replace Mr. Door and let his 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway to produce a qualitative change. He doesn't have the time or ability to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. In addition, such an operation has a high chance of causing the awakening of the celestial worthy. Amon wouldn't take such a risk. In other words, Amon's future focus is to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway and become a true god of 2 pathways. Otherwise, under the watch of the other true gods, it would be very difficult for he to finish off a king of angels like me. Besides, even if he did take the risk and succeeded, he has already accommodated the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. He will have to slowly adapt and stabilize his condition. He won't be able to deal with me in a short period of time. I have to make the best use of my time to become the fool. Only then can I use Sapphira Castle and my own level to resist Amon. There's not much time left for me. Klein silently gave a self-deprecating remark before leaning forward and tapping the edge of the long model table. He was analyzing the possibility of becoming the fool in a short period of time. The digestion of the Attendant of Mysteries potion was relatively simple. By the time Klein could use his anchor and consciousness to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, preventing him from losing control or becoming another person, he could use Sapphira Castle to create an avatar like Amon. Then, he could use the power of Sapphira Castle to steal the Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic that his main body hadn't digested. At this stage, Klein would immediately turn this avatar into a marionette to prevent any anomalies from happening. This way, Klein would be demoted to an Attendant of Mysteries who had completely digested the potion. Furthermore, he would have an Attendant of Mysteries marionette. This would be one of the main ingredients of the potion. And an Attendant of Mysteries who had digested the potion was qualified to consume the Fool's Potion and become a Sequence 0 true god. This operation wasn't too complicated, but it was easy for problems to arise. Furthermore, a normal double Sequence 1 King of Angels of the Seer pathway couldn't complete it unless he had a Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny friend of the Marauder pathway who was willing to sacrifice himself to provide help. Of course, a Sequence 1 Worm of Time friend could do it too. Therefore, to Klein, the most troublesome thing was 2 other matters: first, how to deal with the half-fool of the Antigonus family, and second, how to complete the ritual of fooling time, history, or fate. With my current level and strength, it's not impossible to finish off the Antigonus family's ancestor. Of course, the prerequisite is to familiarize myself with the corresponding Beyonder powers and the changes in Sapphira Castle. Sigh, I don't have any ideas about the Fool's Ritual. Klein raised his hand to pinch the sides of his forehead and cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog below Sapphira Castle. Between time, history, and fate, he was undoubtedly more familiar with history. Now, he could use Sapphira Castle to directly affect the fog of history, making the corresponding powers of the seer pathway stronger or weaker. This was the embodiment of authority. Fooling history. Fooling history. Klein tapped the edge of the long-modeled table again as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he kept rejecting them. From his point of view, all the methods that could be realized couldn't satisfy the requirement of fooling history. This was because history would objectively record what had happened. Anything that existed had to be reasonable. And the methods that could satisfy the requirements, such as returning to the past, consuming the potion, and becoming the fool from history, were impossible. At the very least, Klein currently didn't have the ability to reverse time. As his gaze moved deeper into the fog of history, Klein suddenly had a feasible idea. The current true history was like this. The members of the tarot believed that they were following the fool who didn't belong to this era, an awakened ancient god or an existence that surpassed the ancient gods. And in fact, Mr. Fool was originally just an ordinary person who was hung above the grey fog. He used all kinds of resources to package himself and improve himself. Klein's train of thought was inspired by Amon. Using Sapphira Castle, he could create an avatar and use Sapphira Castle to steal his main body's fate, consciousness, anchors, and the Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic that belonged to Zeradol. Thus, the main bodies beyond her characteristic would be formed purely from that curtain, and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings would awaken bit by bit. This way, the tarot member's understanding was correct. Mr. Fool was a great awakened existence. And this went against the true history, but it was indeed a fact. It could be considered as completing the requirements of the ritual. Of course, the premise was that the avatar theft had to happen in Sapphira Castle or some other secret place. Otherwise, it would also be recorded in history, preventing it from achieving the effect of fooling. As for how to deal with the awakened celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, or how to kill his main body and make him into a potion, Klein temporarily had no idea. The outcome of such an attempt is equivalent to suicide. Before being killed by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, the avatar's attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic must have been digested. After all, it successfully revived the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein shook his head and threw the idea of only caring about the beginning and not the end to it to the back of his mind. Since he couldn't think of a solution, he decided to seek advice from an existence who might know what to do. He had two targets, one was the Snake of Fate, Willaseptin, and the other was the Evernight Goddess. The former might have some thoughts on fooling fate, while the latter probably knew what ritual the Antigonus family's ancestor had used to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. After stabilizing his mental state, Klein left Sapphira Castle and directly teleported to Bakeland. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a mountain stood a huge cross that existed between reality and illusion. There was a blurry figure hanging upside down. Many ancient wooden stakes had pierced through his body, stained with flowing blood that didn't drip down. He was nailed to the cross. At the bottom of the cross, the angel of Fate Ouroboros, who was dressed in a simple linen robe and had silver hair that reached his waist, sat there. He had a gentle and pious expression as he prayed. Half of his face was covered by a pale golden beard as Adam walked over and stopped in front of the huge cross. He raised his head and silently looked at the hanging figure. He held a rose in one hand and the second blasphemy slate in the other. His eyes were clear and his expression was calm. After an unknown period of time, the hanging man's figure on the huge cross suddenly faded and spread out into a shadow curtain that connected the sky to the ground. Behind the curtain, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes that watched the entire world. In the next second, the shadow curtain cracked open. It was dark inside, and there was a faint echo of illusory tides. Adam raised his left hand, causing the ancient and mysterious magic mirror to emit a blurry glow. Amidst the faint glow, a sticky but illusory black liquid surged out. A boundless sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared. It looked like it was within reach, but it didn't affect reality in any way. Right on the heels of that, Adam placed the second blasphemy slate into the illusory scene. The illusory sea seen in the infinite distance gently swayed as it surrounded the second blasphemy slate, forming a certain connection with it. The second blasphemy slate was formed from a portion of the ancient sun god's corpse that was very close to the level of a great old one. It was equivalent to the owner of the Chaos Sea. Upon seeing this scene, Adam moved his left hand slightly, making a rose fly up and land at the angel of Fate Ouroboros at the bottom of the huge cross. He held the second blasphemy slate that had undergone a subtle change. Through the crack in the shadow curtain, he walked in step by step. The shadowy curtain quickly closed and faded away, leaving only an empty giant cross in its original position. During the entire process, no one spoke. Everything happened in silence. Angel of Fate Ouroboros didn't even attempt to open his eyes. At the same time, Amon became a god and used the first blasphemy slate to block off the mother goddess of depravity's invasion. The Lord of Storms then shattered the corpse cathedral and one of Adam's identities. After a while, Tail Devourer Ouroboros opened his eyes and cast his gaze at Erodes, who had landed on his thigh. On the surface of the magic mirror, silver words appeared in the rippling illusory water. You should know how it feels to sincerely believe in and follow a great existence, right? Ouroboros nodded with an indifferent expression. So, can you send me back to my master? On the surface of the magic mirror, the silver words squirmed and reorganized, forming a new sentence. After you answer them, you can ask me 2 questions. Ouroboros silently looked at this ancient mirror, not saying anything for a long time. Finally, Erodes couldn't help but ask a new question: why didn't you answer? As Ouroboros looked at himself in the mirror, he calmly replied, that's right. I haven't decided yet. 3 questions. Silver light slowly outlined 2 words on the surface of the magic mirror. On the lawn of a detached house in Bakeland. Xianxia, who was already more than 2 years old, strode forward with his short legs, happily chasing after a big golden cat with shiny fur. Beside him were a nanny and a maid. Ever since this snake of fate was born, Alan Sirius's career had been improving day by day. Now, he owned a private hospital that specialized in providing medical services to the upper class. As he ran, Xianxia stepped on a slippery spot. With a whoosh, his body involuntarily leaned back. He took a few steps back and stepped on another stone. This provided him with the tendency to fall forward, allowing Xianxia to miraculously maintain his balance. This child with obvious baby fat was rather wary of his encounter. This was because with his luck, it was impossible for him to step on a spot that would cause someone to slip. His eyes quickly reflected a familiar figure. It was Sherlock Moriarty, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black double-breasted coat. Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at his nanny and maid, only to realize that they had no idea that there was a stranger on the lawn. I have a nagging feeling that you'll say, call for help all you want. No one can hear you, the well-dressed 2-year-old turned his head back and mumbled. Without waiting for Klein to respond, he threw up his hands again. In short, I have to congratulate you on becoming a king of angels. Bullying children doesn't match your current status. Klein laughed. Do you know how to fool fate? Xianxia looked up and warily glanced at Klein. Giving me fake ice cream isn't the same as fooling fate. At this point, he complained. Why don't you squat down? At my age, if I keep raising my head like this, it will not be good for the development of my cervical spine. Klein didn't put on the airs of a newly advanced king of angels. He smiled and squatted down so that Xianxia could look at him at eye level. Xianxia held the nanny's hand. Unless I advance to sequence 0 and become a wheel of fortune, any fooling of me isn't equivalent to fooling fate. Klein asked thoughtfully, that's right. You haven't found the opportunity to accommodate the die of probability? No. Xianxia shook his head and added, I have a feeling that it's coming. Klein carefully looked at the 2-year-old with the chubby face for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. If I give you and the die of probability to Ouroboros, will he quickly advance to sequence 0? Xianxia glanced at Klein. He also needs to wait for an opportunity to accommodate it. Moreover, the opportunity needed to become the wheel of fortune is different from accommodating the die of probability. As he spoke, Xianxia curled his lips. If you only request to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, then the corresponding ritual can be simplified and won't be that difficult. Under such circumstances, by ingeniously using the Trojan horse of destiny's powers and making a certain level of sacrifice, there's a chance of fooling fate. However, when you attempt to advance to sequence 0, even if you have accommodated the uniqueness and have absorbed 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, you will have to hold a ritual without holding back. This will allow the corresponding items to completely fuse and undergo a qualitative change. Is that so? In other words, choosing to accommodate the uniqueness first is just a shortcut. In the end, you still have to truly fool time, history, or fate. Klein nodded slightly. I roughly understand. He then smiled and added, enjoy your childhood. Enjoy your childhood. I don't know how long this will last. With that said, Klein's figure turned transparent and disappeared from the lawn. Xianxia didn't hold the nanny's other hand. He instinctively grabbed forward twice before weakly retracting it. He left just like that. How rude. He didn't even prepare a gift for a visit. The child couldn't help but mutter. Bakeland, Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein, who had transformed into Don Dantes, walked into the prayer hall and found a corner to sit down. He looked at the Evernight sacred emblem on the altar, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began praying. The Evernight goddess who is loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror. As he prayed, Klein, who had his eyes closed, gradually felt his body and mind calm down, as though he had entered a half-awake state. After an unknown period of time, an endless darkness appeared in front of his eyes. Beside his feet were clumps of night vanilla and slumber flowers. It was so quiet that even breathing seemed to disturb the surrounding sleepers. Before Klein could size up his surroundings, a figure suddenly descended from the depths of the darkness. There was clearly no sky or ground here, but the figure seemed to come from the crimson moon or stars hanging high in the sky. She wore a layered black dress that wasn't complicated. There were countless resplendent lights on it, as though the starry night sky had been draped over her body. Her head was blurry and difficult to see clearly. He could only confirm that it was a woman. "Long time no see," the figure said gently before Klein could speak. Her voice was like a lullaby at night. Klein bowed in a gentlemanly manner. "Is this directed at the former Lord of the Mysteries, or is it directed at me, who is hanging above Sapphire Castle?" Klein was very certain that this was a dream, but a dream didn't mean that it was fake. The Evernight Goddess's projection said with a smile, "I'm not sure where you were hanging above that door of light. After I left there, I never went back." "As expected." Klein sighed inwardly. From the details, he confirmed the origins of the Evernight Goddess, Ammonizes. The 3 cocoons of light that were torn open were placed next to each other, he replied simply. The Evernight Goddess's projection in the dream stood in the rippling darkness, giving off an unreal feeling. His voice was soft and slow. "The people there are all candidates for the Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection, but for some reason, he lost control of many things. If it weren't for that, I would have died a long time ago as the Lord of Mysteries, and you and Roselle wouldn't have had the chance to return to reality. This means that the celestial worthy has completely perished. He can only rely on the remnant will in the Beyonder characteristic and the mechanical arrangements of Sapphire Castle to revive." Klein sighed and smiled. "I can already hear him whispering in my ears." The Evernight Goddess's projection said calmly, "We cannot defeat or stop him or them. We can only resist and suppress them. Perhaps at certain times, just a tiny bit of negligence or a very light degree of relaxation can make us become him. On the Beyonder path, danger is always with us. We don't know when we will fall into the abyss." Klein silently added a few words for the Evernight Goddess. He thought for a moment and asked, "When I was born, did you interfere with it?" The Evernight Goddess's projection, which seemed to be fusing with the surrounding environment, nodded slightly. "I used Antigonus's uniqueness to indirectly affect Sapphire Castle and tampered the corresponding location of the Beyonder characteristic that accompanied your birth to the forsaken land of the gods." "As expected." Klein sighed and frowned. "Antigonus's uniqueness can indirectly affect Sapphire Castle," the Evernight Goddess's projected voice replied in a soft, nocturnal voice. "He has lost control and gone crazy. This also means that his self-awareness can no longer suppress the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. The 2 psyches have been stitched together, reflecting the most primitive, instinctive, bloody, and crazy side. And that Lord of the Mysteries is the former owner of Sapphire Castle. The current Antigonus can naturally use this identity to indirectly influence Sapphire Castle. It's no wonder the Evernight Goddess's understanding of Sapphire Castle and the strange door of light is greater than Roselle the Great's. On the one hand, she was born in Sapphire Castle, and on the other hand, she imprisoned the crazy Antigonus." Klein was enlightened when he heard that. "Why were there no Beyonder characteristics accompanying you and Roselle when you were born?" "In that case, be it the Evernight Goddess or Roselle the Great, they would definitely choose the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway." The Evernight Goddess's projection calmly said, "This is also why I said that something had happened to the Lord of the Mysteries. He has lost control of many of the arrangements. After 2 consecutive failures, Sapphire Castle experienced a certain change. This is also a good thing for you. As the apocalypse approached, the remnant will of the Lord of the Mysteries would dissipate. In the end, only his spirit would remain and attempt to awaken. If you were born in the 4th epoch, you would have become him the moment you became an attendant of mysteries." This was because Klein had purely used the curtain left behind by the celestial worthy to advance. As for the Beyonder characteristics in the bodies of Antigonus, Zeradal, and the other angels, they had already been worn down and hybridized by generations of Beyonders and Beyonder creatures. Klein had a nagging feeling that the Evernight Goddess had guessed that something had happened to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, since she deliberately didn't mention it, it wasn't his place to pursue the matter. How did Antigonus accommodate the fool's uniqueness back then? The Evernight goddess's dream projection didn't hide anything as she replied gently. He asked Adam and Amon for help. They supported Alista Tudor at the time. Using the powers of the Trojan horse of destiny? Klein acutely pointed to the core of the matter based on Will Septon's explanation and his own thoughts. The Evernight goddess's projection was like the starry sky at night as she quietly comforted her surroundings. They captured a demigod from the Solomon Empire and used Adam to perform a deep level of hypnosis and the corresponding memory transplant, making him believe that he was Antigonus. Then, under the premise of Antigonus's cooperation, Amon stole his identity and fate. Antigonus then used the tampering authority to combine the identity, fate, and experimental subject in Amon's hands. That Solomon Empire demigod began to live in the state of Antigonus, and after a period of time, he took the initiative to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. Without a doubt, he lost control. And at that moment, the real Antigonus removed the tampering, allowing his identity and fate to return to Amon's hands. Amon ended the theft and returned them to their original owners. Klein listened attentively and thoughtfully added, "That's right. This way, it's equivalent to Antigonus failed to accommodate the uniqueness and became a monster, and Antigonus lived very well without any problems. These two completely different fates exist in the real world at the same time. Therefore, fate has been fooled to a certain extent." Before he could finish his sentence, Klein sensed some hidden dangers and hurriedly asked, "Won't there be any problems?" "There's a huge risk," the Evernight goddess's dream projection replied calmly. "Fate isn't easy to bear. If you can't retract your destiny in the extremely short period of time before the target loses control, the matter will undoubtedly fail. If you retract it a second earlier, the ritual won't have any effect. If you retract it a second later, Antigonus will bear the fate of losing control and going crazy. It will inevitably lead to the same outcome." "That's right. Having accepted fate, I naturally have to accept the trouble brought about by fate. If not for that, Amon would have long stolen my fate and swaggered into Sapphira Castle." Klein mumbled inwardly as he began to think about how he should mimic the ritual of the Antigonus family's ancestor. Under the premise that a normal ritual was very difficult to complete and that the matter was very urgent, using a simplified ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness seemed to be the best choice. "When I become the half-fool, my control over Sapphira Castle will improve. My level and strength will at least reach the level of a true god. This way, even if I don't have a chance of winning against a dual-pathway true god, I'll be able to protect myself and wait for reinforcements." As Klein thought about the comparison of strength and the development he hoped to obtain, he had a preliminary ritual plan. He planned on getting the Evernight goddess's help to suppress the Antigonus family's ancestor. Then, he would use Sapphira Castle to steal the other party's identity, fate, and self-awareness. This way, his body would have his own consciousness, the will of the celestial worthy, the self-awareness of the Antigonus family's ancestor, and the anchors that originated from the new city of Silver, New Moon City, and the Rorstad archipelago. And to a certain extent, he would become Antigonus, inheriting his fate of losing control and going crazy. The reason why Antigonus would go crazy was because his self-awareness could no longer suppress the will of the celestial worthy's awakening. The two psyches were stitched together. When his self-awareness entered Klein's body, there was no doubt that the same process would repeat. This was because the will of the celestial worthy in Klein's body wouldn't be much weaker than him. In other words, the fate of losing control and going crazy was unavoidable. Klein wouldn't have any additional burdens if he accepted it. At the same time, his own consciousness and the anchors that were more than the current Antigonus could mediate, maintaining a bottom line that still had some rationality left. In such a state, he would use the identity of the Antigonus family's ancestor to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. And in the corresponding fate, this was something that he had already accommodated, so it wouldn't bring any more impact. Hence, fate had been fooled. After the ritual ended, Klein would be released from the theft and regain his original identity and fate. He would no longer be affected by the madness and directly become the half-fool. There were two main hidden dangers to this plan. First, it was the maintenance of his own state. Any slight accident could easily cause Klein to go completely crazy, leaving him powerless to save himself. Second, no one knew how much the celestial worthies will in the Antigonus family's ancestor would awaken without any suppression, and what changes it would bring. He could only rely on the Evernight goddess to balance it. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's dream projection seemed to guess his thoughts. If you want to steal Antigonus's fate, it's best to let him enter a temporary state of eternal slumber. I can try to help you, but I need a medium to have sufficient confidence. This is an angel that has accommodated the fool's uniqueness. What medium? Klein asked as though he was thinking. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said with a hint of a smile, the river water of the river of eternal darkness. Indeed. To Klein, this answer wasn't surprising at all. In fact, it was just as he had guessed. It made him feel like his second shoe had finally landed on the ground. He deliberated for a moment and said, "Just the river water?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded slightly. "You have no way of taking away the entire river of eternal darkness now. You will understand when you reach the depths of Calderon City. There are some things I'll ask you when you return." Without waiting for Klein's response, she added, "To you, there's an unusual danger there. For you, that place is unusually dangerous. It's best for you to wait until your mental state stabilizes before going." All right. Although Klein didn't know what he would encounter deep in Calderon City, he knew that he wasn't in the right state to take risks, especially when it involved Sapphira. The Evernight goddess's dream projection continued, "When you wake up, hold a bestowment ritual. When you wake up, hold a bestowment ritual. I'll give you an item that can be used to obtain the river water of the river of eternal darkness." Klein nodded and didn't waste his breath. Adam is a part of the ancient sun god. It's one of his identities. The Evernight goddess's dream projection didn't show any obvious emotional fluctuations. She gently said, "He has already gone to the forsaken land of the gods and met the true creator." That fast? After feeling slightly surprised, Klein felt that it made sense. The reason why Adam exposed the secret was because the secret was no longer of value. The Evernight goddess's dream projection continued. "Regardless of what happens next, it will take a long time. You don't have to pay attention to it for now." After Klein nodded, the figure in front of him quickly turned blurry. The night vanilla and slumber flowers beneath his feet flew up one after another, filling the darkness. He then opened his eyes and saw the dark hall and the pure light that shone through the holes in the wall. The latter was like a star embedded in the velvety night sky. As Klein stared at it, scarlet flames suddenly appeared and engulfed him. By the time the sparks scattered, his figure had already disappeared from St. Samuel Cathedral. In an ordinary hotel's empty room, Klein walked out of the suddenly rising flames and began to set up a bestowment ritual. Soon, the mysterious door formed by candlelight opened, and an ancient ornament flew out from the boundless darkness and landed on the altar. This accessory seemed to be made of gold. It was shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by pale white flames that formed wings. Its bronze eyes shimmered with layers of light, as though there were illusory doors hidden within. Klein sincerely thanked the Evernight goddess, ended the ritual, and picked up the golden bird-shaped accessory. This seems to be the image of the legendary phoenix ancestor, Greggrace. Apart from its own pathway, this ancient death seems to have grasped a portion of the authority of the apprentice pathway. This can be confirmed from the ruins of the city that believes in the phoenix in the forsaken land of the gods. It's no wonder most ancient gods find it difficult to control their emotions and are on the verge of madness. No, it's constantly wandering between madness and rationality. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, all Beyonder creatures didn't have the concept of a sequence pathway. They only had the instinct to converge, reproduce, and blind attempts. As Klein carefully examined the golden bird-shaped accessory, he sighed inwardly. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, he could sense the subtle connection between this accessory and the river of eternal darkness. That's why it can carry the river water of the river of eternal darkness. Yes, the river water of the river of eternal darkness is definitely not river water in the true sense of the word, but an abstract concept or symbol. Klein nodded thoughtfully and threw the golden bird-shaped accessory into Sapphira Castle, sealing it in the junk pile to prevent it from bringing about any unnecessary accidents. On a mountain peak outside Byam City, the Red Angel evil spirit watched as the edge of the sea gradually lit up. An orange-yellow sun slowly left the horizon. At some point in time, a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe appeared beside him. The man played with a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. He was none other than Amon, who had become Mr. Error. Sauron Einhorn Medici turned to look at Amon. You actually used your main body as an offering. If it wasn't the main body, how could I steal the ritual in time and replace Bethel? Amon replied with a smile, as a qualified conspirator, you shouldn't have thought of this. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed. How do I know you're not bluffing? Perhaps you predicted my prediction? Amon smiled and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he took out a strange crown covered in rust and blood. This is your reward. He threw the item to Sauron Einhorn Medici. After the Red Angel evil spirit caught the strange crown, he was somewhat surprised. Oh, you didn't even try to renege on your debt. Doing something that doesn't match your thoughts is also a form of fraud. Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, I'm looking forward to you becoming a red priest and devouring that demoness. When the time comes, your image will definitely be especially interesting. When he said this, Amon's smile was filled with undisguised mischief. Sauron Einhorn Medici fell silent for a moment. I don't think there will be any fundamental difference from now. A bloody mouth split open on both sides of his face, and then quickly closed again. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and turned to look at the other side of the sea. The situation in the western continent seems very interesting. With that said, Mr. Error, the former angel of time, turned into light and dissipated. The Red Angel evil spirit looked in the direction Amon was looking and tossed the strange crown in his hand. On both sides of his face, bloody mouths appeared again. After absorbing this beyonder characteristic, it's best you stay away from Bansi. If you wish to grow breasts and be swollen all over, you can continue staying there. Medici curled his lips. Shouldn't that be your wish? Facing the altar filled with materials and artifacts, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The table in front of him became empty and clean in an instant, and all the miscellaneous items were sorted and returned to their original places. This was a miracle that stemmed from some of the wishes that Klein had accumulated. Compared to the miracle invoker and attendant of mysteries of the past, the miracles I can create can be said to be of many types. They're very practical, including but not limited to building houses, interior decorations, garbage sorting, environmental protection. Klein looked at the cleaned altar and laughed self-deprecatingly. He then opened the door and left, walking towards the street. He wanted to return to reality and human society to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. His current problem was rather troublesome. It involved the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. If he couldn't suppress it first and directly seek out Miss Justice for treatment, it would only corrupt her and cause his psychiatrist to suffer from mental illness. Of course, if Miss Justice could reach the level of a sequence 2, she wouldn't be affected too much. Bakeland had already completed its reconstruction, and the number of pedestrians coming and going had returned to its peak. Just as Klein pushed open the hotel door, he heard all kinds of voices. Wait. Wait. Fresh fish from Pritz Harbor. It has more meat and fewer bones. It's suitable for frying. Special ginger beer with muffins and potato chips. Fresh and hot oyster soup. The freshest vegetables. Most of these voices came from the peddlers on the street. A small number came from the passengers who were chasing the public carriages or the pedestrians who had been hit by those who were in a hurry. The morning scene slowly unfolded with such a hubbub, noise, and chaos. Klein listened to these unfamiliar yet familiar shouts as he quietly looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't move for a few minutes. Only when a thief approached him did he put his hands into the pockets of his black coat and walked into the nearest coffee shop. A cup of good coffee, a serving of lamb stewed with tender peas, and a loaf of oat bread, Klein said to the owner of the cheap coffee shop. A total of 11 pence, the boss answered after doing some mental calculations. Then, he added, everything has gone up in price. Everything has gone up in price these days. Klein didn't say a word. He took out a 1 solly note from the junk pile in Sapphira Castle and handed it to the boss. He then found a seat by the window with a less greasy table and sat down. He pulled out a few tissues as a cushion. Following that, Klein spread out the letter and took out a dark red fountain pen. After looking at the early morning scenery and the passers-by for a while, he finally wrote, Dear Mr. Aztec, I haven't written to you for another month because I had no choice but to sleep for a period of time. This isn't because I was injured, but because of the ritual. When I woke up and walked into human society again, I suddenly recalled my life in Tianjin when I walked onto the streets. Back then, the morning was always very noisy. A large number of citizens left their residences and rushed to the factories and companies. Itinerant peddlers gathered on the streets, peddling vegetables, cooked food, and fruits of questionable quality. They were always very cheap. I would protect my wallet and carefully squeeze through them to the station. I would wait for the public carriage with many people. I work at the Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zutland Street. I have a group of very good colleagues. Dunn Smith is the captain, the supervisor here. He's an experienced, kind, and responsible beyonder. He has a gentle personality and does things in a capable manner. He loves all his team members equally, and his only flaw is that he doesn't have a good memory. He might forget things that aren't too important in the blink of an eye. He often says, "Wait, there's something else." Of course, there's a reason for this. He has lost too many companions, and he hopes that they will stay in his dreams. Therefore, he often can't tell what belongs to reality and what belongs to dreams. Old Neil was my first mysticism teacher. The most useful skill he taught me was reimbursement. He always designed all sorts of strange ritualistic magic in a bid to obtain the goddess's help. Some of them succeeded, while others had ridiculous accidents. To this day, I can still recall them. He's a very kind person. Even if it's for his dreams, he doesn't want to hurt others. Leonard is a poet with his own secrets. At first, I thought he was very mysterious, a hidden beyonder that needed to be taken seriously. Later, I realized that he's a crude, simple, impulsive, rebellious, easygoing, and impolite young man. Furthermore, he really doesn't have any literary talent. He can only rely on memorizing to complete his acting. Yes, he does have some strengths. He's considered brave, and he has a sharp intuition and terrifying reasoning ability. However, that's only limited to certain matters. Fry looks cold on the outside, and he's a beyonder that people don't dare to get close to. But in fact, he's very responsible and passionate. He's always willing to lend a hand when others need help. Kenley is very short. He used to be a civilian staff member, but he later volunteered to become an official member. He's rather shrewd, but he never declines when he encounters a case. Every time he plays cards, he talks about his fiancée the most. Roshan is the receptionist at the Blackthorn Security Company. She's lively and a little lazy, and she's well liked by everyone. To us, she's like a younger sister. She also likes every single one of us, but she hates all official members. This is because her father was once an official beyonder, but he died heroically in the line of duty. Perhaps, in her heart, an official member is equivalent to a person who receives a notice of critical illness. Mrs. Oriana is an accountant, a victim of a supernatural case. She's delicate and gentle, and she pursues a refined life. She doesn't speak much, but she takes good care of everyone. She never makes things difficult for us financially. For example, she rarely rejects old Neil's requests for reimbursement. No matter how ridiculous the reason is, she only leaves it to the captain to decide. Madame Sikatron has a rare case of white hair, and she's an unsuccessful writer. She has an outstanding temperament, and she has a quiet personality. She doesn't look like a beyonder who fights in the dark. She's also very brave and determined. Even in the face of death, she doesn't back down. Madame Royale is very similar to Fry. They don't talk much, but they care about their colleagues very much. Well, except at the card table. Bright is the best at writing reports among the clerks. He's a romantic gentleman. Even though he's been married for 15 years, he still loves his wife very much. I think he'll live a good life because he abides by the maxim that the less he knows, the longer he lives. Cesar Francis is our carriage driver. Although he's considered a clerk, he often comes into contact with dangerous situations. Therefore, the captain leaves the matters of purchasing and applying for supplies to him. He doesn't have a high presence, and that might be the key to his continued survival. Occasionally, I'll think that if it weren't for the things that happened later on, I'd definitely still be living in Tianjin. I'd go to work on time every day, take my shifts underground, handle a few cases, play cards with my colleagues, and occasionally accompany Melissa and Banson to watch plays or circuses. If I can go home early one day, I'll study delicacies. That's one of my hobbies. I might visit you during the weekend and talk to you about the history of various fields. Unfortunately, life always pushes us forward, forcing us to face one change after another. After Klein wrote some more of his impressions of Tingen, he simply mentioned that he had completed the ritual and become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. He had also resolved one of the shadows that had shrouded his heart for a long time, the leader of the secret order, Zeradol. He didn't describe his predicament in detail, but he seriously discussed the mental problems of angels. Putting away the pen and folding the piece of paper, Klein reached into Sapphira Castle and took out the Aztec copper whistle. He brought it to his mouth and blew at it. In the cheap coffee shop, white bones gushed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic messenger. The messenger then shrank its body to the height of a normal person. At the same time, it knelt down on one knee and extended its palm. "There's no need to be so afraid of me." When Klein saw this, he laughed and said, "It's not like I'll do anything to you." As he spoke, he picked up the letter and placed it in the skeleton messenger's palm. The messenger nodded heavily a few times, unsure of what it was agreeing to. Then, its body disintegrated, turning into white bones that drilled into the ground. At this moment, the boss brought over coffee, oatmeal bread, and lamb stew with tender peas. As Klein enjoyed the breakfast that wasn't too delicious but had a rich commoner's style, he looked out the window and enjoyed the morning scenery without any destination in mind. He admired the pedestrians, carriages, trees, fog, food, and machinery that formed this scene. If there's no apocalypse, it's best to maintain the lifestyle I had back in Tingen and lead a rather comfortable life. I can handle most cases, and it's best if I have a sequence 7. Magicians have many tricks up their sleeves. If they're prepared, they won't appear too weak against a sequence 6 or 5. As for a faceless and a marionettist, one can easily get lost when acting, while the other can easily lose control when advancing. They are relatively dangerous. Of course, if there's a sealed creeping hunger, that would be perfect. Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he thought of the creeping hunger that had fallen into Amon's hands. He didn't know how Amon would treat this sealed artifact, but he felt that an item at this level wouldn't be of much value to an angel of time. After playing with it for a period of time, it would be thrown into a dark and hidden warehouse. I wonder if there's a chance to get it back. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Even if he could snatch creeping hunger back from Amon's hands, he would toss it into the junk pile, waiting to bestow it to a blessed or believer who needed it. It was no different from being in Amon's hands. Klein quickly diverted his attention. This time, I lost the magic mirror again. Adam probably wouldn't be interested in a saint-level mirror like this. Perhaps I can take it back. No, a road seems to have spewed out from the Chaos Sea. In certain matters, it might be able to be a medium. Sigh, I just hope that Adam doesn't damage it. Wait until I think of a way to retrieve it. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, Klein already had a certain level of authority over concealment. Whenever he was thinking about something important, there would always be a faint shadow around him that no one else could see. This was the land of mysteries, which was equivalent to the prototype of a divine kingdom. Therefore, he now dared to directly think of Adam's name. After sighing, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly got the worms of spirit that were guarding Sapphira Castle to graft a certain spirit world region that he had located during his advancement. Following that, he ate the rest of the lamb stew with tender peas and the last piece of oatmeal bread that was stained with the soup. He finished the coffee beside him. After putting on his top hat and standing up, Klein took a step forward and directly entered the spirit world region that corresponded to Utopia. Then, he removed the graft and returned to the ruins of Utopia through the spirit world region. This was an indirect teleportation effect achieved by using the graft and his ability to freely enter and exit the spirit world. Of course, the premise was that he could locate the corresponding spirit world region. On this point, as the owner of Sapphira Castle, Klein had a unique advantage. As for the attendants of mysteries like Zeradol, they could only rely on preparations. Klein, who had stepped into the ruins of Utopia, looked around and discovered that the collapsed houses and charred corpses shimmered with different colors. They were the beyonder characteristics of the monster marionettes, the wealth that Klein had accumulated in the forsaken land of the gods. This might be useless to him, but he still had many believers and the number of blessed that would gradually increase. As a deity, he had to reserve some beyonder characteristics to bestow. Thankfully, the Lord of Storms didn't sweep them away. As Klein muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel grateful to Leodoro. Eastchester County, in the Hall family's manor. After the sun finally rose, the tormented people returned to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. Only Alfred, Earl Hall's personal bodyguards, the deacons sent by the Church of Evernight, and the Nighthawks were left behind to investigate the cause of last night's incident. Audrey used the golden retriever, Susie, to monitor the development of the situation as she opened the bedroom door and walked in. In the weak sunlight that shone through the curtains into the room, a figure sat quietly on a high stool like a large doll. It was a giant rabbit with snow-white fur. Audrey raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Mr. Rath." This was Mr. Rath of psychological alchemy, who had previously pursued the mind dragon Arihog. He was suspected to be in existence with the identity of Hermes. At the same time, Audrey reached back and closed the door on her own accord. Using this action as a cover, a crimson tattoo that resembled a star flashed on the back of her hand. "I'm sorry for using you." When the door closed, the giant white rabbit took the initiative to speak. "However, I might have been used by someone." Audrey thought of the door and window opening in the middle of the night. She took 2 steps forward and replied thoughtfully, "There's no need to apologize. Just don't disturb me in the future." She was tactfully expressing her wish to leave psychological alchemy, hoping that no one would come looking for her in the future. The giant white rabbit looked at her with its bright red eyes for a few seconds. "Your former wish was to protect your parents and family, but don't you think that you've been embroiled in too much trouble? The danger you bring to them outweighs the help you can provide?" Audrey fell silent and didn't say a word for a long time. Typically speaking, a saint can indeed give one's family and family more safety, but the premise is that they aren't involved in a battle between angels or deities. Or, they have a sufficiently powerful organization to rely on, a true reliance. Upon seeing this, the giant white rabbit slowly said, "I have 2 gifts to express my apology. You can freely choose one." "2?" Audrey asked in a low voice. The giant white rabbit nodded, causing its ears to tremble. "One of them is Miss Pride, who has truly become psychological alchemy. We can ignore your other secrets and acquiesce in your other actions, as long as you don't leak our secrets and bring danger to psychological alchemy. Of course, there are certain disadvantages. You will have to bear some responsibilities and may be involved in a lot of trouble. The only difference is that you can get a lot of help and be rescued in time." "And the second one?" Audrey had no intention of getting compensation from psychological alchemy. The secret organization not bothering her was the best apology. Furthermore, she was very suspicious of Mr. Rath's true intentions in apologizing. She felt that it might be another form of exploitation. The giant white rabbit replied very calmly, "I can help you split an identity and let her stay with your family to provide some protection and emotional comfort, while you stay away from them and live in this world with another identity. This way, the trouble you get involved in won't affect the people you want to protect. In the Beyonder world, at certain times and under certain circumstances, staying away is the best protection." Audrey fell silent again. Her green eyes were like the still surface of a lake. "You don't need to answer me immediately. You can also combine the 2 methods." The giant white rabbit left the high stool and stood up. "You know how to enter the Garden of Eden." As it spoke, its figure gradually disappeared, merging into the sea of collective subconscious. Biam, in a room in the Church of the Sea God. The Oracle Donnas, who was dressed in a gorgeous robe, sat on a chair and silently looked at Alger Wilson opposite him. The sleepiness he had accumulated from waking up in the middle of the night was completely gone. A cardinal of the Church of the Storm actually wanted to defect to the Church of the Sea God. This was a huge matter in the field of religion, in the mysticism world, and in international politics. Even though he only had a superficial understanding of the Church of the Storm, Donnas believed that with their style of doing things, they definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Perhaps a natural disaster that could destroy the entire Worsted archipelago was already on its way. Furthermore, a cardinal would definitely be highly regarded by the Lord of Storms. Alger's betrayal could attract divine punishment at any time. The more Donis thought about it, the more he trembled, afraid that he would be implicated. This reminded him of a proverb from his hometown: "Don't go near those who are despised by God." This was because when those fellows suffered lightning punishment, it was very likely that they would implicate the people around them. If it wasn't for German Sparrow sending me a message as Mr. Fool's attendant to get me to settle down Alger Wilson, I would have long tied up this bomb that had got out of control and sent it back to the Church of the Storm. The more afraid Donis was, the more he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, he was just casually thinking about it. He didn't even consider the comparison of strength between the two sides. After a while, someone knocked on his door. Donis jumped up abruptly, walked quickly to the door, and opened a gap. "What did you get?" he asked in a low voice. The intelligence director of the Sea God Church outside the door said succinctly, "That's right. Your Excellency, the Church of the Storm has changed a cardinal." "What about the original one?" Donis asked, slightly stunned. "It said that they'd been transferred back to headquarters." The head of intelligence reported the information he had obtained from some servants in the Church of Waves. Back to headquarters. While Donis was confused, a grey fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Mr. Fool's words rang in his ears. "From today onwards, Alger will wear a mask and assume the position of the Pope of the Church of the Sea God. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. The Pope." Donis was shocked. He almost couldn't believe what he had just heard. If this order hadn't come directly from Mr. Fool, he definitely would have cursed. Of course, if he was facing the German Sparrow, he would be able to hold it in. "Lord Oracle, do you have any other questions?" The intelligence director of the Sea God Church outside the door saw that His Excellency St. Donis' expression had become rather strange and was momentarily afraid. Donis collected his thoughts and squeezed out a smile. "Pay close attention to the Church of Waves." "Yes, Sir Oracle." The intelligence chief secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed and left. Donis turned his head and looked at Alger Wilson with a beaming smile. "Mr. Fool has already given a revelation." Alger did not hesitate at all. He immediately stood up and pressed his right palm against his left chest. Donis straightened his back and said solemnly, "God said that from today onwards, Alger will wear a mask and become the Pope of the Church of the Sea God. Mr. Fool's will is my will." Alger couldn't hide his smile as he bowed. Half of his smile was for Donis to show his humility, and the other half was from the bottom of his heart, because this oracle meant two things: Mr. Fool and the Lord of Storms had reached a certain agreement and had a tacit understanding that his defection would no longer be pursued. Of course, he had to wear a mask and use a fake name so as to not embarrass the Church of the Storm. Becoming the Pope of the Church of the Sea God was a crucial step to the throne of the Sea God. From Alger's point of view, this meant that he had officially become Mr. Fool's subordinate. In the future, be it in exchange for the identity of Sea God or taking a step further to become the leader of the Church of the Fool, he had quite a good chance. As for Mr. Fool, he was a great existence that was on the same level as a true god or even higher. How could his agent not be an angel? After bowing, Alger waited patiently for a while until the Oracle Donis brought a silver-black mask. He took the mask and solemnly put it on his face. Leonard wore red gloves and strolled along the coast of Mid-Seashire, enjoying the leisure he had after dealing with a transcendent case. As for the strange opening of the doors and windows last night, he had already received orders from the Holy Church to not investigate further. Leonard wanted to obey this order, but he was powerless. This was because he had long learned the general truth from Pallas Zoroast. Mr. Dorr returned to the real world, and the Angel of Time, Amon, took the opportunity to steal his apotheosis ritual and advanced to sequence 0, error. Almost at the same time, Mr. Fool awakened further. Through Sapphira Castle, he established a weak and fleeting connection with the Beyonders of the three pathways: Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, Pallas Zoroast could undoubtedly sense that Amon had become a god and experience the corresponding change in authority. He also discovered that Sapphira Castle had established a certain connection with him. "Old man, Amon has already advanced to sequence 0. The current you shouldn't be of any use to him. Why are you still parasitizing me?" After taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, Leonard suppressed his voice and asked in puzzlement and concern. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast chuckled. "Naive. Do you think that you've become a saint and have grasped a lot of mysticism knowledge, so you no longer need my guidance? You can choose to teach me face to face, Leonard said after deliberating over his tone. To him, having an angel parasitizing in his body had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that even if he encountered a real mythical creature, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to resist it. As long as he shouted "Old Man," the problem might be resolved. In addition, the history of the fourth epoch and all sorts of uncommon mysticism knowledge were also rather useful. The most obvious disadvantage was that his life was under the control of the parasite. If the other party had any ill intentions, he wouldn't be able to stop it. This problem was once what Leonard was most worried about, but it wasn't important now. This was because Mr. Fool's recovery was increasing, and he could completely suppress Pallas Zoroast. Furthermore, Leonard had also become a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight. He would definitely receive the attention of the Evernight goddess, and he might even be specially marked. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the deity who wielded concealment to not discover Pallas Zoroast. If Old Man had any ill intentions, he would have long been finished off. What troubled Leonard the most was that many things weren't convenient because of this. Although he was already used to entering and exiting the bathroom with an old fellow parasitizing in his body, to the point of squatting by the toilet and chatting with him, he still preferred to be alone in such situations. Therefore, he felt that it was better for Old Man to leave his body and live in his house like an elder. It was a better way to interact with him. When he needed to deal with more dangerous matters, he could let Old Man temporarily parasitize him. Upon hearing Leonard's suggestion, Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "Are you still thinking of removing the parasite when you return home and then parasite when you need to go out? You think I'm your bodyguard?" Leonard chuckled dryly and said, "That's right. If you haven't fully recovered and want to continue parasitizing, I have no objections." Pallas Zoroast was silent for 2 seconds before his slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind again. "For the position of Lord of the Mysteries, the Fool and Amon will definitely have a battle. When the time comes, under the influence of the various laws of the Beyonder characteristics, us angels of the same pathway might be affected. It's still safer to seek the protection of the Evernight. When the Lord of the Mysteries is born, even if you beg me to parasitize you, I won't even think highly of you." Leonard was slightly stunned when he heard that as he subconsciously repeated a name. Master of the Mysteries? This isn't something you can understand in depth. "Of course, with me around, there's no need to worry too much," Pallas Zoroast said with a sigh and pride. Leonard was just about to take the opportunity to ask when he suddenly saw Red Gloves running over with a telegram in hand. "Your Excellency, a telegram from the Holy Cathedral," the team member said respectfully with a bow. Leonard nodded slightly and took the telegram. He quickly scanned through it. "Head to the southern continent and participate in the operation to annihilate Rose School." Southern continent. Rose School. Leonard extracted the two most crucial words. He quickly returned to the largest cathedral in the city and used a large-scale ritualistic magic to establish a connection with the Holy Cathedral. In his dream, he met the Pope, Maya Mariana, and other high-ranking figures. After a simple exchange, Leonard roughly understood the essence of the mission. The various Orthodox churches would each send 3 to 4 demigods to the southern continent to annihilate Rose School, which had been very active since the all-out war. This was a long-term mission because the demigods of Rose School knew how to hide their whereabouts. They were rather secretive and weren't easy to find, lock onto, or deal with. According to the Pope, it would be pretty good if they could see sufficient results in 3 years. During this process, the Holy Cathedral would rotate the demigods based on the situation to ensure that the archbishops and high-ranking deacons in charge of this matter were in a relatively stable mental state. After leaving the dream, Leonard surveyed the area and suppressed his voice. "Old Man, things are a little strange. Why are the various churches suddenly annihilating Rose School?" This wasn't an easy task. In the past few centuries, it wasn't like the Orthodox churches hadn't made similar attempts, but they could only suppress and weaken them. They were unable to truly eradicate Rose School. On the one hand, this was because of the enmity between the allies. There was suspicion and a lack of cooperation. On the other hand, it was because the demigods of Rose School were indulging in their desires, and despite their abnormal mental states, they still knew how to hide, and conceal themselves when faced with danger. They wouldn't take the initiative to send themselves to their deaths. In addition, they had the protection of the chained god and the mother tree of desire. It was difficult for the deities to provide precise guidance for their actions. Pallas Zoroast didn't immediately answer Leonard's question. After more than 10 seconds, he sighed and said with a slightly aged voice, "This is to eliminate latent dangers and prepare for the apocalypse." Prepare for the apocalypse. Leonard opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately fell silent. Prepare for the apocalypse. Leonard opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately fell silent. Bakeland, Harvest Church. Just as Emlyn White entered the hall, before he could head to his room and change his clothes, he saw Father Yutrovsky stand up in the front row like a mountain rising from the ground. "The Mother Goddess wants us to head to the southern continent and bury those evildoers," the blessed said in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the hall like a slow rumble of thunder, shocking the praying sanguine believers to open their eyes. So last night's dream was real. Emlyn was enlightened when he heard that. He had dreamed of the ancestor last night. He dreamed that she wanted him and Father Yutrovsky to join forces with the Rose School Temperance faculty to head to the southern continent to deal with the Rose School members who believed in the primordial moon. Of course, if there was a chance, he couldn't spare the enemies who believed in the mother tree of desire. As there were often fake revelations, Emlyn didn't take the dream to heart. He planned on changing his clothes and completing his prayers before seeking confirmation from Father Yutrovsky. He grunted and replied to Father Yutrovsky in a rather calm manner, "Yes, Father. There's no rush. I'll contact the members of Rose School Temperance faculty first." Father Yutrovsky nodded without minding it. "Then choose some willing sanguine. Republic of Intis, capital of Trier." A supervisor of an intelligence agency was assigning tasks to his subordinates. Suddenly, his vision turned blurry as a voice that seemed to come from afar sounded in his ears. "Orville. Dylan. Orville. Dylan, P.S., seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday as a Beyonder who joined Intis's Directorate General for Foreign Security as a member of the Secret Order." This wasn't the first time Antoine had encountered something like this. In certain scenarios in the past, he would hear the ravings of Hornacius. Phlegria. Hornacius. Phlegria. He had nearly lost control several times because of this. And unlike the past, the contents of the murmurs seemed to have changed. After the ravings subsided and everything in front of him returned to normal, Antoine frowned slightly and muttered to himself. "My mental state has been very stable recently, and I haven't consumed any potions or attempted to advance. Why would I hear the murmurs of a secret existence? This seems to be different from the previous ones. What does Orville represent? I lack sufficient information and have no way of deciphering it. Dylan. Yes, the upper echelons of the order mentioned that our mysterious and terrifying leader had once hidden an ancient castle named Dylan. Man, I can't help but tremble at the thought of that existence. Although he has returned to normal in the past 2 years, the terrifying legends and actual destruction he left behind are enough to give me nightmares for the rest of my life." Antoine calmed himself down and temporarily suppressed his puzzlement as he continued assigning missions to his subordinates. In front of a tombstone, Klein, who had just put down a white bouquet of flowers, turned his head slightly as though he was listening to something. Although he didn't hear anything, as a king of angels who wielded partial authority of this pathway, he could acutely sense that something abnormal was happening. Some secret information was being transmitted to specific targets. "Zeradol isn't completely dead?" Klein retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. Back then, he had relied on his level, and authority to forcefully stop Zeradol's resurrection. Furthermore, he didn't notice any abnormalities, but after examining himself, he discovered a problem. What he had absorbed from Zeradol was a complete set of Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. In other words, it only contained a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. And Snake of Fate Will Septon had said that Zeradol was the same as the ancestor of the Antigonus family. He had an additional set of Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, there was no doubt that Zeradol's Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic had vanished. As for whether he was missing Scholar of Yore, Bizarro Sorcerer, and other Beyonder characteristics, Klein had no way of guessing due to his lack of understanding of Zeradol. Based on this situation, Klein had long suspected that Zeradal wasn't completely dead. Of course, it wasn't that simple for him to resurrect him. This was because he didn't have many enemies that could restrain him. When Zeradal was able to separate out a Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, he was undoubtedly a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. There weren't many enemies he needed to face that could restrain him. Every one of them had to be dealt with the utmost caution. Therefore, Klein he who he Beyonder, and he used Bay. He who him who he God was he bade inners. From the looks of it, he must have used a secret method to guide a specific target to resurrect him. However, he didn't directly use it to resurrect him. Instead, he made multiple arrangements. He needed an opportunity or some medium to make the preparations work. From the looks of it, he hid the Beyonder characteristic that contains a miracle invoker somewhere in a special way and covered it up. Otherwise, I could have used Sapphira Castle to directly see it when I advanced to Attendant of Mysteries. Yes, after that, he should have used a secret method to guide a specific target to resurrect him. He hasn't accommodated a uniqueness, so there's no way for he to broadcast across all channels. Furthermore, he has to be wary of me or Amon hearing the corresponding content after advancing and causing certain damage. Therefore, the target groups he can guide are rather limited. All members of the Secret Order, or a portion of the members? Klein nodded in thought as he squatted on one knee. He then exhaled and grumbled without hiding anything. Why is it so difficult to kill a high sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway? There were always all kinds of preparations and trump cards. This made him truly understand why the goddess didn't directly kill the ancestor of the Antigonus family. To the half-fool, death might mean new life, however, elaborate and complicated concealment arrangements often mean that one's ability to take risks is poor. Who knows, Zeradal's resurrection arrangements might benefit some lucky person from the Secret Order. This is even more likely than his miraculous return from the fog of history. Also, there's a chance of being interfered with, influenced, and used by an outer deity. Klein scoffed inwardly as he slowly stood up. He temporarily didn't have any thoughts of searching for the miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic. This was because under the immense pressure brought about by Amon's mistake, he had no choice but to make use of his time to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. He had to head to Calderon City in the spirit world to obtain the river water of the river of eternal darkness so as to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He didn't have time to waste on unimportant matters. After he successfully advanced and regained the balance of the situation, he didn't mind heading to Intis and starting from the members of the Secret Order to find the treasure vault that Zeradal had hidden, allowing this angel who had survived since the fourth epoch to rest in peace. Reining in his thoughts and lowering his head to stare at the tombstone in front of him, Klein slowly retreated, stuffed his hand into his pocket, and walked sideways into the spirit world. During this period of time, he was like a traveler in the sense of mysticism. From time to time, he would return to places he had previously stayed, and from time to time, under the guidance of fate, he would randomly traverse the spirit world, heading to different realities and witnessing different scenes. As a result, the portion of his self-awareness that belonged to him gradually recovered and strengthened bit by bit. Now, he could better coordinate with the anchor and suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy to a certain extent. This made his mental state much more stable than when he met the Evernight goddess. In the spirit world, which was a spirit world formed from rich layers of colors that resembled abstract oil paintings, Klein aimlessly walked a few steps without any sense of direction. Then, he followed the guidance of fate and spirituality to leave this place and return to the real world. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a small square and a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess. At this moment, many people were entering the cathedral with happy expressions. "I'm back in Bakeland?" Klein looked up at the sun that pierced through the thin clouds and followed the crowd to the cathedral's entrance. Just as he passed through the entrance, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw Banson Moretti. This black-haired, brown-eyed man had a face that resembled Klein's, but he looked a little older. His hair was neatly combed to the back, revealing his broad forehead. He stood beside the altar, dressed in a well-ironed formal attire, looking somewhat nervous. Klein stared for 2 seconds before quickly retracting his gaze and looking to the side. Then, he swept his gaze across the front row and saw Melissa, who was wearing a beige conservative dress. Compared to before, the girl's face no longer looked childish, but there was more meat on her face. She no longer looked as thin. She constantly chatted with the people around her, skillfully handling all kinds of matters and interpersonal interactions. "You're still dressed so old-fashioned. Good thing you didn't get a black suit." Klein's lips curled up as he muttered to himself. He walked to a corner of the church and found a seat to sit down. After more than 10 minutes, Melissa finished her work and sat in her seat. Festive and cheerful music began to play, gradually becoming somewhat sacred. A lady in a holy wedding gown walked in from the door with her father in one hand and her mother in the other. She walked step by step along the aisle towards the altar. Near the altar, Banson swallowed a mouthful of saliva and could not help but smile. It was his wedding. Klein, who was in the corner, saw this scene. He leaned back a little, lowered his head slightly, and muttered, laughing like a curly-haired baboon. After the bride was sent to the front of the altar by her parents, she first bowed to Banson, then turned to the holy emblem and the priest. Banson returned the greeting and turned around. When the bride's parents were seated, the priest said, "Under the gaze of the goddess of mercy, I shall witness a holy marriage. Praise the lady." All the guests present, as long as they were believers of the Evernight goddess, raised their right hands at the same time and tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing the stars. This included Klein. After everyone calmed down, the priest turned his head to the bride. "Madam Ruthbrook, are you willing to make this man beside you your husband and enter into a marriage contract with you? Are you willing to love him, respect him, accompany him, and take care of him for the rest of your long life, be it for richer or poorer, in sickness or in health, until the end of your life?" The lady named Ruth looked at the sacred emblem of the Evernight goddess and nodded solemnly. "I am." The smile on Banson's face overflowed once again. The priest turned to look at him. "Mr. Banson Moretti, are you willing to make this lady beside you your wife and enter into a marriage contract with you? Are you willing to love him, respect him, accompany him, and take care of him for the rest of your long life, be it for richer or poorer, in sickness or in health, until the end of your life?" Banson immediately nodded. "I am." Upon seeing this and hearing this, Melissa's vision turned blurry. She felt both sad and happy. After all the things that had happened, the family had finally welcomed a new member. Suddenly, she subconsciously turned her head and looked at the corner. She saw an empty seat. No one was sitting there. Melissa pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. Her gaze swept across the area for a few seconds before she slowly retracted it and looked back at the altar. It wasn't until the priest announced the marriage contract and that Banson and Ruth were officially husband and wife that Melissa smiled again. Eastchester County, in the Hall family manor. Klein's figure walked out of the void. His mental stability had recovered a little, and he could seek treatment from a psychiatrist. At the same time, he had to resolve a problem. On the balcony that was enveloped by the autumn sun, Audrey wore a refreshing holiday straw hat and sat on a recliner, leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine. On the small round table beside her, there were exquisite pastries and a cup of black tea that was a specialty of her family's manor. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the edge of the balcony. She saw German Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and silk top hat, walking over. Audrey turned her head and glanced at her personal maidservant, Annie. She realized that she, like the other servants around her, had turned a blind eye to the stranger's strange appearance. At the same time, Audrey also noticed that the surroundings seemed to have darkened a little. She then stood up, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed. During this process, she had originally planned on discussing psychological alchemy and Mr. Rath's problems in a relatively serious manner. However, on second thought, she smiled and used a lively tone that could influence the emotions of others. "Mr. World, are you here to seek psychological counseling, or are you here to deal with the problem of Rath?" If it was just the former, Audrey believed that German Sparrow, the World, would let her meet him above the grey fog. It would be more convenient and faster. Therefore, this angel was definitely shouldering Mr. Fool's instructions, a mission that needed to be completed in the real world. At the same time, she acutely sensed that Mr. World's emotions were rather complicated. He was satisfied, happy, depressed, and sad. To German Sparrow's attending physician, such a situation wasn't rare. It often meant that the other party needed to be enlightened or comforted. Both. Klein pulled a chair over and sat beside the small round table. Do you want black tea or coffee? Although Audrey hadn't taken the initiative to investigate Mr. World, she had met Don Dantes many times. They had participated in meetings, banquets, and balls together, and under the keen observation of a spectator, many details weren't secrets. For example, Audrey knew that when Don Dantes was German Sparrow, his tastes were sweet, oily, and a little sour. He liked to drink coffee with sugar and not milk. He liked to put lemon slices in his black tea. His first choice of all pastries was cream. He loved foie gras, roasted chicken skin, and preferred ribeye steak over beef tenderloin. He loved desi pie far more than bread. In addition, Audrey was certain that he was a spice aficionado. He had high requirements for seasonings, and in this aspect, his tastes were more inclined towards Desi County. Based on these details, Audrey believed that it was very impolite not to invite Mr. World to enjoy it. And these pastries had to be paired with black tea or coffee. Black tea. Klein thought for a moment before replying. Miss Justice's relaxed, natural, and amiable attitude made him feel a lot more relaxed. He felt that such a state was more beneficial for the subsequent appeasement. In that case, enjoying the pastries while undergoing psychotherapy was definitely better than the other choices. Another cup of black tea with extra lemon slices. Audrey turned her head to the maid, Annie. Annie wasn't surprised by such an order at all. She felt that everything was reasonable. She turned around and walked to the balcony's entrance, instructing the servants standing there. Audrey wasn't in a hurry to undergo psychotherapy, nor did she ask Mr. World the reason for his mixed emotions. With a smile, she seriously introduced the Manor's specialties, using it to compare it with Don Dantes's Maker Manor. She naturally explained the current situation of the butler and servants. Some stayed in the manor and continued their previous work. With Maker Manor's output, it wasn't a problem to provide for them. There was even quite a bit of surplus that could be used to repair the house and donate to charity organizations. Audrey would only periodically send an accountant, a deputy butler, and a staff member of the foundation to check on them. Some felt that they didn't have a true employer and were unable to play their role. They felt ashamed of the salary they received, so they chose to resign and find other jobs. Some became interested in charity activities and found a new meaning in life. They joined a foundation under Audrey's name. Klein listened quietly, occasionally raising a question as though he was chatting with a friend. When the black tea was served, he picked up the cup, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. After watching him eat a piece of cream cake, Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly. She smiled and said, to an angel, food doesn't seem to be a necessity? Yes, it's just a hobby, Klein answered simply before adding, it can be used to maintain one's humanity. Maintain one's humanity. Audrey repeated in thought. This is to resist godhood? Your current mental problems are also of this type? She very gently brought the topic into the field of psychotherapy. Klein nodded slightly. Yes. You should have had a certain level of experience. Every Beyonder who has obtained godhood will definitely have such experiences. The only difference is how much. Audrey thought about it seriously and said, occasionally, I would dream of a ball of light, a light that illuminated the entire world. Occasionally, I would hear indescribable and incomprehensible sounds and see a blurry, strange, illusory ocean that seemed to contain many contradictory concepts. It was definitely an illusion, but it was so real. I occasionally dream of a giant cross and hear someone praying in a low voice, but I can't make out the specific content. The second is likely an indirect corruption from the Sapphira of the Chaos Sea and the spiritual will within. The third seems to be visionary atoms, beginning to influence the Beyonders of the same pathway. The first is the primordial one who awakened in the ancient sun god's body, the ancient god? Klein thought for a moment and said in a low voice, the original creator created all things and also split them into various Beyonder characteristics. This is the source of the Beyonder. Therefore, every one of us has godhood in us. We all have the will of the original creator. When more Beyonder characteristics are gathered, he will awaken bit by bit and replace us. He explained the root of the problem in the most common, vague, and non-polluting manner. This had been discussed at the Tarot Club, so it wasn't difficult for Audrey to understand. She thoughtfully said, that's why we have to use humanity to fight godhood. At the same time, we have to use an anchor. Yes, the light you dream of, the indescribable sound you hear, and the illusory sea you see are such a type of corruption. As for the giant cross and the prayers, it should be the influence visionary Adam exerts on the beyonders of the same pathway. Klein specifically pointed out the difference between the two situations. Audrey subconsciously sat up straight and looked around. She looked a little afraid. German Sparrow actually said the name that couldn't be mentioned. Don't worry. He can't hear it with me by your side, Klein explained. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't hide her surprise. You've already advanced to Sequence 1? That's way too fast. He has only been a Sequence 2 angel for half a year, Klein frankly replied, yes. He can be considered a king of angels. Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said with an annoyed smile, I almost had a psychological problem just now. Klein smiled as well. Personally, becoming the king of angels might not be a good thing. Yes, high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway have to pay special attention to their mental state. To other pathways, the increase in godhood and the deepening of corruption is rather obvious, but it's not the case for a spectator. You have to constantly examine yourself and check yourself. You have to trace any tiny changes in your personality and understanding to the source. Make sure that there's no problem and that it's a normal change. Otherwise, you might unknowingly become another person, coldly killing the people you wanted to protect the most. It's not easy for beyonders of the spectator pathway to go crazy, but it's also the easiest for them to go crazy. Audrey replied cautiously, I understand. Following this topic, she began to ask, your mental state is unstable and you have psychological problems. Is it because you became a king of angels in a short period of time that exceeded expectations? Yes. Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and said, the will in my body that doesn't belong to me has already recovered to a large extent. At present, I can barely suppress it and maintain initial mental stability. As Audrey listened to German Sparrow's description, she used her beyonder powers to observe and analyze. After he finished speaking, she revealed a smile that could soothe one's soul. I have a general grasp of your current situation. The initial treatment plan is divided into 2 steps. I'll first enter your mind world and awaken more of your memories related to humanity. Oh, it doesn't include the ones that will make you want to give up in pain. Following that, when the godhood reacts, I'll use placate, hypnosis, and other beyonder powers to weaken the corruption and negative effects it brings, helping you better suppress it. Klein fell silent for a moment before saying, all right. He decided to use his unique ability to remain lucid when others entered his dream and mind world. He first gathered the memories related to the Fool and grafted them onto the worms of spirit above the gray fog. At this moment, Audrey got her maidservant, Annie, to bring her a pale white scarf. Following that, she used the thin scarf to cover her eyes and ears. Klein looked at this scene in surprise as he waited for Miss Justice to give him an explanation. After Audrey tied the scarf, she smiled and said, this is a hypnosis. It's a hypnosis that seals the spirit body's perception. This way, even if I enter your mind world, I won't be able to see or hear the awakened memories. Of course, I'll retain my spirituality's intuition, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find your island of consciousness, nor would I have been able to sense the changes in your godhood. I could have just hypnotized you directly, but you're already a king of angels. I was worried that I would be affected by your consciousness, so I used a ritual with symbolic meaning to complete the hypnosis and strengthen the effects. She explained in an unhurried manner, calming Klein down without realizing it. He nodded gently. All right, let's begin. P.S. Update first before making any changes. After opening the door to the body of heart and mind, Klein carefully extracted the memories related to the Fool, gathered them together, and grafted them above the gray fog. Following that, he saw Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders and a white scarf wrapped around her eyes, walk up the ancient stone staircase from the sea of collective subconscious and step by step onto her mind island. After a moment of hesitation, Klein no longer allowed that portion of his consciousness to reside high in the spirituality sky. He gave up the corresponding control and allowed them to return and fuse together. If he didn't do so, he would remain absolutely rational during the subsequent psychotherapy. He wouldn't be moved by the various memories, and he would lose the possibility of enhancing his humanity. This meant that Audrey's treatment was destined to fail from the very beginning. After relying on her spiritual intuition to reach the mind island that resembled the world of dreams, Audrey stopped and opened her arms slightly. She then recalled her parents' love for her, the excitement she felt when she first became a Beyonder, and the joy she felt when she truly helped others. She used this to change her emotions and emit the corresponding fluctuations. This was a way for her to awaken the memories related to German Sparrow's humanity. It was a Beyonder manifestation of the effects of empathy. Scenes that were either treasured or filled with deep emotions flashed past Audrey's consciousness. Beneath her feet, on the surface of the island that represented Klein's mind, dots of firefly-like light penetrated the soil and floated up. Every dot of light presented a different scene. A child took a step forward with his short legs and received an ice cream. A student used a textbook as a cover to secretly read comics. A youth sat in front of a computer desk at home, engrossed in playing games. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole and gently turning it. He suddenly jumped up, forcefully switched off the computer, and rushed back to his room. After that, he was so happy that his footsteps felt a little unsteady when he realized that his actions hadn't been discovered. He went to the living room to ask his mother for pocket money, and in another moment, he wandered to his father's side and casually asked some questions about his studies. A young man and his companion pushed a bashful friend into the corridor, right in front of the girl he had a crush on. Then, they turned around and laughed loudly. A slightly childish young man peeked downstairs and watched a figure leave, but he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. An employee with a slightly protruding belly returned home on vacation. He waved his hand impatiently and told his parents not to take food for him or introduce him to a blind date. But when he calmed down, he stared at his parents' white hair in a daze. A rather scholarly man, his brother and sister moved house together. They looked at the dirt and dust on each other's faces and laughed out loud. Klein sat at the small round table on the balcony, one hand holding his hat, the other hanging in the air, as if he wanted to put it on his face. Two transparent water droplets slowly slid past the bridge of his nose and fell into the void. Klein closed his eyes. His expression was gentle and sad. In his mind island, Audrey seemed to have turned into a whirlpool of emotions, gathering the memories of her kind. Just as the sky above the entire island was filled with light spots that resembled fireflies, a faint grayish-white fog spread out. In the fog, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black was faintly discernible. It was formed from illusory and resplendent spheres of light. The main body of each sphere of light was a transparent, ringed, or star-like insect. They hugged each other and intertwined with each other, like creatures from myths and legends. The door of light looked a little strange at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that its surroundings were dark. It was as if it had been draped in a dark black robe with a hood. Therefore, on the whole, it looked like a mysterious person hiding an unknown oddity under the robe. In the next second, slippery and illusory tentacles emerged from the mysterious person's dark black robe. At that moment, although Audrey's consciousness couldn't see or hear anything, her spiritual intuition gave her a strong premonition of danger. She had the illusion that a sea of pollution was about to drown her. No, this wasn't an illusion. She believed that if she allowed things to develop this way, she would be infected with a serious mental illness. She might even go crazy on the spot and lose control. Audrey was just about to use all her strength to pacify herself and weaken the pollution in front of her when the firefly-like points of light floating on the island rapidly gathered, illuminating the grayish-white fog and diluting the darkness around the strange door of light. It made the tentacles covered in mysterious and strange patterns shrink back. This was also the reason why Klein had to stabilize his mental state and barely suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy before receiving psychological treatment. This made Audrey sense that the danger had lessened. She hurriedly performed a psyche analysis on herself before immediately pacifying the pollution and performing hypnosis in the truest sense of the word. Over and over again, Audrey didn't know how long it took before she finally obtained the initial effects she had expected. She then left German Sparrow's mind island and returned to her body. This treatment was very difficult, so she didn't use virtual persona and directly used her body of heart and mind. Sensing the end of the treatment, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, allowing the fool's memories that had been grafted above the gray fog to return to his body. After a few seconds, Audrey took off the white scarf around her eyes and nose and removed the self-hypnosis. She looked at Mr. World opposite her and muttered to herself and sighed. Is this the mental problem brought about by godhood? It's really terrifying. Klein nodded slightly and said, yes, every angel has it. Yes, every angel has it. The only difference is whether it's relatively serious or extremely serious. Saints also have it. Low and mid-sequence beyonders who aren't demigods also have it, Audrey added based on German Sparrow's previous explanation. To low and mid-sequence beyonders, the remnant mental imprint of the past owner of the characteristic is a relatively greater danger. Klein picked up the gold-lined cup and took a sip. This is the cruel law of the mysterious world. This is because our beyonder powers come from external objects, from beyonder characteristics. Audrey nodded at first, then shook her head gently and said as she pondered as she thought, she said, I don't think it's that pessimistic. It's just like how the source of life for every human comes from external objects, air, bread, meat, water, etc. When we absorb them, we will also absorb their side effects. Hence, all kinds of problems will accumulate, resulting in illnesses and other situations. However, this doesn't mean that we have to completely resist them and treat them as external objects in the absolute sense. Once we absorb them, there will always be a portion that belongs to us. I didn't express it very well, but I believe you should be able to understand what I mean. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he replied thoughtfully, extraordinary beyonders obtain beyonder characteristics just like humans enjoy food? Then, we have to maintain a calm state of mind and not have any thoughts of rejection. We have to resist and cooperate, suppress and assimilate? Something like that. Right after Audrey finished speaking, she laughed in a self-deprecating manner. But this also seems to have a bad meaning. Humans will eventually die, and superhumans. She didn't finish her sentence because she didn't want to agitate the patient. She then said, 2 more times in a week, and I should be able to maintain my mental stability in a normal state. Yes, a normal state. Also, at other times, you can go to places you miss or places you yearn for. Klein nodded and directly said, that's right. What do you think about Rath's suggestion? The smile on Audrey's face slowly disappeared, and her expression gradually became serious. What do you suggest? Klein put down his teacup and said calmly, strictly speaking, the danger you bring can be divided into 2 types. The first type is when you actively or passively get involved in certain matters and bring powerful enemies to your side, implicating your family, relatives, friends, and innocent people. The second type is when your existence causes certain forces to choose to attack the people you value the most to threaten you. For the latter type, unless you're already dead, you'll never be able to avoid it. Of course, most of these things are transformed from the first type. If you give up all your current identities in the world of mysticism and only become a believer of Mr. Fool and Miss Audrey Hall from now on, and no longer take the initiative to participate in matters that involve beyonders or unstable factors, you can avoid most of the first type of risk and make the second type of situation rare. Under such a premise, the Evernight Goddess's care for the Hall family and Mr. Fool's protection for you will be enough to deal with the rare danger and ensure the safety of your family. Therefore, there's no need to split an identity. Audrey was silent for a while. She bit her lower lip indiscernibly and asked, what if I want to split an identity? As long as you make that identity also believe in Mr. Fool, then it won't be much different from what I just said. The only difference is that you will have to stay away from your family and friends, and live and act with another identity. Klein's voice was slightly heavy as he said solemnly, in addition, are you at ease letting Hermes split your identity? Audrey's inner emotions were disrupted by this question. Her eyes moved slightly. Her eyes flickered as she said, however, splitting an identity should be the beyonder power of a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver. She definitely wouldn't be able to complete it by herself. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he suddenly asked, you can rely on that pride mask to directly enter the Garden of Eden? As Audrey couldn't take the initiative to mention anything related to psychological alchemy, he very directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Audrey nodded gently and said in surprise and puzzlement, as though she had guessed something, I'm unable to pay you something of equal value. I can't pay you anything of equal value, and, without waiting for her to finish, Klein said with a cold expression, on the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the other hand, the apocalypse is approaching. Mr. Fool has prophesied something. When the time comes, he might fall asleep again. As is blessed, I won't be able to escape. The reward you need to pay is to wait for such a change to happen. Follow the instructions left behind by Mr. Fool and do something dangerous to try your best to awaken him. Without giving Miss Justice a chance to digest his words, Klein stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the void in front of him, pulling out a grayish-white, cold, and illusory persona mask. Relying on his level and Audrey's trust in him, he forcefully summoned the projection of the pride mask from the historical void. It's connected to my mind. No one else can use it. Upon seeing this, Audrey subconsciously pointed out that something was amiss. Give me a strand of hair, Klein said calmly. Without thinking too much about it, Audrey plucked out a strand of blonde hair and handed it to the German sparrow. Klein took the strand of hair and wrapped it around the eye hole of the persona mask. Then, he held the silk top hat in one hand and the grayish-white mask in the other as he slowly stood up. During this process, he mobilized Sapphira Castle and deceived the rules. The pride mask was worn on Klein's face without any obstruction. Immediately, animals dressed in human attire and walking upright appeared in front of him. He directly entered the Garden of Eden. Looking at the black cathedral with a skull embedded in it in the middle of the city, Klein curled the corners of his mouth. He took out the staff of the stars and wore the silk top hat. Upon sensing the intrusion of a stranger, the animals in top hats, trench coats, or exquisite and complicated dresses stirred as they looked at Klein with eyes filled with the desire to attack. At that instant, Klein, who was wearing the pride mask, felt like he was the enemy of the entire city. He was no stranger to the situation in the Garden of Eden, having watched the council meetings through Miss Justice. He knew that the animals that walked upright on the streets and dressed up as humans were different manifestations of bestial desires. They were more inclined towards consciousness, concepts, and abstractions, and not corporeal entities. In other words, they didn't have spirit-body threads, so they wouldn't suffer any physical harm. If not, Klein could have hung these animals up neatly and hung them in midair, letting them sway in the wind. In the next second, with the bear that was about to burst its formal attire, the animals in the Garden of Eden either bared their fangs or growled softly as they surged towards Klein from all directions. Once one was hugged or bitten by them, they would be corrupted by the corresponding bestial desires. They could only rely on their own will or the various beyonder powers of a few pathways like a spectator to resist it. Faced with such a situation, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, tapped the staff of the stars and didn't panic at all. He raised his left hand, spread open his fingers, and suddenly closed them. The Garden of Eden, which was made up of Gothic architecture, was immediately shrouded in a shadow, as though a huge curtain had been drawn over it. Realm of Mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, Klein used this to seal the Garden of Eden, preventing the powerhouses here from escaping. Right on the heels of that, he propped his cane on the ground and walked forward step by step, like a gentleman taking a stroll after cooking. The animals that were wearing human clothes and imitating humans rushed to his side. They naturally changed directions and hugged each other in pairs. A python with its forked tongue swallowed the canine creature that was filled with the desire to mate. A strange man with a colorful spider face used a silk net to entangle a giant rat with scarlet eyes. A tyrannical and crazy werewolf tore at a languid cat. A brown bear wearing a formal attire that walked upright hugged a fox with glossy fur. These animals that represented different aspects of bestial desires fused with each other, forming pairs to offset each other. Klein, who wielded the authority of grafting, slowly walked past them, as if he was examining humanity and bestial desires. Just like that, he walked step by step until he reached the huge church that was more than 80 meters tall and stopped. Then, he raised his head and stared at the skulls embedded in the black pillar for 2 seconds. Klein's expression did not change. He raised his left hand to press down on his top hat and walked down the stairs into the church. He immediately saw a vast and spacious hall with a huge cross and a grayish-white dragon statue coiled around the cross. In front of the cross, and man, there was a long table with 5 chairs on each side. At this moment, there was a man sitting in a black wheelchair at the end of the long table. His face was abnormally pale, and his light yellow eyebrows were very long. His hair was neatly combed back, and there were some wrinkles on his forehead. This was the leader of psychological alchemy, Polly Durlau. At the same time, he was also the famous hermit Eric Derrick and the king of the Black Throne, Barros Hopkins. Of course, no one knew if this was his main body or one of his identities. Seeing the German sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, slowly and oppressively walk over, Polly Durlau gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. When the other party entered the Garden of Eden, he didn't hesitate to leave the Mind City, but he failed to do so. The pride mask on the other party's face seemed to be mocking him. Phew. Polly Durlau quickly calmed his emotions, and his eyes lit up with a clear and illusory light. Such a light condensed into pairs of holy and dreamy wings in front of him. Under the layers of wings was a pure figure of light kneeling on one knee and praying devoutly. This was an angel. At the same time, an ordinary-looking old man with all his hair appeared on Polly Durlau's left. On the right stood a priest in a simple white robe with a pale golden beard covering his face. Ancient Angel Hermes. Visionary Adam. Klein didn't stop walking forward slowly as he muttered to himself, "That's right." He only muttered to himself, "I wish for all the fake ones to disappear." Just as he said that, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The Angel of Light, Hermes, and Visionary Adam instantly collapsed and disappeared, leaving Polly Durlau alone in the black wheelchair. He had just used the beyonder powers of a dreamweaver to weave a few images that were almost real. And once the enemy believed that they were real, they would be real. Although the damage caused wouldn't have any physical effects, it would cause the target to die without them realizing it. Polly Durlau had already scared countless targets to death in their nightmares. Unfortunately, he had encountered Klein, a king of angels who could remain lucid in dreams and had true vision. He used the power of a miracle invoker's wish to easily destroy the illusion. Upon seeing this, Polly Durlau's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he propped himself up with his hands and stood up from the black wheelchair. During this process, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a dragon covered in huge grayish-white scales. Dragonization, an incomplete mythical creature form, compared to a sequence form manipulator. The incomplete mythical creature form that Polly Durlau displayed was even larger. Furthermore, there were certain changes to his head. It was closer to a lizard than a human. The pale gold vertical eye and the scales on his face that had mysterious patterns intertwined together made him look cold and distorted. And with the appearance of this incomplete mythical creature form, all sorts of thoughts, psyche, desires, and willpower swept through the vast and empty hall like a storm. They invaded Klein's mind island in a half-illusory, half-real manner. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague. It could infect every creature that was affected and corrupted, causing them to go crazy on the spot. To angels, such attacks were the most dangerous. This was because they had certain mental problems. They could lose control at any moment because of the tilting of the scales. Wearing the grayish-white pride mask and half-top hat, Klein didn't stop moving forward. He didn't attempt to avoid the plague storm at the mental level. He continued to walk towards Polly Durlau resolutely, coldly, and unwaveringly. The next second, transparent insects crawled out of the back of his hand, and his clothes swelled up as if there were countless indescribable monsters crawling under them. Suddenly, Klein lost control and turned into a huge vortex formed from transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. In the middle, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing this scene, even though Polly Durlau had become an incomplete mythical creature, he couldn't help but freeze on the spot. This huge grayish-white dragon seemed to have become a marionette. Its head was filled with paste, and its joints were all rusted. He had looked straight at a mighty existence that he shouldn't have looked straight at. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, immediately dispersed the historical projection that had lost control. The moment he entered the Garden of Eden and drew the Staff of the Stars, he switched locations with the historical void projection summoned by the Worms of Spirit in Sapphira Castle. He directly returned to his ancient palace. Although he knew very well that visionary Adam had gone to the forsaken land of the gods and was attempting to fuse with the true Creator, making it impossible for him to descend with his true body for the time being. At most, him could send another identity, completely unable to do anything to him, a king of angels among kings of angels. However, he still felt that he had to be cautious to prevent himself from falling into Adam's or Amon's trap. Following that, he summoned his former self from the fog of history. He wore the pride mask and held the staff of the stars, and he threw him back into the cathedral in the Garden of Eden. Looking at Polly Durlau, who had lost most of his rationality and was unable to control his body, Klein didn't directly control his spirit-body threads to turn this mind dragon into his marionette. He maintained his previous pace and frequency as he slowly approached him. In Polly Durlau's eyes, German Sparrow was like death itself. He didn't come quickly and had his own rhythm, but he couldn't escape no matter what. At this moment, the grayish-white dragon statue on the huge cross behind him moved. There was almost no difference between before and after. Klein raised his left hand and suddenly pulled it down. The shadow curtain that enveloped the Garden of Eden instantly shrank, enveloping the huge cross, the grayish-white dragon statue, and Polly Durlau. In the next second, Klein raised the curtain. The incomplete mythical creature that Polly Durlau had transformed into fused with the huge cross like a knotted tree. As for the grayish-white dragon statue, it connected the entire Garden of Eden, turning the city outside the cathedral into an abnormally illusory sea that contained all colors. This wasn't the Chaos Sea, but a borrowing of power. Klein had tampered with the target and reorganized it. At this moment, German Sparrow, who had been slowly walking forward, arrived beside the knotted tree. He raised his right hand, and under Polly Durlau's still lifeless but somewhat terrified gaze, he swung the staff of the stars. This staff, which was embedded with many gems, struck the target heavily, splitting it into two. Amidst the cracking sounds, Polly Durlau's body, which was formed from the combination of the huge cross, fell to the ground piece by piece. The leader of the mind alchemists died before he could even say his last words. While waiting for Polly Durlau's Beyonder characteristic to appear, Klein looked around and chuckled inwardly. As expected, Hermes's true goal is to use the faction behind Miss Justice to destroy the Garden of Eden and use this to escape Adam. The words of the mind dragon, Arihog, have made him make up his mind. However, he has to leave me a few sealed artifacts. There's no need to run away with them. Could it be that this rabbit should be wearing the mask of greed and not the mask of wrath? There might still be psychological alchemy in the future, but the one behind it will no longer be the Twilight Hermit Order, but Hermes himself. P.S. Update before making any changes. Retracting his gaze, Klein cast his gaze at the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from Polly Durlau's body. It was formed from wisps of thin fog, as though it was an unreal, grayish-white brain that came from a dream. He believed that the Garden of Eden was the safest, so he placed his true body here and moved around in the outside world with different identities? Who knew that Hermes, who was supposed to be a defensive barrier, would abandon this place? If a real angel were to watch the Garden of Eden and fully utilize the uniqueness of this mind city, I wouldn't have been able to deceive the rules so easily and successfully infiltrate. As Klein muttered to himself, he casually made a wish to accelerate the separation and condensation of the Beyonder characteristic. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, his wish came true. Following that, he picked up the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic and the items that could be used as supplementary ingredients, took off the pride mask on his face, and left the Garden of Eden. With his departure, the remaining parts of the city collapsed, fusing into the boundless sea of collective subconscious. From then on, the legend of the Garden of Eden would appear in many dreams. Eventually, it would be depicted by certain artists and made into a story that would be widely circulated. And the ending of all the stories would definitely be the same, the destruction of the Garden of Eden. Returning to the balcony of the Hall family manor, Klein looked at Miss Justice, who had already adjusted her mental state. He handed over the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic, the corresponding ingredients, and the potion formula he had seen on the second blasphemy slate. Before Audrey could speak, he said in a deep voice, "You can go back on your word before the official advancement. You can go back on your word before the official advancement." Audrey received Mr. World's gift and nodded silently, indicating that she would consider it seriously. Wearing an exquisite straw hat, she saw German Sparrow turn around and walk to the edge of the balcony, disappearing step by step. After eliminating his traces and concealing the clues, Klein cleverly used his grafting ability and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle to return to Bakeland and appear in front of Zio, who was on her break. The MI9 colonel, who was nibbling on an apple, immediately put down the food in her hand and wiped her mouth with a tissue as she stood up. Yes, what's up? She was careful not to call him Mr. World, nor did she call out the name German Sparrow. Klein nodded slightly. Mr. Fool got me to ask you if you wished to obtain the potion formula, beyond or characteristic, and supplementary ingredients of a sequence 4 imperative mage? Xiao frowned slightly without any joy as she asked solemnly, what's the matter? So, what's the price? Klein nodded approvingly. The apocalypse is coming, and many changes are beginning to happen. As a result, Mr. Fool foresaw certain things. At that time, it is very likely that he will fall into a deep slumber again, and as his blessed, his left hand, I will not be able to escape. The price you need to pay is to follow the oracle left behind by Mr. Fool when such a situation really happens. Do something that might be dangerous or easy, complicated or simple, long or short to awaken Mr. Fool. As a seer at the King of Angels level and the owner of Sapphira Castle, Klein had long been able to make a certain level of prophecy. Recently, he had seen some blurry scenes and had some inspiration. Therefore, although his thoughts weren't too clear, he definitely made all sorts of arrangements. Now, I'm the real charlatan. He lampooned himself inwardly. Before Xiao could speak, he added, you can choose to reject it. You can choose to refuse, but you are not the only choice. Xiao believed that Mr. World wouldn't be sarcastic about such matters. She didn't immediately answer as she seriously considered the matter. If it wasn't for the apocalypse, she felt that she would have rejected it. Although a demigod was powerful and terrifying, able to dominate a battlefield and control the fates of others, making them creatures with true godhood, becoming a Sequence 4 wasn't that urgent for her. As a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin and a colonel of MI9, her strength ensured that she could complete most missions. Her salary and all sorts of additional income was enough for her and her family to maintain a very good and decent life. Even if she were to encounter danger, she could obtain sufficient help from the official factions. Furthermore, she could prepare Lamino's travels in advance and get her friend Furs to protect her in secret. In addition, she had already completed her wish of investigating her father's death and restoring his reputation. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, there was no need for her to pay a huge price to become a Sequence 4. Besides, it wasn't impossible for her to obtain an opportunity from MI9 in the future. Of course, Xiao had no idea how long this future would take. Be it Mr. Fool's information or the various prophecies I deliberately gathered using my job, they all clearly or vaguely point out that the apocalypse is coming. There's only 16 years left. Xiao subconsciously turned her body and looked at the second floor. With the present living conditions, Mom will definitely be able to live to 16 years later. When that happens, she won't be considered too old. Furthermore, Mr. Moon will provide all sorts of medicine to maintain her health. 16 years later, Law will be in his prime and at the peak of his career. Furs might already be a Sequence 3. In order to deal with the apocalypse and seek hope, she's busy. As for me, I can't help much. Xiao slowly retracted her gaze as she fell silent with a heavy expression. Then, she looked at the world, German Sparrow, and nodded solemnly. All right. You can set up a ritual at any time and make a wish to Mr. Fool. He will fulfill your wish. Klein didn't beat around the bush as he gave a simple explanation. His imperative mage beyonder characteristic and potion formula came from New Moon City's sacrifices. Of course, he had also bestowed the sealed artifact, General of the Pupilless Eye, to his believers. After Xiao made her decision, she stopped worrying about the matter. Wendell seemed to have gone to Utopia again, but strangely, he returned that night and didn't testify in court. This made him confused and worried. Tell him that there's no need to worry about this matter anymore. Everyone in Utopia has been buried by a natural disaster. With that said, Klein turned around and walked into the spirit world. In a cemetery on the outskirts of the East District of Bakeland. Klein quietly looked at the cupboard where the cinerary urns were placed. He did not move his eyes away for a long time. After a while, he slowly walked under the shade of an empty tree, took out the historical projection of the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, immediately walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Without waiting for Miss Messenger to speak, Klein took the initiative to ask. The major churches are preparing to encircle and annihilate Rose School, and they plan to ally with you. Is there anything I can help you with? He learned of this matter from the Star Leonard and the Moon Emlyn. Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another, for the time being. No. Need. Wait, lock onto. Target. Later. Then, this means that with the Mother Tree of Desire, the primordial moon, and the other outer deities, as well as the chained god-king of angels interfering with divination and prophecy, it won't be that easy to find the demigods of Rose School. They need to spend a certain amount of time and adopt various strategies? That's right. Even a Rhodes doesn't dare to spy under such circumstances. Otherwise, I can summon its historical void projection. Klein thought for a moment and said, if there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target. If there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target. When the time came, he could use the power of Sapphira Castle to pierce through the concealment. All right. Rionette Tinker's 4 beautiful heads bobbed up and down at the same time. Klein didn't have anything else to do, so he planned on getting Miss Messenger to return. He had intended to ask in a joking tone, is there a fee for this summoning? But his spiritual perception suddenly stirred, and he fell silent. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and took out a gold coin from Sapphira Castle. This was one of the 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle and had become somewhat magical. Here's the postage. Klein smiled as he handed over the gold coin in his hand. This time? No. After the 2 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands finished speaking, the remaining 2 did not finish their sentence. He had a strong sense of inspiration. He seemed to have sensed something. In the next second, one of the 2 golden-haired, red-eyed heads that hadn't spoken yet raised its head and bit the gold coin on Klein's fingertip. Done. Klein withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Then, he asked casually, what's going on? Are Miss Sharon and Merrick still in Bakeland? Yes. Miss Messenger informed Klein of her student's current address. In a house, Merrick sat at a long table and skillfully played cards with his zombies. Suddenly, Sherlock Moriarty's figure appeared on an empty chair. He put down his hat and unceremoniously took his cards from a zombie's hand. Merrick looked up at him and moved his lips, but he didn't open them in the end. He got the zombie, who was acting as the dealer, to continue dealing cards. Just like that, Klein joined their ranks and played hand after hand. There were wins and losses. In a corner, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a small and exquisite bonnet, had appeared at some point in time. She held her face with one hand and quietly watched the game. After playing for about 2 hours, Klein stood up and formally bowed to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Then, he laughed, put on his hat, walked to the door, and disappeared. Deep in the spirit world, outside the thin fog that hid Calderon City, Klein, who had finished 3 treatments, appeared. As he didn't know what state Amon was in, Klein didn't dare delay. After his mental problems were resolved, he immediately came to Calderon City and prepared to obtain the river water of the River of Eternal Darkness. As this involved Sapphira, he could only perform divination and prophecy to a certain extent. He could vaguely see some scenes and was unable to make an accurate judgment. After surveying his surroundings, Klein raised his hand and summoned the historical void projection he had seen a few minutes ago, allowing his main body to return to Sapphira Castle. His consciousness then shifted to the projection, allowing it to have a corporeal existence. Following that, Klein grabbed at the void and pulled out the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. To be frank, after being able to use most of the Beyonder powers below Sequence 0 of the Apprentice pathway through Sapphira Castle, Klein actually didn't need the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars. He could basically reproduce the miraculous effects of the latter, and there were almost no negative effects. However, he ultimately believed that an angel still had to have a melee weapon. This was because he didn't know when he would fall into a predicament where his active Beyonder powers would fail. In the mysterious world, this was definitely something that could happen. Be it the nomological restrictions of the Arbiter pathway or the Beyonder powers that a particular outer deity brought about to a certain extent, it was possible to achieve a similar effect. In such a situation, picking up a sturdy staff with some passive effects and directly smashing the enemy's head into pieces was an effective way to deal with them. As a king of angels of the seer pathway, it was an instinct to make all sorts of preparations. After weighing the staff of the stars and pressing down on his top hat, Klein took out the golden bird-shaped accessory from Sapphira Castle and pinned it to the pocket on his left chest. Then, he took a step forward and entered Calderon City, which was once the divine kingdom of the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. The first thing that entered his eyes was a huge, bottomless pit. All kinds of strangely shaped buildings surrounded the deep pit, extending down circle after circle, forming a magnificent city that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Some of the buildings were single houses on top of pale stone pillars, some were huge rectangular coffins without windows, and the doors were open to the roof. Some were graves with stone tablets at the entrance, and some were built with all kinds of bones, looking rather messy. The closer they were to the bottom of the pit, the more intact the buildings were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed they were. They were filled with the decay and dilapidation of time. With just a glance, a faint grayish-white fog appeared around Klein. With Sapphira Castle's status, he resisted Calderon's rule of turning all living beings into the dead. For him, becoming a dead person did not have too many negative effects, but he himself did not like that kind of cold and indifferent feeling. The grayish-white flood from before has receded. Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat and holding a cane, nodded in thought. With one step, he entered the depths of Calderon City that could be seen with the naked eye. This time, he had used the beyonder powers of the Marauder pathway to directly steal away the distance within his perception range, so as to avoid entanglement with the various dangerous monsters that were active in this mysterious city. This wasn't because he was afraid. The ones who should be afraid were the monsters. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to waste time, he actually didn't mind taking the opportunity to gather a batch of marionettes to make up for the losses caused by Utopia's destruction. Apart from this reason, Klein was also cautious about something else. Calderon City was an undead city, and it was very likely that the river of eternal darkness flowed deep underground. As for marionettes, they were essentially dead. Once they approached the underground, there was a chance of them undergoing an anomaly. As he took one step at a time, Klein realized that he was overthinking things. None of the various monsters hidden in this strange city dared to appear. The aura of Sapphira Castle made their survival instincts triumph over their crazy tendencies and predatory habits. The deeper he went, the quieter Klein's surroundings became. The strange buildings were clearly intact, but they seemed to have been dead for many years. Even the aura turned cold, dark, and decaying. Now, it's like watching a black and white silent movie. If it wasn't for the fact that I can hear my own breathing and heartbeat, I would suspect that I'm deaf. Klein coughed lightly and used his inner grumbling to resist the silence of death. He intuitively believed that once he adapted to this environment, his body and mind would turn silent. Then, he would truly and irreversibly die bit by bit. The closer he got underground, the more intense this feeling became. As he constantly stole the distance, Klein walked forward for a long time before he finally saw the bottom of the crater. No, this wasn't the bottom in the true sense of the word. It was just that there was a huge, dark palace blocking the path down. This palace was propped up by huge pillars. It was embedded with all kinds of bones and corpses of different parts. Some places were even covered in bloody skins that belonged to different races. Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Without any hesitation, he carried the Staff of the Stars and entered the palace through the open door. On both sides of the hall were coffins of different shapes and colors. They were placed there quietly, as though their existence had been eroded by the wind of death. As Klein entered, the coffins suddenly emitted some sounds, as though rusty joints were opening one after another. The grayish-white fog around Klein thickened, and all the coffins suddenly fell silent. Ignoring these things, Klein took a step and came to the depths of the hall. There was a grayish-white stone staircase that led downwards. At the entrance stood a huge stone monument. At the top of the stone monument stood a slender statue of a giant bird that seemed to be made of bronze. Its wings had all kinds of pale symbols. Under the bird-shaped bronze statue, on the surface of the stone monument, the words that originated from the language of the dead were like very simplified birds of different shapes or coiled snakes of different shapes. They form two vague sentences even deities can't escape. Even if they die, they will be imprisoned. This is a warning to all living beings that come to Calderon City not to follow this staircase down. It leads directly to the river of eternal darkness. Klein's thoughts raced as he seriously interpreted the words on the stone monument. From his point of view, this seemed to indicate that even a sequence zero true God would sink into the river of eternal darkness once they approached it, unable to escape. And even if they died, they would be imprisoned by the abstract spherote. Although they wouldn't vanish, they wouldn't be able to escape. From the looks of it, it's the same as Chaos C. Without the protection of the spherote, just approaching the river of eternal darkness will result in a terrifying anomaly. Klein retracted his gaze and adjusted the golden bird-shaped accessory that was pinned to his chest pocket. He circled around the stone monument with the bronze statue and walked down the grayish-white staircase. He didn't try to steal the distance to prevent himself from falling into danger. In the dark, silent, and cold environment, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest emitted a pale glow, illuminating a very small area. It was like a boat of life that was struggling to survive the waves of death. After descending for an unknown period of time, the aura of Sapphira Castle around him expanded reflexively, becoming extremely thick like a grayish-white cocoon. At the same time, Klein turned his head slightly and heard a faint, illusory sound. This seemed to indicate that deep underground, not far from where he was, there was a dark river slowly flowing. In the next second, Klein looked down at his feet. At some point in time, a dark, incorporeal stream of water had surged over. Even light couldn't exist on its surface. This is different from the last time I saw it. Klein frowned slightly. Back when he went to Calderon City to hunt the spirit world plunderer, he had triggered a certain change, causing a large amount of grayish-white illusory water to surge up from the bottom of the crater. The two times he saw it, the colors were completely different. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, at the bottom of the stone staircase, where the dark tide surged over, a thin grayish-white fog spread upwards. It combined with the illusory water and expanded into a grayish-white light water that was closer to fog. After the water surged to Klein's feet, it quietly shrank back, as though it was doing a periodic ebb and flow. This thin grayish-white fog is a little familiar. Klein's expression turned solemn. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued descending. This time, the rising illusory tide drowned him, causing his body to become light and his emotions to quickly turn cold, causing his thoughts to gradually die. If it wasn't for the protection of Sapphira Castle's aura, Klein suspected that he would have passively fused with the tide without being able to resist. Following that, the grayish-white cocoon rose and fell in the water. With the ebb and flow of the tide, it slowly reached the end of the staircase. Beyond the end was a stretch of nothingness. In the nothingness, a straight, wide, illusory, colorless, and gloomy river flowed. This river was blurry and difficult to see clearly because it was shrouded in a thin, grayish-white fog that resembled a barrier. As expected, Klein couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. He was no stranger to this fog. He had seen it behind the door in the Bansi ruins, in the easternmost area of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and under Sapphira Castle. Unlike other places, a portion of the river of eternal darkness's water penetrated the grayish-white fog and fused with it to a certain extent. At times, it was dark, and at other times, it was pale white. This portion of the river kept rising and falling, like a tributary that surged through the darkness. On both sides of the tributary stood huge and pale stone pillars. They seemed to be supporting something, preventing it from collapsing. At that moment, between the stone pillars and the edge of the tributary, countless blurry, translucent figures were walking back and forth, slowly but incessantly. Among them, the most eye-catching was a dazed figure that would occasionally walk into the depths of the tributary and turn around from time to time. However, it was unable to escape the river no matter what. It was so huge that it was about the same size as the surrounding stone pillars. It was draped in a deep black robe, and its side profile was already old. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at Klein. Its face clearly had the characteristics of the southern continent, but there were already patches of rotting on its body. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out one after another. Klein knew him. He was Mr. Aztec's father, Death from the Fourth Epoch. Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger. Death Salinger, who was wandering around the river of eternal darkness, looked at Klein, who was wrapped in the grayish-white cocoon. In his pale white eyes that were about to be extinguished, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest instantly reflected his eyes. In the next second, a deep roar came out of his rotting mouth and echoed above the river, causing the entire Calderon city to clearly shake. The tributary that sometimes rolled up and sometimes fell, sometimes dark and sometimes pale white, surged towards the end of the stone staircase and crazily surged towards Klein. During this process, the illusory tide merged with the grayish-white fog, presenting a similar color. The grayish-white torrent struck Klein's body again and again, but it was unable to destroy the cocoon beside him. Death Salinger's rotting body walked to the edge of the tributary step by step, but he couldn't escape. All he could do was stand there and roar crazily. Klein's gaze went past him and looked at the countless blurry figures that were loitering on both sides of the tributary. A portion of them had already been swept to the middle of the tributary by the rising tide. They couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the river, melting like ice. The remaining ones didn't show any fear. They maintained a dazed and confused state as they paced back and forth endlessly. At a glance, Klein saw many familiar figures. They all belonged to the same person, the bronze-skinned and gentle Aztec Eggers. This death consul seemed to have split into many versions of himself as he wandered around the pale white stone pillars on both sides of the river of eternal darkness. As Klein's heart stirred, his right leg suddenly turned cold. He subconsciously looked down and saw a pale palm. The palm pierced through the grayish-white cocoon and grabbed his calf. And the owner of this palm floated in the surging torrent like a water ghost that wanted to pull Klein into the deep waters. Its attack could actually ignore the aura of Sapphira Castle. Sensing Klein's gaze, the owner of the pale palm raised his head and revealed his face. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were ordinary, and he had a bookish air. Klein Moretti, the water demon was Klein Moretti. In the next second, Klein's left leg, right shoulder, and left arm were also grabbed by different pale palms. This made his body turn cold as his spirit body seemed to freeze. He couldn't use any of his beyonder powers, much less struggle. The three pale white hands belonged to different blurry figures, and these blurry figures all had the same face. It was Klein Moretti's face. Under the dragging of the four water ghosts, Klein's body gradually left the grayish-white cocoon and sank into the torrent. His body grew colder and colder. His thoughts gradually became silent. His vision turned black bit by bit. In the end, all that was left was a wavering, lightless wave. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's consciousness returned to his body. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out his palm and used the power of Sapphira Castle. Through his connection with the historical projection, he stole an item from the latter. A golden light flashed, and Klein grabbed the bird-shaped golden accessory. At the same time, he dispelled the maintenance of the historical void projection. The figure that had drowned in the eternal darkness's flood disappeared. To be able to ignore Sapphira Castle's aura, it means that those four figures are really me. But why would I be trapped in a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, endlessly wandering about? Four figures, four figures. Klein's expression was solemn as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He gained inspiration from the tapping sounds. The fact that he had died 4 times and resurrected 4 times was that he had already died and resurrected 4 times. Of course, after becoming an attendant of mysteries, the 4 chances of resurrection had been reset. Every time I die, regardless of whether I successfully resurrect, I'll leave a mark in the river of eternal darkness? I've died 4 times, so there are 4 figures loitering. On both sides of the river of eternal darkness? Klein roughly grasped the crux of the matter before sighing inwardly. As expected of a Sapphira, the river of eternal darkness is indeed a Sapphira. As expected of a symbol of death, eternal slumber, and darkness, and other things. This is what the goddess meant when she said that there's an extraordinary danger to me? Yes, when the historical projection was drowned, I suffered a certain level of mental damage. If my mental state wasn't stable, I might have already suffered a problem. Based on this deduction, Klein had a brand new understanding of the numerous figures of Aztec and Death Salinger. They were the corresponding death imprints. When Mr. Aztec was in the undying stage, he did die many times in the process of pursuing his memories. However, he came back to life every time. According to the current situation, although an undying is undying, there's still a huge latent danger. After dying a few more times, his true body might be attracted to the river of eternal darkness one day and become one of the figures loitering eternally. There's only one figure of Xianxia. This means that after accommodating the uniqueness, his death imprint will also be unique. As Klein's thoughts raced, he was somewhat worried about Mr. Aztec's future survival. There were two ways to resolve this latent danger. The first was to replenish Aztec's soul and prevent him from repeating his past. The second was to help the Evernight goddess become a great old one and control the river of eternal darkness. Perhaps this is another two-in-one choice. If the goddess becomes a great old one, there's no need for her to use the other half of Mr. Aztec's soul. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention back on his goal. He didn't enter the depths of Calderon City to resolve Death Xianxia's death imprint, preventing him from having any hope of resurrecting, but to obtain some of the river of eternal darkness's water. Clearly, the illusory tide that surges out from the river won't do. This is only the dispersed aura and not the river itself. Also, the river water that has fused with the grayish-white fog won't do either. It's not pure enough, so it likely won't achieve the desired effect. From the looks of it, I can only obtain the river water when the tributary returns to its dark state. I can't enter the main branch at all. The grayish-white fog must be a sturdy barrier. Klein quickly came up with a plan based on his analysis. That was to not approach the river of eternal darkness and not attract Death Xianxia's attention. He would wait for the tributary to recede and turn dark before heading over. He would then allow his 4 death imprints to drag the historical projection to the bottom of the river. During this process, the historical projection seized the opportunity to use the golden bird-shaped accessory to obtain some of the river water. Then, he transferred his consciousness back to Sapphira Castle and relied on his theft ability and the close connection between the two to take away the golden bird-shaped accessory. After detailing the steps, Klein returned to the spirit world city of Calderon City and summoned his historical void influence again. He repeated the previous process and quickly returned to the side of the stone tablet with the bronze bird statue on top. He walked down the grayish-white stone stairs step by step. The aura of Sapphira Castle around him gradually thickened, turning into a thin cocoon. Before long, Klein arrived at the end of the staircase and saw the river of eternal darkness that flowed in the void. He saw the pale white pillars on both sides and the countless blurry figures that lingered at the edge of the tributary. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He left the staircase and patiently waited on the spot, waiting for the tributary's water to recede and turn dark. Now's the time. Klein's figure flashed as he stole the distance and appeared in a corner where Death Xianxia couldn't see. Without any surprises, as his body immersed in the river of eternal darkness, pale white palms immediately penetrated the aura of Sapphira Castle and grabbed his legs and arms. His 4 death imprints appeared around him in a bid to drag him to the bottom of the river. The dark river drowned Klein's head, making his body cold and his thoughts silent. Before he completely lost consciousness, transparent and twisted maggots drilled out from Klein's neck. They quickly crawled to the side of the golden bird-shaped accessory, surrounded it, and lifted it up in preparation to absorb the river of eternal darkness's water. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the illusory river in front of Klein. It was a giant bird that was completely submerged by the river of eternal darkness's tributary and floating in the water. The giant bird's body was covered in pale white flames and feathers weaved from mysterious patterns. However, the river of eternal darkness had melted away most of its skin, revealing pitch-black, rotten skin with pale yellow pus. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be made of bronze, and there were layers of illusory doors hidden in them. Phoenix ancestor Gregrace, the ancient death who opened up the underworld, in Greek race size, a bronze glow burst out, enveloping the golden bird-shaped accessory and Klein's historical projection in a bid to drag them over. After weighing the current situation, Klein instantly made a decision and gave up on the attempt to absorb the river water. His consciousness immediately returned to Sapphira Castle and stole the golden bird-shaped accessory. His historical projection dissipated as well. There's danger in the water too. Phoenix ancestor Gregrace, the ancient goddess, has completely sunk into the river of eternal darkness. If the goddess truly accommodates the uniqueness of the death pathway, Xianxia will likely sink into the water like Gregrace if he doesn't take the opportunity to resurrect in his body. And Griggrace's death imprint will further melt as a result. Klein sighed silently and made the corresponding changes to his plan of action. Right on the heels of that, he summoned the historical void projection like before and returned to the end of the staircase. After waiting for a while, when Death's Salinger turned around and slowly walked towards the river, Klein suddenly stole the distance and appeared in front of him. In the next second, Salinger let out a low roar, causing the water level of the tributary to rise rapidly. At the same time, Klein was grabbed by his death imprints and dragged to the bottom of the river. He sensed Phoenix ancestor Griggrace. Just like before, Griggrace's bronze eyes shone brightly. However, the light didn't envelop Klein and the golden bird-shaped accessory, but Death's Salinger. Grafting, seizing this short opportunity, the worms of spirit that crawled out of Klein's historical projection lifted the golden bird-shaped accessory. The accessory's bronze eyes also emitted light as it absorbed a small amount of river water. In the next moment, Klein's consciousness returned to Sapphira Castle and he raised his hand to retrieve the accessory. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, he slowly exhaled. To the owner of Sapphira Castle, this mission wasn't difficult. As long as he didn't rashly enter with his main body, he could rely on repeated failures to accumulate experience and figure out the situation. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 deaths in the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, one wandering and the other sinking, Klein wouldn't have failed twice. Weighing the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, Klein quickly returned to reality. He randomly chose an empty spot, set up an altar, and held a sacrificial ritual. He didn't have any intention of delving deeper into the other secrets hidden in the City of the Dead, the River of Eternal Darkness, and the blurry figures that lingered in it. This was because he had something more important to do. He still had a key question he wanted to ask the Evernight Goddess. Soon, he held the ritual and combined the candlelight with the spiritual materials, forming a door of sacrifice and bestowment. Without any hesitation, Klein placed the golden bird-shaped accessory into the wind, allowing it to slowly pass through the mysterious door and disappear into the endless darkness. In the next second, he acutely sensed that he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. In the middle of the dream was a Gothic palace that seemed to have fused with the surrounding darkness. Its details were exquisite, and its color was dim, but it didn't lose its magnificence. Klein passed through the night vanilla and slumber flowers and entered the palace. In the deepest depths of the hall, the Evernight Goddess sat on an ancient, high-backed chair. She was still wearing the layered but uncomplicated black dress. The resplendent specks of light on the dress and the palace's dome, walls, and columns reflected off each other, creating a quiet and dreamy starry sky. The Evernight Goddess, whose face seemed to be covered with layers of veil, held the golden bird-shaped accessory and slowly stood up. She walked down the stairs and stood in front of Klein. Her voice sounded like a serenade. "What do you have to ask?" Klein politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. "I want to know if the grayish-white fog that envelopes the River of Eternal Darkness is related to the Lord of the Mysteries. In other words, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Although the Evernight Goddess's head couldn't be seen clearly, it made Klein feel that she seemed to be smiling. "Yes, and it's not only the River of Eternal Darkness that's enveloped by the grayish-white fog. The city behind the door in Bansi Harbor and the entire western continent are enveloped by the grayish-white fog." Klein hesitated for a moment. "This is a seal?" The Evernight Goddess's dream projection nodded. "Yes, apart from Sapphira Castle and Chaos Sea, all the other Spheroid have been sealed in the western continent by the Lord of the Mysteries. The River of Eternal Darkness, the Broodmother, the City of Calamity, the World of Shadows, the Nation of Disorder, the Knowledge More, and the Key of Light have all been sealed by the celestial worthy in the western continent? Wasn't this too much? How extravagant. It's no wonder that the city behind the door in Bansi Harbor is like Shanghai in the past. This is the City of Calamity affecting the city in reality, as well as Bansi. Then, to a certain extent, it also resulted in certain changes? Klein came to a sudden realization and was amazed. Previously, when he saw the scene behind the door in Bansi, he suspected that it was related to the western continent. Furthermore, based on the clue that Bansi was the location of the Red Angel Medici family, he suspected that behind the door was the reflection of the Sapphira of the City of Calamity. After a moment of silence, Klein didn't hide his feelings and sighed frankly. He sighed frankly and said, "The strength of that Lord of the Mysteries far exceeds my imagination. How could such a great old one, who can be called a pillar of the universe, perish silently?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection shook her head. "It's not completely silent. From some of the clues we have now, he perished together with the god of ancient times. That god's corpse formed the first blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea. Beside the slate is the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness," Meng Chuan said. In other words, in the middle of the first epoch, the Lord of the Mysteries and God had an abnormally intense battle that didn't cause much of a stir. In the end, both of them perished? This can explain why the ancient sun god possessed or grazed the uniqueness of the Marauder Pathway when he walked out of Chaos Sea. That was torn from the Lord of the Mysteries by God of ancient times. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, he asked in puzzlement, why did they want to kill each other? They are both pillars, but they belong to different pathways. There shouldn't be any conflict that can't be resolved through life and death. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said gently and soothingly, "Convergence is instinct. The higher the level, the stronger the instinct." That Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times had an uncontrollable convergence, becoming the embodiment of the entire universe, which is also the instinct of the original creator. The stronger, the crazier? Apart from being cunning, powerful, terrifying, and filled with intelligence, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings also has such a side? Klein thought for a moment and said, that Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times, in essence, should be different aspects of the original creator. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said with a comforting voice, "It might be more accurate to use the same existence as different personalities. The original creator was the creator and terminator of the universe. He was day and night, the light of holiness, and also the abyss of depravity. He was the collective of all contradictory concepts and symbols. Therefore, he naturally has an uncontrollable tendency to split. And once he splits, he will produce a strong tendency to converge. In history that's even more ancient than the era we once lived in, the original creator had naturally split into many personalities. They were also in a state of slumber, but they began to use the authority and beyonder characteristics they controlled to indirectly influence the world. They made many preparations for the true split after the original creator awakened. Among them, the most powerful and active ones are God and the Lord of the Mysteries. The latter has another honorific name in the Western continent. In the early stages of the first epoch, they should have used different methods to grasp additional, multiple spherote. This made their instinct to converge even stronger, to the point of being unable to control themselves as they targeted each other. According to the research of the ancient sun god, a pillar is the highest level of stability one can achieve. If the great old ones exceed this limit, even if they only contain one more spherote, they will definitely be controlled by the instinct to converge, unable to reverse it. No one knows the exact situation of that battle. Even the seven lights of the spirit world don't know. We only know that from then on, the two great old ones, who can be called pillars, completely disappeared. As for the other spheroid outside Chaos Sea and Sapphira Castle, they were sealed in the western continent by the power of Sapphira Castle. That was once the territory ruled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Such an arrangement leads to a problem. That is, before the Lord of the Mysteries and God reappear and break the seal in the western continent, no sequence 0 in this world can become a great old one and fight against the outer deities. As the apocalypse draws closer, this problem will force all the true gods to nurture a Lord of the Mysteries or God of Mysteries. And the previous Lord of the Mysteries and God of Mysteries are very likely to awaken in their bodies. So, sealing the other spheroid was deliberately done by the celestial worthy to prevent the future sequence 0 true deities from deliberately avoiding their own pathways and killing the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries? And as long as a new Lord of the Mysteries is born, he will have a very high chance of resurrecting and completely awakening. Isn't this too sinister? To a certain extent, there's no need to be afraid of others knowing about such an arrangement. The more existences that know about it, the more inclined they will be to support a Lord of the Mysteries as soon as possible. This is to prevent them from only having a few years left to control their respective Sapphira and become a great old one. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was extremely terrifying. This made him sigh in his heart. As expected of the great old ones who can make the genie fall into such a situation, Klein then asked, "Then why didn't you support a master of mysteries in the fourth epoch?" In fact, he already knew the answer to this question. As time passed, the wills of the original creator, the celestial lord and the god, were constantly declining. The closer it was to the apocalypse, the weaker the corresponding will would be. The latecomers would be more likely to resist, suppress, and not lose themselves. The fact that Adam had waited until recently to advance to visionary was proof of this. The Evernight goddess's dream projection had a hint of a smile. Back then, Ammon and Bethel weren't willing. They wished to make all sorts of preparations and wait until the apocalypse was approaching before attempting it. As for Salinger, he planned on indirectly using the river of eternal darkness to fuse with the Red Priest's uniqueness and create a new Great Old One path. Then, he went crazy and couldn't restrain his desire to converge the twilight and darkness pathways. Death was also forced into a corner. On the one hand, there were only about 1,000 years left before the apocalypse. On the other hand, the river of eternal darkness had been sealed by the pillar known as the Celestial Worthy, preventing him from attempting to control it. "It's too sinister and too much." Klein couldn't help but criticize the Celestial Worthy inwardly. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's dream projection continued. As time passed, the seal on the western continent gradually weakened. With the passage of time, the seal on the western continent is gradually weakening. Those Sapphira instinctively or consciously use the uniqueness and high sequence beyonder characteristics that they symbolize, indirectly corrupting them and affecting the outside world. The earliest source of power that seeped out was the river of eternal darkness. It formed a tributary in the outside world through Gregrace in the second epoch. After that, in the fourth epoch, more Sapphira began to appear in the northern and southern continents and the 5 sea islands. This is an important factor hidden behind many of the anomalies in the fourth epoch. In the fourth epoch, there are also various Sapphira that indirectly exert influence through the seal. It's no wonder Adam said that my understanding of the fourth epoch's history isn't deep enough. From the looks of it, Bansi Harbor retains elven customs. Apart from the fact that it was once an elven settlement, there are additional factors. Klein thought for a few seconds and smiled. "I roughly understand. Is this the reason why you've been helping me?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection replied with a hint of a smile. "If it's just to support a Lord of the Mysteries, then I should bet on Ammon. At the very least, his chances of success are much higher than yours." Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he continued in a dreamy tone. "The era buried in the olden days is our common memory. It is also the crucial period when our humanity was first born, sprouted, and grew. Even though I have lived a long life, it is still my most beautiful memory. You have its mark, so I am more willing to help you. Love me, love my dog." Klein concluded in his mind with an idiom. At this moment, he thought of the words Roselle the Great had written in his diary, "Home." Amidst his wistful silence, the Evernight goddess's projection changed the topic. "When you are ready, you can head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range at any time. Of course, it's your freedom to choose. No one will force you, and no one can force you. You can choose to stop at a certain stage and not become a great old one. You cannot let the Lord of the Mysteries awaken in your body. Then, when the apocalypse arrives, you can wander to other galaxies and planets with the people and things you want to protect. You can avoid the attention of the outer deities and rebuild a civilization." Klein had long thought of this problem. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm not sure if Roselle ever said that you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever." He had conversed with the Evernight goddess in Jotun, and the proverb sounded a little strange when translated. Hiding was only a temporary strategy. It could not be used as a long-term strategy. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued. "Although the universe is vast and boundless, the outer gods are clearly more familiar with it than we are. They are also more powerful and directly represent a certain aspect of the entire universe. It's very difficult to avoid their search. Moreover, even if it can succeed, it can only be stable for a period of time. The reconstructed civilization will be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. At that time, they won't even have the chance to become the great old ones. They will never be able to redeem themselves." This was because if he wanted to successfully escape from the invasion of the outer gods, he would have to give up all the Sphirot. Otherwise, he would definitely become the focus of their attention. Not to mention roaming the starry sky, it was unknown whether he could even survive the first round of attacks. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said softly, apart from the things directly torn from the outer deities, of the uniqueness and high sequence beyond or characteristics of other pathways, the outer deities might not care. As you said, it's just not necessarily. The outer deities should still have a certain desire for uniqueness and high sequence beyond or characteristics in similar domains. This can help them approach the pillar. Klein replied calmly. We cannot have beyond or of. The Evernight goddess of the moon of. In this aspect, you are more clear-headed than Roselle. Of course, it's also because he found out about the great old ones and the outer gods too late. Of. You have another choice, use Pallas' method to degrade yourself and let Amon steal Sapphira Castle. In that case, you can live well as a Sequence 1 archangel. You don't have to worry about the Lord of the Mysteries awakening in your body at all times. You also don't have to be too tired. In the religious canon of the Church of Evernight, there was a division between angels and archangels. Klein had always guessed that the latter referred to Sequence 1, and today, he had finally received confirmation. Of course, this was only the standard of a church. It didn't represent anything else. After hearing the Evernight goddess's words, Klein fell silent for a long time before asking, "Can Amon be trusted?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection said frankly, "I can't give you a definite answer." Klein asked again, "If the Lord of the Mysteries awakens in Amon's body, will he take back all the high sequence beyond or characteristics of the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways?" "I don't know," the Evernight goddess's dream projection replied in the same tone. Klein fell silent again. After a while, he said, "Personally, I don't wish to become a great old one. However, I can't let down or abandon the existences that have placed their bets on me. They have more or less helped me. Once Amon becomes the Lord of the Mysteries, he will definitely help the ancient sun god reclaim the uniqueness and Sequence 1 beyond or characteristics of the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, causing them to perish. Besides, Amon is a god who acts recklessly." The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded slightly. "You've maintained your humanity quite well." After Klein made up his mind, he shook off his depressed state and smiled when he heard that. "If I don't maintain my humanity well, allowing godhood to gain an advantage, I will also make a similar choice. This is because godhood's instinct is to gather with me as the master." The Evernight goddess's dream projection chuckled softly. "Go make the preparations and meet Antigonus as soon as possible." Klein nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Has Amon used Mr. Door's ritual to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection slowly replied, "If it were any other existence, definitely not. But if it's Amon, there's a 50% chance. He's adventurous by nature and seeks thrills." Klein didn't say anything else as he watched the Evernight goddess's projection vanish in front of him and watched the dream collapse gently. In his vision, the altar that he hadn't cleaned up in time appeared again. To him, heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor didn't require much preparation. He mainly relied on Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and steal the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic that he hadn't digested yet. This allowed his main body to be in a state that could accommodate the uniqueness. As his mental state stabilized, even without Zeradal's remnant mental imprint, Klein could rely on his humanity, consciousness, and anchors to barely suppress a portion of the celestial worthy's awakened will. However, before that, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he needed to do something. After looking around, he packed up the altar and dragged out Don Dantes' study from the fog of history. Sitting in front of the table, Klein spread out a piece of paper and wrote a letter to Mr. Aztec. As he had just finished writing the previous letter, there wasn't much content this time. He only briefly mentioned the river of eternal darkness beneath Calderon City and the death imprints that lingered on both sides of the tributaries. He mainly talked about how he had seen multiple Aztec eggers and his guesses about it. After folding the letter, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle and blew at it. The skeleton messenger appeared in the size of a normal human. It knelt on one knee and opened its palm. After Klein handed the letter to it, he took out a gold coin from Xianxia Castle. This is a thank you for the long trouble. If you can't take the initiative to receive it, hand it to your master and let him distribute it. This gold coin was one of Klein's 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Xianxia Castle and had undergone a certain mutation. He had already used one of them to pay Miss Messenger's mail fee, and he had lost one to Merrick when playing cards. The skeleton messenger was stunned for nearly 5 seconds before it didn't dare disobey Klein's words. It closed its fingers and held the letter and gold coin at the same time. It then disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall before burrowing in. Right on the heels of that, Klein took out another gold coin and placed it in his pocket. At the same time, he got the worms of spirit on duty in Xianxia Castle to glance at a particular crimson star. East Balam, in a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess. As one of the first demigods to participate in the Rose School operation, Leonard Mitchell had already used a sealed artifact to arrive in the southern continent. However, he didn't find anything for the time being. This was because the demigods of Rose School seemed to have sensed the danger in the air and had simultaneously hidden themselves. This forced Leonard to wait patiently and be ready to be deployed at any time. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do, he wore red gloves and entered the cathedral's prayer hall. He could be considered to be pious in his daily prayers. In the dark and peaceful environment, he seemed to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Leonard opened his eyes, stood up, and walked along the aisle to the door. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti, who was wearing a top hat and a suit. Leonard's pupils dilated as his eyebrows pricked up slightly. Klein, who was also praying, put down his hands and stood up. He walked past him and approached the altar step by step. During this process, the two of them didn't say a word, as though they were strangers. After arriving at the donation box near the altar, Klein took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it in with a serious expression. Then, he changed his direction and left the church through another door. Leonard stood sideways in the main aisle and looked at this scene in confusion. He frowned slightly. At this moment, Palazorost's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. Find a chance to get that gold coin. In a house in Bakeland. Wolaseptin held a small silver spoon and focused on digging at the lump of light green ice cream in front of him. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and blocked the sight of the food. On the chair next to him, Don Dantes's figure was instantly outlined. I seem to have missed 2 of your birthdays, Klein said with a smile. This is a belated gift. As he spoke, he took out a gold coin and pushed it to Wolaseptin. This is a lucky coin for you. Will was stunned for 2 seconds before he mumbled, your birth present is a lucky amulet, and your birthday present is a lucky gold coin. You're really uncreative. As he spoke, he stretched out his chubby little hand and quickly took the gold coin back. Klein smiled, stood up, and disappeared. By him, inside the Sea God Church. After the Mass, Alger Wilson had just returned to his room when he saw a figure appear by the window. It was the German sparrow in a top hat and trench coat. Without waiting for Alger to speak, Klein took 2 steps forward and said solemnly, I'm here on Mr. Fool's orders. He habitually played the role of attendant of mysteries. Alger immediately lowered his head and pressed his right hand to his left chest. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly and raised his hand to take out an item from the junk pile in Xianxia Castle. Alger's eyes reflected a short staff made of white bones. The tip of the staff was inlaid with tiny blue gems, a few of which were dyed black, and a few of which were covered with the light of dawn. Around the staff, there were countless pure light spots. Illusory and ethereal prayers came from it, stacking on top of each other, making it look holy. Alger's pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't help but reveal some greed. As a sequence 4 demigod of the Sailor Pathway, he was extremely certain that the white bone scepter in front of him was the symbol of Sea God's identity, status, and power. As he endured the slight dizziness brought about by the prayers, he cast his gaze at the world, German sparrow, and waited for the servant of the deity to speak. Klein raised the Sea God scepter with one hand and said with a solemn expression, This is a gift and trust from Mr. Fool. It's also a reward for protecting a large number of believers. No matter what happens in the future, I hope that you will always obey Mr. Fool's instructions and do your best to complete the mission he has given you. Alger acutely picked up on the hidden meaning. He suspected that Mr. Fool would encounter something in the future, causing him to be injured and hit rock bottom. Thinking that he had already left the Church of the Storm and had no way out, Alger pressed his left chest with his right hand and replied loudly, "I will only follow Mr. Fool." Upon seeing this, Klein nodded inwardly before repeating what he had said to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment. This made Alger heave a sigh of relief. After all, knowing what might happen in the future was better than not knowing anything. Without hesitation, he repeated what he had just said in an unusually solemn manner. Klein then handed the Sea God scepter to him. "Get used to this sealed artifact and see God's daily routine. Once you're done digesting the cataclysmic Enturer potion, you can use it to concoct the potion. Acting in advance can greatly reduce the difficulty of advancement." In fact, Klein could already remove the grafting and transfer the concept of the sea god that pointed to himself and Sapphira Castle to Alger, allowing him to directly become half a sea god. It would allow him to better adapt to this identity and act in advance. However, considering that after accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, he needed enough anchors to balance the celestial worthy's further awakening. The believers of Sea God were indispensable, so Klein decided to wait until his condition stabilized before completely transferring everything related to Sea God. Now, Alger was closer to an attendant who wielded authority. He helped the deity listen to and respond to prayers, but he didn't enjoy the corresponding anchors or identity. The owner of the Sea God scepter was still Klein, and it was still pointed at him. This was the magical effect of grafting. Alger suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart and sincerely responded to German Sparrow before receiving the Sea God scepter. Then, he deliberated and asked, "What negative effects does this sealed artifact have?" "Mr. Fool has already sealed it to a certain extent. The negative effects of the Sea God scepter have been greatly reduced," Klein said simply. "It will only make the wielder a little more irritable now, causing the spirit to be in a certain state of chaos. In addition, it will drain the blood of the surrounding creatures every month. You can fly to the sea or an uninhabited island ahead of time." Thankfully, Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked about the beyonder powers of the scepter in his hand. After Klein roughly described it, he vanished from where he stood. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. After completing the additional preparations, Klein sat on the Fool's chair and conjured a piece of goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. He analyzed the possible developments of heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor. If everything goes smoothly and enters the final stage of accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, the goddess will definitely remove the concealment. This is because only by doing so can that region interact with reality. Only then can fate be intertwined and achieve the effect of fooling others. From Mr. Door's apotheosis ritual, accommodating the uniqueness will definitely cause quite a stir. Once there's no concealment, this matter will definitely be noticed by the other deities. Furthermore, the existences who are concerned about this matter will definitely be paying attention to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Once there are any changes, they will know immediately. In such a situation, there will undoubtedly be interference, destruction, help, and support. It's very important to figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend. Otherwise, there's no way to make targeted preparations. The goddess is definitely on my side. If she were an enemy, I would have long been concealed countless times. It's impossible for her to grow to this level. To put it simply, if she wanted to sell me, there were many opportunities in the past. Furthermore, she can sell me for a very good price. Furthermore, to her support of whoever becomes the Lord of the Mysteries won't affect her. She can decide based on her preferences. Adam has yet to bypass the seal and obtain the river of eternal darkness. The ones who don't wish for Amon to become the Lord of the Mysteries the most are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Once anyone attempts to destroy my ritual to accommodate the Fool's uniqueness, they will undoubtedly help me and provide assistance. Apart from these four true deities, the remaining sequence zeros are Visionary Adam and the true creator are Amon's fathers, so the chances of them helping him are definitely higher than just watching from the sidelines. Earth Mother has bet on me through Emlyn, but she won't definitely help me at critical moments. To her, patiently waiting for the outcome might be the best choice when there are no benefits involved. The primordial demoness state is strange, so she can make any choice. The god of steam and machinery's attitude is ambiguous. She is neutral or making a private deal with Amon and Adam. I don't have the chips to move him. Apart from these true deities, among the less common sequence zeros or near sequence zero sentient existences, the Lord of the Abyss, which is also the dark side of the universe, is suspected to have been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. He will only occasionally respond to the prayers of the blood sanctification sect. He hasn't exerted any influence on the real world for a long time. Similarly, the chained god is in a similar situation. What they will do depends on the mother tree of desire's thoughts. And to the outer deities, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries should be a consensus. Under such a premise, preventing me from accommodating the fool's uniqueness will only cause me to be at an absolute disadvantage in the competition with Amon, allowing the outcome of the competition to be quickly decided. The mother tree of desire's most likely strategy is to acquiesce or even help me accommodate the fool's uniqueness, preventing the balance between Amon and me from tilting. After that, she will repeatedly destroy our inclination and attempts to converge, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries until the apocalypse. The Red Angel evil spirit definitely hasn't recovered to the level where he can get involved in such matters. The hidden sage is very mysterious, and it's difficult to guess his thoughts, but he should know that I'm hostile towards him. At this point in the analysis, Klein summarized: allies, Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Knowledge and Wisdom; enemies, Visionary Adam, True Creator, Mr. Error, Amon. The neutral ones who are on my side are Mother Earth, the dark side of the universe, and the chained god. Neutral to Amon's side, Hidden Sage, neutral with a vague attitude, Primordial Demoness, god of steam and machinery. Yes, regardless of how far Adam and the True Creator have fused, I'll use the worst-case scenario. I'll treat them as the ancient god of the sun, a sequence zero true god of dual pathways. The goddess has the uniqueness of a twilight giant and death. Although she hasn't accommodated them, she should be able to gain initial control over him by using that golden bird-shaped accessory as a medium. Even if she isn't comparable to the ancient god of the sun, she will definitely be able to hold him back. According to Amon's calculations, as a sequence zero true god of dual pathways, the Lord of Storms needs at least 2 out of the 3 of them to have a chance of stopping him. On the surface, my side still has a certain advantage. Klein looked at the contents listed on the paper and muttered to himself as he focused on thinking. However, this advantage didn't include neutrals. Klein tapped the edge of the long-modeled table and considered the worst-case scenario. The Primordial Demoness, Hidden Sage, and the God of Steam and Machinery had chosen to help Amon based on their dealings under the table or their own preferences. This way, even if Earth Mother were to participate in the battle, Klein's side would be at a disadvantage. The God of Steam and Machinery would offset the remaining one of the omniscient and omnipotent 5 pathways. The Primordial Demoness would hold back Earth Mother, who had just obtained the moon's uniqueness. The Hidden Sage would face the dark side of the universe and the chained god, which had been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. The outer deity's powers that could infiltrate were very limited, so the Hidden Sage had a high chance of gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, such an offset was an ideal calculation. In reality, in such a chaotic situation, Amon, who wielded error, could come up with many tricks. It was possible for him to instantly find a weak spot and bypass the obstruction, causing Klein's ritual to fail and cause him to lose control on the spot. In addition, some of the deities who supported Klein on the surface might help Amon for reasons he didn't know. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the difference in strength between deities, Klein didn't know much about them, so he was unable to analyze them. I never expected that there would be a day when I would fleece the mother tree of desire. Yes, I have to make preparations for the worst-case scenario to prevent things from developing in this direction. Klein scattered the paper and fountain pen in front of him and cast his gaze at a special prayer point of light. His figure disappeared from Sapphira Castle and appeared on Bernadette's dawn. Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have a certain premonition about German Sparrow's arrival. She put down the ancient scroll in her hand without any surprise and cast her gaze at the visitor at the door. Klein didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. I want to borrow the magic wishing lamp for a day. Bernadette nodded gently and raised her hand to pick up the magic wishing lamp beside her. His invisible servant then carried the uniquely shaped lamp and brought it to Klein. Klein reached out to take it and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." "Thank you." Bernadette didn't make any requests, as though she wasn't worried that she would accumulate wishes and die a strange death. She believed that Mr. Fool could resolve this problem, because this existence had shown his abilities in this regard the last time. In the next second, Klein, who had transformed into German Sparrow, disappeared from the dawn and returned to Sapphira Castle. After he placed the magic wishing lamp on the table in front of him, he immediately saw the wick ignite and emit a sticky glow, forming a distorted and blurry pale gold figure. "You haven't fulfilled your promise. I won't fulfill your wish according to your wishes," the genie said in a grand and dignified voice. "You should know that the current wielder of this lamp is Roselle's daughter. The first wish you make will accumulate to her, allowing her to accumulate 3 wishes and suffer the backlash of transcending the sequences. And this time, I won't allow you to transfer the number of wishes she carries to yourself." Previously, when Klein used the magic wishing lamp to escape, he didn't change the ownership of this grade 0 sealed artifact. It still belonged to Bernadette, and its wielder was still Queen Mystic. Therefore, the wishes he made would accumulate to himself and Bernadette at the same time. Back then, his first wish was to transfer the 2 wishes that Bernadette had previously made to his name. This would clear all of Bernadette's wishes, and he would be burdened with 2 wishes. But at the same time, this first wish would also accumulate. Therefore, after it was fulfilled, the number of wishes on Bernadette would be 1, and Klein would have 3. Following that, Klein made a second wish. Without a doubt, it would be recorded on both him and Bernadette. In the end, Bernadette's wish count was 2, not exceeding the critical point. Klein's reached 4. Without any surprises, he suffered a backlash from the outer deity's laws. He died on the spot in Adam's corpse cathedral and successfully escaped. Under such a premise, any other wish that Klein made would cause Bernadette's wish count to reach 3. It was inevitable that she would suffer something terrifying. Of course, he could also mimic the first wish from the previous time and transfer Bernadette's wish count to himself, using up a chance of resurrection. However, the genie had already clearly said that he would distort such wishes and make them be fulfilled in a way that Klein didn't wish to see. "Sigh, it's also because I was in a hurry the last time, and Roselle was affected by the primordial moon. There were still some loopholes in the wishes we discussed. Back then, I should have added a description to make the first wish only be recorded under my name. Or, I could have added another wish between the first and second wishes to transfer the ownership of the magic wishing lamp to me. After all, after my death, the ownership will definitely be cleared, and the magic wishing lamp will return to its actual owner." As Klein sighed to himself, he smiled at the genie. "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with tampering or reorganization. With this lamp's level and your current state, I can completely rely on Sapphira Castle to graft its ownership from Bernadette to me. Or, we can use another method and directly use theft. How about that?" The blurry, distorted golden figure of the genie fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "Although you aren't as cunning as him, you're equally shameless. However, it's useless. After you accumulate your wishes and die suddenly, the ownership of this lamp will still return to Roselle's daughter. And I will distort the rules and record your wish to her. Also, I just said that before you fulfill your promise, I won't fulfill your wish normally." Klein maintained his smile. "I once heard a story about investors. When a company is in trouble, the ones who are more willing to provide aid are definitely the original investors. Although they have already paid a lot, if they don't continue to pay, it's very likely that they won't be able to recoup their investment and lose all their capital. Of course, if they can use other methods or channels to get back their share, or if they can exchange their capital for greater benefits, that would be another story. What type do you think you are?" The genie looked at Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, and laughed. "After gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have obtained the eloquence of a swindler. However, unless you help me remove the seal now, it will be very difficult for me to affect matters at the sequence 0 level. At most, I'll make you suffer a backlash from the laws that transcend sequences and die again without any resistance. However, this won't be of any help to what you want to do now. This is because death means failure. Furthermore, you should know very well that losing control during the advancement will affect all your avatars. It's not something that can be avoided by severing the connection." Klein smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I haven't thought of a wish. I'm just making preparations." At this point, he looked at the magic wishing lamp. Actually, this lamp has another effect that can affect sequence 0. I heard that a true deity once tried to destroy this lamp, but he ultimately failed. That's right. How can a lamp that can seal an outer deity be so easily damaged? It definitely has the powers of the Lord of the Mysteries or Sapphira Castle attached to it. As he spoke, the smile on Klein's face gradually became more obvious. It would be a waste not to use such a sturdy object as a shield. The genie fell silent and didn't respond for a long time. After such a friendly exchange, Klein and the genie exchanged their opinions and reached a preliminary agreement on the fact that they shared a common destiny. Then, Klein placed the magic wishing lamp into his pocket, prepared to use it at any time. After doing all of this, he cast his gaze at the fragment of light related to the Hornaces mountain range in the fog of history. He was almost done with his preparations. Next, he would create an avatar and steal the undigested attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic from his body. Then, he could face the ancestor of the Antigonus family. And this could very well trigger a battle of gods. To be frank, Klein didn't wish for this to happen. This was because there was a high chance that a battle of gods would have a rather negative impact on the real world. Ro's redemption had prevented the primordial one from reviving and assassinated the ancient sun god with the help of Dark Angel Sassurer. It had directly brought about a disaster that affected the entire eastern continent. This caused more than 99% of the living beings there to die, turning the terrain into an abyss. The War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster had nearly destroyed the northern continent, causing countless people to die and mutate. It caused mountains to turn into lakes, valleys to change, rivers to change directions, the land to collapse, and the sea to turn violent. The battle between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat had happened in the astral world, in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. Furthermore, it was rather short, so it had the least impact on the real world. However, before that, the full-scale war that had lasted more than a year had drained the blood and tears of countless people. If it was possible, Klein was really willing to give up Sapphira Castle and live as a Sequence 1 or even a Sequence 2 angel, allowing things to develop in the most peaceful manner. However, along the way, there were already many people who had given him kindness, helped him, and believed in him. If Klein were to say that he was giving up now, he would be pushing them into danger. This wasn't kindness, but selfishness. From ancient times until now, which successful person didn't bear the fate of many people? If he gave up, what would happen to those people, the members of the Tarot, the believers of the Fool in the City of Silver and Moon City, Aztec Eggers, Rionette Tinker, Will-Septon? Faces quickly flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, he let out a long sigh. If Amon was trustworthy, it wasn't that Klein couldn't hand over these matters to him. However, this god of deceit had always been unscrupulous, and all his believers were himself. If Klein were to give up just like that, ignoring his own safety, the people or demigods he had just thought of might be captured by the enemy or put on a monocle in their right eye. Among them, Will-Septon and the Fool's believers were in the most danger. Believe in the might of deities, but don't believe in their benevolence, this was Klein's decision. When facing the Evernight goddess, he used the Lord of Storms and them as examples to tell her that he wouldn't let her help down. This was the existence that had placed the most bets on him. If Klein were to give up, the Evernight goddess might have to pay an even greater price to obtain the River of Eternal Darkness. She might even never obtain it. This was because after the two pillars, the Lord of the Mysteries and God, appeared one after another, it meant that the threat of the outer deities would be reduced to a minimum. There was no need for additional great old ones to be born. Phew, after that, I'll use Sapphira Castle to graft the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range to the astral world. This will prevent the battle of gods from causing damage to the real world to the greatest extent. It will also allow the goddess and the other deities guarding the crack in the barrier to fully unleash their strength. After all, most of my supporters are orthodox deities. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a solution. He then snapped his fingers and used Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and stand by the side. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes for Monday PS2, due to the changes in the operations plan, there won't be any pop-up recommendations for all the characters' birthday events on Qidian after April 15th. Everyone, just give a like to whichever character you like. It's free, and there's no need to spend money. Also, Little Sun's birthday will be in the next 2 days. Everyone, look for him on the event page and give him a free blessing to get a badge. The avatar that Klein created was based on his current state, not Don Dante's, Sherlock Moriarty, or Merlin Hermes. This was to prevent any cognitive barriers. After encountering the anomaly brought about by Adam, he became even more careful in such matters. Glancing at the avatar, Klein's mind stirred, causing its face to turn blank. The avatar then reached out its right hand, mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, and grabbed at the main body. Again and again, after failing more than 10 times, it finally extracted a bit of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of extending such an attempt to actual combat. He didn't resist at all. With his body and mind open, the avatar had to spend so much time and fail so many times before finally succeeding despite using Sapphira Castle's level and power. The value of actual combat was obvious. As more and more Beyonder characteristics left his body, Klein relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after carrying it for a long time. Of course, his mental state also fluctuated to a certain extent. This was because after losing Zeradal's remnant psyche, the awakened will of the celestial worthy corroded his mind even more intensely. This was within Klein's expectations, so he didn't panic at all. With his long stabilized self-awareness, his rather tenacious will, and sufficient anchors, he gradually resisted the corruption from the celestial worthy's will and found a new balance. At the same time, when the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic that Klein hadn't digested entered the avatar's body, its blank, featureless face suddenly warped. It grew a pair of dark, lusterless eyes and a faintly discernible white beard. At this moment, it was extremely close to Zeradal. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic. Its body rapidly collapsed as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out, extending out slippery and sinister tentacles. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't let it go. Without any hesitation, he moved his finger and transformed the avatar into his marionette. The process of losing control was thus interrupted. At this stage, he had already made all the preparations. His body was in a state where he had digested the potion and could accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He also had a sequence 1 marionette. Klein leaned back in his chair and went through what he had to do next in his mind to see if there were any fatal mistakes. Regarding the battle of the gods, this is all I can do for now. In the future, I can only do my best. Was I too optimistic about the earlier process? With the help of the goddess and the river of eternal darkness, there's no need to worry about the Antigonus family's ancestor causing any accidents? After a round of examination, Klein felt that he had not been cautious enough. He had been a little arrogant and careless. After some thought, he created another doppelganger with a blank face. After doing that, Klein stood up, took out Creeping Hunger from the fog of history, and wore it on his left hand. This was a preparation for a possible small-scale battle. In such a scenario, Blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After straightening his collar, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings, allowing his gaze to land on the strange door of light that was stained with bluish black. It landed on the humans who were hanging there and wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned them one by one, his gaze fixed on the 3 cracked, transparent cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked step by step to a time before the first epoch and walked into the stacked city of old. He stood at the top of a dilapidated building that was barely standing, looking down at the pile of ruins, the public transportation that had turned into discs, and the cars that were stacked one after another. Amidst the silence, his gaze swept across the remaining houses. It was as if he could see through the barriers of history, and he could see the electric lights that lit up one after another inside the houses. The light from these electric lights gently spread out, illuminating the glass, the buildings, the streets, and the ruins in a corner of the old city. After staring for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step forward, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he directly teleported to the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He saw the dilapidated ancient palace that was shrouded in fog and overgrown with weeds. His marionette and avatar immediately appeared in front of him like 2 guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed down on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The peak of the Hornacis mountain range immediately turned dark as illusory stars began to appear around it. Klein had grafted this place with the astral world. Without any hesitation, he walked to the entrance of the ancient palace with his marionette and avatar. The marionette that looked rather similar to him took a step forward. It bent its back, stretched out its hands, and slowly pushed the heavy stone door. Amidst the creaking sounds of friction, the door opened bit by bit, revealing the scene inside. And it was different from the time Klein had delivered the Trensostal brass book. It was pitch black inside, preventing anyone from seeing the numerous corpses hanging in the hall or the transparent maggots entrenched on the huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein used his intuition as a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was a change brought about by the Evernight goddess using the river of eternal darkness as water to send the ancestor of the Antigonus family into an eternal slumber. After his marionette and avatar entered one after another, he slowly walked through the door and stepped into the interior of the palace. The darkness swayed and underwent changes. Many buildings appeared in the surroundings, and many figures walked on the streets. Voices spread out, causing the entire environment to suddenly become lively, and there was a bit of clamor. People ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed to different places and discussed all sorts of matters. They and the buildings were dark in color, close to black and white. It was like an old photo that had suddenly come alive from the depths of history. This made Klein think of the black and white holographic projection, the scenes in the historical void, and the realistic dream. He strolled along the streets of such a town, moving forward as he gradually ascended the streets. The closer he got to the top, the grander the buildings became. Huge stone pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The people living in this old black and white photo were generally tall. They looked like they were studying, working, and resting normally. The scenes here changed continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the troubles of adulthood, the pressure of middle age, and the sorrow of aging. Of course, these scenes were interspersed with each other, but there were times when one of them was the main theme. As Klein ventured deeper, he began to see some of the townspeople die. Their loved ones didn't feel too sad. They carried the deceased back home and placed them on the bed, beside the pillow, as though the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the vicinity of the town, the deceased crawled up from their beds, left their loved ones, and walked out of their homes. Step by step, they walked to the top of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the final home of all life, the kingdom of eternal rest. This was very close to where ordinary people lived. The latter was spread out from the mountainside to the peak, while the former was at the peak. Others might be surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what this place was and what such a scene meant. This was because he could see the spirit body threads on the bodies of the deceased. Just as they were about to die, the spirit body threads would float to the peak and be controlled by an unknown existence. In other words, they had become marionettes. Therefore, the deceased could leave their homes and head for the peak after a period of time. And this matched the details of the research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins that Klein had read back then. The country of the Evernight belonged to Mother Sky of the Evernight pathway, but at the peak, there was a marionette town that was used by the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the residents of the country of the Evernight respected and feared the night. They believed in Mother Sky, and at the same time, they believed that death wasn't the end. They believed that their deceased loved ones would protect them in the night. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of the dead was just beside them, at the peak. It was just a walk away, and the deceased would continue their lives there in the form of marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was no doubt equivalent to being alive. The country of the living and the city of the dead were connected just like that, at the two ends of the short path. The distance between life and death was so close that they were like neighbors. This also explained why the country of the Evernight didn't have any tombs. This was because the deceased didn't need to be buried. They would become marionettes and head to the peak. This should be the country of the Evernight from back then. Klein nodded gently as he climbed to the peak of the dark environment. What he saw was indeed a seemingly ordinary town, but everyone here was a marionette. Passing through the marionettes in different clothes and appearances, Klein entered the magnificent palace that consecrated a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped his elbows on the armrest and leaned his head against the back of the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white, half hidden while the other half was obvious. His appearance was male, and his eyes were darker than Zeradal's. Furthermore, they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of short, thick, black hair on his face that resembled a wolf's hair. It gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. This was the ancestor of the Antigonus family. This time, he didn't appear in his mythical creature form. He was sitting on the huge stone chair in his original form. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was sleeping. And in the hall, there were corpses in simple or gorgeous clothes hanging. They were like a forest that grew upside down, gently swaying in the wind. After entering a state of eternal slumber, this ancestor of the Antigonus family has finally temporarily escaped from his loss of control and madness and returned to his former self. Klein stood in the middle of the hall and stared at the goal of his trip. He sighed. The country of the Evernight and the city of the dead that he had just seen were all Antigonus's dreams. A dream that he hadn't seen for more than 1,000 years. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Looking at the half-fool on the huge stone chair, Klein's mind flashed with the scenes related to the nation of the Evernight, and he felt a little emotional. He didn't know much about Antigonus. He had even nearly lost control because of the ravings of Hornacius Phlegria. Therefore, he couldn't be said to feel any sympathy, but he could empathize with him. The lingering dream was undoubtedly one of the best memories of the past. Even though Antigonus was born as an extraordinary species, he seemed to miss the peaceful and sealed-off country of the past. Klein slowly exhaled and moved his gaze away from the man with a thick black beard to the side of the huge stone chair. A book made of thin brass was placed there quietly, with 3 lines of rules written in aqua silver text constantly appearing on it. 0-02, Transostal Brass Book. He used an ability similar to grafting to complete the seal? Yes, it seems to have gone one step further. Not only did he directly connect the beginning to the ending rule, but he also fooled the intelligence of the Transostal Brass Book, making it ignore the middle part that had been skipped. It didn't attempt to make any changes, and it repeated it again and again. Klein glanced at 0-02 and muttered to himself in thought. This made him have a guess as to what powers the fool had. Without thinking too much about it, Klein got the attendant of mysteries marionette to graft the starting point and ending point together. He walked to the side of the huge stone chair and picked up the Transostal Brass Book. On the one hand, he was eliminating any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was probing Antigonus's current condition. Seeing that the half-fool was still sleeping, unable to escape his eternal slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He got his marionette to take the Transostal Brass Book and retreat to the entrance of the palace, where he waited. The reason why he didn't let his avatar take the Grade 0 sealed artifact was that he was worried that the Transostal Brass Book, which had a certain connection with the Sapphira, would display a passive negative influence at the critical moment when he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness, causing the situation to rapidly deteriorate. In terms of avoiding the negative effects of sealed artifacts, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. This was also the reason why Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't keep a ticking bomb by his side. It was fine usually. He could rely on his level, and abilities to forcefully suppress the Staff of the Stars, but in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be extremely weak. He wouldn't be able to interfere with the people and matters around him. Any slight accident could cause him to lose control on the spot. In order to deal with the situation of Sapphira Castle being sealed and being unable to borrow any power, Klein had no choice but to bring along a sealed artifact that could provide teleportation. Therefore, he chose Creeping Hunger. At this moment, facing a king of angels who controlled a uniqueness, Klein felt the human-skinned glove on his left palm instinctively tremble. He then used his right hand to caress Creeping Hunger and whispered in a joking tone, "Don't worry. Don't worry. You're just a historical void projection." After using this method to resolve the excessive tension in his mind, Klein looked around and confirmed that there was nothing else he needed to deal with. Right on the heels of that, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed at Antigonus. When he straightened his body and raised his head, a complicated, mysterious, and illusory mark appeared between his brows. This mark was like a strange door of light that was tainted with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. In the next second, he reached out his right hand, and from a distance that wasn't considered far, he contained Antigonus's body between his fingers. His fingers quickly closed, and with a twist of his wrist, he completed the theft. He didn't obtain anything. This attempt had failed. Klein wasn't depressed at all. He once again began to steal Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. Although he was already a king of angels among kings of angels, his thieving abilities came from Sapphira Castle. He was currently only at the Sequence 1 level. As for Antigonus, he had been corrupted by the Lord of the Mysteries and was a king of angels that contained a uniqueness. There was still a clear difference between the two. Therefore, even though Antigonus had entered a temporary state of eternal slumber and was unable to resist, Klein failed many times. He wasn't nervous or disappointed in such a situation. This was because this was something he had expected. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the Evernight goddess wouldn't remove the concealment, allowing the fate here to be connected to the real world. There wouldn't be any external interference, so Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to make the attempt. After countless failures, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he foresaw something. He reached out his right hand again, closed his fingers, and gently twisted them. Suddenly, he felt something invisible leave Antigonus's body and float towards him. At the same time, an indescribable river of light that branched out into countless tributaries appeared in front of him. The illusory river kept flowing forward, drowning one tributary after another, allowing them to return to the main trunk. This was the symbol of fate. It had many different forms, such as the slowly spinning wheel and the giant serpent with its head and tail connected. At this moment, when fate changed, what Klein saw was the river of light. In the next second, fragmented scenes surfaced in Klein's mind. A demonic wolf with 8 legs that had just been born was lying on a hill. He had transparent and twisted maggots swimming in and out of the thick black short fur on its body. He was the youngest son of the ancient god, Xianxia, a natural mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, elder brother, and some of his kinsmen who were playing in the pile of corpses. He felt contempt for the simple and crude way they dealt with their prey. He believed that hanging the prey up and slowly enjoying them was in line with his status. This demonic wolf, who could be called a subsidiary god, was most afraid of his father, that powerful, terrifying, and crazy ancient god. Although Xianxia had already instinctively mated and reproduced, producing many offspring and separating out many beyond her characteristics, it was uncontrollable. There was no way to ensure progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and filled with destructive instincts. He had even killed several descendants. This demonic wolf that could only create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes chased after its prey, biting or killing them, enjoying pure joy. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Xianxia. What he remembered most clearly was that he hated the god of wishes, Kotar, even though he was also a demonic wolf. In addition, he didn't like the god of the dead, Xianxia. He found him gloomy, solitary, and his entire body emitted a rotten and disgusting aura. On the other hand, the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, had the aesthetics of a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was very good at placating the mind. She wasn't that annoying to the wolf. However, this female subsidiary god rarely appeared. She was always like a shadow, hiding in places that weren't easily discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that several of his sisters and brothers had ostracized Ammonizes and wanted to snatch her position. The demonic wolf had witnessed the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god. He saw the ancient god's blood splatter all over the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes' body. And in that chaotic situation, a uniqueness and a sequence one beyond her characteristic were attracted and fell into her hands. She and one of his sisters escaped the kingdom where the demonic wolves lived and hid everywhere. Without their father's protection, this demonic wolf and his sister realized that their wanton lives weren't normal. Pain and danger were the themes that ran through everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent, establishing a secret kingdom in the uninhabited Hornacis mountain range. He and his sister didn't dare to expose themselves. All they could do was gather believers in small numbers and gather the population. Under such circumstances, he invented the city of the dead that coexisted with the kingdom of the living. He made the dead believers become his marionettes to complete the advancement ritual. Although this period of time was filled with worries, it was the best time in the demonic wolf's memories. Seeing his sister's believers increase and his marionette town improve, he seemed to forget the chaos and danger of the outside world. He obtained the first peace since he was born. Due to the influence of the believer's knowledge, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he finally advanced to become an attendant of mysteries and turned himself into a human. With Antigonus's surname, he left the Hornacis mountain range and returned to the real world outside the secret kingdom. From that moment forth, Antigonus's memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times, he found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, this situation became more serious. As scenes flashed, Klein quickly came to a realization: I'm Antigonus, I'm the half-fool. Suddenly, his body changed repeatedly. At times, he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, fusing with Zhou Mingrui's appearance, Klein Moretti. At other times, he had long white hair and a thick, black beard on his face. At other times, he wore a black cloak, making it impossible to see his face clearly as he constantly extended slippery tentacles to the side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his mental state was completely out of balance. He could barely maintain a certain level of self-awareness as he tottered under the impact of the two mental storms. At the same time, he also inherited the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy. His body began to collapse bit by bit. Prayers and praises sounded in his ears. They intertwined, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Worsted Archipelago, Byam, on the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle suddenly appeared here. He stood behind the railing and looked down at the entire city. Mr. Error, Amon. In the next second, he saw Byam, the distant new city of silver, and New Moon City disappear at the same time, as though someone had erased them from the map with an eraser. Boring. Upon seeing this scene, Amon smiled and shook his head. He wasn't disappointed at all. He only wanted to test if Klein or the Evernight goddess had fixed a bug. After striking the bell, he could, to a certain extent, be considered the fool's angel of time. He could use this loophole to steal a portion of the other party's anchors. Such theft was usually of little value, but it was very useful at the critical moment of a ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely cause the balance to be broken, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. Amon retracted his gaze and raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal glasses, a light that seemed to come from the starry sky suddenly lit up. Creak. Creak, the doors and windows in Bakeland, Trier, Lemberg, and St. Millum closed at the same time without any wind blowing. In the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside a white tower, Luca, who was on duty in the underground area, suddenly stood up when he sensed the unusual commotion. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. This elder, who was wearing a white robe with brass threads, immediately used a mystic spell and arrived at the entrance to the underground area in one step. He reached out and pushed the door open. However, this door, which wasn't considered heavy for a demigod, didn't move at all, as though it had been sealed by an invisible force. Luca Brewster didn't make any forceful attempts. Instead, he cast his gaze deep underground. There was silence. Not a single sound could be heard. This isn't normal. Luca didn't need to rely on his beyonder powers to determine that something was amiss. Usually, deep underground would emit a sound that made one's hair stand on end. But now, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Others might not know, but as a member of the upper echelons of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the sound came from an extremely terrifying sealed artifact that even he didn't know the exact situation. It was impossible for it to be erased out of thin air. The current situation could only mean one thing: either the sealed artifact had escaped its restrictions and entered an even stranger state, or it had been sealed further, no longer able to exert any influence on the outside world. And regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that there was extreme danger lurking in the surroundings. This was because the sealed artifact's serial number was 0-01. At the top of the remaining bell tower in Byam, the light on Amon's monocle gradually faded as it returned to normal. This Mr. Error had just unabashedly displayed his newly obtained Beyonder powers, indicating a fact to all the existences that were watching him. He had already accommodated the door's uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. He had just used this to close everything related to the concept of door in the world, maximizing the effects of the seal. This resulted in the items that were sealed in the Orthodox churches and secret organizations being unable to be used for a short period of time, because no one could remove the seal. Even if a true god descended from the astral world, it might take a certain amount of time to remove the restrictions. Therefore, Amon excluded most of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts from the possible battle of gods, so he didn't need to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, using authority to exert influence on the entire world couldn't be maintained for long unless Mr. Amon focused all his energy on this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchor did he suddenly activate it. The stronger a Grade 0 sealed artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects were. It was even more so for those that could affect deities. Even a sequence 0 true god might not be able to withstand it for too long. Therefore, true gods wouldn't remove the seal unless they needed to use it. Otherwise, it would bring greater interference to them, and the gains wouldn't be able to make up for the losses. After doing this, Amon supported himself with his palm and gently leaped up. He sat on the handrail at the top of the bell tower without any semblance of a true god. As he looked at the horizon, he leisurely waited for the concealment to be lifted. The ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness had officially begun. At that time, he would sound the death knell for the other party. Inside the Evernight goddess's secret world, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm under the repeated impacts of the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint. At times, he would be thrown high, smacked down, eroded, and pushed. This made his thoughts extremely chaotic. He almost split into two different personalities, Antigonus and the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar had also lost its rationality. It was in a state where it was about to collapse into a maggot vortex. Only the marionette was standing there in a daze without anyone controlling it. The prayers and praises of the believers echoed in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding cognitive image. It was like a dam, bitterly resisting the surging flood. Klein wasn't too unfamiliar with such a situation. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and devouring the Beyonder characteristic related to Zeradol, he had a similar experience. Therefore, with the help of the anchors, he had survived the initial chaos. He had skillfully directed Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint to the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, allowing the two to corrode and entangle each other. The rampaging mental storm weakened significantly, and Klein's self-awareness finally had a chance to catch a breather. Before he calmed down, he immediately led the image of the deity formed by the anchors into the entanglement of the two mental corruption in an attempt to find a new balance. However, it didn't go smoothly. Compared to the previous time, the essence, toughness, and madness of Antigonus's mental imprint were clearly stronger than Zeradol's. After all, this was a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and was known as the half-fool. Furthermore, he had stolen the other party's identity and fate. This brought about two other negative effects. His personality was constantly on the verge of splitting apart. From time to time, he would believe that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse the other party's mental imprint with his own mind. He had inherited the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy. His entire body was collapsing uncontrollably, bringing about even more mental corruption. In addition, Antigonus's mental imprint and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings weren't completely incompatible. In certain aspects of the battlefield, they showed signs of fusing as one, as though they originated from the same existence. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. As a natural mythical creature, Antigonus was born with a certain will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. When he advanced to attendant of mysteries, this problem suddenly became serious, causing him to undergo an unfathomable mutation. When he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, madness seemed to become a side of him. In other words, before Antigonus completely lost control, his mind was already a stitched monster to a certain extent. His self-awareness and mental imprint belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and this couldn't be separated during theft. Compared to him, Zeradal's mental imprint was much cleaner. Only a small portion belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Most of it came from Zeradal's intense emotions before his death. The reason why the two were different was that, apart from Antigonus's additional accommodation of the fool's uniqueness, the former had become an attendant of mysteries at the beginning of the fourth epoch. At that time, the will of the celestial worthy hadn't weakened to the extent of the late fifth epoch. Unable to form a new balance, Klein's rate of collapse accelerated. Most of his body was already made up of transparent and twisted maggots, and they extended out slippery and sinister tentacles. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his self-awareness and search for a new balance without giving up, his collapsed body, Antigonus's crazy mind, and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings entered a slumber at the same time. This caused all the changes to come to an abrupt halt and return to normal. As for Klein's self-awareness, with the help of his special ability to resist dreams and the invasion of his mind, he maintained a sliver of lucidity in such a deep slumber. Yes, I've stolen not only the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, but also the fate of him falling into eternal slumber. And I can resist eternal slumber to a certain extent. Klein grabbed that sliver of lucidity and gained a certain understanding of his current state. To him, this was an opportunity. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the Evernight goddess needed the river of eternal darkness's water as a medium to attempt this. This wasn't only because it was very difficult for a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and the awakened will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body to temporarily enter a state of eternal slumber. It was also because the state of eternal slumber was beneficial to Klein. This could create an excellent environment where only a sliver of his will could move while all other disturbances were asleep. At the same time, Klein also confirmed something. The reason why he could remain lucid when his dream and mind were invaded wasn't entirely because of the uniqueness brought about by Sapphira Castle, but because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was also in a deep slumber. Although the Lord of the Mysteries' awakening was still very limited, his level and connection with Sapphira Castle was undoubtedly stronger than the current Klein. He couldn't completely resist the corrosion of eternal slumber, so why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed that part of his uniqueness in this aspect stemmed from the Evernight goddess's blessing. It was a gift he had received when he was born. The blessing given by a true deity who wielded partial authority in the dream domain and the aura, power, and mysticism of Sapphira Castle combined to form such a special characteristic. A gentle song that seemed to come from the depths of a dream sounded as Klein's lucidity deepened. Without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the slumbering imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Right on the heels of that, he extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. He mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle and stole the fool's uniqueness from Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus, but the theft didn't fail many times before succeeding. A translucent mask engraved with the fool's symbol flew out of Antigonus's body. The man with a thick black beard remained asleep, as though he was in eternal slumber. At the same time, the blurry fog dissipated as illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, at the peak of the Hornacis mountain ranges. Main peak. The concealment had been removed, and fate began to interact. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak in the forsaken land of the gods, a faint shadow curtain appeared on the surface of the huge cross. A crack opened as a man walked out. He was Adam, who wore a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. The shadow had partially fused with him, but it had yet to completely become one. Adam looked up at the astral world that was distorted by authority and symbols. He smiled calmly at the shadow behind him. From the looks of it, they still don't know why I'm using visionary as my foundation. I've never told anyone about this research result. Just as he finished speaking, he said with a solemn expression, I'm one, and also everyone. I'm the beginning, and also the end. His eyes suddenly turned illusory as a sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared around him. Adam then raised his hand and grabbed the silver cross pendant hanging in front of his chest. Above his head, a blazing but illusory sun immediately appeared. On his left, lightning, gales, waves, and other symbols intertwined to form a phantom that looked down on everything. On his right, a white tower with many brass eyes rose from the ground. These imaginary authorities and symbols entered Adam's body one after another under the push of the sea of chaos. Finally, the shadow that was tightly attached to Adam's back shrank into his body. Suddenly, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities rose up. Adam swelled into a gigantic figure of light that seemed to be able to support the world. This figure of light slowly walked on the chaotic black water surface. He raised his hand and pointed at the astral world. "Let there be light." In a blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no more secrets that could be hidden. Even the invisible barrier that separated Earth from the astral world and the entire universe appeared. At this time, a terrifying giant face that could not be described in detail was stuck to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the changes in the scene inside. It was even more abstract than the spirit world. In the astral world, which seemed to encompass all the authority and symbolism of the entire universe, everything appeared. And the light that illuminated this place wasn't evenly distributed. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacked on top of each other, interweaving into what looked like a thick prism. There were a total of 3 such spots, and they sealed different illusory kingdoms. Some of those kingdoms were filled with bright flowers, and the sky was always bright. Some seemed to be formed from books that were either opened or closed. Different figures shuttled back and forth between them, reading for pleasure. There was also a boundless sea that was enveloped in a violent storm, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling endlessly. In the next second, a drastic change occurred in the 3 different countries at the same time. Where the sky was always bright, all the flowers emitted light, as though they had become miniature, blazing suns. These countless miniature suns intertwined and plunged into the abnormally blinding golden sun that was rapidly rising from the depths of the kingdom, causing it to emit a scorching light that could illuminate the entire world and galaxy. However, no matter how much energy this near-real sun scattered or how many ultra-high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the thick prism of light. Every time it destroyed a layer, the other party would form a new layer. It wasn't any slower than it. Elsewhere in the astral world, on the surface of the wondrous kingdom formed from all kinds of books, spots of faint brass light rapidly swam about on the same spot of light. They outlined one mysterious symbol after another, as though they were searching for a key structural point or an effective way to destroy the barrier in one strike. During this process, the faint light formed a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots and created eyes at the weak spots. And inside the spot of light, there was also a similar faint light swimming about, reconstructing itself over and over again, changing the key structural points. This made it seem like both parties were competing in terms of computational ability, and the victor couldn't be determined for a moment. Deep in the boundless sea that was enveloped by lightning, gales, and torrential rain, a spot of light suddenly lit up. It carried a portion of matter and approached the limits of its speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave, along with the dot of light, constantly struck the thick prism-like spot of light, causing it to drop countless beams of light. At some point in time, the spot of light rippled with an illusory sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities. This seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the spot of light that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the spot of light sped up, slowed down, and repeated, refusing to give up. With the chaos sea as the source, and himself and the true creator as the pillars, Adam, who had envisioned the 3 uniquenesses and incorporated them into this system, seemed to have exceeded the limits of the sequences and become a half-great old one. With his strength alone, he had forcefully suppressed eternal dark blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, trapping the 3 sequence 0 true gods in their respective divine kingdoms. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his peak state, transforming back into the ancient sun god who had killed one ancient god after another. He used the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man as the foundation for his resurrection. Apart from the uniqueness of their resurrection, it was also because he had researched them and had the highest chance of becoming God. Using one of the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man to become a true God, and after grasping the basics of Chaos Sea, one could take back the remaining uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics. This was the relatively easiest and least risky path to advance to the Lord of the Astral World. And in this aspect, the Visionary was slightly more special than the Hanged Man. When a visionary gained initial control of Chaos C and accommodated the second uniqueness and the corresponding sequence 1 beyonder characteristic to a certain extent, he could rely on imagination to conjure the remaining false symbols and authorities, allowing himself to temporarily obtain the level of a sequence and possess the strength of half a great old one. However, at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive at Sashur's place in the giant king's court. He would first take back the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the hanging man and become a sequence 0 true god again. Then, with the help of the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain initial control of Chaos C. With this foundation, he would then awaken the angel of imagination, Adam, and return to his main body to form support. Once such a system was established, the ancient sun god would use the grazing powers of the hanging man and the means of a visionary to separate his virtual persona to control the uniquenesses and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the 3 pathways of sun, reader, and sailor, allowing himself to be infinitely close to a great old one in terms of status and strength while maintaining a minimum level of stability. He didn't directly accommodate Chaos C and the uniquenesses and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the other 3 pathways because he didn't want to advance to a great old one in that era and become a pillar. That would inevitably lead to the awakening of God, causing him to lose himself. His plan was to control the situation and the materials. When the apocalypse approached, he would complete the final few steps and become a pillar with self-awareness. Back then, he didn't plan on using visionary as a foundation because he didn't obtain the pen of Al-Zahad and lacked a main ingredient. After the kings of angels betrayed him, and the plan failed miserably, he revived in Adam's body. Only then did he decide to take the best path by taking the opportunity brought about by this calamity. At that moment, Adam, who had transformed into a gigantic figure of light, stood on the surface of the chaotic black water, causing the astral world to be reflected in his eyes, making it difficult for the 3 true deities to break through the restrictions. Around him, beams of light constantly fell from high above with flaming tails, illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, causing the northern and southern continents to be in the middle of noon. In the remaining bell tower Abiam, Ammon, who was sitting on the railing, nudged his crystal monocle. With his hands, he suddenly leaped up and entered the astral world. During this process, an ancient mottled stone slab appeared in his left hand at some point in time. The first blasphemy slate, Ammon had once used it to seal the gap brought about by Mr. Door's return ritual, preventing the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. After the return ritual ended, the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed, and there was no longer a passageway that could be maintained. He then retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Ammon casually threw the ancient mottled slate down from the astral world and landed somewhere in the fog sea. It was a mountain that pierced through the endless black fog. There was no end to its bottom. It was as though there was a continent around it. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it accurately stabbed into the peak of the mountain, transforming into an illusory sea that contained all colors. At the same time, Ammon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the peak. His body, which was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, rapidly grew in size, instantly reaching the size of a mountain. His mouth opened as though he was about to swallow the magnificent but dilapidated palace of Antigonus into his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. This figure was wearing a long black dress that was layered but not complicated, and it was dotted with countless starlight. He was as huge as the present Ammon. A pair of arms covered in dark black short hair grew out from his ribs and waist. However, he had a beautiful and gentle face that was covered with a thin black veil. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky that hid the stars. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel uncontrollable fear. 2 of his hands were dragging a long scythe, and the other was holding a golden bird-shaped accessory. The remaining 2 were empty, as though he was holding something invisible. Evernight Goddess, in the next second, Ammon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, was quickly erased like a sketch by an eraser. The Evernight Goddess raised her 2 empty arms and held up a blurry fog that was almost invisible. On the surface of the fog, doors of different shapes rapidly opened at different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from appearing. The Evernight Goddess floated at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range in the astral world. She focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors appeared, they opened faster and faster. The goddess was no longer able to deal with them by herself. All she could do was raise her other 2 arms and raise the long scythe. The dark black scythe quickly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a non-corporeal coffin formed from thick black fog. The nearly invisible fog world was stuffed into the coffin. All movement instantly came to a halt, as though he had died at the same time. However, this silence only lasted for a second. On the surface of the thick black fog that formed the coffin, doors formed and opened one after another. As the Evernight goddess sealed these doors, she raised her arm that held the golden bird-shaped accessory. The orange-red light of dusk scattered down, giving the black coffin a sense of decay and death. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At this moment, beneath the Evernight goddess's feet, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range collapsed. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived ahead of time. At the same time, black python-like tentacles extended over from a certain spot in the astral world. At the tip of these tentacles was an eye that was either closed or open. Anything they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone. And anything that was directly touched by the tentacles would distort, extending their limbs and heads, turning into women of various sizes, all of them very good-looking. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, these tentacles surged towards the ancient and dilapidated palace, surging towards Klein, who was about to contain the fool's uniqueness. Primordial Demoness, cheek. Countless demonesses of different sizes brought about destruction that felt like everything was collapsing, causing the entire main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to develop in the direction of a gigantic stone sphere. This caused the dilapidated outer walls of the ancient palace to rapidly collapse, exposing Klein, his avatar, and Marionette, who was in the middle of the hall, to the astral world. Just as the python-like black tentacles were about to surge into the palace, a crimson moon rose up in this apocalyptic scene. The periphery of the hall that was bathed in moonlight instantly grew wheat, flowers, mushrooms, and trees. They intertwined with each other and stacked on top of each other, sealing the palace that belonged to Antigonus within. At that moment, the hall that Klein was in was like a ruin that had been sealed in history and the forest for thousands of years. It had been completely devoured by nature. The black tentacles with eyeballs at their tips that resembled pythons were blocked by the crazily growing plants. They rose up and constantly struck the barrier that originated from nature, causing the latter to petrify, crack, or collapse layer after layer. However, be it the wheat, flowers, mushrooms, or trees, their rebirth came very quickly. Just as they returned to Earth Mother's embrace, they grew out once again. Just like that, the natural barrier was reborn layer by layer before being destroyed. Layer after layer was destroyed, and layer after layer was reborn. It entered a stalemate. Earth Mother, who wielded the moon pathway's uniqueness, blocked Primordial Demoness cheek. At this moment, a beam of light that most Beyonders couldn't see fell straight down from above, slamming into the natural barrier that had plants as its foundation. This beam of light didn't have a corporeal body, as though it was formed from massive amounts of information. In an illusory form, it tore through the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for Klein, who was about to obtain the translucent mask. The hidden sage, at this moment, a blurry light shot up from the void, producing projections of paintings around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and tragedy of humans facing Beyonder species. Some used epic strokes to recreate the scene of humans using themselves as experimental subjects, attempting to fuse Beyonder ingredients to obtain strength and save their species. Some described the strange and unique folklore that came from the Black Emperor. Some carried all sorts of inventions, books, and viewpoints. Some were like the current world's replicas, consisting of gigantic machinery that spewed out steam, buildings that grew taller and taller, and clothes that made it easier to move around. These contents made the seemingly thin paintings exude an extremely heavy feeling. This was because they bore the burden of civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different stages. Back then, the god of craftsmanship hadn't digested the Sequence 1 civilization enlightener potion well before advancing to Sequence 0 due to various reasons. Furthermore, he maintained his rationality and lucidity, but this also forced him to divert more his attention to resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Among the 7 orthodox deities, he was inferior to the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox deity organization wasn't only because he had the shortest history and accumulated the least, but also because the corresponding true deity wasn't in a good state. After Rosel's identity as the son of Steam and a member of the church set off the Industrial Revolution, bringing about all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship seized the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery. He shared the progress of civilization's enlightenment and digested the corresponding potion. And as a true deity of a neighboring pathway, after the hidden sage chose to become Klein's enemy, he finally stood on the side of the other orthodox deities. The terrifying torrent of information slammed into the illusory paintings and rapidly expanded in an attempt to crack the cage. However, a civilization that had existed for tens of thousands of years was heavy and extensive. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered in the hundreds of millions was vast and magnificent. It was completely sufficient to carry the hidden sage's torrent of information. As the hidden sage worked hard to break through the restrictions of the god of steam and machinery, in the Antigonus Hall, which was sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness and brought it close to his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, figures appeared around him. Some of them were men wearing postman's clothes, some were ordinary birds, and some were creatures so tiny that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. The hall, which only had corpses hanging in midair, suddenly became crowded. And what these figures had in common was that they either wore a crystal monocle on their right eyes, or there was a circle of symbols of different colors in the same spot. Amon, Mr. Amon's avatars, it was unknown if they had used the primordial demoness or the hidden sage's invasion to open a backdoor and take advantage of a loophole to silently arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who had just put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these Amons revealed smiles at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat out words that normal people couldn't understand. These words intertwined together, forming a terrifying and crazy ravings. You neglected the primordial demoness. To her, Medici, who has only recovered to sequence 1, isn't a threat at all. What she hopes the most now is for a Lord of the Mysteries to immediately be born and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her a chance to find the City of Calamity. Clearly, compared to you, I'm a better choice. You're too weak, haha. Are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to provide help? It's useless. I placed the first blasphemy slate in the Fog Sea, at the entrance of the abyss, not far from that primitive island. In addition, with the enhanced seal brought about by the authority related to the door and the control of half a lord of the astral world's barrier, no matter which outer deity it is, they won't be able to infiltrate reality in a short period of time, and without the influence of the outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently don't wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity and attempt to escape the restraints. They also hope to quickly produce a Lord of the Mysteries to help them escape their predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that triggering them would also trigger the corruption of the outer deities in their bodies, I could now make a promise and come to an agreement with them to deal with you together. Amon was deliberately using real information to fill the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer from 2 influences at the same time. One was the mental corruption of the ravings, and the other was the corresponding content's pull on his attention. In any case, this wasn't a waste of time for him. On the one hand, he had enough avatars. Every worm of time's word was enough to form many words. On the other hand, he had forcefully mixed the information together, so a single word could represent many things. At that instant, Amon's ravings reverberated crazily in Klein's mind. They were like sharp blades that pierced through his mind and tore apart his mind. If it were any other time, Klein could use his level to forcefully suppress the ravings that were at most at the sequence 1 level without being affected. But at that moment, he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. His mental balance was delicate and fragile. In such a scene, a single straw might collapse the entire house, much less Amon's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein's mind was in a stabbing pain and his self-awareness was in chaos, the Antigonus mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had fallen into an eternal slumber showed signs of awakening. In a sense, eternal slumber was an extreme seal. The Amon, who had accommodated the door's uniqueness, could undoubtedly weaken the seal or even make it ineffective. In addition, the translucent mask that Klein had just put on, the fool's uniqueness, had an even stronger will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It was also gradually escaping the influence of eternal slumber and resonating with the same kind in Klein's body. Without using any beyonder powers, all they did was create some simple ravings. Amon had made Klein lose his balance and be on the verge of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible unless there was still the river of eternal darkness's water to allow Antigonus's mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river of eternal darkness's water, the Evernight goddess couldn't be distracted. This was because she was using her full strength to suppress the dual pathway true god, Amon. From this angle, the Amon were actually deliberately sacrificing their true bodies to hold back the Evernight goddess and create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. This was a little risky, but the outcome looked pretty good. At this moment, a spot of light lit up in Klein's pocket. The light was pale golden in color, like sticky syrup. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Apart from Klein, his avatars, and the thin brass book that had been suddenly thrown over by the distant marionette were illuminated by the light. 0-02, Transostal brass book, this sealed artifact stretched out its body in midair. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule suddenly appeared on the blank page. It was completely different from the previous repeated rules. Silence here. The mouths of Amon's avatars kept opening and closing, but they could no longer make a sound. An instant later, a new rule appeared under the previous rule: mutual attacks are prohibited here. Pa. Transostal brass book fell to the ground and spread open at Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it had managed to escape the previous cycle and set up a rule that was beneficial to Klein. The almonds only glanced at each other and made different responses. A portion of them adjusted their monocle at the same time and joined forces. Then, they raised their right hands and gently clenched them, using the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Transostal brass book, a sentence gradually took shape before the new rules: the following rules are invalid. The other Amon locked onto Klein, who was on the verge of losing control. Not being able to attack didn't mean that they couldn't steal or give gifts. On the different almonds' faces, the monocle that existed in different forms emitted a pure light at the same time. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. It came from the eternal daytime effect of the ancient sun god. It could purify filth and evil, and awaken the sleeping living beings. They gave this gift to Klein. This, combined with the relevant authority of the apprentice domain, was enough to break the state of eternal slumber. In an instant, Antigonus's mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's body awakened. The feelings of madness, vastness, cruelty, bloodthirst, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's heart. Almost at the same time, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had yet to be completely accommodated in the fool's uniqueness suddenly opened its eyes like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for more than 1,000 years. At that moment, the chaos and loss of control from before swept over him again. However, Klein didn't panic. According to a backup plan, he calmly used the grafting ability to guide Antigonus's mental imprint to the will of the celestial worthy in the fool's uniqueness, allowing them to collide again after being entangled for 1,000 or 2,000 years. On the other side, Klein relied on his consciousness and the anchors from the fool's believers and sea god's believers to balance the will of the celestial worthy contained in the beyonder characteristic in his body, just like when he separated the attendant of mystery's marionette. If there weren't any accidents, Klein would have a certain chance of achieving a balance on both sides if this continued. He would completely accommodate the fool's uniqueness and enter the final stage of the ritual. However, how could there not be any accidents when he was surrounded by almonds? A number of almonds strengthened the seal of the Transostal brass book and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's nomological restrictions. When a number of almonds gifted the eternal daytime to Klein, a small number locked onto Klein and stole. What they wanted to steal was the lucidity of his thoughts. One after another, the almonds failed, but in the end, there were still a few almonds who succeeded. They stole Klein's consciousness for the next 2 seconds. Klein's thoughts turned blurry. Without the guidance of Antigonus's mental imprint, the two halves of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings will, and the anchors from the believers immediately lost balance. They frantically corroded, influenced, and corrupted each other. Everything became extremely chaotic and out of control, as if it was already irreversible. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into a bunch of transparent and twisted maggots that extended out even more slippery and evil tentacles. At that moment, the rules on the Trendsostal brass book were erased, and new words were written: silence in this place. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Then, in front of these two rules, the familiar text appeared again: the following rules are invalid. After the seal was strengthened, the Trendsostal brass book seemed to have entered a new cycle, and the influence that the genie could exert became rather effective. Klein's consciousness quickly recovered, but the situation in his body was completely chaotic and out of control. This made him unable to sort out the different influences, and he was powerless to find a new balance. In other words, he would continue running down the path of losing control until he became a monster. With almost no time to think, Klein relied on his instincts and experience to make the decision to use the final plan. He instantly gave up on trying to salvage the situation in his body and stopped diverting his attention to this matter. Not only that, Klein even made the attendant of mysteries marionette transform into a maggot vortex. With Zeradol's mental imprint, it threw itself towards his main body and fused with it. He wanted to add to the chaos, however, Amon's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from resisting the magic wishing lamp and the Trendsostal brass book, the rest began stealing once again. They wanted to make Klein's thoughts fall into chaos again and again until he completely lost control. The Amon in the postman's uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a drop of fresh blood. The blood instantly seeped into Postman Amon's palm. Right on the heels of that, Postman Amon's eyes were dyed crimson. His stomach bulged at an unimaginable speed as it squirmed. He seemed to be pregnant with a child. What he had stolen was the primordial moon, which was also the blood blessed by the mother goddess of depravity. After Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus mental imprint in his body, the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the anchor, he no longer needed to passively endure it like before. He could barely respond to Amon's theft. He used grafting to tamper with the target of Amon's theft into Sapphira Castle, into the junk pile, and onto the drop of blood that had the blessing of the primordial moon. This came from Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt that there was a certain connection between Amon's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for his level to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when Postman Amon was contaminated by the drop of blood, the other Amons showed a certain level of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded, some of their eyes were dyed crimson, and some of them were carrying invisible babies as they circled on the spot. This caused the rest of the theft to inevitably fail. Klein seized this opportunity and, relying on the lucidity that he couldn't maintain for too long, he mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, covering the entire ancient palace with a shadowy curtain. This place was once again concealed. Then, he ignored the Antigonus mental imprint and Zeradol's mental imprint in his body, and the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that were beginning to fuse. He made the blank-faced avatar, which was standing not far away, extend its palm towards his main body. Its 5 fingers quickly closed as it quickly twisted its wrist. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, the avatar didn't fail a few times. With the help of Sapphira Castle, it successfully stole his self-consciousness, fate, anchor, and most of his identity from his main body. The only identity he left behind in his main body was the identity related to the Fool. At the same time, he also stole the identity, fate, and mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor. This was only possible after a few tries with the help of his self-consciousness. As the long river of light with countless tributaries appeared, the face of Klein's avatar twisted and squirmed, turning into Klein Moretti, who had the characteristics of German Sparrow. He had transformed into his main body, a body without any beyonder characteristics. Of course, his self-consciousness and anchor were still resisting the mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Having already adapted to his identity as Antigonus, he quickly found a new balance, delaying and prolonging the fate of losing control. Although this was still unavoidable, it gave him some time for the subsequent operations. On the other side, in Klein's original body, there was only the Fool's uniqueness, all the Beyonder characteristics from the curtain, the Beyonder characteristics that originated from Zeradal, a small number of Beyonder characteristics from other sources that Klein had once consumed and digested, as well as the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the remnants of Zeradal's mental imprint, and the identity of the Fool. Without Klein's self-consciousness, Antigonus's mental imprint, and a large number of anchors, the remnants of Zeradal's mental imprint were quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending his slippery and evil tentacles. He was so quiet that it seemed to have lost his soul. In such a scene, silence was more terrifying than madness. That dazed body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about it. All he did was quickly graft a portion of his connection with his main body to the area above the gray fog. Then, he changed his target and locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. This former half-fool didn't receive Amon's help, so he didn't escape his eternal slumber. Klein reached out his right hand again and stole the remaining Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, one each. Although he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus, such stealing was still difficult. It was inevitable that he would repeat his failures. At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, Amon regained his consciousness from the initial chaos. They raised their monocle to make the crimson in their eyes disappear, or they looked down at their stomachs and reached out to touch them. A second later, the protruding stomachs cracked open, and babies with faint crimson crawled out. These babies didn't cry, nor did they show any abnormalities. They smoothly took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye. The number of Amon increased. He turned the babies that were born into his avatars to prevent them from being corrupted by the primordial moon from interfering with him. And at this moment, Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery had obtained a certain degree of advantage on their respective battlefields. Finally, they could free up their hands to interfere with the situation inside the palace. In an instant, a portion of the Amon turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A portion of the Amon turned into knowledge, information, and words that were imprinted into the illusory book. However, there were still a portion of the Amon who used blink, relied on loopholes, or used deception of the rules to successfully avoid the influence of the two true deities. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the transostal brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world. However, their gazes couldn't penetrate the natural barrier of Earth Mother and the civilization painting of the god of steam and machinery. They couldn't see the scene inside. This also meant that even if they wanted to exert their influence, they were powerless. In the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, after repeated failures, Klein finally succeeded in stealing Antigonus's Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, Beyonder characteristics that had been digested. Due to the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics, the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over a long period of time. While turning them into marionettes, he had also sucked away their Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, at this moment, Antigonus still had a large number of Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway in his body, including a miracle invokers. The dark points of light quickly fused into Klein's body and fused with him. As he was now Antigonus, and as those Beyonder characteristics had been digested by Antigonus, his fate of losing control didn't accelerate. It maintained its previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, a attendant of mysteries who had digested the potion and had his fate pointed towards the outcome of losing control. At this moment, his original main body raised his head, his eyes dark. Just being glanced at made the present Klein's thoughts instantly slow down. His body turned cold, and he almost couldn't think of resisting. The powerful will that he was very familiar with began to rise bit by bit in an attempt to influence Sapphira Castle. The Lord of the Mysteries had revived in Klein's main body. The Fool had become a great existence that had truly awakened. It matched the guesses of Tarot and the others, and it contradicted the true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down further, He took the initiative to cooperate with Amon and dispelled the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to be connected to the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just as he had thought in the beginning. As for how to end things, he never had a good idea. Based on the changes in the situation, the final plan he activated at the critical moment was there was no way out. He would go from accommodating the fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true fool. In any case, this wouldn't be any worse than the previous situation. The curtain that enveloped the Antigonus palace instantly vanished. An indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the cracked world's barrier, the terrifying faces that couldn't be described with normal words simultaneously changed. The invisible barrier began to tremble violently, as though it would collapse inch by inch at any moment. Every continent on the planet's interior experienced an earthquake. It wasn't serious, but it was rather obvious. Above the 5 seas, waves surged as though they had encountered a sudden tidal force. In the noon sky, the crimson moon suddenly appeared. Its color became extremely rich and expanded in an exaggerated manner, as though it was hanging on the roofs of every house. Apart from that, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, and blue star lit up at the same time, emitting different textures of light. If one looked down from the cosmos, the entire Earth seemed to be embroiled in an invisible storm as it shook on the spot. This was a slight change brought about by the outer deity's attempt to break through the barrier. The aura emitted by the ancient palace floating in the astral world reminded them of that terrifying existence. Under the pressure, they were either furious or crazy as they attempted to prevent him from reviving. Compared to them who were blocked outside the world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in the pocket of Klein's main body. The viscous golden light suddenly penetrated Amon's enhanced seal and turned into a blurry and distorted figure. It extended his arm and grabbed the transostal brass book into his palm. The rules that had been written previously disappeared, and a new text instantly formed: "The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here." A thin grayish-white fog flashed, and a familiar text appeared in front of the rule: "The following rules are invalid." Even without truly reviving and absorbing the fool's uniqueness and 2 sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyond her characteristics of the seer pathway, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's main body could also control Sapphira Castle and use his status to use his powers. At this moment, his existence had completed its interaction with the fog of history. Fragments of light began to distort, sometimes connecting as one, and at other times, they would collapse. He was unable to completely form a piece of history. There was an irreconcilable contradiction in that period of history. In real history, Klein Moretti, who had fused with the soul of a prehistoric human, had pretended to be the fool and formed tarot. He became stronger one sequence at a time, and finally reached the level of the fool. The present history was that Mr. Fool was a great existence who had awakened. He was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings from ancient times. He had finally awakened. At that moment, although the genie had used the transostal brass book to complete the nomological restriction for less than a second, it still weakened the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in Klein's main body, as though it had suffered a fatal blow. As for Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery, they had given up on interfering with Amon's avatars, as though they wanted Mr. Error to free his hands to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries. However, despite having some strength left, they didn't attempt to influence Klein's true body. All they did was continue suppressing the primordial demoness and the hidden sage. The latter two's attacks and interference were also no longer intense, as though they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries could also achieve their goals. They could produce a pillar in the shortest amount of time. They couldn't let a fellow who hated them become the Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways they were in didn't belong to the 3 pathways controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Furthermore, they didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest with him. The Amons, who were no longer affected, immediately changed their targets and focused most of their attention on Klein's main body. Without needing anyone to explain, they clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amons raised their right hands at the same time and gently clenched them, solemnly stealing the effects of eternal daylight from the target. However, the Amons didn't give up on exerting their influence on Klein. Relying on their numbers, they sent a small number of members to look at Klein, who was currently a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and bore the identity of Antigonus. The almond's monocle suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to Door, they moved Klein out of the real world and into the cosmos. In the vast dark universe, Klein's figure appeared before instantly thinning into a paper figurine. The paper doll first swelled up and gave birth to a paper baby. Then, it quickly decayed and turned to dust. Klein used grafting and paper figurine substitutes to block the almond's attacks. At the same time, the other almonds succeeded in stealing the effects of eternal daylight from Klein's main body. However, in the next second, the effects of eternal daylight were stolen by the other party. This was the control the Lord of the Mysteries had over his pathway's powers. Even though he hadn't truly resurrected and had only begun the process. The almond's eyes flickered slightly as they immediately gave up on Klein and focused on three matters. Most of them continued to steal the eternal daytime effects that had been bestowed to resist the Lord of the Mysteries. A small number of them locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, and steal his eternal slumber state. In addition, all the almonds removed the strengthening effects of the seal and even weakened it to a certain extent. Klein, who was no longer being attacked by the almonds, didn't counterattack either. His attention was also focused on his main body. The awakened Lord of the Mysteries was the biggest problem. In an instant, an illusory mark appeared at Klein's glabella. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. Klein began to vie for control of Sapphira Castle with the Lord of the Mysteries, so as to prevent him from using his status to use his powers, and before the Lord of the Mysteries truly resurrected and accommodated the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, it could effectively reduce his strength, increasing the failure rate of many of his operations and making the effects significantly worse. With his participation and his control over Sapphira Castle, the fooling effect of the Trensostal Brass Book immediately weakened. The success rate of the almond's theft also increased. Almost at the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods, at the feet of the ancient sun's gigantic figure of light, on the surface of the sea that contained all colors, words written in the most ancient language quickly appeared. The Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection failed due to various interference. As these words formed, as Klein fought for control of Sapphira Castle, the almonds once again stole the effects of eternal daylight that were attached to the Lord of the Mysteries. On the other side, they had also stolen Antigonus's state of eternal slumber. Without any hesitation, the almonds transferred the state of eternal slumber to Klein's main body and to the Lord of the Mysteries. The ancient existence's awakened aura immediately fell silent, but it quickly rebounded. At this moment, the corresponding text on the weakened Trensostal Brass Book took form again. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body rapidly weakened, producing a strong tendency to fall back into a deep slumber. However, this will was so powerful that even a long period of time couldn't completely wear it down. Under the two restrictions, it was still tenaciously growing and recovering bit by bit. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to resolve its current predicament. Klein sensed that the other party was using the power of Sapphira Castle. He immediately focused and interfered. At the same time, the Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, slightly relaxed her control over Amon's true body. She pulled back the golden bird-shaped accessory and aimed its head downwards. Inside the bronze eyeball of the golden bird-shaped accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fall onto Klein's main body in the ancient palace. This was a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. While the Evernight goddess was doing this, Amon's true body's attempt to open the door to escape slowed down. The drop of water fell extremely quickly. The natural barrier created by Earth Mother and the civilization painting presented by the god of steam and machinery shrank a little at the same time, making way for it. Pa! The water from the river of eternal darkness accurately dripped onto the head of Klein's main body and silently drilled in. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, immediately fell back. It lost its fluctuations and fell into an eternal slumber again. However, this state was very unstable, as though it could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's empty hand pulled out a huge sword from the void. The surface of the sword was covered in an orange-red glow, emitting the aura of dusk and the decay of all things. This was the symbol of a twilight giant. The Evernight goddess's arm, which was covered in pitch-black short hair, spread out and slashed the exaggerated sword downwards. She had always had strength left, as though she was preparing for this moment. Amidst the strange sound of the void cracking and decaying, the long sword covered in the glow of dusk slashed through the dome of the Antigonus palace, causing the hanging corpses to fall to the ground. Right on the heels of that, it slashed at Klein's main body, which had yet to escape its eternal slumber. The portion of the Lord of the Mysteries is awakened will rapidly dissipated, and the body also declined uncontrollably and collapsed. Even the fool's uniqueness on his face and the two sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics in his body collapsed and gathered together. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't think at all. According to the plan, he used Sapphira Castle and pulled down a quarter of the fog of history to contain the blob. Amidst the grayish-white fog, the fool's uniqueness and the beyonder characteristics completely fused together. They crazily absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into a dark and deep liquid that didn't have a fixed form. The blob of liquid stretched and changed, as though it was about to form a strange, translucent cloak with a hood, or a person whose organs and flesh had been dug out. The fool's potion. The almonds extended their right hands at the same time and stole the potion. More than 1,000 almonds had stolen. With their numbers, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, there would always be a few who succeeded. Furthermore, the blob of the fool potion was ownerless, so stealing it wasn't difficult at all. At the same time as stealing, the almonds also removed a certain seal on themselves, allowing the beyonder characteristics of the apprentice and marauder to reveal their ability to converge. This was rather effective against the fool potion. It could greatly increase the success rate of the almond stealing. However, all the almonds failed in the end. This was because a new rule had appeared in the Trensostal Brass Book: theft is not allowed here. Previously, in order to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries, the almonds had weakened all the seals here, helping the Trensostal Brass Book escape from fooling. It could set up some rules that were effective for a short period of time in a repeated cycle. And now, this affected them. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's eyebrows became even more obvious. Around him, a thin grayish-white fog interweaved, forming a thin cocoon. He activated Sapphira Castle with all his might, and together with his attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect on the fool potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed shape was like a wild beast that had finally seen food after a long period of hunger. It pounced onto Klein. It constantly stretched and changed, like a translucent piece of human skin, completely wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face protruded under the layer of liquid. His facial features were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, sometimes distorted, and sometimes blank. In the forsaken land of the gods, under the gigantic shadow formed by the ancient sun deity, on the surface of the illusory sea that contained all colors and possibilities, another sentence written in the most ancient language rapidly took form. Antigonus's efforts to advance to the fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence who once dominated the entire planet didn't use the name Klein Moretti was because he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the former was the subject of the sentence, Klein could completely ignore it. What did the failure of Klein Moretti's advancement have to do with Antigonus becoming the fool? And when the subject became Antigonus, this sentence that seemed like a prophecy, an arrangement, and a reason was given after determining the outcome could make the situation very grim. If Klein didn't give up Antigonus's identity and fate, he would be restricted by this sentence. If he were to abandon Antigonus's identity and fate, then the sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics in his body would no longer truly belong to him. They hadn't been digested, they were beyonder characteristics that Antigonus had once controlled. At present, they had nothing to do with Klein Moretti. He had only forcefully devoured them. Under such circumstances, even if there weren't any other factors, just the undigested beyonder characteristics would likely cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And there was no doubt that consuming the fool potion in such a state to complete the advancement ritual would be impossible. When the ancient sun deity wrote this sentence, the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom in the astral world sensed something. They each launched their most violent counterattacks in an attempt to interfere with each other's actions. However, even though he had diverted most of his energy to restrain the three true deities, And even though it was rather difficult, the ancient sun deity still quickly completed his sentence. However, the gigantic shadow his incarnation clearly dimmed a lot, as though he couldn't maintain it for much longer. In the astral world, in the floating ancient palace, the battle between Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery against the primordial demoness and the hidden sage became intense again. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to exert their influence on the Almond's avatars, preventing them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The almonds were forced to blink everywhere, but there were still a number of them who turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A number of them collapsed into words and were imprinted into illusory books. Apart from this, a large number of them were strengthening the seal to restrict the Trensostal brass book, preventing the rules it set from taking effect or only having a momentary effect. Under the influence of these three aspects, even with the number of almonds, it seemed like there wasn't enough. But even so, a small number of them still seized the opportunity to make the crystal monocle and similar circular symbol reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocle and circular symbol emitted a pure light. This wasn't stealing, but returning. At this moment, the almonds chose to return to Klein what they had stolen from him. That was Klein's suicidal thoughts. Back when Klein was captured by Amon in the forsaken land of the gods, he had tried to commit suicide many times, but he failed. The corresponding thoughts had been stolen by him. At the critical moment of his advancement, once he had the thought of committing suicide, the outcome was obvious. At that moment, Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the blob of the Fool potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic as they scattered. He felt the surface of his body turn ice-cold as the sticky liquid slowly seeped into him. Then, he had suicidal thoughts and the thought of giving up. This was a change that Klein hadn't expected at all. He had long forgotten that his suicidal thoughts had been stolen by Amon. Furthermore, he didn't expect that not only did he not casually throw them away, he had seriously preserved them. If it were in the past or at any other moment, although such thoughts were intense, he could still rely on his self-control to resist them to a certain extent. He could forcefully suppress such thoughts and wait for them to dissipate on their own, just like how he faced other bad thoughts. But now, he was in the midst of an advancement ritual and was being affected by the potion. His mind had lost its stability, and there was no way for him to effectively suppress his suicidal thoughts. The almonds always had all sorts of strange but effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein, but also Antigonus. What did Klein Moretti's suicidal thoughts have to do with Antigonus? Relying on the knowledge brought about by this identity, Klein didn't immediately give up and end his life. He pulled the Antigonus mental imprint in his body and mixed it with his suicidal thoughts, barely suppressing them. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the Fool potion. His thoughts were the same as when he advanced to the Attendant of Mysteries. They completely dispersed. However, the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he kept extending, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and a portion of the astral world like a gas. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in different believers' bodies, in every human's body, in all sorts of animals' bodies, and in all living things. Everything had godhood. At the same time, he was still scattered in the fog of history. He was scattered in the flowing river of light that had many tributaries. It was one, but it was also 10,000. This godhood experience made Klein's thoughts further wear down, as if all that was left was the coldness of looking down on everything. And even this coldness was slowly dissipating. Before long, Klein would completely lose himself. He would be dominated by the various mental imprints of the Fool potion, becoming a monster in the truest sense of the word. This coincided with the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, accelerating the latter. At this moment, he felt something amiss. It was unnatural and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of fragments of light that were distorted and unable to reassemble. There seemed to be a fundamental contradiction between them. They gradually separated. They had to record different contents in different branches, allowing the distortion to receive a preliminary recovery. Klein's psyche, which had fused with everything, popped out a little due to this incongruity and unnaturalness, allowing him to regain a little bit of his self-awareness. With this bit of self-awareness as the core, He quickly gathered his scattered psyche and guided the process of the Fool potion fusing with his body. However, at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy came ahead of time due to the ancient sun god's prophecy. Klein's body collapsed once again, unable to withstand the Fool potion. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness to its original owner. He allowed Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, to slowly open his eyes. Antigonus, who had a blank look on his face, gradually became clear-headed. He didn't immediately lose control because the main reason for his madness was that the will of the Lord of the Mysteries had awakened to a relatively large extent. And now, the Fool's uniqueness and most of the Beyonder characteristics that carried that portion of will were no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his will to resist the madness and try his best to redeem the fate of losing control. The ancient sun god's prophecy had thus come true. Antigonus had indeed failed to advance to Sequence 0 the Fool. And after Klein lost his identity, the Sequence 9 to 1 seer pathway Beyonder characteristics in his body had become the ones that hadn't been digested. This made him on the brink of losing control. The Fool potion that enveloped his body like a cloak immediately completed its infiltration. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was awakened once again. Give up, leave everything to me. This time, I won't accept any other Sapphira. I won't help the living beings you want to protect, but I won't harm them either. This isn't me keeping my promise, but they are too weak. They aren't worthy of my attention. This will be a forbidden ground for the outer deities. The unfamiliar yet familiar ravings echoed in Klein's heart, making him want to give up. And the suicidal thoughts that had been suppressed by Antigonus's mental imprint surfaced once again after losing the former's balance. The outcome of the advancement failure was about to appear. At this moment, the Evernight goddess, who was powerless to cleave down the greatsword of dusk, suddenly gave up control of Amon's true body. Amon's true body leaped out, and as his avatars waited for Klein's ritual to fail, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword that was covered in orange-red light. This time, the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he was controlled by the thought of suicide. He didn't make any attempt to resist. With a poof, he was struck by the sword that symbolized the dusk, shattering into a pool of rotten flesh as Beyonder characteristics seeped out. Klein was dead. He was killed by the Evernight goddess before the Amons could take any measures against him, and before the ritual failed and he completely lost control. In the next second, the Evernight goddess wore the golden bird-shaped accessory on her head. Her body expanded and enveloped the entire ancient palace, causing Amon's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, the primordial Demoness, the god of steam and machinery, the hidden sage, and Antigonus to be instantly erased like sketches by an eraser. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, but he had already made 2 prophecies, so he couldn't write a third sentence no matter what. As for the 3 true deities, the Lord of Storms, he continued their previous outburst, firmly holding him. In the next second, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The Fool's uniqueness and 3 Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to him rapidly returned to his body. Genie, who was afraid that he would be disturbed, hurriedly used the Trensostal brass book to add a rule: this place is suitable for the return of Beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to the state when he drank the Fool's potion. But unlike before, the pillar of his body was the Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to Antigonus. It hadn't been digested, and now, the first thing that returned to him was undoubtedly the Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that had once belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar that could accommodate the Fool's uniqueness and the remaining characteristics. Klein was now equivalent to himself when he had just arrived at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He was a version of himself who had digested the Attendant of Mysteries potion and could attempt to advance to Sequence 0 the Fool. Relying on resurrection after dying once, Klein had completely reversed his condition. This was the inspiration he had obtained from Rozelle's resurrection. Of course, the entire process was different from the Black Emperor's resurrection. Klein had originally arranged for the character to kill him to be Genie, but he never expected the Evernight goddess, who hadn't communicated with him beforehand, to have such tacit understanding. In an instant, his body split apart, turning into a thin gray fog and a dark liquid. The gray fog and black liquid fused as dense maggots appeared on the surface. Then, they intertwined to form a translucent, dark-colored cloak. Under the cloak, there was no body. It was dark. This process was very short, less than 2 seconds. And the Evernight goddess's act of concealing so many deities at once clearly couldn't be maintained for long. In the blink of an eye, a door of light appeared on the surface of the concealed world. The door suddenly opened, and Amon's true body, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, leaped out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with blank facial features appear under the translucent, dark-colored cloak. As the mask instantly outlined Klein's appearance, which was a combination of German Sparrow's characteristics, the Amon's thoughts turned chaotic, as though their intelligence had been forcefully lowered. The fool was born. In the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside the White Tower. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, finished his prayer, he focused his attention back on strengthening the seal itself. He wanted to study the situation and see if he could crack the secrets contained within so that he could invent some mystic techniques. As he went down level by level, he checked one sealed artifact after another. Luca was suddenly stunned as he stopped in his tracks. His expression turned rather confused, unsure if he should take a step forward with his left foot or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound question that wasn't easy to understand. In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess, Leonard picked up the coffee that was ground from the local specialty coffee beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts unconsciously turned to the tightly shut doors and windows and the bright sky. He wanted to figure out what had happened. However, he couldn't leave the room and was sealed inside. As for old man Pallas Zoroast, he fell into a strange silence and didn't answer his question. Fortunately, there wasn't any additional danger, so Leonard could still sit in his seat with peace of mind, using his thoughts to replace his actions. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the coffee that had been placed on the table again. What did I want to do? In the hidden biome city in the Rorstad archipelago. Donnas didn't notice the changes in his environment as he seriously fiddled with the telegraph that was connected to his room. The Golden Dream had recently arrived in the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph. Donnas wanted to warmly invite them to Biome as guests to witness the dignity of the Oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Biome as its home port. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and search for treasures. At the same time, he could also choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As a genius who was well-rounded, Donnas undoubtedly grasped all the knowledge and techniques of sending telegrams. At that moment, he was sitting in front of the machine, his fingers rapidly moving as he sent out the words he had in mind. In the beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were appropriate, so he was a little smug. Gradually, his eyes went blank and his hands didn't stop moving. It was as if he was controlling the machine by instinct. After the telegram was sent, Donnas exhaled, picked up his glass, and gulped down a mouthful of beer. It's faster than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can go to the telegraph office and find a job with a good salary. Donnas thought with a little pride and a little concern. He casually picked up the telegram draft and recalled the process of sending it. His expression gradually became strange. What did I do in the end? Donnas couldn't help but mutter. It seems probable that he ended in a telegram, in which he ridiculed the mate, the second mate, Tin Skin, and Bucket, and made a passionate confession to the captain. It's over, it's over. How could I say what's on my mind? Donna's face turned pale. He suspected that he had been controlled by the magic potion and that he had not thought through what he had written. He hurriedly wrote another telegram to express that the content had nothing to do with him. It was all a product of Anderson's deliberate mischief and pranks. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss outside. The sky was gray without a single cloud. In the astral world, the existences and items that had been concealed by the Evernight goddess broke through the restrictions in a certain order and returned to reality. And like Amon's true body, they appeared a little sluggish and didn't react immediately. In addition, the Evernight goddess also stopped in midair in confusion, as though she hadn't thought of what to do next. However, her instinct was to first protect herself. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, who had been confined to their respective divine kingdoms by the thick prism-like spots of light, also experienced certain changes. The intensity of their counterattacks had clearly decreased, giving people the feeling that they were beginning to doubt themselves, unsure if the person in front of them was an enemy. The genie threw down the transostal brass book and returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to have gone all out and had no choice but to shrink back into the seal, but he also seemed to recall something and subconsciously dodged. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, became confused once again. His face seemed to be filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun god, who had dimmed a lot, sighed softly and spoke again, "Let there be light." The light in the astral world brightened as it pierced into the eyes of Amon's true body, avatars, primordial demonis, hidden sage, and other existences. They immediately regained their senses. They seized the time and made different responses. The torrent of information suddenly dispersed and fused into the various symbols around them, instantly disappearing. The black, python-like tentacles with the eyeballs on them quickly retracted, and no one knew where they had gone. Amon's true body glanced at the newly advanced Klein and gave up the opportunity to exert his influence while he was in an unstable state. He raised his hand and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. His figure split apart, turning into one illusory door after another. These doors opened and closed at the same time, making it impossible for the Evernight goddess and the other existences to figure out where Amon's true body had left from. When Amon's true body left, his avatars faded and strangely disappeared. This was a loophole that made Amon's true body leaving the same as Amon leaving. At the same time, the gigantic light figure that the ancient sun god had expanded into shrank and collapsed, turning back into Adam, who was carrying a thick shadow. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities instantly dissipated, as though it had returned underground. Looking up at the astral world, Adam returned to the back of the shadow curtain through the rift. His fusion with the true creator had only just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to advance to a great old one was actually rather forceful and risky. This would cause their subsequent progress to slow down significantly. In the astral world, as the battle subsided, the natural barrier formed by the paintings of civilization and all kinds of plants, along with the illusory crimson moon, faded away one after another, returning to an unknown location. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom first shattered the thick spots of light outside the divine kingdom before quieting down. Just like before, they continued blocking the cracks in the world's barrier. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, the bird-shaped golden accessory, and the 4 arms, and cast her gaze downwards. After the translucent, dark-colored cloak protruded from the mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed down on the faintly discernible mask on his face with one hand and placed his other hand on his abdomen. His back was slightly arched, as though he was enduring an indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head and looked at the Evernight goddess's face that was covered by a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Beneath the cloak, slippery and sinister tentacles extended out. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body had undoubtedly awakened further. The crazy ravings and roars constantly echoed in Klein's ears, tearing at his mind, letting him know that this would be the norm in the future. There was no way to kill the Lord of the Mysteries. Even if his will would be slowly worn down by time, his spirit would remain eternal. He could seize Klein's body at any time and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the will of the Lord of the Mysteries, making the awakened him weaker than Klein had expected, Klein suspected that he might not have been able to hold on. He could only watch helplessly as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still request the Evernight goddess's help by giving him a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water. However, this was definitely not a long-term solution. It could only stall for time. He eventually had to face it. Relying on his consciousness and anchors, Klein balanced the celestial worthy's will in his body. At that moment, he didn't have the ability to speak. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above, nodded slightly. "What you need the most now is stability. With that said, her figure was wiped away inch by inch as she returned to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Klein turned his head to look at the still confused Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle. Antigonus sat on a huge stone chair in the half-collapsed palace. He felt like he had been dreaming for a very, very long time. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein sat in the fool's seat and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just like before he stabilized, he couldn't seek treatment from a psychiatrist unless he visited Visionary Adam. However, that would very likely make him even crazier. After stabilizing a little, Klein quickly checked the authority he had obtained. It was called Fooling. Not only did it contain the authority of history, time, fate, change, and concealment, but it was also a symbol of blind stupidity in the mind domain. The simplest application was to lower an enemy's intelligence. Just as Klein was about to do further research, his spiritual perception was triggered. Who invaded Sapphira Castle? And only when the other party succeeded in invading did Klein receive a notification. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. He saw that the grayish-white fog had formed a door at some point in time. A figure wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic black robe walked out. Amon, Mr. Error's eyes were tinged with darkness, and his smile appeared a little crazy. He leisurely looked around, nudged his monocle, and smiled. Surprised? Klein wanted to mobilize Sapphira Castle and expel the other party, but he realized that Amon had gained control of Sapphira Castle at some point in time. Amon cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He chuckled. And said, I release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries as will in my body. He is the owner of Sapphira Castle, which means that I'm also the owner of Sapphira Castle. Of course, I can enter. This is very risky. Even I didn't dare to try it in the past, but since you've grown to this extent, I have no choice but to take the risk. This is very exciting, and the effects aren't bad. As he spoke, slippery and evil tentacles shot out from under Amon's clothes. He took the initiative to revive a portion of the Lord of the Mysteries, causing he to fall into a half-crazy state. P.S. There will be an additional update tomorrow as a form of thanks to everyone. As Amon spoke, Klein appeared to be listening, but in fact, he had already attempted to leave Sapphira Castle. This wasn't because he wanted to give up or surrender, nor was it because he was too timid. He subconsciously considered dodging, but because he believed that this was the best solution in the current situation. If he stayed in Sapphira Castle, Klein would face three major problems. Firstly, he had just advanced to the Fool, and his condition was extremely unstable. He had to divert most of his attention to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Secondly, he was unable to obtain the help of his allies, so he could only fight alone. Thirdly, with everyone being able to affect Sapphira Castle, even if Klein wanted to have a higher level of control over the Sapphira than Amon, he wouldn't be able to display an overwhelming advantage. It might even be because Amon was good at using loopholes to create bugs, making it difficult for him to use Sapphira Castle well and reach the same level as him. This way, even if the sequence 0 the Fool didn't have a 100% chance of failure against the half-crazy Error and Door dual pathway true gods, the chances of victory were extremely slim. And after seizing the opportunity and leaving Sapphira Castle, Klein would immediately obtain the help of his allies to reverse the situation on both sides. If Amon chased after him, Klein would interfere with his return to Sapphira Castle, forcing him to face his allies. At that time, the primordial demoness definitely wouldn't take action again. The ancient sun god might not be able to reproduce the might of half a great old one in a short period of time. The 6 orthodox gods led by the Evernight goddess were enough to deal with Amon. Even if Amon, who had grasped all the authorities in the domains of Error and Door, wasn't easy to kill, the orthodox gods would definitely be able to weaken him and seal him. Once Klein stabilized his mental state and deepened his control over Sapphira Castle, they could target him and kill him. Such a process was almost irreversible. Even if the ancient sun god could still unleash his previous level, and strength, there was no way to change it. His limit seemed to be to simultaneously suppress 3 orthodox gods, and this didn't include the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no doubt that the outer deities weren't willing to see the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Once such a situation occurred, they would definitely do their best to interfere and prevent Amon from dying. However, before the world's barrier collapsed, the influence they could exert was rather limited. They might not be of much use. Just like before, Klein believed that the combined strength of the dark side of the universe and the chained god was inferior to that of the hidden sage. Even if the outer deities really affected the situation, Klein wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. After all, those existences wouldn't allow Amon to kill him. He could calmly find a place to hide and stabilize his mental state. When he was ready, he could make a new plan. The Evernight Goddess's foggy town was a very good choice. If Amon didn't chase after them and remained inside Sapphira Castle, Klein could use his identity as Sapphira Castle's owner and his control over the various matters inside to prevent Amon from doing anything in Sapphira Castle. Even if he wanted to use the Crimson Star to deal with the Tarot members, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In short, it would be very difficult for them to make better use of Sapphira Castle, but it was absolutely simple to destroy the other party's attempts. In such a stalemate, Klein had the time to stabilize his mental state and deepen his control over Sapphira Castle, slowly reversing the situation. In the end, Amon could either escape or hide, or allow the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to completely revive and die with Klein. Therefore, although he didn't have the time to analyze the pros and cons, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. Leaving Sapphira Castle was the best choice. However, just as his consciousness sank to the edge of Sapphira Castle, he saw a crystal monocle. This item appeared in time and destroyed Klein's escape. Do you think I'll leave such an obvious loophole? Of course, you can also stop me from leaving Sapphira Castle at any time. Amon curved his right index finger and smiled as he pressed it against the bottom of the monocle. Behind the chair he was sitting on, the symbols outlined by the resplendent light rapidly changed. At times, they were a mixture of parasitism, time, and fate, and at other times, they were layers of doors. These two different symbols alternated, making it impossible for him to truly be fixed. Klein didn't listen to what Amon said. As soon as his escape failed, he created the true realm of mysteries, the complete divine kingdom of the Fool. In front of Amon, the light instantly changed, bringing with it the disappearance of the magnificent palace, the long modeled table, and the gorgeous high-backed chair, bringing with it the appearance of an ancient castle. Amon didn't know what the ancient castle looked like. This was because he was standing in a corridor inside the castle. He could only sense the various changes in Sapphira Castle and see a limited scene within his field of vision. This corridor was abnormally gloomy and dark. There seemed to be no end to both ends. Every very long distance, there would be an elegant silver candlestick. On the candlestick, the light was dim and yellow. On both sides of the corridor, there were tightly shut dark red wooden doors that seemed to lead to different rooms. There was no sound in any of the rooms. It was unknown what was hidden in each room. Amon casually swept a glance and smiled with great interest. Interesting. As the most powerful cryptologist, he naturally knew that this was a divine kingdom, and it was the kind of divine kingdom that couldn't be destroyed with brute force. This was because every door was reconstructed with a different object. It was unknown what effects would be triggered by forcefully breaking it. Amon didn't underestimate the abilities and intelligence of a Sequence Zero Fool. He didn't plan on experiencing too many surprises and accidents. However, when the rules of the Divine Kingdom were fixed, the owner of the Divine Kingdom would also be restricted to a certain extent. To put it simply, Klein was definitely in one of the rooms. It couldn't be anywhere else. After obtaining benefits, he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. He wants to use this method to stall for time and stabilize his mental state? Amon whispered to someone. Then, wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, he walked to the nearest dark red wooden door. There were no holes on the wooden door, preventing anyone from seeing the exact situation inside. In other words, without opening the door, it was very difficult for Amon to know if Klein was here. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Amon stretched out his right hand and drew a vertical rectangle on the dark red wooden door. Inside the rectangle, specks of starlight emitted before turning transparent, revealing the scene in the room. Amon relied on the authority of door and the powers of a bug to forcefully open a window on the door without triggering the effects. Following that, he cast his gaze inside the room. There were no tables, chairs, carpets, or other furniture inside. Instead, there was a blue sea. Sure enough, this door has been combined with the sea outside. Amon smiled, not surprised at all. Once he twisted the door, he would directly leave Sapphira Castle and appear in the sea. And at that time, with Klein being on guard, it would be almost impossible for him to enter Sapphira Castle again. It was just like how Klein couldn't leave Sapphira Castle now. This was the reason why Amon didn't forcefully destroy the Fool's divine kingdom. Instead, he opened the door one by one. Destruction would result in similar, repetitive effects that would affect Amon over and over again. No matter how many loopholes there were to be used, he couldn't be completely immune. Retracting his gaze, Amon walked to the room opposite him and opened a window on the door according to the method he had just used. However, this time, it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything. Amon raised his hand and pinched the edges of the monocle before coughing softly. His figure immediately split into two. The number of Amon increased. The Amon that had been separated looked at Amon, who was standing at his original spot, and clicked his tongue. "Why don't you seek excitement yourself?" As he spoke, Amon reached out his right palm and grabbed the handle of the dark red wooden door. Just as he moved, his expression suddenly turned blank. He sat straight down as though he had lost the ability to think. Fooling effect. Amon, who was standing on the spot, nodded slightly. The already foolish Amon immediately collapsed, turning into a 12-ring transparent worm. Bit by bit, Beyonder characteristics seeped out and returned to Amon's body. He relied on the loopholes to avoid the negative effects of his avatar on his true body. When all the Beyonder characteristics returned, Amon released a ball of flames that he had stolen and burned the worm of Time's corpse. After slowly doing this, he raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal monocle, countless symbols, patterns, and labels appeared. They quickly swam, intertwined, reorganized, or changed, as though he was calculating something. This was the combination of a cryptologist's decryption ability and the Key of Stars locator authority. Amon's two attempts were mainly to gather information and grasp the rules in preparation for cracking the secrets of the Fool's divine kingdom. Soon, the symbols, patterns, and labels formed a scene on the monocle, behind a dark red wooden door. Klein, who had a few slippery tentacles extending out from his body, sat on a high-backed chair, calmly watching the entrance. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up. With a flash, he appeared in the room. However, everything in front of him suddenly collapsed. The Klein with the Fool's aura quickly thinned and turned into a card. On the card, Roselle Gustav wore a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane and luggage, his eyes filled with longing. The Fool card. The Fool card from the Card of Blasphemy. Klein knew that it was impossible to deceive a top swindler like Amon just by relying on paper figurine substitutes, even with the fooling effect and the grafting of his true aura. Therefore, he used the Fool card, which had the corresponding aggregation ability, as a paper figurine. Although Sapphira Castle couldn't be used again, this was Klein's home turf after all. There was his junk pile, the various items he had gathered, and the newly obtained Trensostal brass book and the borrowed magic wishing lamp. P.S. There will be an update at 7 p.m. As Klein turned into the Fool card in front of Amon, the entire room shrank, revealing its original appearance. It was a slightly corroded iron cigar case that had fused with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Klein's figure appeared out of thin air. As the Fool's divine kingdom collapsed and the magnificent palace reappeared, he grabbed the container that contained the Fool card and Amon's true body and suddenly closed it. He didn't have the extravagant hopes of using such an item to seal Amon, who wielded the authority of the door pathway. He only wanted to buy some time and find an opportunity to throw Amon out of Sapphira Castle to regain the initiative. But at this moment, Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, stopped moving. He took out a crystal monocle from the void with his other hand and moved it towards his right eye. Behind him, Amon, who was wearing a pointed bonnet and a classic black robe, quickly appeared. His eyes were slightly dark and he laughed maniacally. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't use an avatar?" Before he could finish his sentence, the parasitized Klein's figure rapidly thinned, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine. Klein was cautious. He similarly didn't use his true body, relying on the paper figurine substitute that had spirit body threads grafted onto it. He knew very well that in a battle with Amon, he would rather give up the opportunity than make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, it would be difficult to reverse the situation under the suppression of a bug. Amon didn't seem to be an exception to the situation of his prey turning into a paper figurine. He only raised his hand and gently touched the crystal monocle. On the other end of the magnificent palace, Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat, walked out of the concealment that came with the fool. He raised his right hand heavily and took out a crystal monocle from the void with great difficulty. Bit by bit, he moved it towards his right eye. During this process, Klein's expression was filled with resistance. It was rather distorted, as though he couldn't control his hand. Amon smiled in a half-crazy, half-uncontrollable, half-leisurely manner. You can use a paper figurine to replace yourself, and a paper figurine can also replace you. It being parasitized is equivalent to you being parasitized. Everything is relative, and there are loopholes. There is no beyonder power that can't be cracked. It can be used in any situation. He used the connection between the paper figurine substitutes and he took the initiative to create a bug. Although Amon appeared to be unable to control his desire to speak due to his half-crazed state, this did not affect him from fully corrupting Klein and strengthening parasitism bit by bit, allowing him to truly wear a monocle and become him. At this moment, Klein's body suddenly collapsed, voluntarily collapsing. He split into countless transparent and twisted worms, swimming in all directions. Among these worms of spirit, there were a few worms of time with 12 rings mixed in. Strictly speaking, even tiny creatures like the worms of spirit could be forcefully parasitized by Amon's worms of time. However, when Klein was splitting, he had taken the initiative to use the authority of fooling to mix up time and fooling the few worms of time, making them split at the very end. They didn't keep up with the main group and failed to find a target for parasitism. In the next second, the scene in Sapphira Castle changed again. Klein once again used the realm of mysteries to create a new divine kingdom of the fool. Amon instantly found himself in a room. There was a thick, pale yellow carpet, and a crystal chandelier hung from it. There was a door on every wall that led to an unknown place. At the same time, there were oil paintings depicting various eyes hanging on the 4 walls. Without any special examination, Amon only needed a glance to know that the 4 doors corresponded to different effects. The main purpose was to delay his actions and create enough time for subsequent preparations. The corners of Mr. Error's mouth curled up slightly as he cast his gaze to his feet. He then extended his right fist and spread his fingers. An illusory door immediately appeared on the thick, pale yellow carpet. The door quickly swam for a second before fixing itself and silently opening. However, with the opening of the illusory door, the doors around the room strangely formed a connection as they creaked and opened, almost at the same time, in the pitch-black wilderness, in a shadowy tower that seemed to lead to the sky. Klein was holding the magic wishing lamp and removing the fooling effect of the Trensostal brass book. The wick of the magic wishing lamp lit up, spewing out a viscous, pale golden light. This light then formed a distorted and blurry figure. Klein didn't consider making a wish to the genie and transferring the number of wishes Bernadette carried to him, as well as changing the ownership of the magic wishing lamp. This was because there was only one outcome: he would die on the spot and rely on the powers of a miracle invoker to return from the fog of history. Normally speaking, this was a good way to escape, especially since Klein could revive several times. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Once Klein died, it would be equivalent to him temporarily giving up his identity as the owner of Sapphira Castle, making this place a paradise for the almonds, allowing them to use the Sapphira without any obstruction. Under such circumstances, Amon could fool history, interfere with fate, and suppress Klein's revival, making him truly die. The thing that could restrain a Beyonder the most was definitely a Beyonder of the same pathway that was at a higher level than him. Therefore, Klein's current plan was to use the genie's status to make better use of the Trensostal brass book. If it wasn't for the genie's influence, the rules set by the Trensostal brass book definitely wouldn't be biased towards Klein. It would only indiscriminately restrict all existences apart from himself. As the genie's blurry golden figure took form, the Trensostal brass book quickly flipped to the second half of the book that could be written with the sound of metal clashing. Without any pause, a new text appeared on the brass page: "Theft is prohibited here." According to Klein's thoughts, the most suitable clause should be "Theft is prohibited here." This was because the former clause was of a legal nature. If anyone were to steal, it couldn't be stopped in advance. It would only be punished after the matter was over. Furthermore, the first punishment for theft was definitely light, something that the almonds could completely bear. As for the latter clause, it directly restricted the occurrence of such acts, making it impossible for theft to occur. However, the Trensostal Brass Book couldn't make such a rule at the moment. It had to wait for the clauses to be sufficiently strict and for it to awaken to a certain extent before it could do so. Previously, the genie had relied on his close relationship with the Trensostal Brass Book to forcefully complete such a rule by relying on his high level. At that moment, he was already dispirited and unable to do such a thing. Klein could only hope to stall for as much time as possible so that the Trensostal Brass Book could formulate sufficiently strict rules to deal with Amon so as to match his authority of fooling. At that moment, in the room that trapped Amon, as the illusory door on the ground opened, the surrounding real doors shook at the same time as cracks appeared. This would bring about many unknown effects. Suddenly, the sound of a bell that seemed to come from infinity sounded. At some point in time, Amon had transformed into an ancient mottled stone wall clock. On the wall clock, the second hand formed by the worm of time suddenly paused. Gong! As the bell reverberated, everything in the room fell into a strange state, including the four doors. The only exception was Amon. He had transformed back into he who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. With a smile, he calmly raised his left hand and clenched his 5 fingers. In the next second, the strange stillness was broken. The 4 real doors that were about to open closed with a bang, not leaving a single gap. Amon's figure descended and burrowed into the illusory door on the ground that wasn't closed. Just as he left the room using this method, he discovered that he had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness. In the distance, there was a shadowy tower that seemed to pierce into the sky. Inside the tower, the Trensostal Brass Book in front of Klein had already formed a second rule: fraud is prohibited here. Although Amon couldn't see this scene, he seemed to sense something. After all, a high-ranking person who took pleasure in deceiving the rules would undoubtedly be able to sense the changes in the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accurately find a loophole. He immediately raised his hand and adjusted the monocle clip to his right eye socket. On the surface of the crystal monocle, a pure white brilliance spewed out, illuminating the entire wilderness, making it impossible for any secrets to exist. This was the eternal day that he had previously given to Klein and then retrieved from Klein's main body. In such an environment, the shadowy tower melted inch by inch. Klein floated in midair, holding the magic wishing lamp in one hand and the staff of the stars in the other. In front of him was the open Trensostal Brass Book. Amon took the opportunity to stretch out his right hand that had previously been holding the monocle, and from a distance, he grabbed Klein's projection in his palm. Behind him, the shadow that was dragged out by the eternal day environment became fainter and fainter as it distorted as though it had a life of its own. Silently, Amon began to steal the various beyonder powers of Klein. He didn't deliberately seek the authority of fooling, but chose to do it randomly. This could effectively increase the success rate. However, after a flash of light, what fell into his palm was only a simple paper figurine. Graft, paw, the shadow behind Amon was lashed by an invisible whip, but his body was unharmed. He created an error and replaced himself with a shadow. Right on the heels of that, Amon laughed as his voice echoed in Klein's ears. "Genie, I can also promise to send you back to the cosmos. Look, I wasn't punished. This means that I'm not cheating." Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's heart sank. Before this, he wasn't worried that Amon would instigate the genie to betray him. This was because he was a top swindler. No promise he made could be trusted, and the genie had encountered the former Lord of the Mysteries. He was a victim of such matters, so he would definitely treat Mr. Error with the most defensive attitude. This was the result of a lack of credibility. Sometimes, lying, cheating, and acting shamelessly could indeed increase short-term gains, but in the long run, being honest and trustworthy would yield more. But now, the Trensostal Brass Book had just set the rule that fraud is prohibited here. And Amon hadn't been punished after making the promise, At the same time, Klein and the genie didn't discover any loopholes that the other party had used in this matter. This strongly proved that Amon's words were true and effective. It came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't a fraud. The genie could even rely on his level and characteristics to distort the sentence to a certain extent, turning "I can promise" into "I promise," preventing Amon from going back on his word. Once he did, he would suffer damage from the rules of the great old ones. This made Klein wonder if the rule of fraud is prohibited here was secretly made by Amon through the Trensostal brass book, or if the genie had done it on purpose, making all existences that could become the Lord of the Mysteries promise to send him back to the cosmos. To the genie, such a deal was guaranteed to be profitable because Klein owed him a promise. If it were any other scene, Klein would still have time to communicate with the genie and rebuild trust. But at that moment, Amon's threat was right in front of him. He wouldn't have the chance to resolve this problem. If he chose to continue believing in the genie, it would be equivalent to Klein placing his life in the hands of this outer deity, allowing him to be at his mercy. In the following battle, the genie just needed to use the Trensostal brass book to set some rules that seemed fine but were actually biased towards Amon. Klein, who was already at a huge disadvantage, would quickly be defeated, unable to reverse the situation. As his thoughts raced, Klein made a choice in this gamble. A translucent, dark-colored cloak instantly appeared around him, and a strange, distorted mask covered his face. The fool, invisible ripples spread out from his body, instantly enveloping the genie, the Trensostal brass book, the entire wilderness, and Amon. The authority of blind stupidity, the monocle on Amon's true body temporarily lost its luster, as though he had lost him. It was as though he had him lose. The speed at which the Trunsoist brass book wrote the new rules had clearly slowed down, as though it needed 15 minutes or even a few hours to think of what rules to set next. The blurry and distorted golden figure of the genie swayed and suddenly retreated back into the kettle-like golden magic lamp. It was unknown if it was escaping from something or if it was purely an instinctive reaction. God Klein took Klein to Lu as well as about himself and about his. About, just, had Klein Eschen setting he, even though his intelligence had temporarily dropped, Amon seemed to remember to stop Klein from leaving Sapphira Castle. His eyes quickly regained their clarity, but his eyes were still a little black. His mouth widened bit by bit as he couldn't help but laugh. I've written this matter into my instincts. This is a good way to resist the effects of blind stupidity. Clearly, he had deceived the rules and himself, making his instincts believe that it was what he wanted to do. Klein wasn't depressed as he immediately completed the grafting that he had long prepared. In the starry sky, a huge star that emitted light and heat suddenly dimmed a little. In the wilderness under the effect of eternal daytime, an orange-red sun with a destructive aura and a heavy feeling descended from the sky. The entire wilderness collapsed and curled up, as though it was about to head straight for the star. At the same time, everything in the area was ignited, including Amon. In the next second, the surrounding void began to contract around the real sun. Everything either collapsed or vaporized, leaving only the magic wishing lamp and the Trensostal brass book struggling to hold on in the flames without being damaged. Klein, who was floating in midair, had long disappeared. He had grafted himself with the star. Of course, he had only grafted the concept of a star, not a physical body. Otherwise, with the fool's defense that was significantly lower than most sequence zeros, with his relatively weak body, he would have been directly devoured by the real star and died on the spot. The fool was a very extreme deity. He had the ability to destroy a star, but he couldn't face it directly. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. In addition, normally speaking, concepts were unable to directly affect the surrounding environment or harm enemies. It wasn't as if writing words like massive mass, gravitational force, high temperature, high heat, and fusion could create a similar effect. However, as Mr. Fool, Klein wielded the authority of fooling. He made the surrounding environment follow the concept of the star and produce a corresponding change. This was both an intense change and a form of fooling. Under the close illumination of the star, Amon's pointy hat and classic black robe was completely ignited and began to vaporize. At this moment, his figure distorted and was instantly dyed with resplendent starlight. He became extremely illusory, as though he had transformed into an astral door. At this moment, Amon no longer looked like a corporeal creature. He was closer to an amalgamation of symbols like wandering, astral passageway, key, and door. This was the ability of a planeswalker to use the astral world to travel to different planets and worlds. They could transform themselves into a symbol and effectively use the astral world. At the sequence 0 stage of door, a similar ability would undergo a qualitative change to conceptualization. Amon had turned himself into a concept creature to avoid the damage brought by the star. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Klein in his trench coat and top hat. Almost at the same time, Amon's thoughts slowed down a little. His spirit body threads had been grabbed by Klein. Klein used the chaos brought about by the star to remove the combination of himself and the related concepts. He secretly grafted their locations and arrived behind Amon. Originally, without the reorganization of the concept, the effects of the star on the surrounding environment would immediately stop. However, Klein had fooled time, causing the effects from the first 2 seconds to last until now, thereby fooling Amon. If it was possible, what Klein wished to do the most was to deepen his control over Amon's spirit body threads and turn him into his marionette. However, he knew very well that under the present circumstances, the chances of success were extremely low. On the one hand, Amon could withstand the damage and steal the spirit body threads back. On the other hand, he might be able to use the connection established through the spirit body threads to create a bug that would affect Klein and parasitize him. Without absolute confidence, Klein didn't wish for his actions to appear rash. The main goal of grabbing Amon's spirit body threads was to make him sluggish. This was the manifestation of the fooling authority at the marionette stage. And in Klein's present state, he was naturally more willing to choose such a low-level but effective method. This placed a lesser burden on him, and it wouldn't seriously affect his mental stability like directly using the fooling authority. At this moment, other than Amon, his enemy was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body. Of course, it was the same for Amon. If he didn't suppress his madness, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth would have already revived in his body. After causing Amon's thoughts to temporarily slow down, Klein had 3 choices. First, he could take this opportunity to leave Sapphira Castle, but he wasn't sure if Amon's instincts were still working and preventing him from escaping. Second, he could summon the projection from the historical void, but this wasn't of much use. Existences at the level of an angel could play a very small role in this battle of gods. They might not even be able to block Amon's gaze, much less their historical projections. Even if Klein wanted to use this opportunity to send a message, it lacked sufficient value. This was because other deities couldn't enter Sapphira Castle and couldn't provide any help. Third, he could take this opportunity to exert a certain amount of influence on Amon's true body. Without any hesitation, Klein chose the third plan. He wanted to take the opportunity to graft Amon and Sapphira Castle with the door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. This was because Klein felt that Amon's half-crazy state wasn't bad enough. It was just that he appeared more talkative and couldn't grasp the timing at times. He wanted to make him crazier. When Amon and Sapphira Castle completed the recombination, the celestial worthy's will in his body would clearly strengthen, and his mental chaos would significantly intensify. In that case, Amon would lack sufficient rationality to restrain himself. His actions would be more instinctive and not the result of thought. To a Mr. Error who was good at deceit, this would be a fatal effect. Of course, Klein would only maintain this graft for a second. If he exceeded this limit, he might not be facing Amon, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When that happened, the other party would definitely accept the gift of Sapphira Castle. With the Sapphira, 2 uniquenesses, and the corresponding sequence 1 beyond her characteristic, he would beat up the sequence 0 fool of a single pathway. Originally, Klein could rely on fooling the authority to achieve the effect of lowering Amon's intelligence, but firstly, he couldn't use such power for long periods of time in his current state. Secondly, as a true god of 2 pathways and the wielder of many authorities, the effect of blind stupidity could only be maintained on him for a limited amount of time. Therefore, Klein had no choice but to take the risk of using such a graft. As for the crazy president, he would accompany Amon until he found a new balance or met the best psychiatrist. In the blink of an eye, the translucent cold mask appeared on Klein's face again. The strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors also appeared on Amon's body. Sapphira Castle. PS1, Thank you for tipping the Silver Alliance with cheese bacon seafood pasta. I'm hungry after typing this name. PS2, today, there will be a double update. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Just treat it as an additional update for April's monthly tickets. Although I might not be able to get it, I'll pay in advance first. This way, you'll owe me monthly tickets. There's no rush to do it now. Double it on the 28th. If you don't get it in the end, return it to me in the next book. Amon and the strange door of light were grafted together. His face contorted in an unconcealable manner as the darkness in his eyes intensified. At the same time, more slippery tentacles appeared under his classic black robe as his madness overflowed. Just as Klein was about to sever the connection between Amon and Sapphira Castle and allow him to maintain his madness, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "Congratulations, you've stepped into a trap." His face was immediately covered with a translucent mask that was similar to the fool's uniqueness, but it was even more illusory. Klein's mind tensed up. Without thinking, he immediately used the fooling authority again without any regard for the consequences. However, before he could react, his thoughts slowed down. He was in a state of stupor, at a loss for what to do. Fooling, Amon had actually used the temporary recombination of himself and Sapphira Castle to escape Klein's interference and activate the power of the fool's domain. Such actions completely exceeded his instincts, and it was more like a meticulously designed trap. Amon didn't seem to be crazy enough. This true god of the error and door pathways immediately removed the grafting of himself with Sapphira Castle, allowing the strange door of light that was stained with bluish black to quickly fade away and disappear to prevent it from being further corrupted. After dealing with this latent danger, Amon raised his hands and his thumbs and index fingers, forming an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, completely encompassing Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands suddenly split apart, as though he was tearing something, making it seem a little heavy. Amidst the sound of paper tearing, the area where Klein's body was seemed to turn into glass. Under the intense blow, countless cracks appeared as it shattered inch by inch. This was a form of spatial degradation and destruction. Klein's body was unable to withstand it. All he could do was follow the collapse and shatter of the surrounding void, turning into paper scraps that filled the sky again and again. These paper scraps were always instantly devoured by the darkness. By the time the collapse of space stopped, Klein's paper figurines were basically used up. Of course, he had also relied on his status and characteristics as the fool to forcefully escape the effects of blind stupidity. At this time, Amon had already split into countless figures. Some of them were pure clones, some were symbolic replicas, and some were afterimages left behind by constantly flashing and making movements. At this moment, the sky above Klein and the surrounding wilderness were occupied by the Amons. They were densely packed with pointy hats and monocles, blocking every loophole. Some of these Amons transformed into mottled, ancient, greenish-black wall clocks. Some turned into pure starlight, as though they were trying to create a cage. Some extended their palms and did different levels of theft. Some of them had a monocle that glowed as they used a variety of items that they had previously stolen. Some simulated all kinds of abilities, such as restrictions, interference, or attacks. In the Marauder pathway, theft was a core skill, one of the main symbols. It was different from the control of a seer's spirit body threads in that with the advancement of a sequence, not only would its effects and efficiency increase, but it would also obtain a deeper understanding of the concept. From sequence 9 to sequence 7, theft involved items. At sequence 6, theft involved beyonder powers. After advancing to sequence 5, theft involved thoughts and ideas. At sequence 4 and sequence 3, theft involved life, including parasitic theft at the physical level. And at sequence 2, the range of theft could be expanded to include fate, identity, self-awareness, and beyonder characteristics. As for sequence 1, even time, anchors, and authority could be stolen for a short period of time. Therefore, when error faced a true deity, it would similarly use theft that had risen to the level of authority. Amidst the clanging sound, the ancient wall clocks paused at the same time. This caused the surrounding environment to freeze, making the wilderness that had been shattered by the star strike become extremely silent. Even the destruction was frozen. At that instant, Klein seemed to lose his body. All that was left was a translucent dark-colored cloak and a strange, ice-cold mask. Under the cloak and mask, the darkness was thick. Nothing could be seen except for slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out. In such a state, Klein seemed to escape the limitations of time. In the frozen environment, he swam like a fish, passing through all kinds of real or conceptual gaps to escape the almond's encirclement. He had once again used the authority of fooling. This time, he fooled time. The ancient wall clocks disappeared one after another, and time resumed its flow in the almost completely collapsed wilderness. The almonds stopped their attempts and suddenly gathered as one. They blinked behind Klein, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. He reached out his left palm, and as his arm retracted, he clenched his 5 fingers. The space around Klein was suddenly shrouded in shadows, turning into layers of thin gauze. These gauze distorted and reassembled, as though it had formed a sufficiently strong cage that trapped Klein inside. Above the cage, an illusory door appeared and quickly swam around, refusing to stay fixed. However, Klein's figure suddenly appeared outside the cage, as though he had never been sealed by Amon's authority of door. He had fooled history, separating himself from the previous second and the next second. Thus, the one imprisoned in the cage became his historical projection. This was a deepening of the scholar of yours powers under the authority of fooling. As he relied on fooling history as an advancement ritual, Klein, as the fool, was stronger in such domains than fooling time and fooling fate. As soon as he escaped the spatial cage, Klein immediately wanted to use the realm of mysteries again to create a new divine kingdom of the fool to stall for time and find an opportunity to stabilize his mental state. He had used the authority of fooling multiple times, and the fragile balance in his body was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't stabilize his mental state as soon as possible, the will of the celestial worthy would awaken further. This was also a serious problem. At that moment, a huge crystal monocle appeared in front of him. Layers of sparkling light surged out from the monocle, instantly drowning him. Klein's mental state suddenly stabilized, but the price was that he had lost all his emotions and desires. He didn't even want to resist. All he wanted was to stand there quietly and wait for the destruction to come. This was like a normal person being injected with a large dose of sedative. At the same time, an illusory book appeared in the layers of light. The book opened and revealed a paragraph of words. Klein Moretti has been suffering the torment of the mental corruption of the Lord of the Mysteries. He has always been in pain and exhausted. After experiencing an intense battle, he has finally reached his limit due to the influence on his mind. He has decided to give up and stop resisting. Behind the huge crystal monocle, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, was quickly outlined like a mountain. He looked at Klein, who had given up resisting. His dark eyes turned lighter as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I stole it. How does it feel?" Klein looked up at Mr. Error, and after some effort, he opened his mouth and said weakly, "I'm sorry." He said weakly, "You've been cheating from the beginning?" Amon raised his hands and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." He put his thumb against his thumb, and his forefinger against his forefinger, drawing an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, illuminating Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands separated heavily, tearing apart the void that Klein and the surrounding environment relied on for survival. The void was like glass, cracking piece by piece and shattering inch by inch. The tall buildings collapsed as if they were being destroyed. However, all the collapse and destruction circled around Klein's body and didn't directly affect him. He was like a small fishing boat that was sailing stably in a storm. He appeared abrupt and incongruous, as though he didn't belong here. Amon raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye socket, and the smile on his face faded a little. The translucent cloak on Klein's body constantly produced dense protrusions before calming down and disappearing. He looked at the mountain like Amon, and his eyes seemed to darken. "From the moment you entered Sapphira Castle and said the first word, you began cheating." Back then, Amon said that he had taken the risk of releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries as well in exchange for the identity of Sapphira Castle's owner. At that moment, Amon didn't seize the opportunity to continue attacking Klein. He floated in midair and looked down at Mr. Fool. Klein similarly didn't make any other attempts. His tone was strangely calm, as though he was preparing something. If you release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will and enter Sapphira Castle at the price of being half crazy, Antigonus could have done it back then. The Annihilation demonic wolf Fleegria could have done it earlier. You and Mr. Dorr also had countless opportunities. Clearly, there's no way to invade Sapphira Castle by simply awakening the Lord of the Mysteries to a certain extent and combining half-crazy with error. You won't be able to find a bug that can be used in this matter, unless you directly let him replace you. Only when you have the authority of Dorr that allows you to enter any place will you see hope. By creating a backdoor and using a bug, Sapphira Castle will treat you as the Lord of the Mysteries and give you authority. Of course, this definitely requires the Lord of the Mysteries to awaken to a rather dangerous level. Without this hidden identity, you won't be able to deceive Sapphira Castle. After accommodating the Door's uniqueness, you didn't immediately infiltrate Sapphira Castle to deal with the weaker me back then. That's because you, who had just advanced, were completely unable to withstand the further awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will. I believe you should have found a relatively safer solution. If I hadn't advanced to the Fool so quickly, you would have been able to enter Sapphira Castle in your best condition and resolve everything. And now, you have no choice but to bring forward this plan. There must be some very serious problems with you. You took the initiative to throw out the price of being half crazy. On one hand, you were luring me to think of countermeasures on this point and bury a fatal trap at a critical point. On the other hand, you were also diverting my attention and using this to cover up other problems. You're not half crazy at all. Amon quietly listened to Klein. Unusually, he didn't interrupt midway or attempt to attack. He waited for Klein to finish before he spoke with a slightly odd expression. You're crazy. P.S. Tomorrow, the first chapter will be updated at midnight. Upon hearing Amon say, "You're crazy," Klein raised his head slightly and laughed. I just followed your arrangements and gave up. However, it's more thorough than you imagine. As he spoke, an illusory mark appeared on his forehead, which was covered by a cold and strange mask. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. And Klein's body was also shrouded in something similar. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak on his body, more and more slippery and evil tentacles leaped out. They were densely packed and extended, occupying the nearby sky. As his dark eyes flickered, Klein looked at Amon and smiled. To me, instead of you becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, it's better to revive the past one. After stabilizing his mental state and understanding the crux of Amon's surprise attack, Klein had the mentality of giving up to remove the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will, allowing him to further revive. It was precisely because of this that he was able to control Sapphira Castle at the critical moment and borrow the power of error to avoid the spatial collapse created by Amon. Without waiting for Amon's response, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile. You were able to immediately recover after being corrupted by Sapphira Castle and showing signs of madness. You can use Sapphira Castle in reverse to create the effect of blind stupidity. The reason why you weren't in a half-crazy state after releasing the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will in your body is because there's an external force helping you. You should have a very critical avatar, or even a main body like Palez who has lowered his level. It's sleeping at Adam's place, and as a visionary, he is personally maintaining your mental state. As long as the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will doesn't exceed the limits of what Adam can withstand, you won't go crazy without losing control. Therefore, your most serious latent danger is that you have to constantly maintain a normal connection with that body. Once it's disturbed, your condition will be problematic. And this connection is actually very weak under the separation of Sapphira Castle. You deliberately showed a half-crazy state. Apart from luring me to find an opportunity in this direction and step into the trap you set up, you were also hiding this point, preventing me from fighting based on that connection. Of course, apart from this, there are still many problems. After all, you are not truly prepared. If I had discovered this in advance, even if I were only a king of angels who had grasped the uniqueness, I would still have a way to defeat you. Amon listened quietly and raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle in his right eye socket. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a sigh with a smile. Seeing this, Klein smiled and shook his head. You are indeed powerful, cunning, and terrifying. You truly deserve the title of God of Deception. If I hadn't considered what I should do when I was cornered by you and had no other options, I would have hesitated just now. If I had hesitated for a moment, I would have been dead right now. That way, Amon would be able to completely control Sapphira Castle and prevent Klein from returning from the fog of history, preventing him from reviving. Amon stared at the increasing number of evil tentacles extending out from under Klein's dark cloak. He slowly drew a breath and smiled. The Lord of the Mysteries in your body is about to truly awaken. The smile on Klein's face had already become somewhat neurotic. You can also compete in this aspect. Our next battle is very simple. It's a competition to see who awakens more of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in their bodies. It's a competition to see who has deeper control over Sapphira Castle. 50%, 70%, 90%, all the way to 100%. Then, with a bang, we will explode and he will return. What do you think? Do you want to make a bet? Let's see who can last longer. It's very exciting and interesting. It suits your preferences very well. It's just like the roulette that's popular in Faisac. 2 people each have a revolver and a bullet in it. They take turns to pull the trigger at their sun acupoint. Whoever gives up first is equivalent to letting the other party win. And if no one gives up and persists to the end, there will be no winner. He is. Amon's eyebrows twitched. He smiled but didn't say anything. Klein looked at him and said with a beaming smile, although you've always been known for pursuing excitement and daring to take risks, you've achieved your goals most of the time. Not only have you not lost anything, but you've also gained a lot. In a small part of the time, you've only lost some avatars and some items. You've never truly suffered serious injuries or fallen into a desperate situation. Almost every action you take is the product of meticulous planning. Even if you fail, you always have a way out. Does this mean that you value your life more than I imagined? You do like excitement and seek pleasure, but you're willing to pay any price for them. That's just an image you put up. How could the real god of deceit use his own life as a wager? Of course, this is just my personal guess. It might be wrong. Anyway, do you want to take a gamble? Amon stroked his crystal monocle and clicked his tongue just like Medici. You are really crazy. Klein replied with a smile, in the eyes of others, this is indeed crazy. But to me, it's just a choice. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in the past Lord of the Mysteries. He is a true great old one. He looks down on the universe and views most living beings as worms. This will instead make him distance himself from reality. Besides, I should still have time to get the genie to bear witness. I should get the Lord of the Mysteries to promise me something that's very simple and worthless to him. Upon saying that, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up exaggeratedly. I won't lose too much. I'll only lose myself. There are always some things that are more important than others. Amon maintained his smile but didn't say a word. Klein then surveyed the area and found the magic wishing lamp and the Trensostal brass book among the wilderness fragments floating in the void. He immediately laughed out loud. Look, I didn't suffer any punishment. This means that I wasn't lying. Everything I said was the truth. In fact, the rules set by the Trensostal brass book had long lost their effectiveness when the star descended and the divine kingdom shattered. Later on, Amon even dared to attempt to steal it from multiple people. However, Klein's main goal wasn't to prove anything, but to show his determination, or rather, madness. Of course, what he said was the truth. He was indeed willing to put them into practice. Otherwise, there was no way he could hide it from Amon, preventing him from exerting sufficient pressure on him. Amon held back a smile and didn't panic at all. That sounds interesting. Is that so? Then let's begin, Klein replied without any hesitation, his eyes turning darker. Amon's smile froze slightly as he suddenly clasped his palms together. Under his classic black robe, slippery and evil tentacles also popped out one after another. His aura changed to a certain extent as his body seemed to be covered in a dark cloak. At that moment, Amon became more like the Lord of the Mysteries. However, he wasn't competing with Klein in terms of the degree of awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. Instead, he was disguising himself to deceive Sapphira Castle and create the corresponding bug to create an opportunity to escape. For the error authority to take effect at the same level, there were often different prerequisites. Firstly, the medium and the target had sufficient similarities. Secondly, there was a certain connection between the two. Thirdly, certain matters and objects had logical contradictions. Fourthly, some of the rules were indeed imperfect. Fifthly, it didn't directly affect the target, and instead created an environment filled with error in the form of creating a divine kingdom. In this regard, there were fewer restrictions on fooling, but once the conditions were met, error was even more difficult to prevent. Amon was now taking the initiative to disguise himself to satisfy the first condition. This was just like a virus invasion. First, he had to make the other party think that he was one of them and use this to avoid detection. Then, he could paralyze the defense mechanism and achieve the corresponding goal. When a fruit looked like a strawberry, smelled like a strawberry, and tasted like a strawberry, it would basically be considered a strawberry. But in fact, it was very likely that there were exceptions. At that moment, Amon's appearance was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his aura was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his abilities were like the Lord of the Mysteries, and his mental imprint was like the Lord of the Mysteries. Combined with the error authority, it would naturally make Xianxia Castle mistake him as the Lord of the Mysteries for an instant. Suddenly, Klein's damaged divine kingdom of the fool completely collapsed. The magnificent ancient palace and the long modeled table inside appeared. The grayish-white fog that was originally beneath Xianxia Castle rose up and enveloped the space. The grayish-white fog split into two waves and collided violently in a certain spot, producing vortexes that tore open a rift that led to reality. The power of Xianxia Castle contradicted itself at that second, as though it didn't know which Lord of the Mysteries to obey. Amon's figure immediately vanished as he used the authority of Door to rush out of Xianxia Castle. Just as he touched the edge, his body first paused before he flew backward. In the full seat, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly. The strange door of light between his eyebrows and around him became more and more obvious, as though it was corporeal. This emitted an unimaginably powerful converging force. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully pulled Amon back. Amon's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless him. And in front of each Amon, an illusory star door appeared. Silently, the star doors opened at the same time, but in the endless darkness behind the door, slippery and sinister tentacles shot out, blocking the Amon's path of escape. At the tip of these tentacles, resplendent starlight lit up, instantly enveloping the almonds. The almonds couldn't help but gather together, turning into a cluster of concepts. These concepts included, but were not limited to, pointed hats, classic black robes, monocle, fate, time, key, door, bug, and Trojan horse. Klein slowly stood up and smiled at the passively conceptualized Amon. You can also awaken the Lord of the Mysteries as well further, but this is different from death. It will definitely affect the body over at Adam's side. The conceptualized Amon quickly gained a corporeal body again. He relied on the authority of Door to escape the previous state. With a smile on his lips, he didn't respond to Klein. He seized this opportunity to use the error authority to substitute the fake for the real, using an avatar that he had prepared in the outside world to replace him and swap positions. This was similar to the position swap of the main body and marionette in the seer domain. However, this was at a higher level, and the principles were different. It wouldn't be affected by most situations. However, Amon still failed. He realized that his error authority had been forcefully suppressed. As Klein slowly stood up, more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared around him. The smile on his face became increasingly exaggerated. Right on the heels of that, Amon's eyes glazed over. His smile froze, and the crystal monocle lost its luster. At the same time, the cold and strange mask on Klein's face squirmed. The effect of blind stupidity. In the next second, he grafted himself with a particular concept in the cosmos, and used the authority of fooling to affect the corresponding environment. The slippery tentacles around him bent like revolvers as they aimed at Amon. In Amon's still-dazed eyes, a supernova erupted. An unimaginable and abnormally blazing sea of light surged out, shattering his monocle and drowning his body. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Requesting recommendation votes. Behind the endless shadow curtain, in the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light, a young man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face suddenly sat up as though he had experienced a nightmare. Dressed in a classic black robe, He extended his right hand in an attempt to take out a crystal monocle from the void and wear it on his right eye. But this time, he didn't obtain anything. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before he retracted it and pinched his right eye socket. At that moment, a gentle, calm, and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. To him, there are things more important than life. To you, apart from yourself, there's almost nothing worth paying too much attention to. When things develop to the point where you have to gamble with your life, it means that you have lost. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as though he wanted to smile and respond, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The voice continued, as a natural mythical creature, your lack of a normal anchor is also a problem. This makes it difficult for you to understand, although you know what courage and sacrifice are. Amon's expression changed as he stood up from the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. He looked at the human-skinned glove that had been thrown to the side but seemed very satisfied. He retracted his gaze and curled up the corners of his mouth. This seems very interesting. Next, I plan on leaving this place and infiltrating the cosmos. It's much more exciting than reality. Perhaps I can understand the 2 words you just said. That's very dangerous. Once you enter the cosmos, I won't be able to provide any help before I succeed. However, at the very least, you can avoid him, the gentle, calm, and emotionless voice replied. Amon didn't say another word. He raised his right eye socket and disappeared into the endless shadow curtain. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace. As Amon was completely pulverized by the power of the supernova burst, Klein couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he naturally didn't wish to sacrifice himself to revive the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He wished to personally protect this world and find the meaning of life again. Of course, if he had no choice, he wouldn't hesitate to awaken the celestial worthy. He was certain that he could do this. Amon knew this as well, so he didn't force him. He only attempted to escape. At the end of the battle, it was a battle of courage. Whoever wasn't afraid of dying would have the absolute advantage. Clearly, Amon had no intention of sacrificing himself for this matter. After heaving a sigh of relief, Klein's face under the cold and strange mask suddenly twisted. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak, the slippery, evil tentacles that extended out were either slapping the ground or rising high, completely out of his control. He could sense that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings within his body was awakening at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, it seemed to be unstoppable. Even if Klein died with this will and then relied on the powers of a miracle invoker to revive, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was because the Lord of the Mysteries also wielded the authority of miracles. At that moment, Klein recalled what Dark Angel Sasser, the ancient sun god, had said, "The primordial has awakened in my body." In the next second, at the spot where Amon's body had been pulverized, beams of light were pulled towards Klein by an invisible gravitational force. Some of them were 12-ringed worms of time, some were insects forged from resplendent starlight, and some were pure points of light. Klein wanted to stop these beyonder characteristics from fusing with him, but he failed due to the increasingly powerful will of the celestial worthy in his body. His body swelled up like a balloon before suddenly thinning into a paper figurine. This repeated without end. The mask on his face became increasingly bright and strange. The slippery and evil tentacles that extended out from under his cloak increased in number as they became more and more uncontrollable. A worm of time beyonder characteristic, a key of stars beyonder characteristic, Klein's psyche felt like it was being devoured by an invisible monster, producing a rather intense pain. In the end, a pair of eyeballs that seemed to be formed from pure starlight, containing layers of illusory doors, and a crystal monocle were formed. They rushed towards Klein's face, heading for the eye sockets of the mask. Almost at the same time, the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black appeared on Klein's body. Sapphira Castle. At that instant, Klein, Sapphira Castle, the door's uniqueness, and Error's uniqueness had an extremely strong inclination to converge. Once they fused into one, the Lord of the Mysteries would completely awaken and complete his resurrection. Klein suddenly covered half his face with his right hand. His entire body bent down as though he was fighting against another version of himself. With the cognitive positioning and image interference brought about by the believer's anchor, Klein finally delayed the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will, weakening the power of convergence a little. The pair of starlight eyes and the crystal monocle stopped in front of Klein's face. They floated a few centimeters away, like planets orbiting the sun. This extreme imbalance made Klein believe that he couldn't maintain it for too long. Perhaps in a few minutes, or even a few dozen seconds, the convergence would continue uncontrollably, bringing about changes that he couldn't bear. Haha, this can also be considered a type of fusion. Klein laughed in an unstable manner. Then, he fooled the Transostal brass book, allowing it to enter a sealed state and fly into the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, Klein left Sapphira Castle and arrived at the astral world formed from symbols and authorities. This place looked similar to the cosmos. It was dark, deep, and vast, but in fact, there were many unique aspects. For example, one could clearly see a sun-like star hanging in the distance, emitting normal light and heat. However, if one tried to approach it without suffering any damage, they would discover that the astral world was like a black curtain. The sun was directly drawn with oil paint, and there were a bunch of concepts and symbols gathered around it. Furthermore, the sun wasn't drawn very well. It was like a child who didn't have any artistic skills had randomly drawn it. It was both comical and terrifying. On another level, this might be a manifestation of the chaos and madness of the underlying rules. As soon as Klein entered, he immediately felt invisible gazes. Some of them came from the area protected by the world's barrier, while others came from a wider area. They clearly had malicious intent. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the world's barrier. He raised his slippery and sinister tentacles. The pair of eyes cast by starlight and the crystal monocle also moved along with it. Suddenly, all the gazes from the cosmos retreated, leaving only a hand-drawn crimson moon hanging there, flashing with light. Haha. Klein laughed as he arrived outside a dark kingdom filled with night vanilla and slumber flowers. At the same time, the Evernight goddess appeared at the edge of the divine kingdom in a layered dress dotted with stardust. Her face was covered with a thin translucent black veil. She didn't enlarge herself. She glanced at Klein at eye level and raised her right hand, revealing a golden bird-shaped accessory. On the head of the golden bird-shaped accessory, in its bronze-like eyes, layers of illusory doors appeared, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fly out and land on Klein's cold and strange mask. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings passively entered a state of eternal slumber. It was the same for most of Klein's consciousness, leaving behind only a tiny bit of lucidity. Under such a situation, he retracted the mask and transformed the cloak into a black trench coat. Then, he made the crystal monocle turn into a pair of black gloves, and the pair of eyes forged from starlight turned into a cane embedded with stardust. This was only a change in appearance. In essence, there was no change. Once these two items left Klein, they would return to their original forms. Of course, if Klein stabilized and accommodated them, he could modify the corresponding concepts and symbols over and over again, allowing them to permanently change their forms. This can't be maintained for too long. It's just delaying matters for a period of time. The Evernight goddess gently reminded him. If you repeatedly use the river water of the river of eternal darkness, the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken even faster. This is because he will undergo an unknown change and adjust his state. Similarly, the uniqueness from Sapphira Castle and my blessings will gradually be erased. You will also enter an eternal slumber. Klein didn't seem to be discussing his own matters as he smiled and nodded. Got it. The Evernight goddess said in a tone that seemed to soothe Klein's mind. On this matter, the methods and actions that Amon has taken have exceeded my expectations. He is indeed the true god of deceit. It's not like you don't have a chance next. You can first try to completely control Sapphira Castle and pull the will of the Lord of the Mysteries into eternal slumber. In your dream, you can resist and fuse with him. I can give you a certain amount of blessings, but the key is still you. There's no ritual to become a great Sunday. No ritual can change the awakening of the primordial will, but the ancient sun god believes that the sequence of accommodations can increase one's self-awareness to a certain extent and increase the success rate of matters. First become a sequence 0 of a pathway, then control and fuse with the Sapphira, and finally accommodate the other uniquenesses. This is the optimal sequence. Becoming a dual pathway true god, controlling and fusing with the Sapphira, and then accommodating the remaining uniquenesses is not a good or bad sequence. Only fusing with the Sapphira at the final step is the worst choice. Klein smiled and said, "This is a good idea. As long as he wakes up, a Lord of the Mysteries will be born. This might be him, or it might be me. Yes, after completely controlling Sapphira Castle and entering eternal slumber, I should be able to make a certain weakness appear in the Western Continent's seal, a weakness that can be entered and exited." The Evernight goddess didn't say a word when she heard Klein's words. Klein continued smiling. "This is my choice. I've long expected that there would be such a day when I would finally face him. P.S. Update first, then change later. Today's 2 updates have been sent. The first update on Tuesday will likely be brought forward to midnight. Please recommend me on Monday." The Evernight goddess nodded and didn't say anything else. She reached out her palm and gently tugged at a corner of the void. A thin layer of night curtain gently drifted down, blanketing Klein's body as it silently seeped in. Klein quietly felt the blessing that stemmed from the dream for 2 seconds. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. He then took 2 steps back and left the astral world. The Evernight goddess stood at the edge of the divine kingdom and watched him leave. In the next second, Klein landed in the projection of the giant king's court in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Then, just like Amon, he walked to the edge of the grayish-blue door and raised his hand to create a ghostly blue illusory door. Through this door, Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Following the guidance of fate, he wandered to the peak of a mountain range. There was a huge cross erected there, and the cross was shrouded in an indistinct shadow. Klein stared at the shadow for a few seconds and sighed slightly. He bent down to pick up an ancient silver mirror that was placed near the huge cross. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, the Worms of Spirit, who didn't need to guard Sapphira Castle, informed him of Queen Mystic's current location. Klein raised his hand and took out the magic wishing lamp from the junk pile. Relying on the ownership relationship between it and Bernadette, he wandered again and appeared on a rather hidden island in Emerald City. Bernadette was flipping through a newly published painting collection of Intis. Just as she sensed something, she saw German Sparrow hand the magic wishing lamp to her. "Thank you." Klein's voice was neither loud nor soft, and he spoke very normally. Bernadette parted her lips as though she wanted to say something. But at that moment, her eyes flashed as though she had seen something or predicted something. Hence, she silently reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp. Klein then took out an iron cigar case with traces of corrosion on its surface. "This is your reward." Even without using the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette could sense that the iron cigar case was extraordinary. She could roughly guess what kind of corrosion it had suffered. But it was not because of this reason that she chose to accept, but because she suddenly felt that there was no reason to refuse. She only hesitated for a moment before calmly taking the iron cigar case. If he was still in his crazed state from before, Klein would definitely have said with an exaggerated smile while Bernadette hesitated, "Uncle is giving it to you. Just take it." But now, he was only left with that last bit of consciousness. He had to work very hard to keep himself from falling asleep. He didn't have the urge to act like a clown. After leaving Bernadette's Emerald City, Klein made good use of his time and wandered to Bakeland. He wandered to Dr. Alan Sirius's home. Will Septon, who was sitting among the pile of toys, raised his head and looked at Don Dantes before him. He suddenly teared up and sobbed very hard. I finally sensed that opportunity. The opportunity to accommodate the Fate Pathway's uniqueness. Klein squatted down and said expressionlessly, "I'm here to help you accommodate them. I will steal your childhood and adolescence, allowing you to instantly grow up. Then, relying on my status that has exceeded the sequence but hasn't reached the level of a great old one, I will help you forcefully accommodate the die of probability. Of course, this alone is not enough to succeed. We still need to fool and exploit the bug." Will Septon's pattering tears suddenly stopped as he muttered in astonishment, His Majesty, His Majesty. So the 2 choices are the same. Normally speaking, accommodating the uniqueness of a pathway was either something one was born with, or it required the help of an existence at the level of a great old one, or it relied on a simplified advancement ritual. There were no other possibilities. The Snake of Fate, Will Septon, clearly didn't have any uniqueness. He could only be considered from the last two options. His focus had always been on carrying out a simplified ritual, which was to wait for an opportunity of fate. Who knew that this opportunity turned out to be Klein's status close to that of the Great Old Ones? In essence, it was actually the second method. With this in mind, the chubby child, Septon, cried even harder. He felt like he had been deceived by fate. Get the life school of thought's demigod to send the die of probability over now. Normally speaking, with your luck, the die of probability should be by your side. Klein ignored Will's cries. Let's begin as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. Will stopped, looked at Klein for a while, and said with a slightly choked voice, forget it. Let's wait for the next opportunity. In your present state, forcibly accommodating it for me is a huge burden. You might lose control on the spot. I don't wish to face the Lord of the Mysteries. Yes, next time. I have a premonition. Having said that, Will looked into Klein's eyes. I have a premonition that the next opportunity will be better. Klein maintained his dreamy expression as his voice deepened. Is this a prophecy? Will Septon's tears flowed down again. No, it's a blessing. Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and retreated step by step. During this process, his figure became fainter and soon disappeared. He returned to Sapphira Castle and sat on the high-back chair, allowing the grayish-white fog to cover his body. After looking around and confirming the state of the crimson stars, Klein leaned back in his chair in exhaustion and raised his right hand slightly. This time, he didn't create the world as a fake person. On both sides of the long mottled table, crimson beams of light soared up at the same time, freezing into the hanging man, sun, the hermit, magicians, and the other tarot members. This sudden gathering had clearly exceeded the expectations of Audrey and company. It left them momentarily stunned and surprised. Before this, although they had come to Mr. Fool's divine kingdom on a non-Monday afternoon, there was a reason for it. They had already known in advance that they would be pulled here. They had either applied for a small-scale gathering in advance, or they had to avoid the full moon ravings, or they had to treat Mr. World's psychological problems. It could be said that, apart from the first time, this was the second time they had been summoned by Mr. Fool without any warning. Even the slowest of them could sense the uneasiness in the air. They could feel that the air had solidified. Thinking back to the visit of the world's German sparrow and the words that Mr. Fool's blessed had said, Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and Zio had similar thoughts. Has it finally arrived? Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table, only to see that it was empty. There was no one there. Although she was already mentally prepared, Audrey couldn't help but be taken aback. She couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sadness. In her heart, the world's image of German Sparrow had long changed from a crazy adventurer and an extremely dangerous beyonder to a friend with a cold appearance but a gentle heart. He was powerful, compassionate, and had a mysterious background. He was rather lonely, and he was burdened with many things. She believed that in the tarot, apart from Mr. Starr, she was the one who understood the world the best. And now, this friend seemed to have met with misfortune, leaving behind an empty seat. The tarot had lost its first official member. Where did Klein go? Leonard suddenly felt a little flustered. In this world, this was the only friend he could befriend. Back when Klein suddenly appeared in the southern continent and threw the gold coin into the cathedral's donation box, Leonard already had a subtle premonition. He had a feeling that the other party was preparing to face the judgment of fate and was bidding farewell to the past. This was just like back in Tingen when they decided to stand out and face Megos. Old man's silence has been a little strange recently. Could something have really happened to Klein? With Mr. Fool's level and status, as long as there's a chance, he should be able to be saved. Leonard's heart tightened as he suddenly turned his body and cast his gaze at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long mottled table. This mighty existence was still shrouded in a grayish-white fog, making it impossible to tell his present state. At this moment, Emlyn, Katlia, and Sun also noticed Mr. World's absence. Coupled with the suddenness of the gathering, they were alarmed and puzzled. They didn't know what had happened, but their intuition told them that it wasn't anything good. As a clairvoyant who had just advanced recently, Katlia even felt that something was wrong with Mr. Fool. Mr. World isn't here. Zio previously mentioned that Mr. Fool and his blessed are about to face a major challenge. It's very likely that something bad will happen. Magician's Furs was also a little alarmed. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear due to the unknown changes. She once imagined that she would heave a sigh of relief because of Mr. World's disappearance, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Instead, she felt her heart sink and a little terrified. Only then did she realize that at some point in time, the world had become a pillar of support for the tarot outside of Mr. Fool. It made everyone feel at ease when they saw him. Of course, fear was also unavoidable. As Audrey and company turned around and looked at the end of the long mottled table, Klein, who was already the fool, said in a low voice, "This is an impromptu gathering. This is an impromptu gathering. Mr. Fool is very tired." Audrey, who sensed this, felt her heart tighten. She looked around, as she always did, and stood up. After the members of the tarot stood up one after another, Audrey lifted her skirt in a somewhat heavy manner and bowed towards the end of the long mottled table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. I remember that the first time Mysteries asked for monthly votes was when it was published. At that time, they opened a separate chapter specifically to ask for monthly votes. This time, I have to correct my attitude and open a separate chapter to ask for monthly votes to welcome the end. During the double period, it would be a waste not to vote for monthly votes. If I don't vote this time, I won't have another chance to vote for Mysteries in the future. Don't miss this chance now that the voting limit seems to have been relaxed. You can vote for more than 10 votes if you exceed the number of disciples. Perhaps, don't give up just because you can't vote. Also, on the premise that it doesn't affect your own life and entertainment, don't lower your quality of life because of it. If you have the heart and remember to subscribe, that's already good enough. I've already paid for the first plus chapter for April. The rest is up to you guys. Today, the second chapter is still at the normal time, 7 p.m. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The other members of the tarot looked rather solemn as they followed Miss Justice to complete the usual greeting. After they sat down again, the Fool Klein looked around and said in a low voice, "I shall enter a deep slumber." Upon hearing this, the Hanging Man Alger, Justice Audrey, Judgment Zio, and Magician's Furs involuntarily felt as though their second shoe had finally landed on the ground. The hearts of the Star Leonard, the Moon Emlyn, Sun, and the other tarot members sank as they became increasingly flustered and puzzled. Of course, they weren't that surprised. The abnormal impromptu gathering and the abnormal absence of world seemed to indicate that something important would happen today. Klein maintained his last bit of sobriety and said in the same tone as before, "This is a war that surpasses the sequences, and it's related to the extent of the apocalypse as expected." The Hanging Man Alger keenly caught the phrase. Transcending the sequences. He had long suspected that there was another level above sequence 0, the level of the ancient god of sun who had 8 kings of angels. Now, Mr. Fool had finally confirmed his guess and resolved many of his questions. Catlia and company also noticed the hidden message in Mr. Fool's words. Some of them were like the Hanging Man and already had similar guesses. At that moment, they felt that it was indeed the case. Some of them hadn't thought about it before, so they couldn't help but be surprised and confused when they heard that. However, they quickly came to a realization after combining all the things they knew in the past. The Fool Klein continued, "Only when you become angels will you have the qualifications to know the specific situation. Otherwise, just understanding itself will bring about contamination." This made the members of the tarot think of the underground world and the cosmos. For a moment, they couldn't hold back their thoughts. Klein looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. "My blessed world has entered a deep slumber in advance. I don't know when he will wake up." Then what should he do? Leonard nearly blurted out, but he could clearly sense that Mr. Fool hadn't finished speaking, so he held back the urge. The Fool Klein swept his gaze across him. "Next, I have a long-term commission for all members. Spread my name more widely, but don't clash with the Orthodox churches. If necessary, you can choose to preach in a secret way. It will help me to wake up. Also, spread the various deeds of world as my blessed and record them in the church's holy Bible. Of course, don't involve his privacy. Remember this, when the world wakes up, the Fool returns." Klein wanted to increase the number of his anchors. This might be rather useful in the dream battle against the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, he wanted to portray the world as a saint of the Church of the Fool, an angel beside the divine throne, so that this image could be shared with a large number of believers and obtain his own anchors. To put it simply, Klein planned on getting a believer to contribute 2 anchors. After all, to him, be it the fool or the world, they were just identities. Furthermore, the images created by the anchors wouldn't be uniform. They were all different, so it wouldn't affect him. At the level of the fool, the church spread the names of deities, the fool's sacred emblem, and various doctrines. They didn't have a specific image. For the world, he had many identities, such as German Sparrow, Don Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. There wouldn't be a fixed image. The reward is the convenience you have enjoyed in the past, the responses you have received, and the corresponding help you pray for in the future. The fool Klein said without changing his tone, after I fall asleep, I can also respond to prayers to a certain extent, but I won't respond every time. If there's really something very important that requires help, pray a few more times. He knew that after Antigonus entered an eternal slumber, he could make the dream manifest. As long as there was the right method, the sleeping deity could use the dream to respond to prayers to a certain extent. Regarding this situation, the tarot members present didn't find it difficult at all. On the one hand, most of them were spreading the faith of the fool, whether openly or secretly. On the other hand, it was very common for prayers to not receive a response to a deity. It was extremely rare for Mr. Fool to respond every time. They had almost never heard of such a situation elsewhere. To be able to repeatedly pray and receive a response on important matters had already surpassed most clergymen of the Orthodox churches. Yes, Mr. Fool. Without any hesitation, the tarot members all accepted the long-term commission. Among them, the star Leonard was the one who was the most eager and sincere. To him, spreading Mr. Fool's faith and manuals was to awaken Klein. This gave him the motivation to do things outside of his daily work. At this moment, the fool Klein nodded slightly and cast his gaze at Xianxia. The previous request, to gather all information regarding the hidden sage's sudden revival, is still valid. If you're willing to take on the risk, then take a step further and investigate the hidden sage's current state. It will be very dangerous. You can refuse, and the reward is a wish. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, does this have anything to do with your awakening? Does it involve the problem of how to survive the apocalypse? Maybe, maybe not. I can't give you a definite answer right now. I just saw some images." This time, Klein didn't deliberately create a high-level persona of the fool, because he was already the real fool. In addition, keep an eye on all the beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathway. Xianxia was silent for a while before she slowly said, "I accept this commission." The fool Klein then turned his gaze to the other side and said to son Derek, "That's right. Your mission is to protect the new city of Silver and New Moon City, as well as the Rorstad archipelago. The more believers I have and the safer I am, the more likely I am to wake up. On this basis, consider how to expand the church and spread your faith. Your reward is to become my blessed." Son's eyes suddenly heated up as he recalled the chief's encouraging gaze when he pushed open the last door of the giant king's court. He took a deep breath and said forcefully, "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded and looked at Magician's furs. "You need to protect the house of Abraham and prevent them from being tempted by the stars. In addition, gather more information about the fourth epoch and figure out Mr. Dor's state at that time. Figure out some of the hidden problems in the house of Abraham. These are all things I wish to do." Magician's furs hesitated for a moment before indicating that she would do these things even without the commission. The fool Klein didn't say yes or no. Instead, he said, "If you are willing, you can write biographies and stories for the world's different identities and publish them under different pseudonyms. The reward for the above commission is that when you have a chance of becoming a planeswalker, you have to head to the cosmos and obtain my protection." Although Klein knew that he could rely on his dreams to give a response to a certain extent in his slumber, he wasn't sure if he or the Lord of the Mysteries would have the advantage when the time came. Therefore, he hoped to use the method of completing the commission and paying him to fix the more important matters in the form of a verbal contract. When the time came, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could use this invisible agreement to cleverly complete a response. Planeswalker? Magician's furs was taken aback. Frankly speaking, she hadn't considered this problem at all. What she was worried about was the digestion of the secret sorcerer and the wanderer ritual. Soon, she collected her thoughts. Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein then cast his gaze at Emlyn. The siege of Rose School involves preparations for the end of the world, so it's quite dangerous. Even with angels involved, we still have to pay attention to our own safety. Your request is to collect the blessings, auras, and items given by the primordial moon from the primordial moon believers in Rose School as much as possible. These may be even more dangerous than a level 1 seal. At that moment, although Klein still maintained the tone of the fool, his words already carried a hint of exhortation to a friend. This made Audrey, who had initially calmed down, notice that something was different. Recalling what Mr. Fool had just said to the other members, she sighed inwardly. Just as he's about to enter his slumber, Mr. Fool's humanity seems to thicken. Amidst Emlyn's surprise and puzzlement, Klein continued, "That's right. Apart from participating in the mission to annihilate Rose School, I hope that you can establish a pharmaceutical company and research on how to mass-produce drugs with magical effects. As long as it's mass-produced, it's impossible for it to have any magical effects," Emlyn instinctively replied. The fool Klein nodded. "Looking for a compromise. Your main goal is to spread my name through this pharmaceutical company. The reward is also a wish. This isn't a problem of danger, but whether it can be done or not. The simplest method is to give me 1,000 apothecary potions. I can set up an apothecary factory and achieve mass production." Emlyn mumbled inwardly before replying seriously, "That's right. Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein looked to the other side and said to Zio, "That's right. With the apocalypse approaching, be it the Red Priest or Demoness, they will become active. Your mission is to rely on the official factions to find out the whereabouts of the Red Priest Pathway's 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness. If there's a chance, find clues to confirm the primordial Demoness' current condition. It's very dangerous." Klein didn't mention the reward because he had already paid her in advance. Zio had fulfilled her wish and held a ritual to become a Sequence 4 imperative mage. As for the 3 Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristics of the Red Priest Pathway, Klein previously knew that one was in the hands of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. One was in the hands of the Faesac royal family, the Einhorn family, and one was in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Augustus family. Later, it was given to the Demoness sect as a reward. Of course, this was only a preliminary answer. The corresponding situation might have already changed. The Sauron family had already declined during Roselle's era, so they might not have the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic or the corresponding sealed artifact. Klein even suspected that it had already been obtained by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. The defeat in the previous war had caused considerable damage to the Einhorn family. Klein didn't rule out the possibility of a high-level angel dying or the loss of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The whereabouts of the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic that the Augustus family had given to the Demoness sect was currently the clearest, but Klein knew that the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici, had always been eyeing it. Perhaps it had already succeeded, or perhaps it was being carried out. There were currently no clues as to the corresponding Red Priest uniqueness. The last time the mysterious world knew of it was during the Pale disaster at the end of the 4th epoch. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. As for what her mission was, Zio had always been filled with anticipation and apprehension. She was looking forward to it because she had already chosen to accept Mr. Fool's gift. She would definitely have to pay the corresponding price, so knowing what the mission was earlier could prevent her from making guesses due to the unknown. On the other hand, she was nervous because she knew that the reward she received was too generous. She believed that the final mission would not be simple and would definitely be filled with danger. At this moment, after hearing Mr. Fool's words, she heaved a sigh of relief as her heart finally returned to its original position. Investigating the whereabouts of the Red Priest Pathway's 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness, as well as confirming the primordial Demoness' present condition, was indeed very dangerous. It was a mission where one could be corrupted if they weren't careful, resulting in a terrifying anomaly. However, it was at least much better than snatching the uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and directly facing the primordial Demoness. If it was the latter, Zio didn't think she could complete it even with the official faction's backing. All she could do was write her will and be prepared to sacrifice herself at any moment. And if it was just the former, there were clues that could be obtained in a more roundabout and indirect manner. There was no need to encounter powerful existences of high status. As a Sequence 4 demigod, Xiao believed that she had a certain level of confidence. She didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein originally planned on looking to the other side, but after some consideration, he added, "That's right. Be careful of Bansi." Without waiting for the members of the tarot to make connections, Klein said to Leonard, "Don't worry. Your mission is similar to the moon's. While besieging Rose School, gather the blessings, auras, and items given by the Mother Tree of Desire from their members. This is similarly very dangerous." He only exhorted him, not saying as much as he did when he gave Emlyn the mission. This was because a senior angel of the Marauder pathway parasitized Leonard. He knew many secrets and knew how dangerous the outer deities were. He wouldn't allow Leonard to do as he pleased. Seeing that Leonard was about to nod, the Fool Klein maintained his previous tone and continued, "You don't have to do much to spread my name. You don't even have to do anything. As one of the 22 most powerful members of the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight, and as one of the few high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, it was very easy for problems to arise if Leonard were to privately spread the faith of the Fool. He could be misunderstood by his colleagues, resulting in unnecessary conflicts. But miraculously, in Klein's eyes, Emlyn's actions didn't seem to be misunderstood. To the people around him and the vampires, nothing he did seemed too strange. That's right. Leonard had already recovered from his eagerness and realized the cruelty of reality. However, he still wanted to do something. At this moment, the Fool Klein added, "That's right. You can focus on spreading world's deeds in the form of poems. Poetry creation." Leonard instinctively frowned and didn't immediately respond to Mr. Fool. Klein then said, "That's right. Other than that, work hard to raise your rank in preparation for the apocalypse. The reward for all the missions is one wish." Although many Beyonder characteristics had fallen into the real world when the god of combat perished, bringing a batch of Beyonder creatures, mutated monsters, and lands of abnormalities, Klein didn't know how many Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics the Evernight goddess had obtained apart from the Twilight uniqueness, but at the very least, a portion of the Sequence 2 angels of the Church of Evernight had the possibility of switching pathways to become Sequence 1. At the same time, if they obtained additional Beyonder characteristics, they could also switch to the corresponding sequence of the Death pathway. This would open up a pathway for saints to advance, a pathway that wasn't limited to just one pathway. Of course, not every Sequence 3 saint wished to become an angel, but Leonard was currently only a Sequence 4 Nightwatcher. Furthermore, if the corresponding Sequence 3 Terror Bishop was limited, he could still consider Silver Knight and Ferryman. Klein had one of the former's Beyonder characteristics. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly exhaling. "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool then cast his gaze at Miss Justice, who had been waiting all this while. "Apart from promoting my name, you have 2 missions. The first is to assist Judgment and investigate the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, so as to confirm the primordial demoness' current condition. The second is to work hard to raise your level. One of the missions is to raise my sequence." Audrey was somewhat puzzled by this mission. To her, it was like saying to an ordinary person, "Your job is to make more money." Furthermore, this is of no value to Mr. Fool. Could it be that he wants me to treat Mr. World? Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, the Fool Klein added, "The higher your sequence, the higher the chance of awakening World. In this aspect, you can rely on external help. Hermes's re-established psychological alchemy is one of the options, but you need to be careful and vigilant. For this, you must pay a certain price. You can also give up the payment you received before. It all depends on your will and thoughts." Audrey no longer had any doubts. After a moment of silence, she nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein's gaze landed on the hanging man Alger. "After a while, you will know what your mission is." Klein had already foreseen the corresponding scene. Without waiting for Alger to speak, he continued. "You can bring the Sea God scepter with you, but during this period, all the prayers of the Sea God believers will be directed to the sun and directed at me. Although the hanging man Alger couldn't accurately guess what his mission was, he already had a vague hunch. He pondered for a moment before replying with a proper attitude. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein retracted his gaze, surveyed the area, and slowly said, "That's right." He slowly said, "In the future, on the first Monday afternoon of every month, you can still gather here, but there will no longer be a convener. If there's a need for a private, secret discussion, pray in advance and wait for a response." At this point, the fool Klein closed his eyes and said, "That's all for this gathering. That's all for this gathering." The tarot members couldn't help but feel a baffling sense of sadness, as though a grand ball had come to an end. They stood up at the same time and solemnly bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Your will is our will." Klein waited for them to finish speaking before dispelling the maintenance. He watched as the crimson starlight dissipated and quickly fell. After staring at this scene for a few seconds, he conjured a piece of yellowish goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, Klein simply wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, due to some complicated reasons, I might be sleeping for a long time. I'm very sorry, but I might not be able to write to you for a long time." After writing that sentence, Klein stopped and made the fountain pen disappear. Although the piece of paper was conjured by him, with his current level, and strength, he could maintain it for more than 100 years, even if it was brought to the outside world. He closed his eyes again, summoned Aztec's copper whistle, and blew it. At the same time, he released some of the restrictions that came from Sapphira Castle itself. The skeleton messenger appeared. Every bone from top to bottom was trembling violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. If not for the fact that Klein had handed it the letter, it might have prostrated on the ground. After the skeleton messenger received the letter and hurriedly left Sapphira Castle, Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. This wasn't because the celestial worthies will had escaped its eternal slumber, nor was it because it was painful for him to maintain his lucidity, but because it was a habit. Slowly leaning back in his chair, Klein sighed softly. On both sides of the long, mottled table, Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, son Derek, Magician's Furs, Emlyn, the hermit Catlia, the star Leonard, and Judgment Zio appeared one after another in the order in which they had joined the tarot. But this time, they weren't real people. They were just projections, and they no longer appeared blurry. All of them revealed their appearances in Klein's memories. Right on the heels of that, more figures appeared. They were a mature man with a receding hairline and deep eyes, a beautiful witch with blue eyeshadow and blush, a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with silver strands and an abnormally loud voice, a woman in her 50s with short hair, a young man who was playing with his phone while enjoying delicacies, a young lady who giggled happily, a government employee who looked older than his peers with a receding hairline, a young girl in an old-fashioned dress who focused on machinery, a lady with a pale face that resembled a doll, a bronze-skinned instructor with soft facial features, a child licking ice cream, a lady carrying 4 heads, an elder studying the bills in all seriousness. They either sat or stood as they gathered around people they knew. Under the flickering candlelight on the long table, they discussed different matters or danced to the music. Klein quietly watched this lively scene as his expression gradually turned gentle. After an unknown period of time, he stood up and walked past them, heading deep into the space. Behind him, the figures, the candlelight, and the music faded away one after another. When the strange door of light above the grayish-white cloud was in sight, Klein beckoned for Rhodes. At that moment, the transparent or opaque insects in the middle of the strange door of light had completely fused into one, turning bluish-black. It was like a thick layer of fog, preventing anyone from seeing what was behind the door. After Klein arrived, he didn't immediately enter. He felt as though there was an extremely terrifying monster hidden behind the door, waiting to devour him. He looked up at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He looked at the modern humans with different skin colors inside the cocoons. After closing his eyes to sense it, Klein raised his right hand and closed his fingers. The cocoons cracked as the people inside turned into points of light that flew out of Sapphira Castle and landed in the real world. Some of the people who had just died. After doing this, Klein lowered his head and looked at the magic mirror in his hand. "Are you afraid?" On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, aqueous light wavered as pale words appeared, "No." In the next second, Rhodes raised his question according to the rules, "Great Master, are you afraid?" The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. With that said, he took a step forward and walked towards the bluish-black fog in the middle of the strange door of light with the magic mirror in hand. He passed through it. His figure disappeared behind the door that was hiding something. The cracked cocoons were still gently shaking. P.S. Requesting monthly votes during the double period. Amidst the Berserk Sea's dark blue waves that seemed like they would never stop, the future was like a leaf that would be thrown high and smacked down at other times. In these waters, there were still some pirate ships sailing. They were already accustomed to such situations, so much so that they found it as natural as the sun rising. After Admiral of Stars Catlia returned to the real world, she pondered for a moment before unfurling a piece of paper and writing a letter. She wanted to ask Her Majesty if anything major had happened recently. In fact, before Mr. Fool announced that he would enter his slumber, Catlia had already sensed that a huge change was about to happen. Be it the sudden closing of the doors and windows, or the meteors streaking across the sky and illuminating the world, it gave her, a clairvoyant, a certain amount of inspiration. She saw some blurry scenes. Of course, due to her level, and identity, she didn't have a sufficient understanding of what had happened. It was difficult for her to grasp what had prompted Mr. Fool to choose to enter a slumber. All she could do was ask Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had long advanced to become an angel and led a mysterious organization, while controlling many powerful sealed artifacts. Just as Catlia summoned the messenger and took away the letter she had written, she was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, the purple color in her eyes appeared as it turned extremely rich. It was as though a river was slowly flowing. She sensed that Mr. Fool had entered a slumber. An irrepressible sense of loss, confusion, and a little sadness surged in this Admiral of Stars' heart. For some reason, she felt an indescribable throbbing as 2 drops of tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. She seemed to understand something, but she also didn't understand anything. She only knew that it was unknown how long Mr. Fool would take to wake up from his slumber. Taking off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Catlia wiped the corners of her eyes and restored her emotions to normal. She then walked to the window and looked at the deck. Franklin was enthusiastically inviting his crew to try his newly brewed beer, but none of the pirates dared to try it. Thankfully, I sent Charf to Her Majesty ahead of time. Now, all I need to do is watch Frank. Without Mr. Fool watching me, I have to be more careful and pay more attention to him. Yes, I have to find something for Frank to do other than research. He's the first mate, so he can't always not do his job. Admiral of Stars Catlia thought with a heavy expression. After considering how to watch over Frank, as well as how to arrange for a small number of pirates from the Earth and Moon pathway to be on other ships and not have frequent contact with Frank, Catlia shifted the focus of her thoughts to the Hidden Sage. Although she was already one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and the fact that she was less influenced by the Hidden Sage, she had never been trusted by the president and the other upper echelons. She was considered an outcast who drifted to the fringes of the organization. She had her own circle and corresponding forces. In a certain sense, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was closer to that of a collaborator. On one hand, she needed a faction and a powerhouse to spread her will above the 5 seas, and on the other hand, she yearned to obtain the corresponding knowledge and materials. And to obtain the information regarding the Hidden Sage, a symbolic deity, suddenly coming to life and confirming his present state, she needed to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. With my present identity, it's not a problem for me to participate in the decision-making of the Moses ascetic order's internal affairs. Only by truly participating in this can I come into contact with more information and raise my status. However, this will be rather dangerous. Even if the Hidden Sage isn't in a good state and doesn't interfere with the Moses ascetic order's operations, the other upper echelons will retaliate to a certain extent due to the violation of their rights and the constant suspicions. There are at least 2 of the 10 pillars that I can't see through. They make me instinctively feel danger, and confirming the Hidden Sage's present state will be even more dangerous. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately be corrupted and corrupted by him. The more Catlia thought about it, the more she found the mission Mr. Fool had given her to be difficult. She had always been drifting around the fringes of the Moses ascetic order, active as a pirate. In fact, she also had such worries. She was afraid that if she got too deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs, she would expose the fact that she was still in contact with Queen Mystic. She was afraid that she would suddenly be labeled as a spy by the other 10 pillars and be eliminated on the spot. At that moment, Xianxia even wanted to give up on Mr. Fool's mission and her identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. She wanted to return to the dawn and return to the Queen's side. That way, she wouldn't need to worry about such matters. If there were any problems, the Queen would be able to fend them off. Ever since she left the dawn, she had to shoulder everything herself. Xianxia had always felt exhausted, and her shoulders were constantly heavy. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Xianxia. She sighed softly, knowing that she would never be able to return to the carefree state of a young girl. She was now not only shouldering her own life, but also the fates of Frank, Heath, Nina, and the other crew members. Furthermore, she could foresee the impending apocalypse. She hoped that when the time came, she could become the Queen's most powerful helper and do something for this world with her. Xianxia then closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Then I'll face it." She had to truly integrate into the Moses ascetic order and gather the corresponding information. After making this decision, Xianxia no longer concealed her strength. She raised her hands and used a fairy tale magic. In the eyes of the surrounding pirates, the future and its subsidiary ships turned illusory, turning into countless bubbles. Under the illumination of the light, these bubbles reflected dreamy colors. Then, bit by bit, they melted into the seawater. The future and its subsidiary fleet vanished from everyone's eyes. Many knowledgeable pirates were first shocked and stunned before they simultaneously had a thought: a new king has been born above the sea. Queen of Stars, in a house in Bakeland. Before Xiao, who had returned to the real world, could organize her thoughts, she saw Furza's figure quickly outline in front of her. She shouted, "That mission of yours is too dangerous." Xiao was taken aback as she instinctively pointed out the problem. "You didn't knock." This was the worst thing about living with an apprentice pathway demigod. First reflected on herself for a second before saying confidently, "You didn't close the door." "You didn't close the door." She pointed at the half-open bedroom door. "I actually didn't close the door." "That's right. This is a last-minute gathering. I wasn't prepared at all." Xiao gaped her mouth, but she failed to say a word. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time without anyone breaking the silence. Finally, Furz decided to forget her rebuke and focus on the mission itself. A mission that involves a sequence 1 and a uniqueness is really too dangerous. After saying that, she recalled how Xiao had already accepted Mr. Fool's gift. Her eyes couldn't help but redden as she couldn't help but mutter, "Remember to ask for my help. At the very least, I can escape with you." To them, there were very few matters that involved a sequence 1. Apart from Mr. Fool, the world, and German Sparrow, they might have been watched by an existence that couldn't be named. The rest of the time, they would at most do some trivial work at the periphery of the corresponding matter. They had never faced an enemy that could be called him. Therefore, when she thought of how her friend's mission involved a sequence 1 beyond her characteristic, as well as a uniqueness and a true god, Furz couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. Xiao smiled. "It's just to search for clues and investigate the truth. There's no need to face them." She paused for a second before saying, "The apocalypse is approaching. The end is near, something has to be done. Look, even Mr. Fool is about to fall into a deep slumber, much less insignificant figures like us. If we don't become a demigod as soon as possible, we might not even be able to do anything. Now, there's at least some hope. At the very least, we can attempt to awaken Mr. Fool." Furz had experienced quite a bit, so she had long understood this principle. She had only been venting her emotions, and now, she had calmed down. She thought for a moment and said, "What are you going to do next?" "It'll definitely be very difficult for me to investigate by myself. I'll definitely need the help of MI9's intelligence network. I plan on finding a suitable opportunity to let them know that I've become a sequence 4 demigod. In order to not be suspected, I might need Miss Justice to give me some hints and make some arrangements," Xiao replied seriously. Furz's thoughts raced as she said, "I'll write a script for you. I'll play the villain and simulate a lunatic who's attempting to advance to sequence 4 imperative mage. Then, I'll be defeated by you." As she spoke, a story took shape. She immediately sat beside Zio's table, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. After I'm done writing the story, I'll get Miss Justice to make some changes to make it more reasonable, Fur said as she wrote. As a secret sorcerer, she was undoubtedly able to ensure that their conversation wouldn't be leaked. Zio thought for a moment. Isn't writing a biography and story the most important task for you now? That's simple. I've already thought of too many plots in my head. I have plenty of material. No, I don't. Furs mumbled as she focused all her attention on writing a script for Zio and obtaining the recognition of MI9. Seeing that her friend was focused on her own matters, a smile gradually suffused Zio's face. She then cast her gaze towards the half-open room and heard her brother, Lo Dari Cha, seemingly reciting ancient Fasak words. This was a prerequisite for studying law and becoming a lawyer. Their mother was instructing the two servants to remember to clean the living room. The voices reached Zio's ears, causing her expression to gradually turn resolute. Although it was unknown what the outcome of facing the upper echelons of MI9 would be, and although it was unknown what dangers she would encounter in completing Mr. Fool's mission, and although it was also unknown what the apocalypse would be like, Zio knew that if she didn't do anything and didn't take on a certain level of risk, just enjoying the beauty of her family, she would eventually be drowned like most unprepared people facing a flood. And now, there was at least a path filled with thorns. There was at least a sliver of light on the path. That needed to be grasped with the awareness of sacrifice and courage. P.S. Recommend a book. My cultivation turned on a cheat. This was a world where ancient immortals and gods had passed away, and where evil and demons were secretly breeding. Here, martial arts were prevalent, and ninth-grade immortals and gods were flourishing. Zhou Heng had transmigrated here and become an apprentice of an ordinary dojo. While working hard in martial arts, he also had to work hard to make a living. One day, he turned on a cheat. After increasing his proficiency in martial arts, he was able to open a fortune bag, 9 Swords of Dugu. Book of the Chaos. Primordial Golden Stamp. In a room beside an Evernight cathedral in the southern continent, East Balam, Leonard's consciousness returned to the real world. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up the coffee that had turned much colder and took a sip. The bitter taste immediately filled his mouth, causing his mind to gradually clear up. Old man, what happened today? Finally, Leonard couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, Pallas Zoroast replied with mixed emotions, Error has perished. Error has perished. Error. Leonard almost couldn't figure out which existence old man was referring to when he said error. In the next second, he couldn't hide his astonishment and nearly forgot to lower his voice. Amon? This was a true god in the truest sense of the word. Yes. Pallas Zoroast's voice sounded older than before. To be precise, Amon's main body has perished. Leonard wasn't in the mood to decipher the subtle meaning behind old man's words. He said in disbelief, how can there be no signs at all? Back then, he had personally witnessed the abnormality before the god of combat's death. He knew that it was a change that affected the entire world, and it had directly brought many terrifying monsters and dangerous zones. And just now, the only 2 abnormalities were the doors and windows had suddenly closed. He seemed to have forgotten something. The latter was something that most people would encounter in their daily lives. It wasn't strange at all. Pallas Zoroast's tone deepened. He should have perished in Sapphira Castle. In Sapphira Castle? Leonard jumped in fright. The place where he had attended the gathering was inside Sapphira Castle. A battle of gods had just erupted there? Amon actually invaded Sapphira Castle? As Leonard's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned solemn. Old man, Mr. Fool was injured because of this and had no choice but to choose to enter a deep slumber? He is going to enter a deep slumber? Pallas Zoroast asked. He didn't seem too surprised by this. Leonard tersely acknowledged. He summoned us today for this matter. Pallas Zoroast was silent for a few seconds. His choice of hibernation is indeed related to the previous divine war and Amon's infiltration, but not because of injury, but because of contamination. Pollution? Leonard blurted out in surprise. At Mr. Fool's level, there's still a corruption that's difficult to expel. Pallas Zoroast regained his previous wistful tone. Everything has divinity. Those who rely on divinity to become strong will never be able to escape the shackles of divinity. Perhaps I shouldn't call him the fool anymore. He is now equivalent to half the Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Leonard did have a deeper understanding of the mental imprint in a beyonder characteristic than a demigod at the same level, but he still had many flaws when it came to knowledge that involved a higher level of corruption. Even though he had heard Old Man mention the term Lord of the Mysteries, he still didn't know what it meant. However, he could also confirm that Mr. Fool's level had exceeded sequence 0 based on what Mr. Fool said at the gathering and what Old Man had just said. His strength was enough to kill a true god. Leonard was rational enough not to pursue the matter. He changed the topic in a low voice. Old Man, why did Klein fall asleep as well? Do you have any way to wake him up quickly? Pallas Zorost's tone was a little strange. How could an old and weak angel like me know about such godly matters? As for awakening, even the fool doesn't have a better solution, much less me. Leonard was silent for a moment. He picked up his coffee cup and took another sip. After a while, he asked hesitantly, Old Man, do you have a way to steal other people's talents? Pallas Zorost sneered. The definition of talent is vague, and its classification is unclear. There's no way to steal it. However, if it's replaced with talent, then there's a way. Forget it. In the end, Leonard still couldn't steal someone else's talent to help him solve his problem. Pallas Zorost added with a smile, of course. If you can't accept this method, you can find someone who has the kind of talent you want but is very poor to make a deal. Give him the money he desires in exchange for the corresponding talent. It's a bit like a demon. Leonard commented. Pallas Zorost chuckled. There's an even simpler way, and that is to spend money to hire talented people to help you solve the corresponding difficulties. Old Man, why didn't you say so earlier? Leonard suddenly saw a ray of hope. Pallas Zorost scoffed. You can't even think of such a simple thing? I only came to ask me because I thought you had already eliminated this option. Leonard ignored Old Man's mockery. After some serious thought, he felt that this method was indeed feasible. However, he soon felt a little guilty and uneasy. He had a feeling that he was shirking his responsibilities. On this matter, I have to do something personally. Apart from hiring someone to write poems, I have to write some myself. With this in mind, Leonard suddenly stood up and walked to the door. Where are you going? Pallas Zorost asked in surprise. Leonard frowned slightly as he said with a firm expression, I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. Ever since he advanced to a nightmare, he had given up on buying poetry collections in the past. He made them exist more as decorations. After he became a spirit warlock, he began gathering spirits with suitable abilities to read poetry collections so that they could recite them in battle and create beyonder effects to complement him. Therefore, when he came to the southern continent, he didn't bring a single poetry collection. As for the ones he had read in the past, he only remembered a few that he often used. I didn't expect that after becoming a high-ranking deacon, I'd have to go through the poetry anthology again. Leonard sighed inwardly, and his footsteps became firmer. Pallas Zorost didn't expect Leonard's next step to be to buy a poetry collection. After a while, he probed, What's your plan? This is an order from the fool? Yes, to promote the corresponding legendary stories, Leonard answered simply as he opened the door and walked out. Pallas Zorost fell silent once more before saying, That's right. Apart from writing poems, you should also pay more attention to the Siege of Rose School. Leonard walked down the stairs and entered the street. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, he nodded lightly and said, Yes. At that moment, as he walked towards the bookstore, he felt like he had returned to Tingen, back to the days when he was still a midnight poet. At that time, he was also walking on the bustling street, preparing to buy a copy of Rousseau's early classical poems and a copy of Rozelle's selected poems. Bakeland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. After Emlyn White regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in front of a window. The sun outside had already dimmed, and the flowers and plants were flourishing. Regarding Mr. Fool's slumber, his feelings were slightly different from the other tarot members. Amidst the heaviness, sighing, sadness, and confusion, there was also the certainty that there would probably be a good outcome. Among the sanguine, a number of marquises and earls were already rather old. Even though they had lived longer than most demigods at the same level, they were still in their twilight years. At such times, they often chose to sleep and use such methods to extend their lifespans. The effects were rather good. Therefore, Emlyn was already accustomed to hearing about slumber. He knew that it wasn't equivalent to passing away or perishing. He believed that if he found the right solution, Mr. Fool had a high chance of waking up. He looked out the window at the scenery and muttered to himself, Mr. Fool is in slumber, and the ancestor's revelation is often disrupted. It's obvious that he can't provide frequent help. After a brief silence, Emlyn sighed silently. Indeed, in the end, I have to face and shoulder it myself. This is the Savior's destiny. When he said the word Savior, Emlyn clearly smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. He then repeated it in his mind. I can only rely on myself. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Father Yutravsky's voice sounded behind him. It's time to go. Emlyn turned his head and saw the priest in a brown priest robe carrying a huge sword on his back. The greatsword's length exceeded Emlyn's height, and its width was nearly his waist. Coupled with Yutravsky's mountain-like body, the terrifying pressure was almost tangible. As a sanguine earl, Emlyn only felt a little suffocated before returning to normal. He nodded slightly. All right. Today, they would depart for the southern continent and participate in the operation to annihilate Rose School. Just as he replied, Emlyn suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, let's wait another half a day. He wanted to gather most of the blood breeds in Bakeland for a preliminary discussion about the pharmaceutical company. Bishop Yutravsky didn't ask any questions and nodded. Come find me when you're ready. After Emlyn watched Father Yutravsky walk deep into the cathedral, he turned to the sanguine who were following him to the southern continent. Inform all the sanguine in Bakeland to come over. There's something we need to discuss. Yes, Your Grace, the sanguine replied respectfully. After they split up, Emlyn looked back at the altar and the sacred emblem of life in front of the cathedral. It was a baby surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. This left Emlyn in a daze. He couldn't remember when it started, but he spent less and less time in his bedroom. He spent less and less time with the dolls, and even his hobby of studying history had become more purposeful and utilitarian. Such a change didn't happen overnight, but over the course of days and months, it was slow and undetectable. By the time Emlyn realized it, he had already adapted to his new life. Emlyn retracted his gaze, raised his chin slightly, and shook his head with a smile. This is the Savior's destiny. PS1, seeking monthly votes during the double period. PS2, recommended a book, Lin Hai's new book. I grew up reading his books. Really? Smile. Book title, Fox of the Forbidden Zone. He was a natural marksman, and he never misremembered the direction of the goal. He fought against the enemies on the field, as well as the world. I know, the goal is there. It's about to be published. I can slaughter it now. After returning to the real world, Alger patiently waited for the mission mentioned by Mr. Fool to arrive. On this day, he was wearing the clothes of a pope and a silver-black mask. He was discussing the internal affairs of the Church of the Sea God with the Oracle Donnas when he suddenly saw a bishop enter. Your Holiness, the Church of the Storm has sent an envoy with 2 gifts to congratulate you on your appointment as God's agent. The bishop held a box made of white tin and bowed respectfully. Donnas, who had been secretly rejoicing that the Byam telegraph line had malfunctioned, blurted out in surprise. Where's the envoy? He left after leaving the gifts, the bishop at the door replied helplessly. Although the people of the Church of the Storm often had irritable and impulsive moments, such behavior was quite rare. Alger nodded slightly. It's enough that they didn't view us as enemies and sent an envoy with gifts. With that said, he raised his right hand and gently grabbed the white tin box in the bishop's hand, causing it to be swept up by the wind and fly over. After catching the small box, Alger's movements suddenly slowed down, as if he felt a heavy weight. Little by little, he opened the container and saw a book bound with yellowish-brown parchment inside. On the surface of the book, there was a line of words written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. Book of Calamity. After reading the line of words, Alger fell into a trance, feeling like he was dreaming. But soon, he understood that it was true. He understood what the mission Mr. Fool was talking about. Alger sighed silently and looked at the bishop at the door. What's the second gift? It's a ghost ship called the Blue Avenger. It's already docked at the harbor, the bishop replied without any abnormality. Blue Avenger. When Donis heard this name, he instinctively cast his gaze at Pope Alger. He remembered very clearly that this was the ship of the other party when he was a pirate. This meant that the Church of the Storm knew that the Pope of the Church of the Sea God was their former cardinal. Was this a congratulation or a declaration of war? As Donna's heart tightened, he found another gift that he was quite familiar with. It was the extremely evil book of catastrophes that he had seen when he followed German Sparrow. Write a letter to the Church of the Storm for me. Thank them for their gift. Alger had calmed down and ordered calmly. After the bishop left the room, he turned to Donna's and said, Oracle, I've received Mr. Fool's revelation. I'll be completing a mission next, and I might only be back in a few years. Oracle? Donna's blurted out in surprise. At this moment, there was only one thought echoing in his mind. How come I didn't know? Alger nodded. Mr. Fool is about to enter his slumber. However, this does not affect the answer to your prayers. Donna's was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Alger continued. German Sparrow has also entered his slumber. When I leave, the affairs of the church will be handed over to Elder Derek Berg of the new City of Silver. You need to cooperate with him and write the matter of the sea god being Mr. Fool's subsidiary god into the canon so that all believers can accept it. Our faith is the key to Mr. Fool's awakening. You are his oracle, so you have to set an example in this regard. Of course, he can give you a new revelation at any time and give you other missions. Donis felt a little dizzy and confused, but he still understood the seriousness of the matter. He hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. All right. After instructing him on this matter, Alger stood up, took the Book of Catastrophes, and returned to his room. He looked at himself in the mirror and laughed. He slowly took off the trident on his head and the silver-black mask on his face. A few days later, on the crowded dock at the port of Byam, Alger raised his head and looked at Sun, who was much taller than him, and said with a smile, You've done well during this period of time. You've done well during this period of time. The Sea God Church is operating normally. Derek subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately resisted the urge. He said with some melancholy and reluctance, But, Your Holiness Wilson, when will you be back? Alger shook his head and said, Everything ahead is still unknown. Everything in front of us is still unknown. No one can say for sure. Without waiting for Derek Berg's response, he said, You're already mature and steady enough. You are mature and steady enough. I have nothing else to tell you. At this point, Alger paused for a moment before saying, You're already mature and steady enough. Don't sacrifice yourself to protect this place if the Rorstad archipelago encounters an irresistible disaster. Ah? Derek was stunned. This is Mr. Fool's most important place of faith, the new hometown of the City of Silver. How can I give it up just like that? Alger had already expected Derek's reaction. He explained with a serious expression, Don't worry. He explained with a serious expression, to Mr. Fool, the most important thing is the believers here, not these islands. To the City of Silver, the most important thing is the people, not the city. As long as we can protect Mr. Fool's believers, protect the citizens of the City of Silver, and move them away in time, then even if we lose Byam, the new City of Silver, and the Rorstad archipelago, we can rebuild a new city and a new home elsewhere at any time. Remember, don't compromise the essence for the sake of form. Derek was deeply touched when he heard that, and he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. He replied sincerely, I understand. I understand. Thank you, Your Holiness Wilson. I will protect Mr. Fool's believers and the people here. Alger didn't say another word. He turned around and walked towards the Blue Avenger, which was docked at the dock. This ghost ship was still in the form of a three-masted sailboat that lagged behind the times. Compared to before, it hadn't changed at all. Alger looked at it and the few crew members on the deck. Suddenly, he felt something and looked down at himself. He was wearing a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and a pair of wide-legged trousers that were popular locally. There was a special leather belt around his waist, and there was a short knife and a short staff made of white bone on it. The corners of Alger's mouth curled up slightly. He took a step forward, rode the wind, and landed on the deck of the Blue Avenger. He then turned his head to look at the boundless blue sea, raised his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Set sail." Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey sat on a comfortable sofa, watching her father, Earl of Hall, and her brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, discuss the recent situation and development trends of the kingdom. She watched as her mother, Lady Caitlin, constantly gathered the butlers and deacons to make the final preparations for the upcoming ball. She didn't say a word. With a faint smile, she quietly watched this scene that was rather common in daily life. After an unknown period of time, Earl of Hall looked over with a smile. "What's on our little princess's mind?" Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile, "What's on your mind?" "Guess." "I'm guessing you're thinking about which dress to wear at the ball today, and what kind of hair and makeup to match," Hibbert said on behalf of his father with a relaxed expression. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up. "Correct answer, but there's no reward." She then slowly got up and said to her parents and brothers, "I'm going upstairs to change into my gown." Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. "There's no rush. Everyone agrees that you're worth waiting for." Audrey bit her lower lip, maintained her smile, and walked toward the door step by step. Just as she was about to leave the room, she paused and looked back. Her parents and her two older brothers continued what they were doing just now, either discussing or making arrangements. Audrey's green eyes seemed to freeze as she retracted her gaze bit by bit. She walked out of the room and returned upstairs to her bedroom. The huge golden retriever, Susie, was already waiting there. Audrey took an indiscernible breath, raised her right hand, and used her index finger to outline shimmering patterns in midair. These were like dreams that came from the deepest recesses of her mind. A few seconds later, the faint light distorted into an abnormally beautiful girl with blonde hair and green eyes. It became Audrey Hall. And unlike Audrey, this girl still had a hint of childishness and a hint of romance. "Good evening, Miss Justice," the girl greeted with a brisk tone. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly as she replied, "Good evening, Miss Audrey." After the impromptu tarot gathering, she finally made up her mind to advance to Dreamweaver. She planned on splitting an identity to accompany her family while she stayed away from them, preventing them from being implicated by the various dangerous matters she attracted. After looking at herself for 2 seconds, she turned to look at the huge golden retriever beside her. "Susie, are you sure you want to follow me?" "Yes, we'll be friends forever," Susie the golden retriever replied seriously. Audrey didn't say anything else. She split out a virtual persona and entered Susie's mind-body that had automatically released its restrictions. Then, she raised her hand again and outlined another Susie in midair. As soon as Susie took form, she opened her mouth and barked. Audrey then retracted her gaze and looked at her other self. After a moment of silence, although she knew that the two of them shared the same thoughts, she couldn't help but say to the blonde girl in front of her, "In the future, I'll leave it to you. Remember to act coquettishly to Dad and tell him not to be so busy. He's not young anymore, so he needs to pay attention to his health. Many things can be left to Hibbert, Alfred, and the butlers. Also, slowly enlighten Mom. Tell her that there's no need to care too much about what others think. There's no need to maintain perfection in social situations. It'll be very tiring. Yes, don't forget Hibbert. Often make him laugh so that he won't be so gloomy. He won't always overcomplicate things. Alfred won't threaten his position. Alfred, he needs a good wife to make him not want to take any more risks." "Hey, why are you crying? We've already grown up. We can't be little girls anymore." Audrey's eyelids drooped slightly as she smiled at herself who was shedding tears. I know. After the other Audrey said that, she pursed her lips and nodded heavily with a sad expression. Audrey retracted her gaze, picked up the cloak beside her, and draped it over her body. Then, she led the golden retriever, Susie, out of the bedroom and into the corridor. The hall below was already lit up. The guests of the ball had arrived one after another. Earl of Hall, Lady Caitlin, Hibbert, and Alfred had already left their previous rooms and walked to the door. Audrey stood behind the railing and quietly watched for a while. Then, she lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and from a distance, she solemnly and slowly bowed to her parents and brother. After maintaining this action for 2 seconds, she straightened her body and raised her hand to pull up the hood of her dark blue cloak to hide her face. To her side and behind her, it was brightly lit and bustling. In front of her, many dark lights formed a sea of collective subconscious. "Let's go," Audrey said to Susie in a slightly hoarse voice. With that said, she walked into the dark illusory sea. Audrey rushed out of the bedroom and said with a sobbing tone, "You have to come back." Audrey didn't turn back. She only raised her right hand and waved it, indicating that she understood. Her figure in the blue cloak swayed in the silent darkness, gradually moving further and further away, gradually disappearing without a trace. In a room in an abandoned castle, sunlight shone through the gaps in the thick curtains and shone on a pitch-black coffin. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin made a creaking sound and slowly moved to the side. With a thud, it fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Aztec Edgar sat up with a confused expression. At that moment, he was wearing loose pajamas that were popular in Rouen a few years ago. He looked like a noble who had woken up in his manor. After a while, Aztec narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around with a confused expression, as if he did not know who he was. He then saw the bright sunlight that shone through the gaps. He saw the dust that danced and floated in the sunlight. He saw the letters scattered on the table, the ground, and beside the coffin lid. They were like giant snowflakes that covered a small half of the place. Aztec walked out of the coffin and bent down to pick up a letter with a puzzled expression. He opened it and read it. As he read, the confusion on his face disappeared a little, as if he had remembered many things in the past. Aztec immediately found a chair and sat down. He let all the letters fly in front of him and stack like a mountain. He opened one letter after another and read one letter after another. Sometimes, he would pause and ponder for a long time, as if he was seriously recalling something. The sunlight that shone through the gaps in the curtain slowly dimmed. After a long time, it shone in again. At this moment, Aztec had finally finished reading all the letters, and he had completed one cogitation after another in his long period of thought. He looked at the letters that were all stacked on the table and slowly let out a long sigh. Then, he found a piece of paper, a pen, and some ink that could still be used. With a gentle expression, he wrote, "I've already woken up and received all your letters. They made me remember who I am, who you are, and many things in the past. Your experiences, regardless of the complexity or the brilliance, have exceeded my imagination. It also made me seem to understand some of the questions I had previously. From these letters, I can feel your happiness, your exhaustion, your hope for life, and the heavy responsibility you have placed on your shoulders. I can roughly guess the reason why you made that choice in the end. If it were me, I might not have been able to make such a decision. From the very beginning, you have been a guardian. From imitating others, to being imitated by others. Next, I will embark on a journey to pursue more of the past and witness the changes in this world. You seem to be asleep, but never mind. I will write and tell you all the interesting things, customs, and people I have met. I think I should be able to send these letters to you by offering a sacrifice." The golden tip of the pen reflected the sunlight and slid across the white paper, writing more and more content. In Bakeland, inside a solarium of a terraced house. Melissa walked in with a little girl who was obviously less than 10 years old. Auntie, why here?" the little girl asked doubtfully. "The stories I heard were all about mysterious rituals being held in the basement." With her hair tied up, Melissa, who was wearing glasses, smiled. "That's an irregular mysticism ritual." She then pointed to the altar that had been set up and the candles that had yet to be lit. "You may begin." "Really?" The little girl turned her head and looked at the bright sunlight shining in through the window. Do you want me to draw the curtains?" "There's no need. It's fine this way." After Melissa answered, she smiled at the little girl as she awkwardly imitated the ritual she usually held. During this process, she would occasionally give guidance and even personally do it for her. Finally, the little girl completed the prerequisites for the ritual. "All right, repeat after me." Melissa took a deep breath as her expression gradually turned serious. Yes. The little girl also tried her best to appear serious. Melissa looked at the candlelight on the altar for a few seconds before she slowly opened her mouth and recited an ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, in the language of catching water, the matter is simple and joyful." The little girl had never learned ancient Hermes. Although she was trying her best to imitate her aunt, she still didn't know what she was saying. "The mysterious ruler above the gray fog." Melissa continued reciting. "The ghost bone fracture wound, boiled dead with holy honey." The little girl repeated in all seriousness. "The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." After Melissa finished reciting, the candle at the top expanded to the size of a human head without waiting for the little girl to imitate it. In the massive flame, a slippery tentacle with faint demonic patterns, but one couldn't see it clearly, reached out hesitantly. Its movements were extremely slow. The little girl was instantly stunned as she quickly retreated and hid behind her aunt. Melissa pursed her lips and said with a gentle smile, "There's no need to be afraid. Don't be afraid. Go greet him." The little girl timidly peeked her head out from behind her aunt and saw the terrifying, slippery tentacle gently swaying under the bright sunlight shining in through the window. It was as if it was wiping away dust or waving at her. "Go. There's no need to be afraid," Melissa repeated. The little girl finally mustered her courage and stood in front of the altar. She recited some incantations of her own invention before revealing a sincere smile and raising her palm up. The slippery tentacle with its patterns hidden paused for a few seconds, as if it was hesitant and out of practice. Then, it gently rose up, curled up slightly, and descended inch by inch. Under the sunlight, it slapped the tiny palm. End of the book. P.S. I feel like I've been hollowed out. I'll update tomorrow at noon. Originally, I had planned to rest for a while and write about this tomorrow. However, perhaps because of the sensitive timing, many of my friends sent me all sorts of messages and private messages to ask me about it. Just as I was about to take a good afternoon nap and relax from the excitement of the ending, my phone kept ringing. Can't I even sleep? I had mentioned this a long time ago, but I couldn't make an accurate estimate at the time, so I just gave a general estimate of May or June. I had to leave enough room for flexibility, right? If it wasn't for the epidemic, I would have gone on a trip to Spain in a few days. Also, my contract was signed at the end of 2016, and it would end at the beginning of 2022. Now, I only have one book left, and it's about 3 million words long. The new book will definitely be at the beginning. After talking about something else, I returned to the book. At the end of the 7th book, I chose a more logical development, which resulted in the plot speeding up a lot, and I was unable to do a fuller and more detailed development. However, from the first chapter of the 8th book onwards, everything was under my control. I had already thought about what to write on every page, where to turn, and how to end the story. There was no sudden acceleration of the plot, and there was no problem of cutting off many side quests. I had already thought about this ending before I started the book. After everyone in the tarot experienced all sorts of passivity, anticipation, confusion, and hesitation, they finally left their comfort zone and faced the world and all sorts of difficulties. Meanwhile, Klein and Aztec completed a reincarnation of their characters. In the end, the contrast between the strangeness and innocence, the darkness and the light, the darkness and the new life, was a strange scene that was a little bit Cthulhu and a little bit warm. At the same time, it pointed out that Klein had already started to wake up, and the book wouldn't end here. As for the foreshadowing of the 5 gold coins, the experiences of everyone in the tarot, and other things that didn't involve the main plot of this book, they were naturally left for the 2nd book. I had already made it so obvious that the last part was both the ending and the prelude. The 2nd book was the period between Little Frank's hibernation or earlier and his awakening. Why did I consider a 2nd book back then? Firstly, I felt that the setting was too vast and that there was too much to write about. If I were to stuff all of it into a book, it would definitely not be able to differentiate between the primary and secondary. The side quests would be long, messy, and boring. Secondly, the growth curve of the members of the Tarot Club wouldn't be able to keep up with Klein. If I were to give them too many side quests and more stories, allowing them to improve in a reasonable manner, it would impact the structure of the main storyline. Similarly, there would be the problem of not being able to differentiate between the primary and secondary. If I didn't give them anything and allowed them to grow, they would be useful at critical moments. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, I decided to at least write mysteries too. In this way, the plot of this book could go smoothly, and there was no need to travel all over the world. The tarot could only start the first half of their lives, complete their transformation and growth, and leave their comfort zone to play out a more exciting life and story in the second book. To me, this was also a challenge. How could I bring everyone back into this world after a few years? How could I allow the new readers to continue reading without any restrictions even though they had never read Mystery 1? I didn't have the experience of writing a book series, and I didn't have the experience of writing a second book under the same world perspective. On one hand, I didn't consider this problem when I designed the previous books, and there wasn't enough space to expand. On the other hand, I was afraid of repeating the old pattern, and I couldn't break through it. However, this kind of fear was also a kind of limitation. I felt that since I had found my own writing method, I could try to challenge it. As I said before, my slogan, my motto, is never satisfied, always challenging. For the second book, I haven't thought of the main character and how to cut into it, but some scenes have already appeared in my mind. It was the various attempts of the tarot people to awaken little Ku, the 5 gold coins, the iron cigar case representing different people, and the hidden lines formed by them. Perhaps he would meet a hunter who would light a cigarette and talk about the past. Perhaps he would occasionally catch a glimpse of half a beautiful face. Perhaps he would hear news of the discovery of a new continent from overseas. Perhaps he would make contact with the kings of the sea. Perhaps he would explore the few undiscovered treasures on the sea. Perhaps he would become swollen with all kinds of transmigrators and infiltrators. As for the specific style, I will decide when the time comes. In short, the setting left a lot of space for the second book, and I didn't have to worry about not having anything to write about. As for the apocalypse, it's definitely not something that can be resolved in one book. In order to make the apocalypse of the second book more oppressive, I decided to give Mother an epic enhancement. In short, why does a boar get pregnant? Why does a man have a protruding belly? Why does a stone give birth to a child? Behind all of this is the distortion of human nature or the loss of morals. As for the enhancement, it will probably be placed in the third book related to the Western continent, but I might not necessarily write it. Serious face. I actually didn't make any settings related to the Western continent. All I did was leave an interface. With the remaining 7 spheroid and a small number of beyonder characteristics that don't contain a sequence 1 or uniqueness, what kind of world and upgrade system will be constructed? I've recently confirmed my thoughts and know what kind of settings I want to make. Hehe. Yes, an orthodox system that uses spheroid as its core, an unorthodox system that uses beyonder characteristics as its foundation, and the lower 9 paths with their own parts. The former is based on the Taoist idea of receiving seals. Yes, receiving seals means that you have obtained the recognition of the heavenly courts and become a member of this system. You can then happily summon gods like Luding and Liujia to help you in battle. As for unorthodox Taoists who haven't received seals, if you wish to summon Luding and Liujia, why would they care about you? Therefore, in talismans and seals are separated. In other words, receiving seals is within the system. Then, if the heavenly courts and pure lands are changed to spheroid, the entire setting becomes lively and strange. Writing up to this point, I'm hungry. My wife is urging me to go out. After all, I decided to write it at the last minute. Yes, that's all for now. I'll continue with this book-ending speech tomorrow. I'll talk about my thoughts and gains and losses in creating mysteries, as well as my creative methodology. Also, thank you to the big boss of Wutong for your tip. I was shocked when I opened Qidian just now. Also, I'll first serialize a 20,000-30,000 word side story here at regular intervals. Then, I'll write side stories at irregular intervals. I didn't intend to write them at first, but now I realize that there are many things that don't involve the second book but can be written. For example, Lilka's dream, some stories from the fourth epic, and so on. As for why the Celestial Venerate's plans were disrupted, I've already given some hints. Erodes came out from the Chaos Sea. Why does it have to follow Klein? Why does Klein bring it along when he's asleep? Also, the physical book has been remade. This time, the cover is what I like. The content has only changed some internet vocabulary and words that aren't in dictionaries. For example, him. For the specific purchase address, you can go to my Weibo, the squid that loves to lurk. In the future, you can follow my side stories at irregular intervals. Yes, I'll continue with the book-ending speech tomorrow. Only then can I know what to maintain and what to improve. I'll talk about my own creative methodology. Of course, it's something I've refined and belongs to me. It doesn't mean that it's suitable for others or other platforms. It's good to gain insights from it, but it's easy to be unaccustomed to it by copying it. There's a difference between absolute truth and relative truth, not to mention such personal insights. Those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die, right? As far as I am concerned, the first and most important word in creation is expression. The word expression is very broad. In a narrow sense, it can be the theme of an article or the central idea. In a broad sense, anything that I wish to convey to the reader is a form of expression. We can express our thoughts about humanity and our understanding of the world. We can also express our satisfaction, or to put it more simply, I want to feel good. What do I hope to express in this book, Mysteries? Firstly, it's to combine Western mysticism with elements like the Cthulhu mythos and the SCP Foundation to produce a novel, interesting, complex, and fun view of the world. Secondly, it's a ray of light amidst the darkness and despair. Yes, it's. Just as Amon was about to jump out, Little Cook covered his mouth. It's me. This ray of light is the pity of humanity and also the hymn of human courage. The darkness and despair is the situation of the workers and farmers during the first industrial revolution. It's also the old days brought about by the Cthulhu mythos. Evil gods, the unknown, the unbearable, chaos, madness, despair, and helplessness. Thirdly, it's the confrontation and fusion of humanity and divinity. The reason why I named Little C's pathway as seer, with the endpoint being the fool, is partly because of the need of the storyline. Also, the early stages of the seer pathway can naturally unfold many elements of mysticism and bring them into the story in an interesting manner. On the other hand, Mystery's hidden main body, it's not really hidden. I've already written it in the introduction, The Legend of the Fool. In other words, the journey of the fool. As for the tarot cards, which is an important element of this book, there's a more accepted interpretation that it describes the journey of the fool. It starts with the fool and ends with the world, achieving perfection. Of course, it was impossible for me to copy the interpretation and imagery of tarot cards. I would make some modifications based on the Book of Mysteries. Therefore, the journey of a fool referred to the gradual change from a human to a god. It referred to the spiritual journey brought about by the confrontation and fusion of humanity and divinity. I hoped that Little Ku would always have a human side, a warm side. That was why I didn't directly describe Little Ku's psychological activities. Instead, I focused more on other people, on the frequency and depth of his interactions with the world and the people around him. It was more indirect. Therefore, as time went on, no matter how much Little Ku emphasized his humanity, the readers felt that he was getting further and further away from human society. He was getting more and more lonely, more and more abstract, and gradually losing the sense of flesh and blood. This was the journey of a fool. This structure design is actually a bit of a trick, because my inspiration came from the previous books. Except for martial arts. Some people say that the later the main character gets, the more inhuman they become, the more detached they become from reality. They no longer have the feeling of being rooted in the world or society. In that case, I might as well make this change from an unconscious author to a conscious one. This inspiration came about after I finished reading some tarot books. Now that I compared it, the first point was barely achieved. The second point was that the light part was not bad. The darkness part was good in the early stages, but it became weaker in the later stages as my power level increased. This was indeed a problem, and it was also a problem with the structure of Mysteries. It was also the fourth part of the methodology that I will talk about later, structure. Going back to the main topic, starting from sequence 3, the entire book actually had a certain style separation in the mysticism section and the fear of the unknown. For the Cthulhu elements, once the unknown was explained, it would lose most of its charm when it stepped onto the stage. Therefore, the sense of chaos and madness in the later stages was maintained well. Darkness, despair, mystery, and insignificance were definitely lacking. Before I started the book, I was very hesitant. Should I only write up to sequence 3 and leave the rest as the background? That way, the overall style of the mysterious world would be very unified. That kind of captivating feeling, accompanied by the sense of exploration and fear, and the sense of mystery would be able to permeate the entire book. But in the end, I was still a little greedy. I hoped that mysteries would be able to outline the overall appearance of the world. After that, I would be able to calmly express myself in this worldview. Thirdly, my personal score was above passable. It didn't exceed 80. The main reason was that I wasn't ruthless enough, and my expression wasn't direct enough. After saying expression, the second set of keywords in my creation was interesting. In other words, after determining what I wanted to express, then I would have to examine my theme and possible expression methods to see if they were suitable. It wasn't that some themes couldn't be written. Excluding external factors, whether a theme could be written depended on whether one could write it in an interesting manner. Even home-cooked dishes depended on who cooked them and how they were cooked. Yes, in essence, humans seek novelty and novelty. Of course, they also seek to feel refreshed and touched. I will deal with the latter too in the emotions section. Here, I will only talk about novelty and novelty. Novelty doesn't refer to simply being rare, and novelty doesn't refer to simply seeking novelty. They should be closer to being creative and different from others. As for interesting and interesting, in terms of meaning, the difference is quite big. Interesting refers to fun and novelty, while interesting can have the additional meaning of being able to ponder over it. Interesting doesn't necessarily mean that it's fun or funny, but it can make people immerse themselves in it and find it interesting. They can ponder over it and let their imaginations wander. Interesting doesn't necessarily mean that it's interesting. Nowadays, there are many simple, relaxing, funny, and memes. There is also a huge market. Of course, the two can also be combined. In addition to being interesting, it can make people feel that it's interesting. They will be willing to ponder over it, research it, immerse themselves in it, and fantasize about it. That will make it twice as attractive. In addition to being interesting, if I can make the writing, character interactions, and details interesting, it can also serve as the finishing touch, giving people more motivation to pursue it. For mysteries, the goal I set for myself was to first make it interesting, then pursue it. Now that I look at it, with 22 sequence pathways, 220 potions, 9 spheroid, and the acting method, this system has indeed achieved novelty, interesting. As for the actions, interactions, and details, I tried my best not to be monotonous or boring. Most of the time, I still met the requirements. Of course, there was still room for improvement in this area. My third creative keyword is immersion. In fact, there are many types of immersion. Indeed, many people immerse themselves in the protagonist, but there are also people who immerse themselves in the protagonist's father, mother, brother, or girlfriend. There are also people who immerse themselves in the supporting roles, the audience, the reader, the worldview, the earth community, the holiness of science, the classical culture, and so on and so forth. And when an author has determined what they want to express, they have also found an interesting entry point in the theme and expression. Then, the next question to consider is which angle they want the main readers to immerse themselves in. This will determine what kind of narrative techniques they will use, the structure of the article, and what kind of foreshadowing. Previously, I wrote an idea on my public account that was only 3 chapters long. Actually, it was an idea that came from the perspective of immersion. I hoped that the main readers would immerse themselves in Earth's knowledge, watching a native make a fool of himself and grow up with the help of Earth's knowledge. It would be a more satisfying experience. In addition to the common immersion of the protagonist, mysteries also put more effort into the power system, potions, acting method, and the overall view of the world. Therefore, it uses a lot of suspense and deciphering techniques. Bit by bit, it unfolds bit by bit, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in it. My fourth creative keyword is structure. After taking the first 3 steps and thinking of the outline of the story, I have to think of the overall structure based on these. Therefore, when I say that the ending of mysteries is expected from the beginning, it can be completely seen. The contrast between the beginning and the end, the cycle of fate, and the ending of the story are all unfolding under a big structure. To me, this has a strange sense of beauty. Apart from the overall structure, there is also the structure of each individual part. I've talked about the structure of the first book before, and I'm very proud of it. I've also talked about the structure of the second and third books, but after that, I rarely mention this word. This is mainly because the further I write, the more restrictions there are, and the less freedom there is. If I can't think of a good structure or a good entry point, I'd rather use the most common or already used story structure. There's nothing special to talk about. Among them, the fourth book is the type that progresses layer by layer, and finally explodes. The fifth book is the type that grows bigger and bigger, and finally produces a huge change. As mentioned in the sixth book, it's the type where the climax is sandwiched in the middle. The seventh book is the sudden explosion in the daily travel, and overall, it's similar to the structure of the second book. The eighth book is the continuous climax, and then ends with a lingering charm. Among these, when I officially start writing some books, I don't have a clear idea of the structure, or I don't know how to achieve the desired effect, which leads to a rhythm problem in the middle, or I have no choice but to lose some things in order to make the plot more reasonable. These are all experiences and lessons learned. In the future, when I write a new book, I need to make sure that I have a very clear understanding of the structure and grasp it. I don't just have a concept and try it out vaguely, explore, and write it. This way, if I'm lucky and in a good state, I can grab hold of inspiration, and maybe there will be a surprise, but most of the time, there will be many problems. My fifth creative keyword is realistic, real. This is actually developed from the third keyword, immersion. At first, I thought that the most immersive thing was probably the most realistic environment, and then on this basis, surpassing reality, and the most realistic is undoubtedly our daily life, which is the theme of the city. Under this premise, the city is definitely the easiest theme to immerse in. So, after the end of my previous life, I wanted to merge fantasy into the city, which is both realistic and surpasses reality. At the same time, I also wanted to practice my ability to write about the details of daily life, and so I wrote this book, Martial Arts. Actually, the effect in the early stages is not bad, but later on, I realized that I underestimated a problem, which is the limitations of the city itself. Because I didn't fully consider this point when I set up the setting, it caused the later stages to be unable to develop, and the story is repetitive and lacks variety. This idea of mine has been verified in some of the popular themes in recent years, which is quite gratifying. However, 404's focus is on the urban theme, which caused the big trend that I imagined to not appear. After writing Martial Arts, I have a deeper understanding of immersion and reality. I think that compared to reality, reality can better reflect the essence. As long as it is realistic enough to immerse the reader, it can also achieve the effect of reality, and it also has the meaning of pursuing novelty. Therefore, when I was writing mysteries, I looked up a lot of information and filled in the details. I wanted to make this world seem real, so that everyone would naturally be immersed in it when they read it. They would know what they eat, what they use, how much they spend, and what their customs are. This actually has something in common with the AAA masterpieces in recent years, which are open, free, and realistic world. Realism, immersion, these were the ideas that gradually became clear to me after I finished writing about martial arts and mysteries. It was only at this time that I truly refined my own complete writing methodology. Of course, this method of writing is really tiring, very tiring. This point, mysteries was done very well in the early and middle stages. Later on, when the sequence increased, there was a certain degree of weakness. The next step is to think about how to create realism at a high level of power. The sixth keyword is gentle. I remember the previous part of the summary, so I won't elaborate on it here. The main thing is that after writing so many words in one go, my thoughts are beginning to wander, and I want to have fun and slack off. Gentle. My understanding is that the plot twist has enough foreshadowing, the advancement of the emotions has enough fermentation process, and there is enough suitable release. If the former is not done well, it will be a twist for the sake of a twist, and a climax for the sake of a climax. It will only be abrupt, and it will not reflect the impact. The latter can easily become a drama, and it will be too sensational. In this aspect, I have been restraining myself. If it is not suitable for me to use my saber, I will absolutely not use it. I cannot use a saber for the sake of a saber. If a main character's death is not worthwhile, appropriate, and impactful, then it is better for him to be alive. Trauma for the sake of trauma is not gentle enough. Similarly, I should not blindly stir up emotions where it should not be stirred up. The expression of my emotions must be clear when I should restrain myself, when I can explode, whether the overall atmosphere supports it, and so on. Also, I can't smack people in the face for the sake of smacking people in the face. I should feel good about it for the sake of feeling good. When the plot moves forward, the point of feeling good will naturally be gentle, and it will not make people feel awkward. In this aspect, I have done quite well in terms of mysteriousness. The only time I have exceeded it was in the chapter where I asked myself, but that was also traceable. The 7th keyword is character. As I said before, I first focus on the story before the character, which is different from first focus on the character before the story. But from the beginning of martial arts, I increasingly feel that the character is equally important. In a book, the world's view is the skeleton, the plot is the meat, and the character is the blood. Without good characters, the book will be lifeless. It is difficult to make every part of a long story interesting and attractive. It is also difficult to create resonance, moving, and other emotions. In terms of character creation, apart from the layers of character settings, I have also slowly explored a word, interaction. The establishment of a character's image lies in the character's interaction. Individual psychological interactions and individual actions are useful once or twice, but it will inevitably be monotonous, thin, and boring after a few more times. With interaction, the character will come to life and show different versions of themselves in different interactions. I will not expand on the specifics because I have written too much, and I want to finish it as soon as possible. Also, the ultimate character must come from the ultimate plot, and the ultimate plot must be able to create the ultimate character. The two are not completely separated. In this book of mysteriousness, I have gone from a vague understanding to a clear application. It can be said that I have gained something and created some decent characters. Of course, some of the characters are limited by the length and the growth curve of the characters cannot keep up with little Ku. I can only be considered to have completed the first half of the book. I hope that in the future, the second half of the book will be better. In conclusion, although Amon is annoying to many people, his overall character completion rate is the highest apart from little Ku's. Similarly, I have certain problems with the creation of many villains. As mentioned in the 7th book, I am used to setting up two strong characters, lacking enough opportunities to appear, and the accumulation of emotions is very little. There is even less interaction. I have to change this in the future. In addition, with the keyword reality, I also have to pay attention to the problem of whether the characters are distorted. Sometimes, if the characters are too funny and have too many jokes, it is easy for them to be distorted and degenerate into the kind of characters in most anime. Of course, this does not mean that such characters are not attractive. Whether they are distorted or not depends on the overall atmosphere of the story. The 8th keyword is change. This is mentioned the most in the summary. The most taboo in a book is to not change at all. Regardless of whether it is the light or the dark lines, there must be a certain amount of change. Otherwise, it will not be able to support a long length. Even the simplest structure of the endless wind Xuanhuan must bring about changes by repeatedly changing the map to eliminate the sense of repetition in the plot. In the process of writing mysteriousness, in the middle of the 4th book, the leveling up line was too long, resulting in insufficient changes and a decrease in the tension of the plot. Previously, in the later stages of the martial arts, the plot began to repeat, and the fights became more and more boring. This is all mentioned before. I have to improve in the future, always pay attention, be clear, and take precautions in advance. The 9th keyword is details. Details. The devil is always in the details. This is also the key to substitution, reality, gentleness, and character being put into practice. Without details, it will undoubtedly be unrealistic, impossible to substitute, boring interaction, and sudden changes. This is a big topic. Please allow me to be lazy and not talk about it. After all, this is not a writing class. In short, there are many details and mysteriousness, so there is texture, characters, pictures, and emotional resonance. I am very satisfied with this. However, in the later stages of the battle, there is too much abstraction and conceptualization. Gradually, there is a lack of details. This is indeed a big problem. I have some ideas on this point. This is the inspiration that Jojo gave me. It is to give the rules and restrictions of the ability, as simple as possible but clear enough rules and restrictions. Then, I can write within this framework. This way, the ability has boundaries, and the details are guaranteed. This is something that can be improved in the future. The 10th keyword is emotion. At this point, I really don't want to write anymore. It is too tiring, and I have emotions. Sigh, actually, many web novelists have talked about emotions. Many even use it as the core of their writing methods. The entire story is planned and laid out around how to arouse the reader's emotions. I also attach great importance to emotions, because a good climax, a good scene, a good character will ultimately contain or bring about emotions. Without emotions, the story will be dry and lack sufficient attraction. I won't talk about other methods to attract hatred. I know more, but I use less. I prefer to use the conflict of the plot to advance. However, for emotions, I will always pay attention to whether the progression of the emotions is natural, smooth, and if there are too many interruptions in the middle. Otherwise, it will not be able to stack up the climax and build up the sense of impact. In addition, emotions cannot be equated with hatred and venting. There is also love and justice. No, there is also touching, affection, satisfaction, and so on. A good author should try to enrich their arsenal as much as possible and increase the types of emotions that can be aroused. In mysteriousness, I am very restrained in the overall emotions I give, and I have been softening the progress of the emotions. Therefore, the many keywords in the writing definitely do not exist in isolation. They all complement each other and form a natural whole. As for the classic emotional expression scenes in mysteriousness, I can recall some of them even with my eyes closed. I won't praise myself, mainly because I am too lazy to write them. In short, it is done well. In the next novel, I hope to increase the intensity of the emotional outburst and combine it with other emotional expression methods. The 11th keyword, replace the climax with impact, and the scenes like Chernobyl are the performance. The 12th keyword. Forget it, I won't write anymore. I am too tired and I have vomited out all the ink. Anyway, it is the less important ones. I am not afraid of others copying my creative ideas. On the contrary, I rather hope that others will copy my ideas. This means that I will have many books that suit my tastes. However, this kind of writing is bound to be tiring. Of course, it is also very satisfying. The last number of subscriptions. The average subscriptions for Mysteriousness are currently 109,000. Due to the bonus of the last novel, the subscriptions have always been quite high. Overall, it is slightly higher than the 7th novel. Most of the time, it hovers between 61,000 to 63,000. The lowest is 58,000. The highest is the last 3 chapters, which have exceeded 70,000. The last chapter is now 90,000 in 24 hours. After writing Mysteriousness and summarizing the gains and losses, I will talk about the new book. I will not start Mysteriousness too directly. I am worried that I will repeat some of the things in this novel. I hope to write something else to refresh my mind and accumulate some knowledge. The new book mentioned before, choose between the wasteland and Xianxia. When writing Mysteriousness, I hope that the next novel can have a lighter tone and be more fun. So, at first, I was leaning towards Xianxia. Later, someone told me that I can make the main character a little crazier and let him dilute the tone of the wasteland. This seems quite interesting. In short, the scale is balanced again. After I rest for a while and clear my mind, I will ask myself which novel I want to write the most. The preliminary date of the new book is mid-November. I will announce a specific time on the official account. From now until then, I will first serialize a 20,000-30,000 word fanfic here. Then, from time to time, I will put up some Mysteriousness settings on the official account and write some fanfic. At the same time, I will announce the theme of the new book, some settings, and recruit small characters. Search for Wuze 1985 and you will find the cartoon avatar. Finally, I would like to thank everyone once again. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to this book and liked it. You have given me the opportunity to tell the story in my heart. Also, thank you to those who have always voted for us. 2 days ago, we broke the record for the male genre in Xidian. Let us congratulate ourselves. Thank you to those who have voted for us. Xiaoku, Audrey, Leonard, and Sharon have their own birthday parties because of this. Thank you to those who have tipped me. My attitude has always been to not let this affect my own life, my own studies, and my own other entertainment. Under this premise, I can only open my shirt pocket and say, no need, no need. Who doesn't love money? Thank you to my friends who have sent messages for mysteriousness and love. It's a great experience to be liked and recognized. Thank you to my moderators and managers. You have really worked hard. You have taken up a lot of the blame. Thank you to my staff. I have taken up too much of your time to give suggestions for the cover and the peripherals. Thank you to those who have commented on this chapter. Most of the time, you have brought me a good mood. At first, I read every single one of them. Later, there were more and more, and I really couldn't read all of them. It would delay writing, so I could only fix a time point and read a part of it. Thank you to all those who have accompanied mysteriousness to the end. I have been lucky to have your company for the past 2 years. I also hope that this will be a beautiful memory in your life. Finally, I put my hand on my chest and bowed. Finally, I multiplied it by 3. The fanfic that we agreed on will be at 12:30 noon on May 7th. It will be updated in the form of a chapter speech. 1 chapter a day for 7 to 10 days. After writing the speech, I will have a good rest and sleep in. I look forward to seeing you all again. You have an audience with His Holiness the Pope. Barton heard a man in dark blue robe speaking to him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. He only felt that the face seemed to be covered by a gray gas. Of course, none of this was important. As a devout believer of the Lord, being able to meet his representative on earth was definitely the most glorious thing in Barton's life. This made him so excited that he could not speak. His body trembled slightly as he followed behind the bishop, step by step, into the hall in front of him. Barton didn't know how to describe this hall in detail either. He only knew that it was grand and gorgeous, and it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. He could only obediently lower his head. Finally, he came to the steps. At this moment, he seemed to have received permission and subconsciously raised his head. Then, he saw a big golden dog. The dog was wearing a gorgeous dark blue robe that was like a curtain and a triple crown inlaid with many kinds of gems. It sat on a huge throne and quietly watched him. Barton was stunned. This is His Holiness the Pope? Barton was shocked and panicked. A strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw the morning light illuminating the ceiling. Huff, Barton sat up and panted lightly, trying to break free from the influence of the dream as quickly as possible. What happened? His wife sensed the abnormality and straightened her body. Barton shook his head. A nightmare. He did not tell his wife the truth that he dreamed that His Holiness the Pope was a golden retriever. He was willing to bet that his wife would say with a look of horror, "How can you have such blasphemous knowledge?" At that time, he could only shrug his shoulders and say, "Just kidding. I can't bring my worries into my family life. This is a paradise on earth where I can relax." Also, it's very difficult for women to understand more profound questions. Their strengths lie in their emotional thinking and their love. Barton stopped thinking about his dream. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. After breakfast and kissing his wife and son goodbye, he left his residence and took a trackless public carriage to his workplace at the edge of the city. He worked at the Rouen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation and had a sizable salary. In a place like East Chester County's capital, Stone City, he was considered middle class. On the way, Barton looked at the streets outside in boredom. As it wasn't directly affected by the flames of war, Stone City still retained its original bustling state. Carriages, bicycles, pedestrians, and stray dogs came and went. It was bustling and noisy. Barton was already used to this kind of scene. Normally, he wouldn't feel anything, but last night's dream made him feel uncomfortable every time he saw a wild dog. It was as if that dog was the incarnation of His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, and he needed to pay his respects. "Holy Lord of Storms, please accept my repentance." Barton raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly hit the left side of his chest. After a while, he arrived at the Rouen Relic Search and Conservation Foundation. He greeted his colleagues and walked into his office. After hanging up his hat and coat, Barton relaxed and leisurely made himself some black tea with some strange herbs. He was nearing middle age, and his energy was declining in all aspects. He always hoped to use simpler, less painful ways to make up for his body's decline. After making the black tea, Barton picked up a few newspapers on his desk, intending to adjust his mental state before starting work. Baekeland's economic situation improved greatly last quarter. There's another pirate known as the Queen of Stars in the Sonia Sea and the Berserk Sea. Desi Bay's fruit trade has been established. After leisurely reading the newspapers, Barton drank a mouthful of black tea and officially began work. A letter from Vernal? While checking the documents on the table, Barton found a letter from an old friend. It was an archaeologist who worked closely with the Rouen Relic Search and Conservation Foundation. Barton immediately picked up a letter opener, took out the letter, and read it seriously. "My dear friend, my student and I discovered some interesting ruins in the mountains of Civilas County. They might have come from the remnants of the Fourth Epoch, in that period of history that we still don't understand well enough. They left the cities for various reasons and entered the mountains. They no longer interact with reality and existed in the form of tribes. They might still be holding on to something, but it has long been drowned by time, leaving behind only dilapidated buildings and corpses. My student and I will be doing protective excavations here, hoping to find more useful artifacts that can help us restore part of the history of the Fourth Epoch. I wonder if your foundation is interested in this? Here, I solemnly invite you to send a team over to confirm if our work is real and effective. Go to the mountains." The first thing that came to Barton's mind wasn't cultural relics or history, but the buzzing mosquitoes, the damp and dark environment, and the camp that was spied on by wild beasts. He shook his head, picked up a pen and paper, and prepared to draft a document on the letter and submit it. After drafting the beginning of the document, Barton was about to add details to it when he realized that Vernal hadn't submitted any information. Does he think that with his relationship with the foundation, he can apply for funding with just a letter? Barton looked around the table and muttered to himself in puzzlement. In his impression, Vernal, the archaeologist, wasn't such an arrogant person. Other than being a little impatient, he was a standard Rouen gentleman. Under normal circumstances, to apply for assistance from the Rouen Antiquities Search and Conservation Foundation, in addition to a project description, one would definitely have to provide on-site photos, copies of ancient books, and other information. Otherwise, the foundation wouldn't be able to review it and make a judgment, much less spend a large amount of gold pounds to send a team to the project site to conduct an inspection. Or was it because Vernal was too careless and forgot to send the information together? Of course, with Vernal's relationship with the foundation, it's entirely possible that the higher-ups would send one or two people to contact and verify after seeing this letter. As a friend, I still have to do something for him. Barton shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He stood up and walked to the front of the bookshelf. He then stretched out his right palm and ran his finger across the spines of the books to choose the reference materials he needed. Finally, he pulled out a few books and periodicals, combined the various viewpoints on them, and made a detailed description of the historical origins of the mountain range under the jurisdiction of Civilas County in the document he prepared to submit. In the history community, there is such a widely recognized point of view. For a short or long period of time, the Solomon Empire and the Tudor dynasty coexisted in the northern continent. The boundary between them is likely to be the present-day Hornacis mountain range and the Fanapotter Plateau. Here, the extension of the Hornacis mountain range in Civilas County has a high probability of being the focus of contention between the two sides. Barton didn't endorse Vernal. He only indirectly indicated that there might be quaternary ruins in the mountain range of Civilas County by providing references. This way, even if Vernal was proven to be lying in the end, no one would hold him accountable. This was because those arguments were made by famous historians, and Barton had only made certain excerpts, selective excerpts. At the end of the document, he listed his references. A study of Civilas County's private historical materials, Aztec Eggers, Coe University's History Department lecturer. When he had finished the document, Patton read it over from the beginning, correcting some words and sentences. Then he took the draft into the clerk's room next door and asked them to use the mechanical typewriter to produce a formal text. The Rouen Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation had always employed a large number of female staff, from ordinary clerks at the bottom, but at least half of the senior deputy directors were women. Barton was actually quite dissatisfied with this situation, but he couldn't object, nor did he dare to object. He could only choose to accept it. Of course, he also had to admit that when he needed to wait, watching those young female clerks busy themselves was also a good thing. At least the colors are richer here, Barton muttered to himself as he listened to the clicking sounds. After completing the document, signing it and submitting it, he continued his work in an orderly manner as usual. This includes, but is not limited to, the preliminary examination of the project, the provision of professional opinions and the collection of information, and the addition of discussion to some of the Foundation's papers. The day passed quickly. Barton left the company at 6 o'clock and took a public carriage. It took him more than an hour to return home. This was the norm in the major cities of Rouen, which was why afternoon tea was popular. After having lunch from 12 to 1 in the afternoon, one could only return home from 7:30 to 8 in the evening. During such a long time, most people would definitely be abnormally hungry if they didn't have afternoon tea to fill their stomachs. Of course, this was only limited to the middle class and above. Many poor people might only eat 2 meals a day. Moreover, when conditions were met, both the husband and wife had to work. After returning home at 7 or 8 o'clock, they had to be busy preparing dinner instead of enjoying it themselves. "Vernal came to visit you this afternoon," Barton's wife said casually as she took off his coat and hat. "Vernal?" Barton was momentarily stunned. The archaeologist who discovered the Quaternary ruins in Civilez County returned to East Chester County. Just as he said that, Barton frowned and muttered to himself silently, he did forget to send the information, so he came back personally? No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The kingdom's postal service is rather reliable. Besides, he should know that I'll definitely be at the Foundation during non-weekends. Yes, I might also be sent to certain sites for audits. With this in mind, Barton asked, "Where is he?" "He only waited in your study for 15 minutes before leaving," Barton's wife said truthfully. Barton pressed. "Did he say which hotel he's staying at? When will he come again?" Vernal, the archaeologist, was from East Chester County, but he wasn't a resident of Stone, so he didn't have a place to stay. "He didn't say. He seemed to be in a hurry." Barton's wife paused for a moment before saying, very impatient. Barton touched his receding hairline and nodded gently. "I'll head to the study first." His study was located on the second floor. There were many bookshelves and some porcelain. He didn't have a fanatical love for porcelain, so he would take the initiative to collect unique items. After a search, Barton didn't find any notes or letters left behind by Vernal. He quickly decided to throw the matter to the back of his mind. This had always been his principle, try not to worry about work when he returned home. After dinner and spending some quality time with his wife and son, Barton washed up and went to bed, rushing to sleep. In the dead of the night, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Ever since he encountered danger during an archaeological activity 10 years ago, Barton had some extraordinary spiritual perception. He could always sense movements that others couldn't. For example, others might only know that a visitor was looking for them when they arrived at the door, but Barton could sense if the visitor was related to him the moment he appeared in the corridor. "Someone has sneaked in." Barton sat up abruptly and widened his eyes. He looked at his sleeping wife beside him and didn't wake her up. He quietly got out of bed and took down the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall. After holding the gun, he gently opened the door and looked into the corridor. The place was shrouded in the thick darkness of the night, and some crimson illuminated the general outlines of things. Barton didn't hesitate as he took action and entered the corridor, patrolling back and forth. However, he didn't find the thief who had sneaked in. Was my feeling wrong? Barton turned his body around, not too confidently. Not a single room on the second floor showed any signs of being opened. After thinking about it, Barton came to the door of the study, grabbed the handle, and twisted it gently. The door opened silently, and everything inside was immersed in darkness, as if there were all kinds of monsters. Barton opened the curtains and carefully examined the room under the moonlight, confirming that the furnishings here were exactly the same as he remembered. Am I really being too sensitive? Is this the after effect of yesterday's nightmare? Barton exhaled and quickly left the study. Behind him, the curtains that had been pulled open swayed gently, as if a wind had blown past. The next day, Barton continued his slightly repetitive life. Kissing his wife and children, riding in a rental carriage, reading newspapers, making black tea, reading letters. Hey, another letter from Vernal. Barton relaxed and opened the letter. However, there was nothing in the letter. The sender seemed to have forgotten to put the letter in the envelope. Has Vernal recently suffered from amnesia? Barton glanced at the envelope in his hand and suddenly found that the pattern on it was a little strange. It was a commemorative envelope. According to what Barton knew, in Bakeland and Stone City, many high-end hotels would provide special envelopes and stationery to their guests. It was equivalent to a tourist souvenir. Which hotel is this from? Barton brought the envelope to his nose, preparing to take a whiff of the fragrance on it. It was also unique and recognizable. In the next second, he smelled the faint smell of blood. In an instant, all the hair on Barton's body stood on end. Although he couldn't be sure that what he smelled was blood, his slightly abnormal spiritual perception told him that it was the smell of blood. Vernal met with misfortune? Just like the archaeological team I was in back then? No, there's no blood residue on this envelope at all. Why would it emit the smell of blood? After a brief moment of extreme fear, Barton stood up. As an ordinary person, he only had one instinctive reaction when faced with such a situation. Call the police. Just as Barton took the envelope and left his seat, he suddenly remembered something. The Rouen Antiquities Collection and Conservation Foundation had clear rules on how to deal with similar situations. If a frightening or inexplicable phenomenon occurred in a project, everything was to be stopped immediately and the compliance department would be reported to, and they would be responsible for the follow-up. Barton had never understood why he had to go to the compliance department. From what he knew, this was a department that examined whether a project had violated any rules. It had nothing to do with dealing with unknown dangers. However, the founder of the foundation, Miss Audrey Hall, hadn't made many changes when she reviewed the internal work rules. She had only added this one rule, so the higher-ups weren't willing to argue with her over it. Obviously, I'd rather go to the head of security. Barton mumbled as he walked out of the office and went all the way to the compliance department at the end of the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. He tried his best to calm down and knocked on the door 3 times in a gentlemanly manner. Please come in. A nondescript voice came from inside. Frankly speaking, Barton didn't know much about his colleagues in the compliance department. All he knew was that they were ruthless and swift, and they had caught one internal parasite after another who defrauded the foundation of funding. Taking a deep breath, Barton twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door. In his imagination, the compliance department should be working in an abnormally dark environment. Everyone maintained their silence, and from time to time, they would whisper a few words to decide the fate of a project and its person in charge. However, the first thing that entered his eyes was the bright sunlight, the brightly colored furnishings, and the grand and spacious layout. What's the matter? A black-haired, brown-eyed, and ordinary-looking compliance department employee greeted him. He was wearing a heavy black coat that didn't seem to be able to withstand East Chester's cold and damp winter weather. In addition, Barton noticed that the compliance department employee had a Bakeland accent. He was either born there or had stayed there for a long time. She's not that cold, mechanical, and difficult to get along with. She even gives off a sense of familiarity. As such thoughts flashed through Barton's mind, he hurriedly said, "One of our partners seems to be in trouble." The letter he sent was just an envelope. There was no content, and it smelled like blood. The compliance department employee's expression didn't change as he nodded slightly. "Show me the envelope." Barton then handed over the letter from the archaeologist Vernal. Only then did he realize that he had been a little impolite. "Sorry, how should I address you?" The compliance department employee raised the envelope to the sunlight and carefully read it. Pacheco Duane, Deputy Director of the Compliance Department, an experienced lawyer. "You can just call me Pacheco." Without waiting for Barton's response, Pacheco lowered his arm and said with a serious expression, "There's indeed a certain abnormality. My preliminary judgment is that this letter came from the Clough Hotel in the city. I once stayed there for a period of time, and I know that they like to print lavender castles on special envelopes and stationery. Do we need to call the police? Barton blurted out. Pacheco shook his head. Not for now. Let's go to the scene to confirm the situation. I'll need some help from you. Look, I don't know this partner. All right, I'll go with you, Barton replied hesitantly. After exiting the Lone Relic Search and Preservation Foundation and boarding a rental carriage, Barton noticed the awkward silence. He took the initiative to ask, Pacheco, are you from Bakeland? No. Pacheco shook his head. I'm from Midseashire. I've only lived in Bakeland for nearly 15 years. Why did you leave Bakeland? I heard that it's the most suitable city for a lawyer to grow up in, Barton casually said. Pacheco smiled. But it's also full of competition. Alright, I'm just joking. I used to be the personal lawyer and business partner of the steam-powered car tycoon, Framey Cage. Later, he invested in the establishment of the Bakeland Bicycle Company, and I started working as the company's legal consultant. Barton suddenly understood. Miss Audrey owns a large number of shares in this company. Is that how you know her? Yes. Pacheco sighed and said, in the previous war, Flamey unfortunately passed away, and his property fell into many disputes. As his friend, I had helped his widow and children secure a sizable share of the estate, thereby offending some people, which made things difficult for me in Bakeland. Fortunately, Miss Audrey extended an olive branch and invited me to East Chester County to work in the foundation as the deputy director of the compliance department. Seeing that Pacheco was even telling him such a thing, Barton felt even more amicable toward him. Puzzled, he asked, why would he target you? You're just doing your job as a friend. And a lawyer. Those people should have targeted Framey Cage's widow and children. Pacheco said with a self-deprecating smile, I used some dishonest methods. Besides, Framey's widow and children have other friends to take care of. As they chatted, the rental carriage arrived at Clough Hotel in the heart of Stone City. The location of this hotel was quite good. It was located in a beautiful and quiet street, and it was only a 10-minute walk to the busiest streets of the city. After entering the hotel and finding the owner, Pacheco asked bluntly, we're looking for a friend named Vernal. Through the small talk earlier, he had already grasped the general situation of his target. The boss frowned in confusion. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a customer named Vernal checking in. When Barton heard this, he quickly added, he's a little taller than me, and he looks very muscular. His nose is always very red, and he often smells like alcohol. He described Vernal's appearance in detail. The boss thought for a moment and looked at the waiter next to him. There's such a customer, the waiter immediately replied. He lives in Unit 309. Under the waiter's guidance, Barton and Pacheco arrived outside Vernal's room and knocked on the wooden door. Knock. 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 There was no movement inside. Just as Barton was about to suggest calling the police again, Pacheco suddenly bent down and picked up a handful of white, soft hair from the gap at the bottom of the door. No, it wasn't hair. It was closer to the condensation of fog. With the touch of Pacheco's fingers, they spread out and fused into the surrounding air. At the same time, Barton, whose spiritual perception was slightly different from ordinary people, vaguely heard an ethereal and weak male voice. Tamara. 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 Barton chewed on the name and thought about what it represented. He no longer looked around in panic like the first time he discovered that he could hear voices that others couldn't. He looked around in fear, searching for the person speaking in the dark, and was ready to pick up a wooden stick and rush over to smack that person. He stood there rather calmly, thinking and observing the reaction of Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department. Pacheco glanced at him and said, have you studied the history of the Fourth Epoch? I've done some research, Barton replied modestly. At this moment, he didn't pretend that he didn't know anything about the history of the Fourth Epoch. Firstly, his personality didn't allow it. Secondly, his position stemmed from his academic accomplishments in history. If he had any major flaws in this field, he might very well be fired by the Foundation the next day. Pacheco looked at the door. Have you heard of the surname Tamara? I have. Barton instinctively turned his head to look at Pacheco. In the sparse historical records of the Fourth Epoch, the surname Tamara appears several times, second only to Tudor, Solomon, and Tuluan-Sostal. From this, it can be preliminarily determined that she represents a great noble of an empire in the Fourth Epoch. At this point, Barton paused for a moment. Vernal recently discovered some ruins left behind from the Fourth Epoch. As the hotel attendant was right beside him, he didn't directly point out that the surname Tamara might be related to Vernal's current abnormality. Pacheco didn't respond. He turned his head to the hotel attendant and said, "I'm a police officer in charge of criminal cases. I'm a police officer in charge of criminal cases. I suspect that the occupant of this room has met with misfortune. Please open the door with the key immediately." As he spoke, Pacheco took out an ID and showed it to the attendant. The hotel attendant was startled at first, then he carefully looked at the ID. Okay. I'll get the key." As he spoke, he turned around and ran to the staircase. "You're a police officer?" Barton blurted out in surprise. Pacheco looked down at the ID in his hand and chuckled. "This ID is absolutely authentic, and it was obtained through legal channels. Why make it so complicated?" Barton habitually replied, "I don't care if it's authentic or not. I don't care if it's real or not. I just want to know if you're a police officer." Pacheco laughed. "It depends on how you perceive it." This answer made Barton rather irritated, but as a standard Rouen gentleman, he politely shut his mouth after realizing that Roland wasn't willing to give a direct answer. Of course, the fact that the other party was the deputy director of the compliance department was also a factor of consideration. In silence, the hotel owner and the waiter returned to the third floor. After carefully checking the ID in Pacheco's hand and comparing the photo with the real person, the hotel owner took out the key to open the door and complained in a low voice, "How could something happen? Not a single sound. If a high-class hotel was involved in a murder case, it would definitely affect its image, and it might even go bankrupt. Don't worry too much. Maybe it's just a small problem." Pacheco comforted him in a friendly manner. "Let's hope so. May the goddess bless us." The hotel owner retracted his hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing a star. Then, he gently pushed the door and let it slowly open. At this moment, the inside of the room seemed to be connected to the outside world, and the faint smell of blood permeated the air. "Oh." The hotel owner sensed this and could only use one word to express his disappointment and horror. Only in such an environment can the envelope not be stained with blood, but still carry the smell of blood. This was the first thought that flashed through Barton's mind. Then, he noticed that the furniture in the room was neatly arranged, and the carpet wasn't wrinkled, which contradicted the smell of blood that permeated the air. It doesn't look like a fight had taken place. A one-shot kill? Barton's hobbies included reading popular novels, especially those that were mixed with murder and love. Therefore, he had plenty of experience when it came to such situations. And among all the best-selling authors, his favorite was undoubtedly Kurzweil. Initially, his wife was the one who bought Kurzweil's novels. Barton occasionally read them, and he ended up engrossed in them. Of course, he would not reveal this in front of his wife. He would always use an authoritative tone to say, "Don't worry." He always said in an authoritative tone, "This kind of vulgar, shallow, and worthless book is only suitable for killing time." As Barton's thoughts churned, Pacheco put on a pair of white gloves and stepped into the room. After the senior solicitor looked around, he walked to the desk, picked up the letter with the lavender castle pattern, and said to the hotel owner and the waiter, "Do you know how many there were originally?" The waiter looked at the boss and stammered, "No, not every day, every time." What he meant was that after several shifts of customers, he no longer knew how many letters were left when Vernal checked in. Pacheco chuckled, shook his head, and said to Barton, who walked to his side, "Therefore, this world needs order and rules. If they can have a strict code of conduct, and remember to replenish the letter to a certain number every time a customer checks out, then we can use this to find some clues." "I don't quite understand what you mean," Barton replied truthfully. Pacheco smiled and said, "To put it simply, there will only be shadows when there is light. Of course, enough chaos also means opportunities." When Barton heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes, Roselle the Great said that chaos is a ladder to the top. No one knows if this sentence was said by him. There are too many people in this world who don't dare to express their views directly and can only borrow the name of others, Pacheco replied casually. Then, he picked up the blank letter at the top, put it under the sunlight that passed through the glass, and looked at it carefully for a while. I like to face careless people the most. Pacheco suddenly laughed. After saying this, he put the letter in his hand back in place. In the next second, he took out a sharpened pencil from his pocket and began to lightly scribble on the letter. Before long, traces of Loanese words appeared one after another, forming a series of scattered sentences. I'm being watched. There are traces of religious sacrifices left in the ruins. I took the items on the altar. It saw me. No. It was always by my side. When writing these sentences, the archaeologist, Vernal, seemed to be in a very intense mood, so he used a lot of force, leaving the most obvious pen marks. After reading the marks on the paper, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton beside him, "What happens next will be quite complicated. I will seek help from the police. As for you, you can return to the Foundation and wait for follow-up inquiries." Barton, who was staring at the paper, wasn't disappointed when he heard this. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. All right. After reading the words left behind by Vernal, Barton's intuition told him that things would be very dangerous. As an ordinary person, avoiding danger was an instinctive choice. Of course, this was also because Vernal could only be regarded as an ordinary friend of his. It was not worth it for him to take great risks to get involved in this matter. After replying, Barton immediately turned around and walked past the hotel owner and the waiter to the street. This time, he did not choose public transportation. Instead, he boarded a rental carriage. Barton's trip this time was a special matter that was rather urgent. Also, with the deputy director of the compliance department as a witness, the expenses could be reimbursed. Spending the Foundation's money and using his own salary were two completely different feelings. On the way, Barton looked at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but think about Vernal's current state. Is he still alive? There's such a strong smell of blood in the room, I hope he's still alive. May the Lord bless him. If he's still alive, where would he be now? Where, is it possible? This. As his thoughts raced, Barton suddenly thought of a possibility. He hurriedly ordered the coachman to change the route and go to the street where his house was located. Not long after, he returned home. What happened? Barton's wife came up to him with a surprised expression. There was still some time before lunch, let alone getting off work. Barton did not take off his hat or coat. He did not answer the question. Has Vernal been here? He came to visit you in a quarter of an hour. I asked him to wait in the study and sent Wells to the Foundation to find you, Barton's wife answered truthfully. Wells was their manservant, and it was clear that 15 minutes wasn't enough for him to reach the Rouen Antiquity Search and Preservation Foundation. This was what surprised Barton's wife the most. Okay. Barton nodded heavily. He hurriedly passed through the living room, went up to the second floor, and entered the study. Inside the study, the windows were wide open and the curtains were swaying gently. There was no one in sight. Vernal? Barton called out, but no one responded. He jumped out the window and left. Barton frowned and looked around carefully. He noticed that the books on his bookshelf were out of order. It was a series of history books, divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. Barton's habit was to line them up from right to left, but now they were lined up from left to right. He took a silent breath, walked over quickly, and pulled out the 3 books. After a careful inspection, Barton noticed that one of the pages in the middle had been folded. He quickly flipped to the page and unfolded the corner. Written on it in pencil was a scribble of words, "The remnants of the 4th epoch are worshipping evil gods." *kiss*. Barton was both panicked and terrified as he suddenly stuffed the book back into his pocket. Without much thought, he rushed out of the study and ran to the stairs, intending to find Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, to tell him about his discovery and ask him to get the police to protect his family. After leaving the house, Barton slowed down and considered a rather important question. Where can I find Pacheco, Clough Hotel, Stone Police Headquarters, or the Foundation? After a brief moment of thought, Barton decided to return to the Foundation and find another compliance department employee. At this moment, a rental carriage stopped in front of his house, and Pacheco Duane alighted. "We discovered that Vernal has come to your house again," the deputy director of the compliance department quickly explained. Barton heaved a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, "Yes. But he's already left." However, he left behind some clues. With that said, Barton led Pacheco into his house, came to the study, and handed the book to him. Pacheco glanced at it and gently slid his finger across the surface of the line of text. Then, he took out the pencil he had used earlier and wrote on the side of Vernal's message, "Call the police." After doing all of this, Pacheco stuffed the book back into its original spot. However, he didn't push the book back completely. This way, the entire row of books protruded outwards. "Alright, let's go back to the Foundation and have lunch. Then, we'll wait for the good news from the police." Pacheco clapped his hands. Barton didn't quite understand why the senior lawyer was doing this, but he didn't ask why. He really didn't want to get involved in this matter. He felt that he couldn't bear it at all. Barton immediately made up a reason to explain to his wife before following Pacheco back to the Foundation and began his daily work. At tea time, he had just finished an ancient book appraisal when he heard a knock on the door. "There's a clue. I need to go to your house." Pacheco, wrapped in a gray scarf, stood by the door. "Clue?" Barton got up in surprise. Pacheco didn't give a direct answer as he spread his hands and made an inviting gesture. Unable to refuse, Barton returned home with him. "Vernal is here again." His wife clearly sensed that something was wrong and came to the door in horror. "It's fine. It's just a small problem." Barton maintained his manly image and comforted his wife. After arriving at the study, he and Pacheco discovered that Vernal had escaped early again. "Damn it, can't he wait a little longer?" Barton couldn't help but complain. "It's fine." Pacheco walked to the bookshelf and pulled out the book. Clearly, Vernal had already read his suggestion because the book was completely stuffed into the shelf. "I roughly know where Vernal is," Pacheco said with a smile with his eyes half closed. Barton was stunned. "How do you know?" Pacheco opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "He accepted my bribe, no, a gift." "He accepted my bribe, no, gift." That's not right either. The most accurate description would be advice. Of course, he might not accept it. With that said, the deputy director of the compliance department walked past Barton and out of the study. Barton subconsciously followed behind him, leaving the area where his house was located and turning into a nearby street. At the end of the street, there was a house that had collapsed due to a fire. "They haven't started rebuilding it yet," Barton whispered. Pacheco put on his white gloves again, and his expression turned slightly more serious. He passed through the relatively intact main entrance and entered the half-collapsed hall. Pieces of charred wood fell to the ground, blocking the lower body of a figure. The figure wore a brown jacket, had a red nose, and looked very sturdy. It was the archaeologist, Vernal. Barton secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you call the police?" "They monitor the police station," Vernal replied without any change in expression. Barton blurted out, "Why not leave Stone and call the police in another city?" "They monitor the steam stations," Vernal replied in the same tone. Barton thought for a moment and frowned. "You have many ways to leave Stone. They can't lock down a city." Hearing this question, Vernal's expression gradually became lively. He said in a slightly erratic tone, "I can feel the will of that great existence." Great existence. Hearing Vernal's words, some of the memories hidden in the deepest part of Barton's heart surged out. This made it difficult for him to restrain his fear, and his feet uncontrollably took a few steps back. In his archaeological activities many years ago, all his nightmares began with seeing similar descriptions. Just as Barton's body trembled and he wanted to turn around and escape, Pacheco Duane, the deputy director of the compliance department, took the initiative to ask Vernal a question. "Since you have already felt the will of the great existence, why don't you reconcile with the remnants of the fourth epoch who are tracking you?" Vernal's breathing suddenly became heavier, as if he was spewing out a faint, pale mist. His voice also became louder. "They don't believe in it wholeheartedly. They still have some reservations. As Vernal spoke, in the half-collapsed house, a faint white mist that was so thin that it was almost invisible spread out, exuding a strong smell of blood. Barton seemed to understand something, but he wasn't in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to leave this place and escape the danger that was about to surge out. Pacheco was quite calm. He looked at Vernal and asked in a friendly manner, "You've been visiting Mr. Barton and writing to the Foundation. You've been visiting Mr. Barton and writing letters to the Foundation. What kind of help do you want us to provide?" Hearing this, Barton was stunned. If it were another occasion, he would definitely think that Pacheco was asking Vernal what kind of legal assistance he needed. At a time like this, shouldn't there be only two choices left? Either escape and call the police, or take out a weapon and give Vernal a shot or a stick. Barton was full of doubts about Pacheco's handling of the situation. Vernal, with a faint white mist curling around his nose and a pale gray light flowing in his eyes, had no resistance to such a communication. His expression calmed down, and he replied in a slightly dignified tone. "Two things. One is to take this item to the suburbs and return in the evening." As he spoke, Vernal threw out a glass bottle with a thin neck. The glass bottle seemed to be very sturdy. Even if it fell to the ground and hit a stone, it didn't show any damage. And its interior was filled with a faint white, thin, and almost illusory mist. At this moment, Barton keenly noticed that Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, stiffened a little, as if he felt something unusual. Vernal did not observe the reactions of the two of them and continued to speak. "The second is to help me find items like this when I'm collecting antiques." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and unfolded it. A strangely shaped lamp was depicted on the paper. It looked like a miniature kettle with a wick extending out of its mouth. "No problem," Pacheco replied in a slightly deeper voice after 2 seconds of silence. "That's good. Haha, don't you think our meeting was a coincidence?" Vernal immediately dropped the piece of paper, then jumped to the top of the half-collapsed house. Like a baboon, he climbed and jumped agilely, and soon disappeared in front of Barton and Pacheco. "What should we do next?" Barton turned to look at the compliance department's deputy manager. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Pacheco was standing stiffly in place, breathing extremely heavily. In addition, thick black curly hair grew on the surface of Pacheco's body. His muscles bulged, causing his black coat to tighten. "Monster! Monster!" Barton's pupils dilated sharply, as if he wanted to see Pacheco's current appearance. In the blink of an eye, the abnormality on Pacheco's body disappeared. He exhaled deeply and said, "That's right." He let out a long breath and said, "We'll wait here." "Do I need to pick them up?" Barton pointed at the slender-necked bottle and paper on the ground. The corners of Pacheco's mouth twitched. "You can pick them up. But you have to keep a distance from me after that." Barton blurted out. "The mist in that glass bottle will affect you? There are some things that even if you can't be sure, it's best not to try rashly." Pacheco still didn't give a direct answer. "It's really tiring to communicate with him." Barton thought for a moment, took a few steps forward, and stopped in front of the slender-necked bottle and paper. Just as he bent down and picked up the two items, a faint light suddenly lit up in front of him. Immediately following that, a pair of boots appeared in his line of sight. One of the boots had a pointed tip, while the other was similar to the popular round-toed boots. It was as if they belonged to two people. Barton's heart tightened as he abruptly straightened his body and looked ahead. Opposite him stood a lady. The lady wore a long dress that was split into two, one complicated and the other simple. One side was filled with many colors, while the other was pure black. Such an asymmetrical attire made Barton instinctively irritable. He wanted to tear off her clothes and give her a normal dress and a pair of normal boots. Such an impulse didn't contain any of a man's desire to violate a woman, but purely stemmed from his disgust towards aesthetics. After forcefully enduring the discomfort, Barton cast his gaze at the lady's head. She had a rather beautiful face with a high nose bridge, plump lips, and a rare dark gray color in her eyes. She was about 20 to 30 years old. Barton didn't find her stunning. Instead, he found her appearance indescribably strange. After a few seconds, he finally understood the source of the strangeness. The lady's face lacked expression. She didn't look like a real person, but more like a wax figurine. Vernal has already left. Pacheco, the deputy director of the compliance department, seemed to have completely recovered as he took the initiative to speak. The lady's gaze swept across the bottle and paper in Barton's hand. What does he want you to do? Take this bottle to the suburbs and return in the evening. In addition, help him find the item depicted on the paper, Pacheco replied rather frankly, putting on a stance as though he wasn't willing to make an enemy out of her. The lady nodded and said, yes. Give me the bottle. After she said that, Barton seemed to hear an order that he couldn't disobey. He instinctively threw the bottle at her. You're from the Tamara family? Pacheco seized the opportunity to ask. The lady caught the bottle and looked down at it. I didn't expect anyone to remember us. Pacheco replied with a smile. In fact, since the end of the fourth epoch, there have always been members of the Tamara family active, but their numbers are very small. Have you heard of the Theosophy order? They are them, and we are us, the lady replied simply before her body quickly faded and vanished into thin air. After looking at the spot where the lady had disappeared for a few seconds, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton, let's go back to the Foundation. We're not going to the suburbs anymore? Barton asked subconsciously. Pacheco smiled and said, didn't you already send the bottle out? There's no need to go to the suburbs anymore. Perhaps his true goal is to get us to give the bottle to the lady from the Tamara family. Everything he said before was a lie. Of course, this has nothing to do with us. Regardless of who lives or dies, there are no innocents. We just need to do some monitoring to prevent the battle between them from affecting ordinary people. This will be handled by the police, not the responsibility of the Foundation or the compliance department. Vernal doesn't seem to be able to complete such a ruse. Barton muttered and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and walked out the door. Frankly speaking, returning to the Foundation was the answer he wanted the most right now. Asking if he still wanted to go to the suburbs was just an impulse. It was an old habit he hadn't overcome for many years. After returning to the Foundation, Barton spent the day with some apprehension, ushering in the evening amidst the tedious and repetitive daily routine. I originally thought that life was too monotonous, but now I realize how precious a monotonous life is. Sigh, I only hope that everything will be like this afternoon, without any accidents. May the Lord bless me. Barton stopped at his door, stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly pounded his left chest. After finishing his prayer, he opened the door and entered. He took off his hat and coat and handed them to his wife, who was welcoming him. What is the matter with Vernal? Inquired his wife cautiously. Barton replied with a calm and indifferent expression, that's right. He offended some people and is being tracked. The police have taken over the matter. After this, if Vernal visits again, don't let him in. Remember to send someone to inform the police afterward. Barton's wife heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the police had intervened. Okay. After dinner and playing with the children for a while, Barton found an excuse to enter the study and sit near the window. He needed a space alone to completely calm his emotions and walk out of the panic brought about by Vernal's incident. For this, Barton took out a cigarette from the drawer and put it in his mouth. He wasn't addicted to smoking, but sometimes he needed to socialize, so he prepared a pack of cigarettes at home and on his person. Struck a match, lit the cigarette, Patton took a deep drag. He immediately leaned back in his chair and watched the smoke slowly spurt out from his mouth and nose. The pale white gas quickly spread out, reminding Barton of the mist that came out of Vernal's mouth and nose. He could vaguely smell the faint scent of blood. For Barton, this was not a strange discovery. Vernal had once stayed in his study, so there must have been some traces left behind. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. Barton hadn't smelled it before purely because he was too nervous and flustered. His attention was focused on Vernal's whereabouts and the words he left behind. Of course, the smell of blood in the study was very faint. It couldn't be compared to the room in the hotel or the ruins from before, which was one of the reasons. As the smoke from the cigarette spread freely, Barton suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had a bad feeling. In the blink of an eye, the pale white gas condensed in one direction, bringing with it the smell of blood, forming a human figure. The figure's upper body was very normal, with an iconic red nose. It was the archaeologist Vernal. The lower half of his body was completely made of gas, like a monster depicted in smoke. Vernal! Barton shouted as if he was about to suffocate. His voice echoed in the study, but it didn't penetrate the walls. Haha, I have already obtained an immortal body. As long as there is mist left, I can come back to life. Vernal laughed out loud. Compared to before, his expression became more and more deranged, and his eyes seemed to have a pale white color. He died once just now. Such a thought flashed through Barton's mind. Then, he forced himself to calm down. What's the matter? While speaking, Barton impulsively wanted to stand up, but he sadly found that his body was covered by a cold, thin mist, and he had lost most of his senses. Vernal stopped laughing, looked into Barton's eyes, and said word by word, "You didn't bring that bottle to the suburbs." Although Barton was impulsive, he knew that he couldn't answer this question directly. He quickly thought about it, looking for a better way to deal with it. A few seconds later, he changed the topic before Vernal could speak again. Why did you change your faith? Aren't you a faithful believer of the Lord? Vernal was silent for a moment, and his expression gradually became fanatical. I see a wider, vaster world. Compared to that, the planet we live on now is like a grain of sand in a desert. There are countless civilizations there. There are relics left behind from hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years ago. This is the true appearance of the universe. Seeing that his question caused Vernal to have a bad reaction, Barton closed his mouth and thought about what kind of topic could make Vernal interested. He took a deep breath and said, apart from the altar, what else did you find in the fourth epic ruin? How much do you know about the Tamara family? Vernal's eyes lit up a little. There was a change of coat of arms in the Tamara family. This means that they have encountered a rather significant incident. As he spoke, the archaeologist stretched out his right hand and used the smoke to outline two symbols in the air. The first symbol was composed of a layer of thorns, a shield wall, and a longsword inserted vertically above them. The main body of the second symbol was a double door with the vertical longsword acting as the gap. As a professional who could barely be called a non-famous historian, Barton instantly thought of the words of the Tamara family member. They are them, and we are us. There was a split in the Tamara family? Barton blurted out. That's what I think. Vernal smiled in relief, then approached Barton, and said with a fanatical expression, your brain is more tempting than I thought. This is the best supplement for me. Relax, your thoughts will merge with mine, and we will witness one great civilization after another. He looked very weak and was in urgent need of recovery. Barton's heart beat wildly. He tried to avoid the other party, but no matter how he struggled, his body seemed to be frozen and completely unable to move. Just as Vernal's face was in front of his eyes, Barton suddenly felt a pain in his right hand, and he instantly regained consciousness. The faint white fog and the monster-like Vernal in front of him disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Barton lowered his head and saw that the cigarette in his right hand had burned to the end, burning his fingers. Was that a dream? But it felt so real. Barton threw away the cigarette in his hand, stood up based on his spiritual instincts, and walked to the window. He looked at the street outside and saw many pedestrians passing by in the deepening night under the lit gas lamps, wanting to rush home as soon as possible. Among them, an ordinary golden retriever was taking a normal stroll. The scene in front of him was so ordinary that Barton didn't find anything wrong with it. Although he vaguely felt that it was a little familiar, he didn't think it was strange. How could he not feel any familiarity with a scene he saw every day? He shifted his gaze and looked up into the sky. He saw the crimson moon quietly hanging in the sky, scattering its light. It made one's mood involuntarily calm down. At this moment, Barton seemed to have been relieved of an invisible burden. His body and mind were abnormally relaxed, and he no longer felt the panic, anxiety, and irritation from before. His spiritual intuition told him that the matter with Vernal was over and would no longer affect his life. Lord of Storms, thank the Lord for his blessings. Barton clenched his right fist and punched the left side of his chest as he muttered to himself. Without the worry and tension, he felt fatigue surge out from the depths of his soul like a flood, drowning his brain, his limbs, and every cell in his body. Barton couldn't help but cover his mouth with the back of his hand and yawn. However, there was a satisfied smile on his face. He didn't stay in the study any longer. He turned around and left. He went all the way back to his bedroom, enjoyed a bath, and drank a small glass of red wine. That night, Barton didn't dream and slept abnormally soundly. When he woke up in the morning, he felt relaxed and happy, as if he had obtained a new life. Looking at his wife, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, Barton carefully got out of bed, changed his clothes, and walked around the neighborhood. He had never realized that the neighborhood he lived in was so beautiful. The air was fresh, the environment was peaceful, and the scenery was pleasant. Even the pedestrians were well-mannered. This made Barton feel even better. He once again deeply realized that the matter with Vernal was over, and he had returned to an ordinary and peaceful life. He maintained this mood as he returned home and enjoyed breakfast with his wife and children. During this process, he even told his wife a joke from the newspaper and satisfied a small request from his children. Seeing the smiles on his wife and children's faces, Barton felt sincerely satisfied. Then, he put on his coat and hat, carried his cane, and took a trackless public carriage all the way to the Rouen Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation, which was located at the edge of the city. After entering his office, Barton found his usual rhythm. Instead of working, he prepared black tea with some strange herbs for his family. Sipping his black tea, he leisurely finished reading the newspapers that his family had not subscribed to. Only then did he pick up the letters and documents he had received and read them one by one. This kind of process, this kind of rhythm, made him feel abnormally comfortable. The only difference was that Barton was still a little worried about receiving another letter from Vernal. However, this worry did not become a reality. About a quarter of an hour later, someone knocked on his office door. "Please come in." Barton picked up his cup and took a sip of black tea. The person who pushed the door open was the deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco Duane, who had an ordinary appearance and did not have any special characteristics but gave off a friendly feeling. "Did you sleep well last night?" Pacheco asked as he stood at the door. "Excellent." Barton didn't try to hide anything. Pacheco nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that you have indeed gotten rid of the influence of this matter." Barton didn't mention the nightmare he had. "What about you?" "I slept well too." Pacheco responded with a smile, "The police have completely taken over this matter. It is said that they found Vernal last night, but unfortunately, he seems to have met with misfortune. What a pitiful man. May he find peace." Barton didn't say that he wished the Lord to bless him because Vernal had already abandoned his faith in the Lord of Storms. If there was really a blessing, it would definitely be lightning and storms. With that said, Barton thought of the help Pacheco had previously provided, as well as his amiable attitude. Barton took the initiative to say, "Shall we have lunch together later?" "Are you treating?" Pacheco said with a smile. "Of course, it's nice to meet a friend like you." Barton stood up and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. Pacheco nodded slightly. "Then I'll wait for your invitation at the compliance department." "Before midnight?" "No problem." Apart from feeling grateful, Barton also felt that getting to know the deputy director of the compliance department would be of great help in his future work. Furthermore, he believed that Pacheco was like him, better than the average person in certain aspects. After watching Pacheco leave his office, Barton sat down again and exhaled silently. As an ordinary person with a normal IQ, he could completely tell that Vernal's matter was filled with oddities. It involved problems in the fields of mysticism and religion. In addition, he was also very interested in the various details of the Tamara family split, the hidden history of the fourth epoch, and Vernal's encounter. However, he knew that he couldn't delve too deeply into it. It was already the greatest fortune of an ordinary person to be able to see the part of the iceberg that surfaced above the water surface. If he wanted to figure out the exact situation below the water surface, he would definitely drown. His past archaeological experience made Barton afraid to take risks, nor did he want to take risks. To him, curiosity might be the most worthless thing. After sighing inwardly for a while, Barton continued working. When it was almost midnight, he put down the items on the table, picked up his coat and top hat from the coat rack, left the office, and walked to the compliance department's door. Knock. Knock. Barton knocked on the wooden door in front of him. Soon, Pacheco opened the door and glanced at Barton. "Give me another 5 minutes." I still have something I need to take care of. No problem, Barton replied without minding. Come on in and wait, Pacheco said casually. Barton didn't stand on ceremony. He walked into the compliance department and found a chair to sit down. As he casually moved his gaze, he discovered that there were about 6 to 7 compliance department staff members. At this moment, he heard someone knock on the door. Before the compliance department employees could get up, the door creaked open. The first to enter was the deputy chairman of the Rouen Antiquities Search and Preservation Foundation. He was a hale and hearty old man. He looked around, and his gaze paused on Barton for a second. It looks like everyone is here. Let me introduce you to a new colleague. As he spoke, the deputy chairman took a few steps forward, revealing the new compliance department employee behind him to everyone's eyes. It was a woman in her 20s. She had a high nose bridge, plump lips, dark gray eyes, and a rather beautiful face. She wore a common blue dress. However, her face was expressionless. She didn't look like a real person, more like a wax figure. Barton and Pacheco's gazes suddenly froze. The deputy chairman continued speaking with a smile. She will be the deputy director of the compliance department, just like Pacheco. Her name is Xianxia Tamara. PS1, an ordinary person's daily life naturally wouldn't be able to delve too deeply into it. This is a representation of the surface of the iceberg and doesn't involve what's beneath it. Yes, it can also be considered an attempt at a narrative. PS2, if the final epilogue is purely for the fear effect and doesn't take into account the character's worldview, it should be written like this. As he spoke, the deputy chairman took a few steps forward, revealing the new compliance department employee behind him to everyone's eyes. It was a woman in her 20s. She had a high nose bridge, plump lips, dark gray eyes, and a rather beautiful face. She wore a common blue dress. Barton and Pacheco's gazes suddenly froze. At this moment, the lady's lips curled up as she smiled brightly and said, "Hello, everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia Tamara." It wasn't Amon either. It was because Jidian International wanted to update the foreign chapters, but my foreign chapters were placed in the author's acceptance speech. Both systems only synchronized the main chapters, so they could only find me too. Add 8 main chapters so that they could translate the foreign chapters. There would definitely be people who would subscribe to the new VIP chapters, so I put them in the public chapters. Then, I got the editor to block it so that it wouldn't affect new readers. That was the cause and effect of the supernatural incident. The Lord of the Mysteries wasn't a zombie, it wasn't Amon. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The new book Lord of the Mysteries has been released. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 1445. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.